life you two must have together, Jean. What a crazy life.
Yeah, a crazy life. A real crazy life.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, Henry Morgan in David Karp's story of a man who lives by laughter, told in part by the woman who married him and who shares the crazy life.
Dear Pop, I'm writing this letter in my mind because they won't let me out of bed. I suppose you know from all the prayers Mom's made that I was going to have a baby. It's a baby girl. She came just a half hour ago. We're calling her Amanda. I think she looks beautiful.
I'm so glad for you that it was a girl.
Yes, I wanted a girl.
Girls are nicer than boys. Easier to train. And you know the old saying, a son's a son until he gets a wife. A daughter's a daughter the rest of her life.
That was Mrs. Barnowitz. She has the bed next to mine. She had a boy yesterday. It was her third. I may as well tell you I'm in a ward at the hospital. It isn't so bad, really, except that one poor girl's baby died and she cries all the time. I wish I weren't here, but we can't help it. Henny hasn't done well the past few years. I know he's tried, but... what I mean, I'm not in a ward because I want to be.
Why don't you try to sleep, dear?
I can't.
Did you know it was snowing?
No, I didn't.
Beautiful.
It's snowing outside now. It must be beautiful. Henny hasn't seen the baby yet. I wonder if he really wanted a girl the way I did.
Mr. Carter, how did you get here?
Had to kill 3 nurses and tie up a doctor. Cops are after me. I can't stay long, Mrs. Barnowitz.
Oh, you...
Well, happy Mother's Day, Jean.
Hello, Henny. Did they let you see the baby?
I've seen 100 babies. None of them seem to recognize me. The girl, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What a production. 9 months and all you can come up with is a female midget.
It takes an elephant 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't let all the clean linen go to your head. I still make the jokes around here, you know.
Sorry, lost my control for a minute.
Check. Watch yourself at all times. Hey, I brought you something. Nourishment. Hey, feast. Hey, rare Oriental delicacy.
Henny, I can't eat peanut brittle.
Peanut brittle.
Here now, Mrs. Barnowitz, let's keep ourselves under control. Look, Jean, I smuggled this in. I got it at great personal expense from a smuggler down the block.
Smuggle it out.
Mrs. Barnowitz?
No, thank you, Mr. Carter. It's not good for my bridge.
What bridge? If it's the Brooklyn Bridge, somebody's kidding you. I bought that years ago.
Henny, I think you better go now.
Check. When do you break out of here?
End of the week.
All right, check. I'll be waiting for you with a fast car. Kiss the mob for me. Mrs. Barnowitz, not a word about my being here. You know what happens to squealers, right, don't you?
Right.
It's like Henny to make a joke of the baby's being born. What I'm trying to say is that I'm coming back home. I'm leaving Henny for good. It wasn't right, not even from the first date. It was snowing then, too, and I ran all the way home from the theater. Do you remember how I cried when I told you he'd run up to the stage during the amateur contest and imitated horrible things? People laughed while he imitated things like a chicken running away from a farmer, flapping his hands and squawking and rolling his eyes and making perfectly awful sounds. And then he pretended he was on a desert dying of thirst and he crept along that filthy stage on his hands and knees and licked it. And then he was a subway train and a whole crowd of people, and he was a wheel, and he was a piece of gum stuck to a man's shoe. I thought I would die of shame. All the people were laughing, and I couldn't stand it. I got up and I ran out. Papa, do you remember that? Maybe it wasn't so horrible after all. I was younger then, and I thought it was the worst thing that had ever happened to me. In those days, all I thought about was my dignity. But I'll never forget that night. I'll never forget it as long as I live. Funny, it snowed, too, the night I saw Henny home on furlough from the Army. It was just like Henny to be in the middle of a crowd, and the crowd was watching Henny. Henny was arguing with one of those street Santa Clauses.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Well, look, I don't know why you're being stubborn, Max.
Now, look, soldier, I told you for the 10th time, my name ain't Max.
Well, it ain't Santa Claus either.
Henny Carter.
Hi, Jean. Merry Christmas.
Henny, what's the matter?
He's a nut. That's what's the matter with him.
All right. Now, look, Miss Hayes here is a perfectly impartial judge. Jean, what's wrong with Max here?
I don't know, Henny. Looks all right to me.
A skinny Santa Claus. A miserable, underfed Santa Claus. His lips are blue. His teeth are knocking together like castanets. Is that right? Ladies and gentlemen, you're all substantial citizens. Some of you are mothers and fathers. Are you going to let your kids think that Santa Claus looks like this?
Henny, what do you want the poor man to do?
Well, he can put on my overcoat. That's all I'm asking him to do. Is that unreasonable? It'll fill him out. It'll warm him.
Now, look, soldier, I told you a dozen times, I'm not going to put your overcoat on under this suit. Now, go on home, huh?
So you're going to stand there in that skinny, shivering state and maybe scare little kids? Not while I have anything to say about it. Come on, buddy, let's go. Off with the skinny Santa Claus suit.
Hey,
take it
let's
off.
go, me.
Henny, stop it.
Come
Stop,
on.
you'll get into trouble.
Hey, someone call a cop.
A policeman did come, and we finally had to run for it. Henny had 2 weeks' leave left then, and I think we saw one another every day of those 2 weeks. And when the 2 weeks were up and I came in and told you and Mom, do you remember what you said, Papa? Do you remember?
For Pete's sake, why did you marry the goof?
That's a terrible thing to say, Harry.
I love him, Papa.
Well, I didn't know there was any insanity in our family before
Now,
this.
that's enough of that, Harry. Jean, Henny is going to make you a wonderful husband. He's kind and generous and thoughtful, and he loves you very much. Henny is going to be a good husband. You wait and see.
A good husband. It's going to be hard to tell Henny that I'm leaving him. Very hard. He's been able to find something funny in almost everything else, everything we ever did. Even something as ordinary as riding on a bus.
Have your fare ready. Step the rear, please. Plenty of room.
You know, Gene, I've been thinking. Look at all of these people just sitting here on the bus. They're not improving their minds. They're not getting anything at all out of the ride.
What are you supposed to get out of a bus ride?
Well, you're supposed to get something out of life all the time, honey. They're living their lives right now, right here, and they're not getting anything out of it. Ladies and gentlemen,
Henny, for heaven's sake, sit down.
what are you doing sitting on the bus? What are you getting out of it? Look. Here you are. You're traveling in a marvel of transportation in the largest city of the world on swank Fifth Avenue, and you sit there without oohing and awing. You're not marveling at the things you can see. Come on, let's have an ooh of appreciation for Fifth Avenue. Come on now, all together. Ooh. Oh, come on, get into the spirit of it. Let's have an ah for the Fifth Avenue Bus Company. All together. Ah. And there's the good old Empire State Building. Let's have a double ooh and an ah for the Empire State Building. All together. Ooh. Ooh. Ah.
Henny, you fool, sit down.
Let's not forget the man who drives the bus. A big double ah for the driver. Ah. Ah.
Mrs. Carter.
Hmm?
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Mrs. Barnowitz.
I can't sleep for more than 10 minutes at a time. Do you know who I dreamed about?
No, who?
Your husband. I think he's so funny. He's in show business, isn't he?
No, he isn't.
Really? With that wonderful sense of humor?
I'm afraid that's the only thing he hasn't tried.
Well, he's the sort of man who'd do well in almost anything. I can imagine what it must be like living with him. Some life.
Yeah, some life. I don't think she could imagine what it was like, Papa. Do you remember the time he worked for a florist? I'll never forget it, the night he brought home a surprise. Henny, is that you?
Yeah. Surprise, honey.
in heaven's name is that?
Flowers! Boy, I had a tough time getting it up the
Will
stairs.
it go through the door? Henny, that'll never get through the door. It's too big.
Yeah, well, I guess not. We'll just leave it in the hall for the neighbors to enjoy. Hey, isn't it a beaut, Gene? Must be 2,000 flowers in it. See how it spells out the words in geraniums there. Welcome to the International Pulp Makers Association.
Where did you get it?
Well, they made it up for a hotel that was counting on getting a convention, but they didn't.
What on earth are we going to do with it?
Well, the fact of the matter is it's a going-away present.
Who's going away?
I am. That is, I did. Mr. Pappas is crazy about me. You know, he told me, Henny, take anything in the shop tonight. So I picked this. There's no point in taking anything small.
Henny, were you fired?
Fired? I've never been fired in my life. No, Mr. Pappas and I agreed that the job just wasn't suited to my talents. I mean, flowers are wonderful, but what's the future in them?
We'll have to move, Henny, now that the baby's coming and I can't work.
You're not going to work, Gene. I wouldn't permit it. I'll find something better. I'll get something more in line with my talents. Mr. Pappas thinks a great deal of me. Should have heard what he said.
Yes, I'm sure he likes you, Henny.
Hey, I got a great idea. We'll put a sign on the flowers to our neighbors, courtesy of Mr. and Mrs. Henny Carter.
Yes, that's a fine idea, Henny. I'm sure Mr. Pappas liked Henny, and the man he worked for at the garage and all the others. I'm sure they liked Henny. He made everyone laugh. The last thing I heard before I came to the hospital was people laughing at Henny. We'd gone downtown to a department store.
Gene, look, are you sure you won't let me do the shopping? You're not in any condition to fight those crowds in there.
There are certain things I'll have for the baby before I go to the hospital, and I just can't trust you to buy them by yourself.
I don't know why you always... Oh, excuse me. Boy, they really go through that revolving door, don't they? Gene, how about my taking you home? See, I can come back.
Henny, no, I can't trust you. Now, come on, let's go in.
No, wait a minute now. Now, take it easy going through the revolving door. You don't want to get bumped now or anything. Now, go on. All right, get in.
Well, Henny, come on. Don't stop in the door.
It's stuck.
What'd you say?
The door's stuck. Won't move.
Well, try moving back.
Well, it doesn't go the other way either.
Oh, now, Henny, stop it. If this is a joke.
It's not a joke. I'm stuck. Gene, you got to get me out of here.
It won't budge. I'll go tell someone. Wait a minute. Excuse me. Could you help me?
Sorry, madam. I have a customer.
No, you don't understand. My husband... Oh, for Pete's sake. Excuse me. This is an emergency.
Yes, madam.
My husband's stuck in the revolving door in the front of the store, and it won't move.
Well, come with me. I'll get hold of the manager.
Let us through here, please. Officer, you getting that man? Good heavens, he seems to be dying of lack of air.
Oh, he's all right. He's just kidding us.
Are you sure? Mrs. Carter, this is the man's wife.
How is he?
Oh, he's all right, ma'am. He's stuck, but he's all right. He's been making faces like that and rolling his eyes for the past 10 minutes. We'll have him out right away. He's a great joker, your husband.
Are you sure he's joking? I mean, is there enough air for him in there?
Oh, plenty of air. He was dying of thirst a few minutes ago, and before that he was dying of hunger. He began to eat his tie.
Well, I must say your husband has kept his sense of humor, Mrs. Carter. Mrs. Carter, this woman's fainted.
And that was the last thing I heard before the baby was born. The sound of people laughing at Henny. As I stood there and watched him, I somehow began to feel like a fool. And I decided then to leave him. Maybe you won't understand why I'm doing this, Papa. And maybe I can't really explain it except to say that it just wasn't funny anymore. Not funny at all.
You all right, Gene? Boy, I'm sure glad you're out of there. Can I hold the baby?
No, I'll carry her, Henny.
She awake? Hey, Mandy. Mandy, you know you're all paid for?
Courtesy of the city of New York.
Well, I'll write to Mayor Wagner and thank him. Do it tonight. Hey, we ought to get a cab. Taxi! Now be careful getting into it. Careful. Now be careful. Now. 200 West 10th, and take it easy, you know. We got a newborn baby back here.
Right job.
Better check to see if she's breathing.
Of course she's breathing.
Well, it doesn't hurt to check. She's very young. She hasn't had much practice at it. I just take a little peek. Yeah, it's still breathing.
Henny, please.
They're remarkable. Are her fingernails growing?
Of course.
Probably her hair's growing, too, huh?
It is.
fascinating. Just fascinating, like an exact duplicate of a human being.
She is a human being.
Well, of course. Better check her breathing again. Yep, still okay. Hey, buddy, you think I'm funny?
Sorry, mister. Just sort of made me laugh.
There's nothing funny about being a father, you know. You have to check up on things like that.
You sure do.
Yes, sir, boy. Nobody's going to catch me napping. I'm going to stay on the job, make sure those nails keep getting longer and that hair keeps growing and that breathing goes on all the time. In, out, in, out, in, out. Better check that again.
Honey, stop it. Stop it right now. She's not some joke. She's my daughter.
Now, just keep your eyes closed until I open the door. I have a surprise for you. You close your eyes, please?
Henny, I'm exhausted from that climb.
I'm opening it. I'm opening it. Eyes closed. Step in. That's it. Okay, you can look.
Henny, where did all this come from?
Hey, Mandy, open your eyes. Take a look.
Where did all this come from?
Well, I don't know where the crib and the playpen and the bassinet and all those baby clothes came from, but the flowers came from Mr. Pappas. The champagne came from France. I borrowed the champagne buckets and the champagne glasses from the restaurant down. You know, there's no sense buying those things. We hardly use them.
Where'd you get the money for all this?
Well, some of it your mother bought and some of it I bought.
Yes, I can guess the things that you bought with her money.
With American money. Hey, I woke her up. Surprise, Mandy. Surprise. Gene, what's the matter? What's the matter, honey? Gee, both you girls are crying now. What are you both crying about? Don't you like everything? Oh, Gene, I know what I'll do. I'll cheer you up. I'll do that French waiter routine. Remember that time in the restaurant over on Broadway where they really thought I was French? Remember how I started ordering? Asseyez-vous, madame. Est-ce que vous voulez le champagne? Voulez-vous le cake?
Henny! Henny, I'm leaving you.
What'd you say, honey?
I'm taking the baby and I'm going to Evanston to live with my mother. It just hasn't worked out with us, Henny. It didn't matter so much when there was just the two of us. But there's a baby now, and that makes a great difference. You understand what I'm saying?
I catch all the words, but I don't know if I understand what you're saying.
You will after I'm gone. There's just one trouble now that you've spent all the money that my mother gave you. I haven't any money for fare. I'll have to wire Mom for some.
When do you want to go?
As soon as I get the money. It's no use, Henny. You won't ever change, and the baby deserves a real father.
I tell you what. I'll take an oath that I'll stop drinking and gambling and beating up Saturday nights and maybe even Sunday nights.
Henny, I've got to do it.
Well, I'm not finished. I'll even give up all those names I see. Marge, Evelyn, Edith, Sally, Gwen, Mary.
Did I ever say you were a bad husband that way? Did I?
Well, if I don't do all those things, I mean, if I didn't, how could I give them up and improve myself for you? After all, let's face the truth. I'm perfect. Who improves on perfection?
I know you're good, Henny, but I want our daughter to have a father she can admire and respect.
The money thing, huh? Yeah, well, I've batted pretty low. I met an old army buddy of mine. Well, maybe not a buddy, more like an enemy, but he's mellowed since then. He offered me a job.
Oh, not again.
Oh, no flowers or old rubber tires. Selling is what this is. Not door-to-door stuff either, Gene. I mean high-class selling with a salary plus. I'm telling you the truth.
Yes, I know you are. You'll need a new suit. Oh, no, you'll never change. Never.
Couldn't you just stop saying never for a minute? Just for a minute? Look, I'm the kind of person I am. I don't think I'll ever be any different because I don't see what's so terrible about me.
Well, from your point of view, you're right.
I'm not perfect, honey. I know that.
I don't want perfection, Henny.
You, know what you want?
Yes.
And it isn't Henny Carter.
Henny, there's no point talking about it.
Yeah, you're right. The time comes when talk's got to stop. All right, Gene. I'll get the money for you. And you won't have to wire your mother. Unless you want to light her up for Christmas or something. It's a joke.
Yes, I know.
Well, it's no joke what I said about getting the money. I'll get it for you. Right now.
Henny, where are you going?
Going out to get the money for you.
It's snowing out.
It's all right.
Henny?
Yeah?
Button up your coat.
Yes, ma'am.
Henny?
Yeah. It's me, honey.
Well, where have you been? You've been gone nearly 4 hours.
Oh, boy, I'm tired.
You look exhausted. What have you been doing?
Tried to get a cab, but I couldn't. Oh, that snow.
Now, you can't lie down with your clothes on. You're soaked. Let me help you off with that.
Yeah.
Henny, you're perspiring.
I got the money. Here. It's $35. I'm sorry it wasn't more.
What took you so long?
Oh, I'm tired.
Mr. Pappas lend you the money? Did you walk all the way from his place?
I didn't borrow it. I wouldn't want Mr. Pappas to know about us. I'd be ashamed. Not you. I'd be ashamed of myself. Such a flop. Excuse me, Jane. I think I'm going to pass out.
Henny, what's wrong? What happened? Where did you get the money?
Good fare. He's met a leprechaun named Cassidy.
Cassidy? Henny,
I got to sleep, Jane, please.
where did you get the money if you didn't borrow it?
Pocket. Coat pocket.
Where, in your jacket?
Yeah, jacket someplace.
What's this? Crown and Cassidy, is that it?
Mm-hmm.
500cc type A donor Henny card. Fee $35. Henny? Henny?
Hmm?
Did you sell your blood?
Yeah. Whole gallon seems like.
Was it because your friends wouldn't lend you the money?
Hmm?
I said, was it because your friends wouldn't lend you the money that you had to sell your blood?
No. Need friends. I need them. Everybody needs friends, but who needs blood? Only good for cutting yourself when you shave, huh? Excuse me, I'm dead. I'm just dead.
Henny. You're a good man, Henny. You're good. I suppose we've got to live our lives the only way we know how. And your way isn't a bad way, Henny. And for you, it's the only way. A crazy life. But what life isn't? Mandy and I will go the whole way. Henny, can you hear me? Never mind. We've got lots of time now. Thank you, Henry. Thank you for the crazy life.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and Henry Morgan in The Crazy Life by David Karp. It was directed by Ira Ashley and featured Elspeth Eric with Bryna Rayburn, Agnes Young, Madeline Pierce, Louis Van Ruten, Santos Ortega, Carl Frank, and Larry Haynes. The original music was composed and conducted by Milton Kay. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to join us again next week for the premiere broadcast performance of the one-act opera Le Grand Bretèche, based on the immortal Balzac story about the jealousy of a deceived husband, composed by Avery Claflin with libretto by George R. Mills. This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Well, I was the Duke.
Yeah.
So the Duke had to be the baddest one, you know, and I was the Duke, see? And if anybody wanted to get in the gang and they thought they could whip me, why, then they could be Duke, see?
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. William Keneally speaking. You're about to hear an experiment in communication. Communication between a juvenile delinquent and you. The experiment, your reaction. Unless you are a law enforcement officer, a social worker, or a criminal yourself, your knowledge of crime is pretty much limited to what you read in the newspapers. And with each new outburst of hoodlumism, each new outrage against public decency, you, the law-abiding citizen, probably cluck in dismay, murmur that something should be done about it, and turn to the sports or the society page. We, too, think something should be done about it, and perhaps the first thing might be for the law-abiding citizen to meet the criminal. Only chances are he wouldn't talk to you. He couldn't talk to you because you don't talk the same language, and because he doesn't trust you. But he'll talk to another criminal. He'll relax with a fellow ex-con. He has, in what you're about to hear. The boy we call Bobby, alias the Duke, and the man who interviews him are friends. They served time together in San Quentin Penitentiary. The interviewer for forgery, Bobby for grand theft auto. For obvious reasons, their real identities are withheld. But their words come to you with their full knowledge and consent. Because, you see, they too think something should be done about it. Especially Bobby, alias the Duke, who at the age of 23 has already served 10 years of his life in Los Angeles Juvenile Hall, Sheriff's Office Camp 5, the Preston School of Correction, and San Quentin Prison twice. Here's the Duke's story in his own words.
How old were you when you first got in trouble? Well, I don't know. I guess I was around 10 or 11, something like that.
Mm-hmm. What kind of trouble did you get into?
Well, see, in my neighborhood down there, it was during wartime, and all the broads were knocked up, and their old men were overseeing everything, and nobody had much money, living on government pensions. And so we used to go into the markets and stuff, and we used to steal butter and things like that,
Yeah.
We used to sell it to the people in the neighborhood, see?
Mm-hmm. Would they know you stole anything? Or what?
Well, yeah, man. I mean, we used to sell a pound of butter for almost nothing. They had to know, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, like I say, we sold it all the time, and this old lady, we used to sell it to her, too,
Yeah.
So one day she buys about, I don't know, pound, 2 pounds, something like that. And the first thing you know, the cops are out rousting us.
Oh?
Yeah,
What happened? She turned you in?
Yeah, man. After she bought the pound or 2 pounds of butter, whatever she bought, well, then she turns us in, you see. But, I mean, she waited till she bought it, you see.
Yeah. What did the cops say to you?
Well, they give us this bit about, we're going to send you up and all this, and you can't go into supermarkets and steal, and the manager's pressing charges and all this shit,
Did they take you home?
Well, you see, at the time, my mother and father were down in San Diego, and so they had to wait till they get back from the weekend, you see.
What happened when they got back?
Well, my mother was very understanding, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And, but my old man, he was just an asshole, that's all there was to it.
I mean, did he play a big part when he...
Oh, yeah, the fuzz tells him, they say, well, I'm going to leave these boys to you now. You take them home and you take care of them, see? I mean, it's almost like giving them written permission to kill us, you know what I mean?
What did he do? What did he do when you took you home?
Well, man, we got home, and the old lady was sort of blubbering, and everything.
Yeah.
And the old man says, oh, you goddamn hoodlums, and wham, he hits us one, and then he takes off his belt, and he starts beating us with it, and only he beats us with a buckle end, and he cut us up pretty bad. So after he gets tired of that game, he lays down on the couch, you see, and he's sleeping a while, So me and my brother, we go in our bedroom, we pick up this little baseball bat they'd bought us, about 3 foot long, something like that. And I hit him right in the head with it. Wham! As hard as I could, you know what I mean? So then he gets up, you see. And for our punishment, after he belted us around a while, he takes us out in the front lawn, and he makes us mow the lawn. It's about 2 in the morning. We're mowing the lawn from 2 till about 4:30, you see. I mean, that's his idea. You heard the old story, like, there's a right and there's a wrong, then there was his way, you see what I mean?
Yeah, and that was all there was to it. Well, did you ever feel your hate towards him influenced any of your trouble you had? I mean, did that cause you to go out and raise hell?
Yeah, because a lot of time I run against people that were just exactly like him, run across cops that were like him, They were always right, you see what I mean? And I run across different type of people, teachers and so forth. And it was the same type,
The dad Bobby refers to was actually his stepfather, but that made little difference to a boy of 10 who found that the hostile world began in his own home. He was the only dad Bobby ever knew. And how about mother? The psychologist calls this kind of attitude ambivalence.
Well, I don't know what the hell was the matter with the old lady. I guess after my old man died, she sort of just went goofy or something, because to marry, to stay with that jackpot for as long as she did, I don't understand it at all. Listen, I always had all the love and everything in the world. I mean, my mother always loved me. I mean, she wasn't home all the time to love me, you know what I mean? But, I mean, she loved me.
Did you ever buy anything when you were a kid? A bicycle or anything like that? Or...
No, man, all he ever bought me was trouble, that's all.
She wasn't home all the time to love me. He belts us with the buckle end. Such was Bobby's home sweet home. So what about the other side of a young boy's world, school? What would you expect?
Well, I didn't stay in school very long, so I didn't do too
What happened?
Well,
did they kick you out of school or what?
Yeah, well, they had a teacher in school, and it was a lady teacher. Her name was Miss Pendergast, eh?
Yeah.
Well, we used to call her Miss Pain in the Ass, you know.
Oh, yeah?
So one morning, I'm walking down the hall, see, and I say to her, good morning, Mrs. Pendergast, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I sort of, say it fast and sort of slur it like, you see.
Yeah.
Like maybe it sounds like Miss Pain in the Ass, you see. So she says, well, she says, there's the other half of the Hoodlum brothers, you know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, so I belted her. You see what I mean?
You hit her?
Yeah, but I mean, my mother always taught me, we didn't have to take that from anybody, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So then the vice principal calls me down to the office and tells me what I am and what I ain't and so forth, and he kicks me out of school. Well, I mean, I told him.
Yeah.
I told him, I said, listen, what kind of a teacher is that calls you the other half of the Hoodlum brothers, huh?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she couldn't say good morning, Bobby. She has to say something like that. You see what I mean?
Crazy, mixed-up kid? You bet he was. But if they wouldn't teach him at home, and they couldn't teach him at school, there was another institution of learning, the streets.
Any gangs then?
Yeah, we had what they call the Louis Street Boys, see?
How was that?
And, was a gang of us kids in the neighborhood, you know. And,
was that during the war or after the war? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And I was the Duke.
Yeah.
The Duke had to be the baddest one, you know, and I was the Duke, see?
Did you enjoy that kind of position?
Yeah, man. I mean, I had a lot of prestige, you know. I mean, if anybody wanted to get in the gang and they thought they could whip me, well, then they could be Duke, see?
Would you boys fight the war right there in the...
Yeah, man. We used to have a ball there, you know. We had a lot of guineas in our neighborhood, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And, so we had this one, DeSalle was his name, and he used to belong what they call a butcher boys, see?
Oh, yeah?
So they gathered on one side of the street. He was Mussolini's cousin or something, you know what I mean? Yeah, he really was. And he used to stand on a fence with all his boys around him, you know, and he used to say, Viva la Mussolini, see? So I'd stand across the street, you know, with my boys, and I'd say, Mussolini, you know, and we'd charge him, see? Yeah, we'd meet him right in the middle of the street, you know.
How you proved yourself during the war?
Yeah, man. I mean, we kicked the shit on them boys, you can believe that.
You felt that was your way of showing that you were...
Sure, that's right, that I was the Duke, see, you know?
Yeah.
And,
well, in other words, as far as your life, sort of life you led then, you didn't feel any special shame about it, or any guilt, or any...
No, man,
feeling?
because I couldn't, you see. I mean, I was the leader. I had to be it.
How about the kids you led? I mean, did you ever find any kids there that you thought didn't belong? I mean, did you ever feel that you'd like to tell a kid don't get in this kind of life, or did you try to tell a kid to stay away from this kind of...
No, man, hell no. There was nothing matter with that. I mean, I used to take care of my boys, you know what I mean? And what they learned, it was for their own good. I mean, right today, I bet they don't regret it. You see?
Did you have any real bad trouble with Mexico? What happened?
Yeah, that was when I got the 12 stitches in my head.
What was that?
See, we had Annex 1, 2, and 3, you know, and whites and different people used to live in 1, and Mexicans in 2, and the colored people lived in 3, you see? So we used to go over to 2, it wasn't so crowded, and we played pool over there, you know?
Yeah.
It's what they call the recreation hall, you see?
Recreation hall, yeah. What happened here?
Well, the recreation hall, that's where we used to get our marijuana and stuff, you know?
You smoke that stuff?
Yeah, well, not too much, because it made me sick a lot, you know?
Would you feel to have it for me?
Marijuana? No, man, marijuana itself isn't it. You go for marijuana, you want a bigger kick, see, and then you go on the horse or something, you know?
Hey, you're going that stuff?
No, man, I never tried horse, huh? I couldn't see the main line.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned once a long time ago this rough deal you had there with the Mexicans. You had some rough times over there, the pool halls.
Yeah, I was over there one day playing pool on a back table, see?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, these 3 or 4 Mexicans come in, and I'm about to shoot a shot, and this one grabs me and says, "You've been playing long enough, you know?" So I says, "Well, go piss up a rope, Dad, and when I'm tired of playing, then I'll tell you, you know?" So he says, "Just cut out, you know," he tells me, you know. And I say, you know, I tell him, go to hell, you know what I mean? So he just stands there saying, you know, he's got these badasses behind him, you know. So my buddy says, well, maybe you don't understand English, you know. So he says, you tell him in Mexican, see. So I tell him, I say, Palamalavetica, you know, means like, like shove off, asshole, or something like that, you know what I mean? So then they take off, see. So we play a couple more games, you know. And right as you walk out the door into the yard, you know, you hang up your pool stick, see. And man, I look out the door and there's about 6 or 7 of them out there, see.
Yeah.
So I thought, we ain't got but one out, you know, and that's to get out in the yard and maybe get some help, see, from the rest of the gringos, you know. And so they got a big fence there, you know, where this guy used to keep his bottles and stuff in, you know, so we couldn't steal them.
Yeah.
And I figure if we get our back to the fence, you know what I mean? why then, see, we'll be all right, you know. Well, the last thing I remember, I was running for the fence, you know, and I hit a couple of them with a pool stick, and
one got you, huh?
Yeah, in the back of the head, yeah.
What happened? Did you take it to the hospital?
Yeah, man, I had 12 stitches in my head.
How did your folks feel about that?
Well, I don't know, but when I woke up in the hospital, there was my buddy laying beside me, and he was cut up something awful, man.
What's your folks, how they feel about it? Did your dad feel sorry for you finally? Did you hear you all banged up?
Yeah, he felt sorry for me. I'll tell you how he felt sorry for me. See, after they bandaged me up, my head was all wrapped up in gauze and stuff, you know. And so they come and got us, and they took us home, you know. So right away he starts the same shit, you know, the little hoodlum action, you know. So he starts hitting me.
Oh,
I got 12 stitches in my head, and he's belting me around. He don't hit me in the head, of course, you know. I mean, you know, he's a big-hearted, see.
What'd you tell him? Did you try to defend yourself? Did you tell him you were trying to defend yourself?
I told him what happened, and he says, well, you got no right over there anyway. You should be home, see.
So you were wrong in spite of all that, huh?
Yeah, I mean, I'm wrong in defending myself.
Have you ever seen him since?
No. If I ever see him again, man, I'll have to go back for a long time, you see, because I'll kill him, yeah.
Gang fights, marijuana, this is kid stuff. There's a lot more for a growing boy to learn, and there's schools where skills can be quickly acquired and lessons learned that last a lifetime. There's the Preston School of Correction.
Oh, man, Preston, you know, it wasn't like a grade school or nothing, you know what I mean? And they got a lot of guys there that you're supposed to only be 20 or 21, while they were 29, you know, 28.
Was it pretty rough there?
Sure, it was rough, man. Like the first day I'm in, you know, I get my ward and I go down and hit the sack, see? And so I'm laying there straightening my sack away, and this guy comes over and he pats me on the ass, you know, and he says, well, he says, a tender fish, you know?
Yeah.
So I says, listen, man, just keep your hands off me, I says. And he says, a badass, you see? Well, I mean, I had to prove myself right then. You see what I mean? Because if I didn't, the whole rest of the time that I'm there, I have nothing but bullshit. You see what I mean?
I know.
So I kicked him in the nuts, see? And he went down, and when he did, I booted him in the head a couple times. You see? And from then on out, no trouble at all.
You feel Preston helped you anyway? It's called the Preston School of Correction. They correct you?
Yeah, it taught me one thing, man. It taught me that I once again was Duke, you know what I mean? And that I was respected, yes. And then I took care of these people, and it cost them their dessert, and, you know, they used to do favors for me.
The society would ask you to help you to correct you as far as society.
Society? Yeah, I don't know. It helped me all right. I guess I made Quentin afterward, and that helped me.
The Duke has graduated from preparatory school, presumably with honors. He's ready for the university. He can't fail to make it. He's been trained for it.
Well, what was it that got you in San Quentin?
Well, we used to do a lot of joyriding, you know. I mean, we'd go out and pick up a car and ride around for a while. And
so most cars had keys in them, or what?
No, man, we used to hot wire them, you see. Like Fords, you know, why they got a ignition set up where you can stick a quarter or a nickel or something under there and it jumps the wires for you, see.
Oh.
Yeah.
How many cars did you knock off?
Well, see, one night, but you know where Compton is down there?
Yeah.
Well, from Compton to Long Beach, we took 23 cars one night.
This is the hell of it.
Yeah, man, we used to drive them 2 or 3 blocks, you know, and we'd get out and then we'd take another one, you see.
How'd they catch you?
Well, they didn't catch us on that particular caper there. I sold a couple, see, and they were sort of hot on me then, you know.
Yeah.
And then, you know, a couple more joyrides.
How do you sell a car like that? Do you have the blue slip or pictures of that?
No, see, we used to have a fence down there, you know.
Oh, I see.
Say, like, a car was worth maybe $600-700, we'd sell it for $50 or $60, you know what I mean?
Oh, I see.
And then he'd file the engine number off and paint the car.
Yeah, racket.
Yeah.
He made money. You guys didn't make the money. He made the money more.
Yeah, he made the loot, yeah, and we took the chance. That's right.
Well, when you got knocked off and went to court, did the judge have much patience with you, or did you make San Quentin one big...
You know what the judge told me, man? When I went to court, he says, now, he says, I want you to look at yourself, he says. He says, I don't want you to think of the courtroom or the jury. He says, I want you to look at yourself. He says, you're 17 years old. He says, you've been in Camp 5. He says, you've been in Preston. He says, you've got nothing, you've got a record as long as my arm. He says, now, what kind of a life have you led? I mean, you know, he more or less just, he pulled, like my father would say, you know what I mean? He tore me down right in front of the whole thing, and I couldn't hardly protect myself, because whenever I started to say something, he'd tell me to shut up. You see what I mean?
The quality of mercy is not strained. It is an attribute of God himself. And earthly power doth then show like us gods, when mercy seasons justice.
What do you think of Quentin when you got there?
Oh, man, that shook me up something awful.
Like everybody has it to say.
You know what I mean? Like, I don't know, it's hard to explain. Like guys used to tell me when they were in the war, you know, they'd pile out of a one of these little boats that used to pull up, you see. And man, here's all these guns and everything firing at him. Say, well, we didn't have guns firing, man, but I mean, you know, when you see them big gates and you see Q standing there, you figure, well, this is it, Jack. I mean, you know, this is you
done had it, huh?
Yeah, this is it.
Well, when you got inside there, how did you find the place after you got inside the walls, out of the big yard and the people you met?
Man, I mean, it surprised me. You know what it's like? It was like coming back to my neighborhood almost. You know what I mean? I met a lot of guys in it I knew, a lot of guys I graduated from Preston with.
Yeah.
And I met a lot of real fine people in there. I mean, people that publicly are branded killers and so forth, you see.
Did you have any special friends in there, or any special buddy you talked to, or anybody that helped you? Anybody? Did you get anybody there that kind of gave you a list of stuff?
There was one guy that really helped me there.
Who's that?
That was Ben. You remember Big Ben? Yeah, the mayor, yeah.
Ben was all right.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you.
How old was Ben anyway?
Ben, he must be 54, 55.
Ben's up there, I know that.
Yeah, he'll
Did Ben ever tell you some of his experiences, huh?
Yeah, man, he told me about one, well, it was the last caper he pulled, yeah.
Oh, the one day, you mean?
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
He was doing his bank job there.
Yeah.
And it seems that they pulled it off real nice.
Mm-hmm.
And as he was backing out of the bank with the loot, you see, this public-minded asshole, imagine this, comes up and grabs Ben when Ben's got the rod, and he grabs him around the neck, see?
Yeah.
And he tells Ben, he says, this is it, and he starts calling cop. And so Ben tells him, listen, man, he says, I mean, I didn't hear this from Ben. I got it from one of the boys that was with him. It was also in Q.
Mm-hmm.
And Ben tells him, says, listen, man, I ain't got a lot of time to play games. He says, you let go of me. He says, I'm going to blow your head off, see?
Mm-hmm.
So what does the guy do? He keeps hanging on, and he keeps hollering. And Ben tells him one more time the same thing, you know, I haven't got much time, man. And the guy keeps hanging on and keeps hollering, see? So Ben turns around, and he blows the guy's head off. Killed him right there, right in the spot.
And make a life, of course, on that, didn't he?
Yeah, he got life on that.
How did you feel about that?
Well, I don't know how Ben felt, but I felt it was a bad break for Ben. It really was. You know, but I mean, he was doing real well for himself, and then all of a sudden this guy...
How the poor guy got shot?
What poor guy? He was an asshole.
A break for him, too, wasn't it?
Well, I mean, he made his own break. You know, I mean, if you run up and you grab a guy that's got a gun, man, I mean, you figure something's going to happen to you, right?
I suppose so.
So, I mean, let's face it, the guy was... he was an asshole, that's all.
Well, did you feel that the public would look that way? I mean, after all, the guy was trying to defend something he felt was wrong. I mean, he was saving the money in the bank. Or...
he didn't save no money.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't save nothing, man. In fact, he lost a lot. You see, he got his head blown off. I mean, Ben got away with the loot and spent it before they ever caught him. You see? Well, I mean, his name is probably on a wall someplace or something, you know what I mean? Well, it was a bad break for Ben, it really was. Yeah.
Thus, logic, as taught at San Quentin. There are other lofty subjects on the curriculum, philosophy, and morality, for instance.
Well, how about when you stole? I mean, you did a lot of heisting. I mean, do you ever feel guilty about it or bad about taking money from somebody? Or?
Well, here's the way I look at it. I mean, like there used to be some kids, you know what I mean? They're in my block, see, and they had something, and I didn't have it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I used to take it from them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they could go home and get more, you see?
Yeah.
So, I mean, did it hurt them any?
Mm-hmm.
No, it didn't hurt them. It taught them something, see, to stay away from me when they had something, because if they did, I would take it, you know what I mean?
They say we all have a conscience, or it bothers us. Did it bother you?
No, man, I don't think it's people's conscience that bother them. What a conscience is fear, you see, a fear that you're going to get caught and have to do some time for it, you know? That's what a conscience is.
You didn't have that fear since the word, huh?
No, man, I mean, you give that conscience shit. It ain't conscience, Dad. It's fear of getting caught, believe me.
As far as Quentin, the guys you met in there, I mean, do you feel Quentin was an experience for you? I mean, did you learn anything in there since the word?
Yeah, man, I learned a lot in there. I learned that, like Ben used to tell me, if you're going to be a successful thief, play the game by yourself. You see what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because you can either squeal on yourself or that's it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's right. I've heard that philosophy most of the time.
And I also learned, man, if you're going to ever pull something, you know, never with a gun or anything.
You ever get the feeling you want to go back, like a lot of guys do? They get this feeling here, frustration. And
yeah, man, you call it frustration. Call it anything you want. I mean, a lot of times it hit me.
Did you do a hard time with Joan at all?
Well, I done some hard time, you know, like
How about cell time? How about your cell time?
Yeah, cell time's bad time, man. I mean, around Christmas and so forth.
Yeah.
But listen, one thing, you know, like you can lay in a pad at night and you can say to your friend, you can say, listen, man, when I get out, I'm going to have me a new car, and I'm going to have me a fine broad and fine clothes, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm going to have money, see.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you can tell him that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then he in turn can say to you, well, I'm going to have this or that. And you got to believe one another because you're laying right there in a cell, you see.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's a big dream, man, a dream that you build up while you're in there, you know what I mean?
Well, you were better off there sometimes you felt than you were outside?
Yeah, in fact, I was a lot better off, you see, because I had 3 squares and I had all the clothes I could wear. No, man, it wasn't a holiday, but here's the thing. I mean, in my particular case, there's a lot of guys that done a lot of hard time. I was lucky. I had it nice, you see.
Yeah.
In fact, I've had a lot nicer up there than I've had on the outside.
It's like that at every educational institution. There are some students who stay on year after year who prefer the security of the campus to the doubtful opportunities of a hostile world. And this is especially true when the institution is a state penitentiary and the student is a marked man in the outside world.
When I first got out, we got like the unemployment office. They have people, to take care of you and so on. So they send me out to a gas station, see? So I go out there and I say to the guy, I hear you need some help, see? He says, yeah, that's right. He says, I need help real bad. He says, you ever had any experience? And I says, yeah, I had about 2.5, 3 years experience. He says, where at? And I says, well, I used to work in a pool up in San Quentin. He says, geez, he says, why don't you call back in about a week, he says, or 2 weeks, Yeah. The lousy bastard, he had $20 in the till, you know what I mean? And he wanted to protect it.
What shall we do now with Bobby, alias the Duke, graduate of San Quentin, philosopher, moralist, accomplished thief? Write him off as a bad risk? Forget him as a social failure? No. Let's listen to him for a moment more.
I want to ask you about something that everybody else has asked about and preaches about and writes about and has opinions about, this idea of juvenile delinquency. We see kids going in the joint more and more each day. The courts are kind of jail jam with kids. What do you think about it?
Yeah, I'll tell you, you said it right there. They write about it, they preach about it, it's on television, it's on radio, and it's on everything, man, but that's all they do, you know what I mean? You see? I mean, they don't do anything about it, Like you go down to my old neighborhood down in Watts, see, around Juniper Street,
Yeah.
And down there, what do they got down there? They got nothing, man. They ain't got a pot to piss in, see? But you go up to Beverly Hills, and here's some punk got a swimming pool in his backyard, and he got a sports car out in the front yard, and he's got bicycles for his little brothers and bicycles for his little sisters, That's where they put a youth center, see? They don't put it down in Juniper Street, you know what I mean? They put it up in Beverly Hills, see? I mean, they need it up there. Yeah.
Well, how about these... I've heard people say, well, I was raised in the slums. I was kicked around when I was a kid. Yet here I am. I'm making good money. I haven't gone to prison. How about people like... You hear the big success story, Winchell, Eddie Cannon.
Yeah. Walter Winchell,
like Jolson.
Yeah, I heard
Who were in the slums? Who knew the worst of the slums?
Yeah, let's see. Now, let me think now. Walter Winchell and Eddie Cannon and, Al Jolson you named, right? Yeah, well, that's 3, see? Now, man, I can name 400 right here in 5 minutes that are still in the joint that were raised in the slum. You see what I mean? I mean, you name 3, and I can name 3 million that didn't make it.
The environment, the streets, where you're born, that makes a difference, or what?
Sure, man, because you ain't never got a chance. You see what I mean? If you take a little white boy named Smith, and then you take a little colored boy named Smith, I mean, that little white boy's going to get much more breaks. You see, man? I mean, like a lot of kids in my neighborhood, their folks were from Oklahoma, so therefore they're Okies, you see? Or maybe their mother or father's colored, so therefore they're niggers, you see what I mean? The public don't give them a chance, man.
What would you advise a kid nowadays who's growing up to try and go straight if he could?
Listen, man, it isn't if the kid can go straight, it's if the public will give him a chance. You see what I mean?
See.
It's if the public will give him a chance. Well, will you? The forger who interviewed the Duke is still writing. Not bad checks anymore, but radio and television scripts. And the Duke is still interested in motors, especially the motor of the beer truck he's driving to support himself and his young bride. Both men have paid their debt to society, to the public. Will the public give them a chance? Only time and you can tell.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented I Was the Duke, a portrait of a juvenile delinquent, with William Keneally as narrator, and produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Next week, from New York, the Workshop brings you The Big Event, an account of the fateful day in the history of man when the law of averages stopped operating. Every Sunday evening, current events come into sharper focus as prominent Washington personalities are interviewed by a battery of top-flight reporters on the CBS Public Affairs feature, Face the Nation. Hear Face the Nation over most of these same stations tonight. Stay tuned for Suspense, which follows immediately over most of these same stations.
A baby cries. With an inborn brass-bound conviction that he's the hub of the universe, that's Johnny, as he arrives on this mortal stage. That's how he always arrived, down through the ages. The only thing that changes is what we do about him.
Well,
Well, what? What do I do? What does he want? What's wrong? What do I do?
Pick him up.
Let him lie.
Feed him.
Bubble him.
Pick him up.
Let him lie.
Feed him.
Bubble him.
What do I
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Only Johnny Knows, an appraisal of the 3 ages of child raising, written by a mother named Johanna Johnston and narrated by Joseph Julian.
Quite a bit of advice being offered these days on how to raise Johnny. In fact, the racket is deafening. Well, tonight we add to the racket with a calm, cool review of the various ways Johnny has been raised in the past and what that led to, together with an appraisal of what's being done now. But, of course, where that may lead, only Johnny knows. Actually, the story of Johnny down through the ages could be told in terms of Johnny crying, "I want," and the varying responses of his parents to this cry. Sometimes he gets what he wants, sometimes he doesn't.
And the trouble with children today is that they get too much of what they want.
I beg your pardon, who are you?
I'm a disgusted observer.
Oh, yes, of course. I've read many of your letters to the editor in various newspapers.
Children of today think all they have to do is want something, and it's theirs by divine right. No wonder the younger generation is going to the dogs.
You know, of course, that certain observers from the older generation have been saying that about the upcoming generation since time began.
I don't care if they have or not. Look at the facts today. Children are catered to from the moment they're born. Was it that way for our forefathers? Were the men who founded our country brought up that way?
Very nicely timed. We're just going to take a brief look at the situation as it was 200 years or so ago, when our forefathers were being raised. Let's take Johnny's prime desire down through the ages, the desire for food, which he made known in the customary way 200 years ago. Mother was right at hand, baking, brewing, or making candles, because Johnny's cradle was right in the kitchen, the chief room in the farmhouse. Granny wasn't far away either, just over by the fire, spinning.
Sounds like the baby's hungry again, Mariah.
Oh, what a pig he is. Not half an hour ago I was feeding him, and now he's hungry again. Never mind then, Johnny. If you're wanting to eat again, you shall have what you want, my lamb. Here we go. There we are. That's right.
There wasn't any hesitation back then about giving Johnny what he wanted when he set up that well-known hunger cry.
And that's just as it should be, exactly.
Well, now, another voice, and this one belongs to...
a modern mother. And it's obvious your disgusted observer doesn't know that the modern way of feeding Johnny is no different at all from the old way. We just call it the self-demand system today.
I see. I'm glad there's something about the old ways that appeals to a modern mother. The pity it doesn't go farther. They may have spoiled Johnny a little back then when he was a baby, but it didn't go on and on as it does today.
It isn't a question of
All
spoiling
right, now,
him.
just a minute. Let's see what did happen back then. We're looking in on Johnny now as he was 200 years ago, during the early era of child raising in this country. Those were the days when life was centered mainly on the farm or a small shop in the village. Our Johnny, back in 1750, lives on a farm. He's 2 now, proud of his first steps. This morning he's been out by the barn where Grandpa's mending harness and keeping an eye on him. Towards noon, he begins to be restless.
Mama, go see Mama.
Hey, not right yet, Johnny. Suppose you hand me. Nay, wait up there. You ain't going to the house yet a while.
Mama, Mama.
Stop it. You want a good cuffin'? Oh, wait a bit. There's a mite of rum left in the tankard, and here 'tis on the crosspiece. Here, have a swig of rum, Johnny.
Rum? Was he offering the child rum?
I'd like a little explanation myself.
Well, everybody drank in colonial America. Rum, brandy, some kind of spirits, even the Puritans. As far as Johnny was concerned, after he'd had it a few times to quiet him, He often set up a real self-demand for it.
But that's outrageous, giving a child strong spirits.
Well, life was hard back in those days, and liquor helped. Nobody knew any reason Johnny shouldn't have its benefits, too. But let's get back to Johnny. There was a good reason why Johnny couldn't have Mama's attention that morning. Before too long, Granny came out with the news that the Lord had safely delivered Johnny's mother of a girl child. Johnny wasn't much impressed until later, when Granny carried him back into the big kitchen.
My bed, baby, in my bed.
Nay, Johnny, it's baby's sister's bed now.
No, my bed.
Shush, you'll wake the baby, Johnny. You will be sleeping in the trundle bed now. Big boy that you are. Come away from the cradle now.
No, my bed.
Shush, the baby.
I don't
Oh, dear, the little one's wakened.
Stop it, Johnny.
Oh, Mother, do not be harsh. He doesn't realize.
'Tis time he was learning then. It may be hard finding out he is cock of the roost no longer, but 'tis the way of the world, and that's that. Leave him to me, daughter.
And that was how they apprised Johnny of the fact that he wasn't the hub of the universe back in those early days of child raising. I am, he cried, I want. You're not, they said, and you can't have, and that's that.
Fine. Perfect. If there was a little more of that today, Johnny would be better off.
Better off? Would you feel better off if you walked into your office one morning and found yourself fired? No explanation, no warning, nothing?
Well, no.
The thing is, they loved Johnny back then. They wanted to do what was best for him, just as we do now. Why didn't they cushion the blow for him?
The Lord has ordained that this world be a vale of trial and testing. Pain and hardship are part of his plan. Above all else, my soul, learn obedience to God's will.
A good many terrible things happened in those days. Plague, pestilence, and famine swept the world without anyone knowing why or what to do. And Johnny had to learn to accept the things that happened as a result of God's will. They were training him to resignation.
Oh, dear, it's so sad.
Well, let's see if there weren't compensations for poor little pushed-aside Johnny in this early era of child raising.
So, Johnny, a big boy like you mustn't stand idle. While all else are busy, come help Granny grind the corn.
Come, Johnny, fetch the basket to Mother, and then you can start untangling the flax for spinning.
You can work the churn for a while now, Johnny, while Granny gets on with the candle making.
Those were the days when a dog-eared almanac hung on a nail on a wall. Industry makes all things easy, poor Richard said. There are no gains without pains. And the used key is always bright. Well, there was plenty to keep Johnny bright. Soon he was old enough to go out in the fields with his father.
So, Johnny, like this. The corn down in the hole. So far, no farther. And the earth back over it. That's right. Sure, you'll be taking over the planting for me in no time.
So Johnny got back a bit of importance once he resigned himself. He might not be the hub of the universe, but every day there was proof that he was a very solid, important little wheel.
Very good. Very good indeed. I like that. But I suppose our modern mother thinks it's awful and poor Johnny's being overworked.
No, indeed. My Johnny has his share of chores, believe me.
Like what?
Oh, why, like taking bottles back to the store and, well, emptying waste paper baskets.
Just as I thought. Real back-breaking labor.
All right, now let's hang on to our perspective. The fact is, the machine has done away with most of those vital household chores that used to keep Johnny so busy. And could be some of that endless drudgery of life back then kept him too busy.
Voted not to have schooling this winter. Voted no money to be appropriated for schools on account of building the meeting house.
Schooling was one of the least important aspects of Johnny's life back then. When a schoolmaster was hired in the village near Johnny's home, Johnny would trudge off at dawn each morning to be at the schoolhouse by 6. Once there, for 3 pence a week, he could learn to decipher the mysteries of one of early America's most famous textbooks, the New England Primer.
In Adam's fall, we sin it all. Heaven to find, the Bible mind. Christ crucified, for sinners died.
For a few pence more, he could learn ciphering, the rule of three, the double rule of three. And that was about it.
You mean that was all the schooling he had?
That was it. Unless his parents had dreams of his growing up to be a minister.
No history? No geography?
Geography? That was a diversion for a winter's evening, when Grandpa sat by the fire and told tales of his youthful journeyings, or Granny remembered old legends.
And so Dick Whittington went to London, a great city in England, that is, and he heard the Bow bells ringing, and clear as anything he heard the bells say, "Turn again, Whittington, thrice Lord."
But always, before the evening ended, there was Father.
All right, enough this yarn spinning, or the young'uns will forget the Lord put us here not for vain indulgence, but to work for his glory. We will kneel now for prayers.
And that was how Johnny was raised back in the early age of child raising, all geared to one goal.
You know what we want for you, Johnny? That you grow up to be a good, God-fearing man like your father and his father before him. It's you, Johnny, who'll be farming this land someday. You want to do as good a job as your father, don't you?
The goal was the status quo. It was the stay-put era of child raising. And it had worked with variations for thousands of years, from the dawn of time till the Industrial Revolution, punctuated, of course, by certain outcries.
What's this I hear about you spending all your time with those wild radicals in the village, Johnny? And this book I found under your mattress, Thomas Paine's Common Sense. Fine common sense he shows, inciting folks to violence. In my day, there wasn't all this reading. But nowadays, why, the younger generation is going to the dogs.
Going to the dogs? But that's ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. Why, that's the generation that went on to fight the Revolution, write the Constitution, found the United States.
Yes, indeed. All very worthwhile projects from our point of view. But all Johnny's parents could see was the fact that Johnny wasn't staying put. It really upset the status quo.
It wasn't a bad upbringing, though, in lots of ways. Plenty of love and affection when Johnny was little. A real place in the household.
Yes, in lots of ways it looks pleasant from this distance. But it ended, and pretty abruptly, too, here in America. It just wouldn't work anymore when that other revolution, known as the Industrial Revolution, began to sweep away all the old patterns of life. Work left the home for the factory. Young men left the farm for the city. Suddenly, it was a brand new world in which Johnny was being raised. Only Johnny himself sounded the same. Now, let's look in on him in the 1870s, when the new era of child raising was well underway. He's in a room of his own now, upstairs in a brownstone house in the city. Yes, Johnny sounds the same, but the rules are different.
Oh, dear, what is it? What's wrong, Johnny?
All right now, Mary. He's been fed, hasn't he?
Oh, yes, John, just half an hour ago. So I really don't know. Maybe he didn't get enough. Maybe.
Maybe. If he got the usual amount and there's nothing else wrong, no pin sticking him, then there's no doubt about what you do now. Leave him to cry it out.
Oh, but John...
Didn't you study that book I brought home for you at all, Mary? Have you no memory of the passage dealing with just this sort of struggle for mastery?
I remember it, John, but he's so little now.
At such a juncture with the infant, in order to determine the master and firmly establish authority, it will be necessary to employ vigorous measures. Vigorous measures, Mary. It doesn't matter how little he is. He's simply trying to assert his will over ours, and it won't do. I'll leave him alone now, Mary, and let him learn who's master right now, once and for all.
And that's how they answered Johnny's need for love and attention in this new era? Oh, I just can't bear it, that's all.
What's so wrong with it?
What's wrong? He cried. They went away and let him cry, let him feel small and helpless and alone in a huge, unfriendly world. Oh, how could they be so cruel?
Well, one thing's sure, they weren't trying to be cruel. The world did become very huge when the tight family unit was scattered from the farm. Crying about it, crying for the things he wanted from this new world, never did Johnny's father any good. Now he was showing Johnny it wouldn't do him any good either.
I still say it's awful.
Well, it wasn't all frustration for Johnny. He was the son and heir. Life might have rules, but he was quite a little kingpin even so. Until, of course, after a couple of years, the inevitable happened.
My, such a beautiful little girl, my dear. Oh, how proud young John must be of such a lovely little sister. Come, Johnny, tell me, do you not find her utterly delightful?
No.
No? Johnny, think what you're saying.
All anybody does around here now is gush over her. Ain't she pretty? Ain't she sweet?
Now, Johnny.
Somebody has their nose out of joint.
Oh, no, not really. Johnny knows he's our little man. He loves to protect his sister.
I do not. I like to smash her.
Johnny, where did you ever learn such wickedness? Your father will deal with you when he gets home. Now, you go to your room at once, you wicked, sinful...
Wicked, sinful? Oh, she shouldn't have said that. She shouldn't.
There speaks the modern mother, all right. And suppose he'd smashed his sister. That wouldn't seem wicked to you either, I suppose.
In the first place, he wouldn't have smashed her. He was just talking out his perfectly natural resentment. But did his parents accept it as natural? No. They told him it was sinful, filled him with guilt. Oh, why?
Well, once again, they didn't do it to be cruel. Back in the 1870s, they wanted to be sure Johnny had a very active, well-developed conscience. A conscience that would steer him away from wrong wherever he might go. And Johnny had a long way to go back then.
All right, Johnny, let's hear you read today's lesson.
There was a little boy whose name was Harry. His parents sent him to school. Now, Harry was not like
Idle. And I'm afraid it's a word that applies to you. A great boy of 8, and he stumbles over a word like idle. Oh, go on.
Idle John. He loved his book and was first in his class. One morning, his mother called...
And so on, all through Lesson 56 in McGuffey's Second Eclectic Reader. And all to very grudging approval indeed.
Not too bad, Johnny. But you must work harder yet at your lessons if you're not to be like Idle John.
Only that night, talking to Johnny's mother, it was a different story.
He's smart as a whip, Mary. He's going to make his mark in the world. I have plans for that boy, Mary. Big plans. This nation is growing, and Johnny's going to grow with it. There's just no limit to where he can go, what he can be in the future.
No, not much doubt about what to call this era of child raising. It was the get-ahead era. All the browbeating, all the discipline, all the loneliness had their purpose. Life was a fight to get to the top. Johnny was being trained.
What's this I hear about champagne suppers? Trips to New York where you've been seen with, well, dare I call them young ladies? Is this how you throw away the hard-earned money I send you for an education? What is the world coming to? Why, the younger generation is going to the dogs, that's all. To the dogs.
Going to the dogs, but that's ridiculous. The boy was just having his fling. We all have our flings. Then we settle down and do what's expected.
Well, it's perfectly plain by now that this is the era of child raising that our observer really likes.
Why not? It produced the men who made this country great. The men who built the railroads, the skyscrapers, the industries that are the marvel of the world.
Yes, and it also produced a legion of lonely, bitter men who weren't able to be the big successes that would have justified everything. Men who took out the frustration of their failure on their children. Children who wound up in their turn in institutions or on a psychiatrist's couch.
Certainly there are always going to be a percentage who are too lazy or incompetent to succeed.
No, that isn't the answer. Everybody can't be president. There isn't room for everybody at the top.
No, that's true. There isn't. And that fact has caught up with us and brought us smack into the modern era and a whole new point of view about raising Johnny.
You can't spoil your baby by feeding him when he's hungry. comforting him when he's miserable. Enjoy and love your baby. He doesn't have to be sternly trained.
And that, of course, is Spock talking. Benjamin Spock, M.D., one of the chief voices of the modern era of child raising.
A mother will be all right if she is flexible and adjusts to the baby's needs. Study your child. He knows when he's hungry and needs cuddling.
Spock again. His book on baby and child care has sold over 9 million copies in regular and pocketbook editions. And the same doctrine is being preached by hundreds of other experts. So far as Johnny's prime demands for food and attention are concerned, there isn't any doubt about the answer today. Well, now let's take the second threat to Johnny's inborn conviction that he's the hub of the universe.
As a modern mother, I'll be only too glad to tell you just how my husband and I handled that. We started preparing Johnny for Susie's arrival long before she was born. We told him all about how the baby was growing inside me.
Good heavens, are there no sanctities left?
He could hardly wait for me to go to the hospital and come back with his baby.
His baby?
But even with all this preparation, there was bound to be a period of adjustment when the baby was actually there.
Yeah. Shut up. You keep on like that and I'll smack you one.
Now, Johnny, did you ever hear Daddy and me talk that way to you? You don't really want to smack Amy.
Amy, I hate that name. I won't call her that.
Well, what would you like to call her, dear? Did you have a name all picked out? Oh, dear, did Daddy and I? We should have asked you.
Susie. Call her Susie.
All right, we'll call her Susie. And now, let's pick up Susie and give her something to eat. She's hungry.
I'm hungry. Feed me.
All right, dear, I'll feed you, too.
Pick me up, too. I want to sit in your lap.
But, darling, I'm holding Amy. Susie.
I want to sit.
All right. I guess I can hold both. There. Amy, darling.
Her name's Susie.
Yes, dear. Please don't kick. I'm trying to get Susie's bottle.
I want a bottle.
But, darling, there isn't.
I want a bottle.
All right, dear, all right.
Yes, indeed. That's exactly how it is today. And if there was ever a more disgraceful performance...
Disgraceful? I was working as hard as I've ever worked in my life to show Johnny that nothing could change my love for him. He was and always will be as important as ever.
Oh, my, yes. Make sure Johnny keeps his sense of importance, whatever the cost. Make sure that when he yells, I want, he's never frustrated. Fine preparation for a world that's never been more full of things for him to want.
Yes, that's true. We live in quite a different world today than did Johnny of the 1870s. The industrial boom was just getting started then. But now...
Make sure your child has the latest. Johnny will love this miniature steam shovel.
How about a model crate?
A spaceship, streamlined bicycle, jet-propelled beanie.
A pup tent. A swimming pool.
But wait, has he got a cowboy outfit? Give him the thrill of his life. Get him his own Superman costume.
Robin Hood. Hop along. Space Cadet.
Wow, have you tasted it, kid? Crispy, crunchy, it's super delicious.
Smooth and creamy, bubbling, sparkling, nutty, yum! Ask Mom for a case today. A loaf.
A bag, a box, a carload!
And that, of course, as every parent knows, is only a brief sampling of the thousands of voices calling their wares to Johnny today. Our country lives by full production, and the only way to keep up with the tide is by constant consumption. Johnny is a brand new market.
A brand new market, already conditioned by his mother here to want every senseless, idiotic thing that's offered him, whether it bankrupts the family or not.
No, it doesn't work like that.
No, how could it work otherwise? Everywhere he turns, Johnny gets just one idea. Life is a carnival put on for his amusement.
Be sure to listen tomorrow, kids, for another action-packed adventure when Two-Gun Tompkins, Four-Gun Fergus, Six-Gun Slocum rides again.
Yes, sir. As a disgusted, objective observer, I say, Johnny thinks he has to be entertained all the time today. Fun, fun, fun! That's all children expect out of life these days. Is it any wonder we have juvenile delinquents?
Now, stop. Stop right there. Here's where you observers get everything twisted. Children get into trouble and become delinquents when they're not given the love and affection my Johnny gets. It's only when they feel deprived of love that they steal and grab and try to get even with a cruel world.
And that, of course, is the crux of the whole modern theory of child raising. A theory that's grown out of the economy of abundance. A happy, satisfied child doesn't grab at everything in sight. He doesn't need it.
That's it. That's it exactly. Because Johnny's earliest needs were satisfied, now he can resist some of the pressures.
I see. And does he?
Well, of course, he's young still, and naturally...
And he doesn't. He yells he wants this. He yells he wants that. Oh, don't tell me. I've been observing this modern generation for quite a while now, and I know where it's going.
Do we know where Johnny is going? Let's see if we can sum up this era in the same terms we summed up the others. What is our modern mother's goal for Johnny?
I can tell you that. We want him to be happy.
Happy? What sort of a goal is that? Happy? How? Just doing nothing? What's he going to do? What's he going to be?
We hope he'll be happy, whatever he does or whatever he is.
And aside from that, you haven't an idea in the world of where he's heading, have you? Well, I know.
Do you really want to say it? After all that's gone before?
I do. The younger generation is
After all
going...
the times it was said before in other eras?
There weren't any of them like this one, where Johnny's the unchallenged hub of the universe, and nobody has any goal for him at all. He's going to the dogs.
2 points of view. And only the future can end the stalemate. And who can predict that? Only one thing's sure about Johnny's future. One fine day, he'll be a father in his turn, and it will be his problem to cope with another little creature with an inborn, brass-bound conviction that he's the hub of the universe. Figuring out what to do about his child, he may assess what was right and what was wrong about his own upbringing. He may even have some pet name for our present-day era. Certainly I haven't, because when it comes to what to call it, only Johnny knows.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and Only Johnny Knows, written by Johanna Johnston, with music composed and conducted by Charles Paul, and produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Joseph Julian was heard as the narrator, Catherine Anderson as the modern mother, and Jackson Beck as the observer. Also included in the cast were Mary Patton, Ian Martin, Sarah Fussell, Joe Helgeson, Ed Prentice, Lawson Zerby, Nell Harrison, Ethel Owen, and Ruth Tobin. This is Gaylord Avery inviting you to join us next week when, from Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop presents Dissertation on Love, a not-too-serious analysis on the universal subject of romance by distinguished French, English, and American authorities. For fuller convention coverage, stay with this station on the CBS Radio Network.
Well, Dr. Manning, I've done all a surgeon can for him. I mended his ankle, healed his back, straightened his arm, patched his scalp. But now he refuses to leave the hospital. He even refuses to get up out of bed. He just lies there, staring at the ceiling, muttering strange words. Molly, secretes, vapor vacuums, crawl spaces, and snakes.
Snakes?
Wire snakes. That's why I called you, Manning. Pete Bolton needs a psychoanalyst. He even claims he was hit by a boat while standing in a concrete driveway.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, a psychological examination of the man who forms the backbone of a $12 billion industry, the man in the gray flannel overalls, an account dedicated to those of you who do it yourself.
As my colleague, Dr. Forster, had promised, I found Pete Bolton lying flat in bed. The ambulance driver confirmed the fact that Pete claimed his physical injuries, now healed, had arisen from a boat striking him.
So help me, Doc, the nearest water for miles around was a fish pond in his backyard.
Pete was a clean-cut-looking man in his middle 30s. His smile of greeting was pleasant, but he gripped the sides of his bed tightly as I walked over to him. Mr. Bolton?
That's right.
I'm Dr. Manning. Dr. Forster suggested that I come and talk with you.
Yes?
I want to talk to you about those snakes.
Snakes?
The wire ones.
Oh, those. Well, you better watch out for those, Doc. Better sell that house of yours right now.
The house?
Well, don't you own a house? A little hideaway, a hunting cabin someplace?
Well, I do have a retreat for a few of my patients.
How long have you had it?
Not long. I just took it over.
Well, then give it back. Give it back, Doc. Because they'll come, Doctor. They'll come. The wire snakes. Someday, a drain will stop up. You won't be able to get a plumber. You'll have to clean out that drain. Just simple things at first, but then you'll go on from there. You'll become one of them, like I was. A do-it-yourselfer. Then the roof falls in.
In the medical journals, I had noted the profession's growing shock at the havoc wrought by the do-it-yourself movement on the human body, the nationwide surge of smashed thumbs, sawed-off fingers, broken legs from falls off roofs and scaffoldings. I had noted the insurance company's rising alarm at fires from amateur wiring, floods from amateur plumbing, inadvertent burials from amateur excavations. As I began my talks with Pete Bolton, trying to ascertain what traumatic shock kept him pinned to his bed, I learned about the drives that send the men and women of modern America, some say 40 million of them, to paint, plaster, build, construct, pave, insulate, saw, hammer, and bore holes with an enthusiasm formerly reserved for the flag and mother. When Pete joined this vast army of do-it-yourselfers, he hadn't touched a tool since he took a required course in manual training in the 8th grade. Since his marriage, he had had 2 promotions at the bank in which he was employed, but he and Helen were still living in their small, rented living room, bedroom, and bath apartment.
Pete, have you seen that book of the month?
Which month?
This month, the book that came today.
Oh, what's the name of it?
How should I know? I couldn't find the little slip of paper to send back saying we didn't want it.
You know, someday we've got to settle down and organize this love nest.
No, I never can find a thing anymore.
Books piled on top of everything.
Guest towels in the trunk down in the storage room. Every time we have a guest, I have to find the superintendent and get a key. We just had an extra shelf or 2.
Oh, I don't know where we'd put a shelf.
Well, we have that little alcove beside the fireplace.
Well, if you can pick up a bookcase that'll fit in there.
Pete, that would look horrible.
What would?
A bookcase stuck in that alcove. Well, there should be shelves built in.
Built in, huh? Okay. Ask the super what they cost.
I already have $78.
What?
Yeah, I knew you'd say that.
Well, we're not asking him to build a whole new apartment house. Just a couple of shelves.
He says carpenters have gone up.
Well, let him stay up. I'll do it myself.
In most areas of the United States today, the cost of materials for a home, an extra bathroom, or a new electric outlet is 1/4 to 1/3 the total cost. The rest goes for labor. Today, the workman, looking toward Social Security, guaranteed annual wage, and health benefits, prefers year-round work with the mass housing contractor, the airplane factory, the glamorous fields of radio, television, and electronics. So the handyman, a vanishing American in most communities, knows where he can do better and charges accordingly. But while the high cost of labor may be a factor for the enormous rise of do-it-yourself since World War II, Pete Bolton was to reveal even deeper psychological reasons.
Yes, sir? What can we do for you?
Oh, I want some boards for a shelf.
What kind of wood?
I got some mahogany. My wife thinks mahogany would look nice.
How much mahogany do you want?
Oh, 4 or 5 pieces. About this wide, about so long. Also, a hammer and some nails.
2, 4, 6, 8, or 10 penny. Clout, wire, galvanized, steel cut.
What's that, Esperanto?
Ways of ordering nails.
Oh, look, if you're going to make it tough for me, Okay, I'm sorry.
Ever put up a shelf before?
What do you think?
Oh, we get some like you every day.
Honestly?
Simple shelf builders as well as experts who want to panel a rumpus room.
Oh, it's just a small apartment. We have to rumpus where we can.
Take a look over here. Looks like a supermarket, doesn't it? Do-it-yourself kits for everything. Hi-fi, radiator covers, storage walls.
Wow.
Out back in our lot, we've got several big kits for prefabricated houses.
Oh, yes, but don't you have any plain old boards?
I won't sell you a board or even a nail until you take this rule. Go home and measure for the wood you need, then come back and I'll sell you some good white pine, not mahogany.
Oh, but my wife...
Bring your wife and I won't sell her mahogany. It's too expensive. Now, you don't need it for shelves. I'll sell you just what you need and only what you need. Who knows? Someday you may want to buy one of our prefab, split-level, ranch-type 12-room houses complete with sod for 3 acres of lawn.
How's it going, dear?
Oh, it's coming. It's coming.
Well, you've done wonders. One shelf up already, and you've only been working 3 hours.
All these doggone nails won't go into the wall.
Maybe you should have bought a sharper kind of nail.
Oh, sure. Yeah, going all over the whole store. Tested each nail with my finger.
Wow, it's going to look beautiful. What are those chunks on the floor?
Oh, it's plaster.
Plaster?
Well, every time I hit a nail, a chunk falls out.
Well, the landlord will be wild.
I'll have to get a plaster in, I guess. Well, hang it all. Don't stare. You wanted these shelves.
I wanted them. You offered to build them.
Shh. Somebody at the door.
Well, naturally, all this pounding after midnight.
Hi, my name's Kennelly. Live next door. Heard you hammering.
Oh, I am sorry, Mr. Kennelly. Did we wake you?
Wake me? No. My wife and I were working in the apartment. Finally, I said, Erna, somebody's doing it yourself. This I gotta find out about.
Oh, I was just putting up some shelves.
Say, I put some in our apartment in the same place 2 years ago. Boy, till I tell Erna, my wife, if she's still on top of the desk.
If she's where?
On top of the desk. We're painting the ceiling of the apartment tonight. Holy smoke, you've made hash of that plaster. What kind of nails are you using?
Oh, these?
Aren't they the right kind, Mr. Kennelly?
You should have told him at the store you were going into plaster. I'll go get some of the right kind and Erna. By the time you fix drinks for everybody, I'll be back.
You don't need to trouble.
Trouble? We're friends now. All a do-it-yourselfer has to do is knock once with a hammer, and he'll get friends from 60 miles away. Okay, Pete, this side, and that's it.
There she goes.
Okay, boy, knock her into place while I call the little woman, and we'll all have a drink. Helen! Hey, Helen, come and look what we've got.
Alex, Kennelly, you'll have the landlord here shouting like that.
Take a look, Helen.
How do you like it, honey?
Finished them. You made my shelves.
Pete made them with his own little hands.
Oh, well, shucks, who told me about the nails? Brought his power saw so I could...
They are beautiful, really professional. They're so beautiful, and you've worked so hard.
Oh, hey, now, honey, don't cry. It was nothing, really.
Yes, it was. It was working all day at the bank and staying up half the night to build my shelves.
Well, I got a kick out of this, honey, honest. Well, I felt just like old Daniel Boone and Abe Lincoln and the other pioneers building log cabins. What's the matter? What are you staring at now?
Nothing, dear.
Yes, you are. You're staring at the shelves. Isn't she, Alex?
Huh? Oh, I was just pouring drinks for the three of us for a toast.
I think you and I should toast Pete, Alex.
Oh, not till you tell me what you're staring at about those shelves. What's wrong with them, Helen?
Nothing, except...
Except what?
Well, I was thinking we'll have to paint them.
Well, sure we'll have to paint them.
But don't you see, dear, if we paint the shelves, it'll make the rest of the room positively dingy.
Hey, haven't you kids painted with rollers? It's a cinch. Erna and I'll show you.
Well, Rembrandt, here I come.
the old gray room.
She ain't what she used to be, ain't what she used to be, ain't what she used to be. The old gray room, she ain't what she used to be. Now she's painted green.
Okay, everybody, let's gather up the paint cloths, wash the brushes, move the furniture back, and then we'll have champagne in our new living room.
Oh, boy, have we had fun these last 2 weeks.
When are you going to paint the rest of your apartment, Helen?
Oh, I don't know, Ern. I'm sort of tired these days. We thought maybe we'd wait.
Say, you know what you ought to get? An electric paint sprayer.
An electric paint sprayer?
Terrific! Goes... You do your walls, ceilings, furniture in half the time.
Oh, dear, somebody heard us singing.
I'll see who it is. Well, good evening, Mr. Peabody.
I beg to differ, Mr. Bolton. It's morning and no time to be singing in my apartment house.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Peabody. I'm terribly sorry.
Now, look... What's happened to this room?
Well, that's what we were singing about. We just finished painting it.
I presume you're responsible for this, Mr. Kenley?
Well, now, Mr. Peabody,
Haven't I had enough trouble with you in your apartment without your invading a second apartment of my building? I suppose he gave you permission to paint your walls, Mr. Bolton.
Well, no, we just...
Do I smell rubber-based paint? I do. You know what this means?
Uh-oh.
Well, you may Mr. Kenley. I don't suppose you told these people rubber-based paint on the walls of this apartment is permissible only if the tenant guarantees to have it scraped off and 2 coats of oil paint put on when they move.
Look, they had the rubber base already bought before
And you've added bookshelves, I say. Uh-huh. Nailed or screwed in, Mr. Bolton?
Why, nailed?
Nailed. You know what that means in any apartment building. The shelves belong to the landlord. Section 182, shelves, cabinets, valances, and other elements of decoration become the property of the landlord unless fastened by the use of screws.
All right. We'll get our use out of them the next couple of years. We'll take care of the painting.
Pete, we can.
Why not, honey?
Where are we going to store all the extra paint and the ladders and the brushes and the cloths?
Why, right where we're storing the tools. Corner of the bedroom. Till I build that storage cabinet.
There isn't going to be any room for a storage cabinet. I'm going to need a crib.
Yeah, crib? Oh, darling. You mean it? Well, the heck with a crib. Now we can build a house.
By recalling these first adventures in do-it-yourself, Pete had gained an insight into the Oedipal drive that led him to emulate the pioneer forefathers. Modern man no longer wrests a harvest from the earth. He puts his hand in the food freezer or opens a can. He no longer levels the forest to build a cabin and gets logs for the fire. He rents an apartment and pounds on the pipes for more heat. Yet, deep in his subconscious, he knows he is the natural child of the pioneer. Therefore, he turns to this new field of do-it-yourself, striving to prove he is as good a man as his forefathers were. Pete, tell me about building the house now.
Well, it's a funny thing, Dr. Manning. Mm-hmm. We didn't build one. We bought one.
Oh?
A nice one, outside of town. Room for young Susan to have her nursery.
Mm-hmm.
Big yard. Oh, really nice, if a little old-fashioned.
You gave up do-it-yourself?
Almost completely. For a couple of years.
And did you give up the Kennelys, too?
Well, they gave us up, you might say. I can't blame them. See, they bought a lot across from us and built a house.
Uh-huh.
Alex was pretty sore when I wouldn't put on a miner's lamp and help him with the plumbing and wiring after dark. Erna said Helen let her down with the plastering. We didn't speak to each other for a year. Then one night when I came home from work... Helen? Helen, what are you doing?
Oh, Pete, I wanted to finish before you came home. I just couldn't stand the squeak in that next to last step any longer.
Well, it squeaked ever since we moved in.
Wake Susan up.
Oh, no, Susan's nursery's way down the hall. Helen, you're not looking at me. What's up?
Well, honey, don't be angry. I asked the Kennelys over for a drink tonight.
Oh, you did?
Please. It's the way Erna looks at Susan every time I take her out in the stroller. I know she wants to see her and hold her, and finally today... Well, we were such good friends.
Oh, yeah, I know. I can feel Alex's eyes on me, too. From his roof, from his new terrace, from his new sun porch, bedroom window, the chimney, the cellar window, wherever he's working. You know, it was tough when he was just building that house. Now they've started remodeling.
I just couldn't let them up to Susan's nursery with that stair shrieking.
Oh, of course you couldn't. Here, give me that hammer.
Very nice. Well, it's a good house you've got, Pete, a good house. Of course, if you wanted to put in an hour or two and shore up your front porch, you know...
how about another drink, Alex?
Huh? Oh, well, I don't know. Erna and I have to go back and pour some concrete tonight.
Alex is putting a new wing on the house. We have to extend the basement.
Haven't you seen our concrete mixer? It's a cinch. Hook it up to the power, throw in the sand and gravel. Why don't you two kids come on over and see it
We
work?
can't leave little Susan.
Oh, that's right. They're family folks now, Alex.
Why don't you go over with them, Pete? I'll stay with Susan.
Yeah, how about that, Pete?
Well, no, I think I ought to stay here.
Oh, why not, Pete? Helen can come over tomorrow while you stay with the baby.
Look, I've got an even better idea. Why don't you two come over for early supper tomorrow and bring the baby?
Why, yes. Now, you can't say no to that. And then we can show you the whole house, concrete mixer and all.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, I know.
No what?
Well, this darn stair still creaks.
Well, not half as loudly as before you fixed it yesterday.
You know, honey, we went from cellar to attic in Alex's house, and not one stair creaked. And the windows open without breaking your back. And their cellar's dry.
And that beautiful kitchen of Erna's.
Oh, yeah.
Honey, you wouldn't think of doing all that electric wiring yourself.
Well, darn it, I'd like to be able to use the toaster without dimming every light on the first floor.
Could we have a light over the sink?
Well, sure. Well, I think so, anyway. Come on, let's look.
Hey, you got it, boy? Push that BX a little harder, son.
Okay.
I gotta have enough wire to reach the outlet by the sink.
Helen, watch it. You've got your ladder right against the cord to my drill.
Pete, stop that saw for a moment! Pete! Pete, you've just got to put down that saw and come upstairs for a minute. Erna's got Susan on top of the stepladder painting the nursery ceiling.
So it went, Dr. Manning. So it went. Then, Dr. Manning, 18 months later, the house was painted inside and out. Helen had her modern kitchen. We had a new bathroom. I'd insulated the house, shored up front porch, and... Oh, would you believe it, Doctor? Beyond a few cuts and scrapes and nicks, well, Helen and I had never been happier in our lives. Now, there was a lot to be said for do-it-yourself. And I suppose we'd still be at it, but... Well, something snapped when I got sidetracked onto that boat. It was a small 8-foot pram, pre-cut, complete down to the last screw. A child of 10 can build this in 8 to 10 hours, the advertisement said.
How's it going, son?
Okay, but I'd like to meet the guy who wrote that ad. 8 to 10 hours. There are 737 screws in this thing, besides the marine glue.
Almost done?
Yeah, just these last couple of screws, that's all.
Man, it looks like the Queen Mary.
Oh, she'll float all right.
You know what? This works. Maybe you and I could get a kit for a 35-foot power cruiser.
Sure. Build it in our basement.
She finished?
She's finished. Except for painting her.
Boy, that first night I met you, I'd never have thought you could do a job like this.
Oh, me neither.
You ever want to leave the bank, you could make a fortune doing jobs like this.
Oh, come off of it. Compared to you.
Oh, I mean it, Pete. This boat is real. Pete, watch the boat. She's let go! Pete, where are you? Pete!
Some 6 weeks later, after he had been taken to the hospital and his various physical injuries healed, I had met Pete Bolton for the first time. Now, after our long talks together, we had at last uncovered the basic underlying drive of the 40 million people who do it yourself to the tune of $12 billion a year. Their basic creative urge. Modern man's basic creative urge is taking the worst beating in history. This is the age of specialization, of mechanization, of automation. The worker on the assembly line and the corporation president are in the same sinking boat. They can never point to something and say, I, and I alone, have created this.
Well, Doctor, a man and woman together can create a baby.
That's true, Pete. When was it you and Helen stopped painting and hammering and sawing?
Well, when Susan was born. Oh, yes, I see what you mean.
The creative drive is so strong in man that even though he fathers a baker's dozen, even though he is a creative artist, he still likes to do it yourself. It is born within him as surely as the lungs, the heart, and the brain, until suddenly he is in need of a shelf or caught by the gleam of a power tool that resembles the fire engine of youth. Then he is lost. Or, as I think now, he has won.
Calling Dr. Jenkins. Calling Dr. Jenkins.
Pete was just about ready to leave that hospital bed, but my colleague, Dr. Forster, terminated the case more abruptly than I might have wished.
Good morning, Pete.
Well, Dr. Forster, I haven't seen you in weeks.
Yes, we'll talk about that some other time, Pete. Right now, we're in a terrible jam. Haven't got a bed available in the entire hospital, and there's a patient outside.
Auto accident?
No, a do-it-yourselfer like you, up on his roof trying to nail a shingle to stop a leak.
Oh, gosh, I'll get right up. Fell off it, huh?
No, fell in. The roof fell in with him. All right, nurse.
Yes, Doctor.
Bring the man in right this way. Right over here.
We gods, it's Dr. Manning.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and a psychological account of the do-it-yourself movement, written by Charles S. Monroe with music composed by Ben Ludlow and conducted by Alfredo Antonini, produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Barry Kroger was heard as Dr. Manning, Joe Helgeson as Pete, Elspeth Eric as Helen, and Jackson Beck as Kennelly. Others in the cast included Ralph Bell, Leon Janney, Elaine Rost, and Joe Julian. This is Bob Pfeiffer inviting you to listen again next Sunday afternoon to the CBS Radio Workshop. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
There are many ways to tell a story. The most ancient of peoples, long since vanished, still speak to us through their tools of flint and the household shards which they left behind. Others have left us temples and monuments, or revealed themselves through their paintings, their sculptures, their songs, or the written word. But sounds, too, are a part of all life. And while the sounds of history are gone with the winds that bore them, we can reconstruct enough of them from our own experience to tell the story of our forebears through sound. From the time of their arrival upon this continent, through their trials and tribulations and triumphs.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, a re-evocation through sound of some of the significant themes in the development of our country. The title, Sounds of a Nation.
The bells are ringing throughout the land this week. Hundreds of bells, thousands of bells, tens, perhaps hundreds of thousands of bells. From the clear, joyous village bell, as pure as virgin landscape, to the majestic choirs cast in bronze of the big city cathedrals. The little bells are ringing too. The proud, forlorn little schoolhouse bells, which do double and triple duty on our lonely prairies and in the close-held hills and swamps of our south, calling the children to school, the grown-ups to their meetings and votings, and both old and young to their prayers. You too, amigo, speak out, firm over the sun-seared desert. Long since gone are the unhappy days when your pioneering mission voice, calling man to penance, clashed with the less somber tones of the bells which others brought from their homelands. We all now rejoice together. There were no bells in Plymouth, Massachusetts in late October of 1621. 11 buildings there comprised a new colony. 7 private dwellings, each 8 feet wide, and 4 built for public use. These, like the homes, constructed of wattle and mud and roofed with bark. 50-odd souls still survived of more than 100 who together had landed there just 10 months before. There were no bells, but there was faith, and there was jollity, as they called it then, when the first harvest had at last been secured.
If the rain but hold off. James.
I was but learning the call to arms.
Leave thou the calling to Captain Standish. Fetch thou some wood for the fire instead. I truly pray to heaven.
And it may not rain, I know.
Or it might be snow.
Leave thou the praying to those who might be more in the habit of it.
No, James. Logs go on the fire thus.
Priscilla?
'Tis cooling in the brook, not the red. 'Tis airing in the shade.
Keep thou an eye on it. With all those... Oh, well. It ill behooves to speak evil of God's children. It do perplex me how our Lord, who otherwise so ill-favored this land, found fit to bestow upon it such wondrous grapes.
And them heathens never knowing. Mysterious are his ways. Is it true that the heathen chief is joining us at table? Him and that other one, Sequoit?
Hush.
Sequoit be an Indian, Priscilla, but he is no heathen. Had Sequoit not won us the friendship of Chief Massasoit and his Wampanoags, 'tis not likely we would be here now, idling in gossip.
We'd be up on yon hill, most likely, with the others, under the sod of this cruel land.
Aye, but if the chief brings some of his men, as he is wont to, there will not be enough game.
And his followers.
Massasoit showed up with no fewer than 90 of his selected braves, each one twice as hungry as any pilgrim. But as soon as the Indians found out that there was really not enough food for the kind of slam-bang feast they'd expected, they cheerfully offered to help bring in more. And so together, pilgrim and Indian set out to the forest. The Indians alone brought in 4 deer, plus no one counted how much other game, and the pilgrims contributed their share, not least of all a supply of the potent wines which they had learned to concoct from the abundant native grapes. The feast lasted 3 full days, with a half-starved English pilgrims and 90-odd Indians, stuffing themselves as they had rarely been stuffed before, with venison and roast goose, roast duck and fricasseed squirrel, with blackfish and eel, clams and oysters and other shellfish, with white bread and cornbread, boiled corn and roast corn, wild leeks and onions and watercress, mint, wild plums, dried berries, and always the potent wine. It was a glorious 3 days. More than 300 Thanksgiving festivals have been celebrated on this continent which at first seemed so harsh and limitless since that first memorable brawl in Plymouth. Each generation since 1621 has, of course, created its own pattern of living with its own sounds. But the basic sounds, most expressive of the things for which Americans have given thanks each fall, have always returned certain common characteristics. Exuberance about life, a willingness to face the unknown, a fascination with building and creating, and a faith in the limitless possibilities of experience. The clean, sharp bite of a well-honed axe notching the living tissue of forest trees, some as straight and pure as Gothic columns. They felled them to make masts for the world's swiftest sailing ships, or building lumber, or paper pulp, or just firewood, or to clear new land for the planting. And the saws, the busy saws, hand saws, band saws, two-man saws, power saws, cutting an endless supply of boards and planks for more and more homes, in more and more towns, for more and more Americans. And the mallets, first wood, then iron, driving the stakes which in the course of a few generations made a checkerboard of the new continent, a squared-off flag of private domains. Then the hammers, driving pegs and nails to fix the fences, fix the shingles, fix the barns, beating out the iron rims for the wagon wheels, beating out rims for the wagon wheels that could travel across the land on roads of clay or sand humped with rocks, or no roads at all, carrying the ebb and flow of New World humanity, precious produce, and that eternal verity, the mail.
Ho, Caesar! Ho, you Bess! Ho now! Here! People are waiting for us!
Tens of millions of us know this sound, the blacksmith shaping a red-hot arc of iron into a horseshoe. The conquest of the land and the fencing of it, the building of homes and of the furnishings to make them livable, the never-ceasing cross-country movement of people and of goods, all these produced sounds which are part of our heritage. And there is yet another sound which our forefathers bequeathed to us. The sound of firearms. The Pilgrims used the blunderbuss, inaccurate but loud. Then came the flintlock, the straight-shooting rifle, the handy carbine, the pistol, and the revolver. All of them too often misused in needless slaughter, most of all of Indians and of buffalo.
Well, how'd we do? We got about 400 head, I guess. But look at here, boss.
Look at what?
Well, there ain't nobody around can eat that much buffalo.
Hides bring 50 cents apiece, don't they?
You mean all them bison?
Yeah, all them bison.
Not all of the gunshots heard on the continent, of course, were fired in unworthy causes. In April 1775, in a small Massachusetts town named Lexington, a salvo was fired that was heard around the world. To the amazement of the world, a badly trained, highly individualistic band of New World settlers defeated an organized body of British regular soldiers sent against them to confiscate their stores of powder and shot. Once having chosen freedom in preference to security, the settlers fought on through a bitter 7-year war.
These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will in this crisis shrink from the service of their country. But he who now stands
independence was finally obtained by the early settlers of our land, a 1-ton bell in the State House in Philadelphia rang out loud and clear. It was rung after that at every important occasion in the development of the new United States. But the bell had always been brittle, and in 1835 it cracked for good. Now, when the symbolic sound of this broken token of man's will to freedom is wanted, it is only struck gently with rubber mallets, but the sound of its voice, however cracked, has attained a worldwide significance. With independence achieved, the eyes of many descendants of the Plymouth settlers and those who had come after them turned westward to the empty lands beyond the Appalachians, which had been ceded to the nation as far as the banks of the Mississippi, and then swept on across the river to the still vaster, even emptier regions, which stretched to what seemed like the end of the world, the shore of the great Western Ocean.
Oh, shush now, Jasper. You've been yelling that long enough. Now, let's get.
You hush too, Prince. Don't mind him, mister. He just likes to make out his fears.
Oh, I don't mind. Just let me get my feet on the ground. Hitch Blackie, yeah? You're new, ain't you?
Yeah, just pulled in. Bert's the name, Bert Lehrer, from Greene County, Pennsylvania. Right close by the Virginia line.
I'm from Kentucky myself. They call me Little Bad Dave. Yeah, just joshing like. Coming all the way to Oregon?
Sure am if the old wagon holds together.
Oh, seems like that's what's worrying the most of us. That and them engines.
That's what's got my old lady Florence all worked up.
This was Independence, Missouri in 1846. Those who assembled there came from everywhere, and they brought everything. Their families, their belongings, their hopes and dreams, and even their cattle. And when they finally embarked on the Western Trail, they carried the mark of destiny upon them. It was not an easy trip, and not all survived it. Enough of them did, however, to build an empire. By this time, the eastern coast of the continent was dotted with cities, with cobbled streets and gracious three-story houses and other modern conveniences, including slums. There were Boston and Philadelphia, Charleston and Savannah, Baltimore and New Orleans, and, oh yes, of course, New York. Life was gentler there, with good manners and parties, and a gentleman, of course, had a carriage.
It has been a delightful evening.
You flatter me, sir, but so delightfully.
My carriage is waiting outside. Might I be permitted to drive you home?
Sir, well, I suppose it would be all right.
The cobbled streets at times, though, had to carry more serious burdens than amorous young men and women. There were 4 tragic years when the young Union was rent by discord. Brother fought brother. The cities, of course, were prime targets.
Get up, you! General needs them guns.
The bloody fraternal strife was ended at last, its sounds never again to be heard in the land.
One nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
New sounds by then had joined the national symphony. Ever-increasing numbers of devoted men of many nations and varied antecedents had long been pushing against the frontiers of human knowledge and skill. And now the age of invention was at hand, and our young nation was seizing it as its own. 3 generations before, a Scotsman named James Watt had learned to harness the power of steam to make it work for the benefit of man. And And a Yankee, Eli Whitney was his name, had designed a piece of simple machinery which freed countless thousands in the course of time from the drudgery of cleaning cotton by hand. The spinning of the clean cotton and other textile fibers into thread for the weaving had been attended to by an Englishman, among others, James Hargraves by name. A baker's dozen of other men, working each on his own, produced a baker's dozen of ideas, which in the aggregate made the weaving of the thread into cloth too a mechanized process.
Here in New England, just like I hear it in the old country, we took all them ideas about ginnings and spinning and weaving, put them all together, got us a steam engine.
And the result was a flood of inexpensive fabrics, dazzling to the feminine eye.
New York Irishman, the persistent Robert Fulton, having heard of experiments conducted by others, had installed a steam engine on a riverboat and hitched it up to side paddle wheels. He had turned the waters of the world, regardless of winds and currents, into fast, dependable highways for the transport of goods and travelers.
And a fella called Stevenson over in England or somewhere started pulling whole wagon trains with one of them steam dinguses. A locomotive, he called it. He put them on rails first, of course. Well, Sir Bob, you couldn't put one like that over on us. We had the same kind of things running down to Washington almost before the old Baltimore could get its last horse off on them wooden tracks. And then from Albany to Schenectady, and back on down to New York, and out to Buffalo and Chicago the other way. And then still further west, until, believe it or not, in 1869, they drove in a golden spike out there in Utah someplace and joined up two of them rail lines.
About this time, too, a closer and closer knit spider web of copper wire began to cover the length and breadth of the continent.
Hello? Operator? Hello, please, I want San Diego. Atlanta is calling. Operator, please. Hello, operator.
Symbolic among the many strange sounds which were forming a new pattern for the country's age of invention and industry, in which we still live, was one in particular. This is the sound of a monumental trip hammer, weighing many tons, built to temper and shape the steel which was asserting itself as the world's new master, the backbone of national economies, the measure of their prestige, and the gauge by which even a people's potential to wage war was soon to be judged. This sound not only set the tone for the transformation of our nation from a basically agricultural to an industrial one, but also quickly became a Pied Piper's melody for work-hungry, peace-hungry, opportunity-hungry men and women throughout the world. They responded by the millions, abandoning their old homes to follow the rainbow trail to the new world and to partake of the new bonanza. The hands and heads of the newcomers helped to make the nation a giant among the world's giants, and also to shape new syllables for the nation's vocabulary of sounds. They took up places amid the awesome rumble of the steel rolling mills. They manned the levers which controlled the doomsday clatter of the sheet steel plants. The newcomers gentled the giant presses which now shape whole quarters of automobile bodies in a single brief embrace. And they steadied the handles of the bone-jarring air-driven chisels and hammers. The newcomers brought with them many skills acquired in their ancient homelands. They learned many new ones from the conquerors of the new continent, until the efforts of the two merged in the brotherhood of creative labor, embracing everything from the smallest detail, such as the ingenious testing of the jewel-like steel balls which cut down friction in our machines and transport vehicles. From the smallest to the largest. And even the pilgrims might easily have learned to enjoy that last sound, strange as it would have been to their ears, the factory whistle. It may tyrannize our lives, but it also brings to us the welcome news. It's time to go home.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and The Sounds of a Nation. Sounds of a Nation was written by Henry E. Fritsch, with music adapted and conducted by Alexander Steinert, and produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Louis Van Rooten was heard as the narrator. Others in the cast included Leon Janney, Ruth Tobin, Ralph Bell, Millicent Brower, Herm Dinkin, Raleigh Bester, and Joe Helgeson. This is Dick Noel inviting you to tune in each Sunday afternoon for the CBS Radio Workshop. Your first opportunity since the Israeli-Egyptian War to hear Israel's point of view expressed by her ambassador Abba Eban in a live question-and-answer session will come to you tonight on Face the Nation. For another timely interview with a key figure in the news, hear Face the Nation on most of these same stations tonight. Stay tuned for Suspense, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
Transcribed.
Cops and Robbers is a game played by children, and it's a game actors play on the radio for a living. Tonight, the actors, as usual, will be playing make-believe robbers, but the cops will be real. The CBS Radio Workshop presents Cops and Robbers.
My name is Stanley Ness. I'm a writer, mostly of crime, criminals, and what police do about them. For a long time, I've wondered what real detectives would do when confronted with a fictitious crime. And tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop is giving me a chance to find out. First, so you, the actors, and I can start off knowing what the detectives will try to find out, I've written a short dramatic sketch which we've recorded while our detectives, all retired members of the police department, City of New York, are across the street having coffee. The scene, a one-room flat on the Upper East Side of New York.
What? Who is it?
It's me, Dunk.
Well, come on in. It's open.
It's not open.
Oh, honest goodness.
Hiya, baby.
Hey, be careful. My fingernails are wet.
Oh.
Well, where is it?
Where's what?
The chow mein. You were going to stop at the Chinese restaurant and bring back chow mein. Where you been?
Oh, yeah, I was. I forgot.
You forgot? How could you forget what you went out for?
Ellie, baby, listen. You got to stand by me. I'm in a jam.
You went out to get chow mein. How could you get in a jam?
I did. That's all there is to it.
What kind of a jam?
I can't tell you right now.
You expect me to stand by you and you can't tell me? Why don't you get the chow mein?
Forget about the chow mein, will you? Listen, you got the telephone number at that bar and grill where Joe hangs out, that Glenham's?
What's Joe got to do with this?
Have you got the telephone number?
Yeah, I got it. It's in the drawer there. One of their cards.
Get it for me, will you, baby?
Get it yourself. My fingernails are all wet. What's this all about, anyway?
I'll tell you later. Well, where is it, anyway?
It's there. Look. It said look, not tear apart.
Oh, here it is. Look, I gotta go out in the hall and phone him.
Don?
Yeah?
Oh, will you sit down and relax and tell me what this is all about?
I don't have to sit down. I can tell you standing up. I shot a guy.
You what?
I shot a guy.
You went out to get a container of chow mein. How could you shoot a guy?
I don't know how I could, but I did.
So we know what our detectives will try to find out. The crime referred to was of such a serious nature that the precinct detective squad commander was called from his home to supervise the investigation. Our squad commander tonight is Lieutenant Dan Campion, who retired from the police department a little over a year ago after 25 years in the job. The detectives working under him will be Howard C. Clancy, Jerry Heaney, and Richard Jacobson. Approximately an hour and 10 minutes after the crime occurs, Detective Jacobson, who is carrying the squeal, which means it is his case, has returned to the station house and is typing up a report on the progress of the investigation so far. Remember, the detectives have no script. They are playing themselves, doing a job just like they've done every day.
What's up, Jake?
Oh, hello, Lieutenant. We had a tough stick-up in the precinct tonight.
Oh, another one?
Yeah, a liquor store over on 72nd Street.
What time did it happen, Jake?
Oh, about 9:50. It's that Fairland liquor store over on 280 72nd. Yeah. And a fella stuck a gun into the clerk who was in front of the store, and the owner was in back doing a little bookkeeping. When he stepped out, he had a pistol.
So you got a permit for it?
Oh, yes, he had that. We checked on that. But anyway, poor fella got shot.
Is he seriously hurt?
Oh, yes.
He's alive yet, though?
Oh, yes. Oh. He's over at Metropolitan Hospital. He fired a shot at the stick-up man. Stick-up man fired two at him and hit him. And he went down.
Where was he shot, Dick?
Under the chin it hit him. Deflected into his jaw, just below his lips.
Oh. Anything else to it?
He got a little more than $800. He grabbed money in a paper bag and ran out the front door in the street.
Anybody see him? Any good identifications on him?
Pretty fair identification. The fellow had a car. We found it out later. He ran around the corner on 3rd Avenue. He hit some old woman, knocked it down.
Anybody see him?
There was a sanitation man trying to help the old woman up. But he saw this fellow continue to run. He went around 3rd Avenue and looked him over, and he was getting into a car and got away.
You got the sanitation man's name and all
yes,
that?
Yes, we have that.
Good.
But on the back of his car, he had some of that red tape, that fluorescent tape they're using.
Oh, yes.
And that was all over the back bumper. And he got the last 3 numbers of the plate. Okay. I sent out an alarm for the car over the teletype with the 3 numbers, and all the boys in the neighboring precincts have been notified.
Lieutenant Campion, Sergeant Klein on TS just rang upstairs, and he says Dowd over on Post 11 thinks he's got that car spotted that was one of that stick-up and shooting. It's over there at 2nd Avenue, 77th Street. It's a 2-door Plymouth sedan. It's 3T152.
Oh, we got the full license, no?
Yeah, and I verified it, and it's registered under a Joseph E. McCondy. It's 761 East 76th Street. Hey, Clancy, will you check lost property on that?
Okay. Yeah, see if you can get the description of the car and get the owner's name and address.
Yeah, Dowd's is guarding the car over there. He's not letting anybody go near it.
Say, Jake. Okay. You go over with Howie after he makes that call and see if we can get that owner in here and we'll talk to him.
Very good. We'll do that.
Okay, get right on it.
Now we see the detectives are off on the right track. But what about the characters played by our actors? Let's get back to them. The following scene was written, rehearsed, and recorded in advance. And, of course, Lieutenant Campion and his men are unaware of what is going on in this scene, just as they would be in the job.
All right, Joe. I'm coming. Oh, Joe.
Telling you, Dunk, you did a friend to me. That was the best fight all season, and I got to miss the finish.
I appreciate it, Joe.
Hello, Ellie.
Hi.
Well, what's the big jam you're in? You sure it's not the car?
No, it's not the car.
It only should be.
Where's the keys?
Here. Here you are, Joe.
Where'd you leave the car?
In the same place, right where you always leave it.
All right. Now, what's this big jam you're in?
He went out to get some chow mein to bring back.
Let me tell it, will you?
Well, who's stopping you?
I went out and I started to the Chinese restaurant, all right. But then I figured it's Friday. It's going to be a long weekend, and I don't have much money in my pocket.
So?
So I figured I ought to do a little work.
Then I ran into you on the corner, and I said, Joe, can I borrow your car? You said, sure, why not if you fill it up with gas? So you gave me the keys, and that was that.
Not yet, that wasn't that.
You let me tell it my own way.
So I lent you the car.
Yeah, that's right. And I drove around scouting for a good place to make. I parked it on 72nd Street where I could get away easy. I walked around the corner, and there was this liquor store just right for picking.
Using my car for the get?
It was all perfectly simple, Joe.
Wait, there's more to come.
What's the come, Dunk?
Well, it was a good touch, and I cleaned out the register, and I'm heading for the door, and all of a sudden, another clerk comes out from the back with a gun.
Uh-oh.
So what could I do? I blast away. He drops, and I take out around the corner for the car. And to make a long story short, I'm in the car, and I'm away.
Is the guy dead?
He didn't wait around to find out.
My car you got to borrow to go heist the joint and shoot up a guy. That's a fine thing.
I'm sure I got away okay. I don't think anybody made the license number. There was some people looking at me as I came around the corner, but I don't think they made the number on the car.
But supposing somebody did.
That's what I want to talk to you about, Joe. Look, if by any chance somebody did and the cops come talking to you, don't tell them you lent me the car.
What do you mean, don't tell them I lent you the car? What am I going to tell them?
Well, you'll know what to say, Joe. You'll think of something. There ain't a chance in 1,000 anybody made the car, but I just want to cover every step of ground.
Look, I'm an innocent bystander. I was in a bar and grill watching a fight. You didn't tell me what you were going to do. Why should I cover for you?
Joe, I've known you a long time. A friend in need is a friend indeed.
Oh, tell me something, Dunk.
Huh? What?
How much did you get out of the liquor store?
Money, you mean?
Yeah, money.
Over 500.
How much over 500?
$812.
Well, that wasn't bad.
Was it worth shooting a man for?
Joe, you got to help me. I help you plenty.
Give me 400.
What do you mean, give you 400?
You want me to help you, don't you?
But that's half.
It ain't half. You got 812. All I'm asking is 400.
But there's not a chance in 1,000 there'll be a kickback.
All right, then what are you worried about? Now, let's forget the whole thing. I'll go home and go to sleep, and if the cops talk to me, all I can tell them is the truth.
Well, you got me in a box, Joe.
Oh, it's your box.
Give him the 400, Dunk. What are you taking chances?
Well, what are you going to tell them if they talk to you?
I don't know yet. I'll think of something.
Yeah, but what?
Well, you give me a chance. The deal was just sprung on me. I got to work it out.
All right, Joe. You cover me now. Don't forget.
Yeah, I'll cover you if they talk to me.
Thanks, Joe. I knew I could count on you. Oh, boy, this is a load off my mind. What a relief.
Now that it's such a relief, please go down and get the chow mein.
Now, with sufficient information on which to act, Lieutenant Campion has instructed his men on their next step in the investigation. Detectives Clancy and Jacobson, for instance, go to 761 East 76th Street, the address listed for Joseph P. McCondy, in whose name the car is registered. Remember, from now on, there is no script. The actors are on their own. So are the detectives. Let's see what happens.
Hey, Mike. McCondy.
Mike? Is there something I could do for you, gentlemen?
What's your name, Chief?
Joseph P. McCondy.
We're detectives. Do you own an automobile?
Yes, I do.
What kind of a car do you have?
I have a 1950 Plymouth, two-door.
Did you have a little accident tonight with it?
No, sir.
Do you have a license?
Yes, sir. I have it right here.
Can we see it?
Sure. Is there something wrong, gentlemen?
Well, you were just
Had a
checking
little
on
accident
something.
tonight, I'm sure, someplace, didn't you?
No, sir.
You sure of that?
Absolutely.
You loaned the car to anybody?
No, sir.
Where is the car now?
Well, I left it on 2nd Avenue between 77th and 78th Street.
What did you leave it around there for?
Well, I was at a bar all night. I was watching the fights.
Anybody with you?
No, sir. Well, in
By
the
yourself?
bar, I've a couple of boys I see every once in a while in there.
What's some of their names? Give me one name.
Well, there was, I'd give you a couple. There was Bud and Tommy.
Uh-huh.
But you didn't lend Bud or Tommy your car tonight, did you?
No. We
The
were all
boss
there.
would like to talk to you.
I'll hold on.
You don't
for a
mind,
while.
do you?
Just-
No, sure.
Do you have
it's all
anything
right.
on you before
No,
you
sir.
leave? Huh?
No, sir. Absolutely not.
You're sure of that?
I'm clean.
Ever been arrested?
No, I've never been arrested.
You sure of that?
Absolutely.
Look, anything that you say, we're going to check. Don't forget that.
Right, sir.
So you might just as well tell us the truth right now.
Yeah, I've never been arrested.
You've never been arrested?
Oh, I've been down to the house a couple of
Okay,
times.
let's go.
Okay.
With Joe McCondy in custody, the detectives returned to the station house. They walked them upstairs to the squad room and into Lieutenant Campion's office.
Son, this is McCondy. Fellow on that car.
Oh, hello, Mr. McCondy.
How do you do, sir?
Sit down there a minute.
Yes, thank you.
Can I see you outside a minute, Lieutenant?
Yeah, you stay in here with him, Howie.
Yeah,
and
okay.
I'll be right back, Mr. McCondy. We have some other business to take care of.
Could I smoke in here? Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, but don't throw the butts on the floor.
Oh, no, I wouldn't do that.
You want any coffee?
Yeah, I wouldn't mind a little
Okay,
black.
stand up.
Yeah, sure.
Everything you have in your pockets, take them out and put it on the desk here.
All right.
Everything, no matter what it is.
Okay.
If it's money, count it.
All right.
In front of me.
Yeah. This is embarrassing because I'm not too well healed. I only got $5, $10, $11, $12, $13.
13, okay, put it back.
Okay.
Okay, any other cards or
I have his
slips on
wallet
there?
here, Howie.
Okay.
Yeah, let's look at that, will you?
All right.
My wallet, another wallet I got. I keep.
Who do you live with at this address?
Nobody.
I see, all right. What do you work at, Mr. McCondy?
Well, I kind of dapple in sports, equestrian.
What do you mean, dapple?
Well, I hang around the racetracks a little bit.
You bookmaker?
Well, a little bit.
You take numbers?
No, I don't take no numbers.
You ever fingerprinted for anything?
No, I was never fingerprinted.
Never fingerprinted? No. Because we're going to fingerprint you.
Well, that's all right. It's your privilege, I guess.
Excuse me a minute.
Spot tonight. Lieutenant, he was in the spot up on the avenue tonight.
Yeah, we'll come to that.
Fine.
Say, Jerry, check the BCI on this fellow's name and address, and you got a pretty good description of him.
Okay.
And then I want you to check the Information Bureau and see if he's been... Do you ever get a summons for anything?
No.
Never had a summons in your life?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, you mean a parking summons and something
Yeah.
like that? Well, I got a ticket for speeding there once or twice.
How long ago was
summons,
that?
isn't it?
Yeah,
Why don't you answer the question?
Well, I call those tickets,
You were convicted
Summons.
then?
It's
Is
polite.
that right? You were fined?
Yeah, I was fined.
Well, that's a conviction.
Now, where were you at 9:20?
I was at Glenham's Bar and Grill on 2nd Avenue between about 75th and 76th Street. I got there about 9 o'clock. I had some real rotten chow there, and then had a few beers with Spud and Tommy, what I told you about. And we were chewing the rag there for about an hour. The fight went on at about 10 o'clock. And we made a couple of bets, me and this Bud and Tommy, and...
You didn't leave the premises
No,
between 9 and 10 o'clock?
No.
Did you see the whole fight?
Yeah, I went 10 rounds.
Who won the fight?
Merrill. I won.
What odds did you get?
2-1. I gave the odds.
Oh, you gave the odds, huh? What did you get on that, Jerry? Anything?
Hey, McCondy, what are you handing out here? You did a bit in 1952 for pettit larceny.
What kind of a pettit larceny was
You
it?
went to the island.
Oh.
What kind of a pettit larceny was that? Was that grand larceny and reduced to pettit larceny? You took a plea on it, didn't you?
Yes.
It was grand larceny then, wasn't it?
Well, yeah, I don't know the technical words for these things.
Oh, you know just as much about it as we do.
Well,
You arrested.
You know more law about
Now,
that
hold
than...
it, fellas. Listen, who used your car tonight? We haven't got all night. There's a man dying.
I told you when we picked you up at your house that we were going to verify everything that you told us. Remember me saying that?
Yeah, I know that.
Listen, Mac, why don't you stop kidding? We're bringing the bartender over here. And
Well, you
stop
could bring him
kidding.
in.
Well, he's coming in.
That's okay with me.
Howie, take this guy over and fingerprint him and let him think this thing over. And if he don't come up with something different, boy, you're in.
It's after 1 in the morning. A detective has gone to Glenham's Bar and Grill on 2nd Avenue to get the bartender, Whitey. He brings him into Lieutenant Campion's office.
Hi, Luke.
Hello.
This is Harry White, and they call him Whitey. He's the bartender. This is Lieutenant Campion in charge of the squad here.
Hello, Whitey. How are you?
Lieutenant.
This is Detective Heaney and Detective Jacobson.
Hi, Whitey. How do you do?
How long you been in our precinct, Whitey?
Oh, I've been working a joint up there about 8 years now.
8 years, huh?
Yeah. All right if I sit down?
Go ahead. Sit down. You can smoke. Do what you want.
You know Joe McCondy, Whitey?
Yeah, I know Joe a long time.
You see him tonight?
Yeah, he was in tonight.
Was he in the General tonight?
Yeah.
Was he there all night?
Well, wait a minute now. Pretty busy night. He came in a little after 9 o'clock. About 9 o'clock, yeah.
Was he there all night then?
Yeah, he was there, well, let's see now, the fights. He was watching the fights. He was there till about 11:15, I think. Anyway.
Who was he with, Whitey?
I have a couple of pals of his.
Who are they?
Oh, I don't know. Their last name's Tom and Bud something. He's always with them.
What time did Joe come in there, did you say?
Well, I think it was around 9 o'clock. Might have
Sure
been
wasn't
before
10
then.
o'clock?
Oh, no. He was in at 10 o'clock.
Was he there at 7:30?
No, I wasn't there at 7:30.
Did you miss him any time at all between 9 and 10 o'clock?
Between 9 and 10?
Yeah. Did you miss him?
No.
You took a bet off
No,
him,
he
didn't
was there. He was drinking all the time.
Well, he said he was there since about 7:30. All evening and all night.
No,
Somebody's lying here, Whitey. Either you or him. Now,
No,
come on.
I remember. Listen, I know Joe very well.
What about his two pals, Whitey? Did they leave the place at all tonight?
No, the two pals were there. They were there all the time.
They came in with him?
Wait a minute. I tell you one thing. The phone rang, and I picked it up, and the call was for Joe. But this was about 10:30, I think. So I called Joe, and Joe went up the phone. I forgot about it. I was busy, like I said, you know. And suddenly Joe comes running up the bar. He says, "I gotta go."
What time was that?
Well, this was about right after the fight.
Was this male or female voice?
You mean the guy that called for it was a male voice?
Male
voice, yeah.
And he called, and then Joe said he had to leave right away?
Yeah, he said something about, he says, I got to go up to Ellie's, I think it was.
What time was that about?
I think it was about 11:15. It was right after the fights were over.
Yeah. Oh, we don't need a lineup for this. Bring Joe in and make sure he identifies him. Dick, go out and bring Joe in. Is this the fella here?
Yeah.
Hi,
Whitey. Hi, Joe.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah.
You said that you were in the bar all night.
Yeah.
Until the time you come home, the detectives met you at your door.
Yeah.
Well, what are you lying about?
Well, I was there.
Well,
all
Whitey,
night.
now, stop. Whitey said you weren't there. He said you left there. What? Who's Ellie?
I don't know no Ellie.
Well, you got a phone call and you left the place all excited.
Well, I wasn't excited. It's
Who
true.
called you?
I got a phone call at Whitey's place, you see. Now, here's the way it works. Like I told you before, I take a little book here and there, see?
Listen, Joe.
No, that's the truth.
Book.
That's true.
You want to hold a bag for everybody, hold it, because you're gonna hold it unless you tell us who you loan your car to, or if somebody else uses your
Maybe
car.
Joe would rather talk to us with Whitey outside. You wait outside a while,
Yeah,
Whitey.
okay.
Go on out with him, Dick, huh?
Very good. Good luck, Joe.
All right, Whitey, thanks. Are you going to tell us who you loan your car to or not? I didn't lend it to
All
nobody.
right, nobody had your car tonight?
No.
You
had
were
it
the
all
only
night.
one had
It was
the
on
keys?
it was on the street. Hold it, fellas. Does the car belong to you? There's no mortgage on it or No, anything else? no. It all belongs to you? Yeah. Does everything in the car belong to you? That stuff in the back, on the trunk and all like Everything's that? Everything belongs Yeah. to you, huh? Is that right? That's right. All right, well, how about the gun under the seat? I don't know nothing about no gun. Now, you fellas heard him say everything belongs to him. And What do you about- know with a previous misdemeanor, boy, this is a felony. You're
No,
not
it
kidding
isn't.
anybody. You're in. Well,
There's a man dying over there.
All I know is you could check with the Whitey and with Bud. Bud works in the garage on First Avenue. We'll have somebody check. McCondy, I want to tell you something. Yeah. Now, we found this gun in your car, and what we're going to do, we're going to send this gun down to the Ballistic Bureau to have a test made and to see if it conforms with the bullets that were shot into that man tonight. So we're just going to hold you. You are now arrested. You're arrested for 1897 of the penal law, which happens to be a felony. So I want to tell you right now, you're permitted to call somebody or write a letter.
Connie, why don't you get some off yourself and kick in? You haven't got a chance.
I tell you, everything I told you is true.
We've been babying you all day and all night.
I don't wanna
We're not
take-
going to baby you anymore.
I don't want to take no raps for nobody, so...
You're not going to take any raps?
No,
Okay, well,
I
I'm
don't
glad
wanna
to
take
hear
no
that.
raps.
Why don't you tell the lieutenant just what happened?
Okay.
All right, let's go.
I got a phone call
Let him
at
talk.
Whitey's, you see, from Dunk. Dunk. What's Dunk's name? Dunk Rui. Dunk Rui? Yeah, it's like Dewey with an R.
Where does he live?
He lives on 398 71st Street. That's Ellie's. That's his girlfriend. Oh, yeah? Yeah, that's where he called me from Ellie's house. Let's take this name and address for a while. Check that at the BCI, see if we get anything on him. Go ahead now. Well, he called me up and he said he had to see me, you see. So I told him to come down because I wanted to watch the fight. I didn't want to miss the last round. So he said it was very important I should come to Ellie's house as fast as I could get there. He was the one who was excited. I wasn't excited.
You're the calm type.
Yeah, you know. Anyway, I went over to Ellie's house and I loaned Dunk my car. He didn't tell me what he was going to do with
No, he
the
twisted
car.
your arm for you to get it from him.
Well, I lent him the car. He pays
Where's
me a couple
Dunk
of
now?
bucks. I don't know where he is now. Maybe he's at Ellie's. At Ellie's house? Yeah.
What time do you lend him the car?
I don't know when he took it. I gave him the keys.
Where do you generally meet him?
At Whitey's.
At Whitey's?
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
But he goes steady with Ellie, huh?
Yeah, I've been up there for a bit.
Does he live with her?
Well, he's there most of the time.
Just a friend.
Let's be discreet, you know.
What's that location again?
398 East 71st.
What apartment?
It's 3E, I think it is. It's on the 3rd floor.
They got a phone over there?
Yeah.
Okay. Say, Dick.
Yes,
Jerry,
Lieutenant.
get right over to this Ellie's house. You may nail that guy right there. In fact, I think we better put him in the boob downstairs and we'll all go over.
Now, 20 minutes later, the detectives are in the hall on the 3rd floor outside of Ellie's flat. Here, as they hope to make the final arrest in the case, Lieutenant Campion gives his instructions.
Yeah, but listen, everybody get your guns out right now. We don't want anybody to get hurt.
Yeah.
Special delivery.
Okay. Oh.
Where's Dunk?
Wait a
minute. Wait a minute. Don't hide her. There's no sense of hiding her. She's not. She's gonna be a nice little girl. Listen, Ellie,
What do you
where's
want?
Dunk? Where's Dunk?
Dunk who?
Oh, you know Dunk who. Now, don't give us that line.
I don't know what you're talking about, really.
You don't,
Look
huh?
the place over, Lieutenant.
Yeah, look this joint
Give
over.
us a good searching.
Yeah, give this a good
There's nothing here.
We'll find out. We'll find out. We're the best moving men in the
We're
world.
going to scream, too, so just keep it nice and
Go over there and sit
Screaming?
down.
Okay.
Oh.
It's my money.
How much is there?
A couple $100.
What is a couple of hundred?
It's my money. It's all I got. It's all my money.
How much?
I don't know, about $200 or $300 or something like that.
Count that out,
I saved
Jake.
it.
Ellie, where's Dunk?
I don't.
Come on, we know he was up here tonight.
Jerry, let her watch him counting this dough, will you? How much is there?
There's $815 here.
Well, that's-
815 isn't a couple.
I don't take it out and count it all the time. I don't keep my money in the bank. I keep it under there.
You know
always.
the difference between a couple of $100 and
Look,
$800.
Luke, I'm going to cover the door in case this bum comes in.
Oh, do that
Yeah.
by all means. And yell if you need some help there. Let's
Well,
get back
where
to the
did you
money.
get this money?
It's my money. It's my money. It's all the money I have.
Don't be screaming. I asked you that again.
What do you do for a living?
I don't do anything right now.
Where did you get this money?
I saved it. I've worked other times. I've been on the
What kind of work do you
stage.
do?
Well, I've been on the stage.
How long ago?
Several years ago, just for a little while, and then I've had other jobs.
Well, how do you maintain yourself right now?
Right now, I'm unemployed.
For how long?
Oh, about 6 months or something like that.
6 months, and you got 815 fish under the cover there?
You live here alone, Ellie?
Yes, sir, I do.
What's the men's clothes doing in the closet?
That's,
Your father's.
No, not my father. It's just somebody left them here. No,
She'll
it's
explain. Come on, she'll explain.
You've been arrested before, Ellie?
No.
Never been arrested?
No.
Hold on. Ellie, Doc.
Yeah, man.
Pick him up,
Wait a minute,
Pick him up.
Oh,
Give him a
what-
quick fan.
take
Give
your
him
hands
a
off.
frisk.
What's this, Ellie?
Give him a frisk.
I don't know. I don't know.
Sit
They
down.
didn't.
Sit down.
Sit down there.
You didn't know Dunk, huh?
I didn't say I didn't know him. I said I hadn't seen him in a long time, and I hadn't.
Dunk, you better get that new suit out of the closet. You're going to need it.
We're cops.
I don't know you cops.
Oh, do you want to be shown?
Sure, I want to be shown.
What do you
Shut up,
work
you
at?
bum. We'll show you.
What do you work at?
I don't work. I'm sick.
Are you? You'll be sicker when this is over. How long do you know the Jane here?
How long do I know you? Couple years, right?
Couple years.
Do you,
What-
you
what
live
did you-
here?
Well, I don't know what you want. What do you want with me?
Are they your clothes in the closet?
They're his clothes.
Did you leave any money with her? You left an envelope with her, didn't you? Some dough?
She said you
How much
did.
was it?
Shut up.
You keep quiet.
How much did you leave with her?
Look, I want a lawyer. I mean, I don't
You get a lawyer. You get a lawyer. How much did you
Well,
leave with her? How much money?
She said
No,
you left the money
I
with
did.
her.
All right, I left her some money. I
She
don't
said
know.
you left
envelope.
$800. Is that
I
right?
didn't leave.
How much
didn't
did
leave
you
you
leave?
$800.
No.
You didn't count it.
I didn't leave any $800. Help me.
Put a- put a- put a pair of
you
cuffs
got a
on
charge
this
or
guy.
something?
Where were you on
What am
that
I
one?
charged?
You'll
We're
hear
going to
the
give you
charge.
48. Did you ever hear about a 48?
I don't know what it is, no.
Well, we make out a short affidavit down in court, see? And it's a 48. And if we can't find anything on you, in 48 hours, we give you another 48. And we keep giving you 48s.
Until you get wise to yourself and
What
talk.
kind of a
Come
deal
on,
is that?
come
I did
on.
nothing.
That's the right.
All right, get them up. We'll take them down the house.
Wait till I see that Joe. I'll tell him.
Come
Come on, keep going, Dunk.
Next time I'll borrow somebody else's car.
And that was Cops and Robbers, with real cops and not so real robbers. They were actors, and I'm sure you will agree, very good actors, playing for the most part without a script, knowing only the backgrounds and motivations of their characters. John Sylvester was Dunk, Elspeth Eric was Ellie, Larry Haynes played Joe, and Ken Lynch was the bartender. The CBS Radio Workshop is grateful to Lieutenant Dan Campion and Detectives Richard Jacobson, Howard Clancy, and Jerry Heaney for helping us try to prove a point. I hope we did.
You have been listening to Cops and Robbers on the CBS Radio Workshop. Cops and Robbers was conceived and directed by Stanley Niss, who also acted as your narrator. All names were fictitious, except those of our detectives, who are all retired members of the Detective Division, Police Department, City of New York. This is Art Hannes inviting you to listen next week when the CBS Radio Workshop will present The Legend of Jimmy Blue Eyes, a narrative poem set to music by Ray Noble, the story of a jazz trumpeter who sells his soul to the devil. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts.
Another brilliant concert by the New York Philharmonic Symphony comes to you over most of these same stations on Sunday as Guido Cantelli returns to conduct an exciting program featuring the Beethoven Concerto No. 4 in G major with the distinguished German pianist William Backhaus as soloist. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News to be followed on most of these same stations by The Jack Carson Show. Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop was transcribed. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Ladies and gentlemen, the distinguished author, Mr. Aldous Huxley.
Brave New World is a study of the future as it may be unless we are extremely careful. It depicts a society in which man has replaced nature by science, morality by drugs, individuality by total conformity. It is a hideous prospect, yet we seem determined to follow this path of self-destruction. But Brave New World need not be our future. The choice, after all, is always in our own hands.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination. The Theater of the Mind. Tonight, part 2 of 2 half-hour programs devoted to one of the world's most shocking and famous novels, Aldous Huxley's terrifying forecast of the future, Brave New World. And we are proud to once again have Mr. Huxley as our narrator. Original music is composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann.
This is Aldous Huxley. In the garden outside the London Hatchery and Conditioning Centre, it was playtime. Naked in the warm June sunshine, 600 or 700 little boys and girls were running with shrill yells over the lawns, or playing games, or squatting silently in 2s and 3s among the flowering shrubs. And strolling across the smooth turf came the director of hatcheries and conditioning, followed eagerly by a group of new students.
And here we have playtime for our little tots. Notice the games, all carefully constructed to use as many mechanical devices as possible. In olden times, children used to play simple games using only a ball and a bat. Oh, madness. Nothing was added to increase consumption. Then came our Ford. He taught us the principle of mass production in the assembly line many centuries ago and changed all that.
Good morning, Director.
Sir, what an unexpected pleasure. Boys, this is the resident controller for Western Europe. This is his Ford ship, Mustafa Mond.
Boys?
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. I was just showing the students the children, sir.
Lovely children. Busy as bees at their unrestricted play.
Controller, if you have the time, I wonder if you might tell the students something about the bad old days.
I might. Where are you taking them?
To the Hatchery and Conditioning Center to see the manufacturing of the babies.
Very well. I'll walk along with you. Yes, in the old days, children lived in a place called home. a rabbit hole with suffocating intimacies. Maniacally, the mother, please don't be shocked at that word. The mother brooded over her children. Her children. Our Ford, or our Freud, as for some inscrutable reason he chose to call himself whenever he spoke of psychological matters, our Freud was the first to reveal the appalling dangers of family life. Unpleasant as they may seem, students, these are facts. People used to be viviparous, gave birth to their children. What were the consequences? A world dominated by mothers and fathers was a world full of every kind of perversion, from sadism to chastity. There were also husbands, wives, and lovers.
Now everyone belongs to everyone else. Thank Ford for progress.
Yes, thank Ford. Actually, we still preserve a few outmoded ethics of pre-stable societies in our savage reservations. Did you ever visit a reservation, Director?
Yes, I once went to look at the savages in New Mexico. Well, that must have been 25 years ago. Mother's, father's marriage. Oh, very repulsive.
Yes. Well, here we are. I'll say goodbye.
Goodbye, Controller, and thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
And now, boys, if you'll follow me inside the hatchery. And here we are, a hive of activity. Alpha's superintending, Beta's doing the skilled work, Gamma's in green, busy at routine jobs, and Delta's in khaki, incapable of doing anything except sweeping the floor. Every member of society perfectly content to belong to his predestined caste. Except for a few criminal exceptions, which reminds me, one of those criminal exceptions is meeting us here at 11. An Alpha Plus, no less, Mr. Bernard Marks.
What has he done, sir?
What has he done? He refuses to participate in mechanical sports. He is lax. Here he comes now.
Good morning, Director.
Mr. Marks. You and Lena Crown returned from the Savage Reservation last night, I understand.
Yes, sir. We visited some of the places you told me about last week, Director. In fact, we
Silence. Your attention, please. Everyone step this way. If I have interrupted your labors, it is because a painful duty constrains me. This man who stands before you, this Alpha Plus, the highest level of society, has grossly betrayed the trust imposed in him by his heretical views on sports and Soma, by his scandalous refusal to be promiscuous. He has proved himself an enemy of society, a subverter, ladies and gentlemen, of all order and stability, a conspirator against civilization itself. For this reason, I am ordering his immediate transference to a subcenter of the lowest order. In Iceland, he will have small opportunity to lead others astray by his unfordly example. Bernard Marks, can you show any reason why I should not now execute the judgment passed upon you?
Yes, I can.
What did you say?
You told me you visited the Savage Reservation 25 years ago, Director, with a young Beta Minus, I believe. You told me she was lost during a storm and that you returned without her. I thought perhaps you'd like to see her again. Linda?
Thomas! Thomas! Oh, Thomas, it's me. Don't you remember? You're Linda. Oh, I knew I'd recognize you, Thomas. You look just the same. No one aged us here. Thomas, look at me. I'm Linda. Remember? Hug me. Hold me.
What is the meaning of this? Who is this hag?
Thomas. Oh, Thomas, it's Linda. Linda, you're Beta Minus. John, look, it's him. It's your father.
Father! What's the meaning of this disgusting joke? Who is this savage and this dreadful woman? Take them away!
It isn't a joke. It's absolutely true. I'm his mother, and you're the father.
Father, it's me, John. I'm your son.
And now who is guilty of antisocial behavior, Director?
No.
A father as director of hatcheries. It was out of the question. The controller asked for his resignation, and all upper caste London was wild to see the savage and his mother. Bernard Marx became a hero, and even Lenina Crown had her share of reflected glory.
Good morning, Lenina.
Oh, good morning, Fanny.
Well, you certainly seem pleased with yourself.
Yes, I am pleased. Bernard called up half an hour ago. He has to go to a party at the controller's, and he asked me if I'd take the Savage to the Feelies this evening.
Oh, lucky girl. What's he like, Lenina? I've heard he's terribly good-looking.
Oh, he is, but so very odd.
In what way?
Well, the day Bernard and I left the reservation, the Savage came into my room. I'd taken a soma, so I didn't notice him until suddenly I awakened, and there he was bending over me.
What happened?
Well, naturally, I assumed something was going to happen, but instead of that, he just ran out of the room.
Well, how odd. What a terribly ungentlemanly thing to do. Doesn't he like you?
Oh, I'm sure he does, so I can't make it out. And, oh, please don't tell this to anyone, Fanny. It upsets me because I like him. I mean, I really like him.
Lenina!
I know it's immoral, but I just can't help myself. I do like him.
The days passed. Success went fizzily to Bernard's head. His diffidence turned to bumptiousness. His nonconformity was forgotten, and he became completely orthodox. The resident world controller appointed him official escort for the Savage and asked him to make regular reports on the young man's reactions to civilization. This Bernard did assiduously.
Today I sent the Savage to the Feelies with Lenina Crown. The feature was 3 weeks in a helicopter. Instead of holding the knobs on the chair arms, thus enabling him to experience the sensations of the lovers on the screen, the Savage refused to participate. Lenina tells me he called the film vulgar and indecent. The Savage refuses to take soma and seems most distressed because the woman, Linda, his M-O-T-H-E-R, remains permanently on summer holiday. In spite of her senility and the extreme repulsiveness of her appearance, the Savage frequently goes to see her and appears much attached to her. What do you mean you refuse to come down to dinner?
Bernard, I'm sick. I've eaten civilization and I'm sick.
Do you realize that I've invited the most important people in London tonight? The Ford Chief Justice is here. The arch community songster of Canterbury has flown in just to meet you.
You've changed, Bernard. You used to feel the way I do about things. I talked to Helmholtz Watson. He says you've changed, too.
I haven't. Listen, if you don't come downstairs for my dinner party, I'll be the laughingstock of London.
I'll come. Just let me read this to you first. One day, many years ago, I found this book in my mother's room. One of the Indians had found it in a cave. It must be hundreds of years old.
It's called The Complete Works of William Shakespeare. Oh, I've heard of him. We don't allow it. Smut.
But he says all the things I feel about Lenina. Listen to this. Is there no pity sitting in the clouds that sees into the bottom of my grief? Oh, sweet my mother, cast me not away. Delay this marriage for a month, a week.
Marriage? Oh, Ford, no.
Bernard.
Oh, marriage, that's too good, really.
Bernard, stop it.
And mother. Oh, sweet my mother. Oh, he's positively vulgar.
You stop
Wait
it.
till I tell Helmholtz about this.
Stop it, or I'll hit you.
Oh, come, now, where's your sense of humor?
Bernard.
Can't you see how funny it is?
Get out! I said leave me alone.
I'm leaving, John. I'm leaving.
How beauteous mankind is. Oh, brave new world that has such people in it.
The next morning, a pneumatic young girl, crisply clad in a beta-minus viscose linen suit, stood outside the door of the Savages' apartment and somewhat nervously rang the buzzer.
What? Lenina.
You don't seem very glad to see me, John.
Not glad. Oh, if you only knew.
May I come in, then?
May I kiss your hand, Lenina?
My hand?
Admired, Lenina. Indeed, the top of admiration, worth what's dearest in the world. I wanted to do something first to show I was worthy of you.
What are you talking about?
Lenina, tell me something. I'll do anything you tell me, anything at all. I'd sweep the floor if you wanted.
But we've got vacuum cleaners here. It isn't necessary.
No, of course it isn't necessary. But some kinds of baseness are nobly undergone. I'd like to undergo something noble, just to show you how much I love you, Lenina.
Do you mean it, John?
Yes, but I hadn't meant to say it, not until I... Listen, Lenina, on the reservation, people get married.
Get what?
For always. They make a promise to live together for always.
What a disgusting idea. Answer me this question, John. Do you really like me or don't you?
I love you more than anything in the world.
Well, then, why on earth didn't you say so? Come here to me, John. Hug me.
Oh, but Lenina...
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Lenina, what are you doing? No, get away from me. Don't come near me.
Hug me, honey.
You strumpet.
A gran is better than a dad.
Get out.
But don't you want
Get
me?
out of my sight.
Oh, John!
Before I kill you.
Oh, he's mad. He's gone mad.
Oh, thou weed, who art so lovely fair and smell'st so sweet that the sense aches at thee. Impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet, impudent strumpet. Hello? Yes, this is Mr. Savage. Who's ill? Linda. My mother dying. Yes, I'll come at once.
Welcome to the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying. You've come to see someone in the galloping senility ward?
Yes. My mother.
Oh, how vulgar.
You know who I mean. Linda.
Oh, yes. Room 43, bed 16. She'll be dying any minute now. This way, please.
Is there any hope?
Well, of course not. Or else she wouldn't have been sent here. Through these doors.
What are these children doing here?
Death conditioning, of course. It starts at 18 months. Every tot spends 2 mornings a week in a hospital for the dying. All the best toys are kept here, and they get chocolate ice cream on death days. They learn to take dying as a matter of course. This way. Oh, here we are. Well, I must go. I've got my batch of children coming. Time for their chocolate ice cream.
Linda? Linda, it's John. Your eyes are open, but you don't know me, do you? It's John, your son. Linda? Linda, don't you know me?
Hug me till you drug me, honey. Kiss me till I'm in a coma.
Linda. Linda?
Oh.
Mother.
The menial staff of the Park Lane Hospital for the Dying consisted of 162 deltas, 84 red-headed female twins, and 78 identical mongoloid male twins. At 6, when their working day was over, the two groups assembled in the vestibule of the hospital and were served their daily soma ration. It was into this crowd that the savage walked, so overcome with his grief and his remorse that he did not realize he was shouldering his way into the gathering throng.
All right, here it is, soma distribution. In good order, please. Oh, hurry up there. Stand in line for your soma.
Linda died because of this.
Oh, now don't grab. There's enough for everybody. 1 gram for an evening's delight, 2 for a trip to the gorgeous East, and 4 for a weekend in paradise.
How beauteous mankind is. How brave new world that has such people in it. Stop! Stop!
Ford is a savage.
Listen, I beg you, lend me your ears. Don't take that horrible stuff. It's poison.
Mr. Savage, please. The people are waiting.
You're slaves, all of you. Don't you want to be men? Don't you want freedom?
Freedom? Ford Almighty, call the police.
From somewhere behind the milling, angry crowd, Bernard Marx saw the savage. He and his friend Helmholtz Watson had been searching for John. Now they hurried forward.
Helmholtz, he's mad. They'll lynch him. Oh, Ford, help us.
Ford, help those who help themselves, Bernard. Come on.
Where are you going? Come back.
It's a fight, a real fight. I've been waiting all my life for this. Men at last.
I'll make you free whether you want to be or not. Give me those soma boxes.
Sir, Mr. Savage, no. Stop it.
Helmholtz, join me.
Yes.
Throw the poison pills away.
By all means, throw them away.
Stop it.
Freedom! Be men and be free!
Over here, officers, this way. Give them the
Throw them away.
Freedom!
Stand up as men. Win your freedom.
Soma spray.
Win.
John,
your
John.
freedom.
Take them to the resident controller's office. All right. All right, it's all over. We're all happy now. We're so happy we all love each other, don't we? Oh, yes, we all love each other. Line up for your soma.
So you don't much like civilization, Mr. Savage?
No, I don't.
John, you're talking to the resident controller.
We don't need your comments, Mr. Marx.
I think civilization is horrible.
And yet people are happy. They get what they want, and they never want what they can't get. They're well off, they're safe, they're never ill, they're not afraid of death, they're blissfully ignorant of passion and old age, they're plagued with no mother or father, they've got no wives or children to feel strongly about. They're so conditioned that they practically can't help behaving as they ought to behave. And you ask them to chuck this all away for liberty? My good boy.
All the same, it seems quite horrible to me.
Of course it does. Actual happiness always looks pretty squalid in comparison with the overcompensations for misery. And being contented has none of the glamour of a good fight against misfortune. Happiness is never grand.
They call this happiness. Working at an embryo assembly line, manufacturing babies.
Science, my boy. Besides, they like it. Well, Mr. Marx, the time has come. You are being sent to an island.
To an island? Oh, please, sir. Don't send me to Iceland. I promise I'll do what I should. I'll conform to the rules.
One would think he was going to have his throat cut, whereas if he had the smallest sense, he'd understand his punishment is really a reward. He'll be sent to an island where he'll meet the most interesting set of men and women in the world. All the people who weren't satisfied with orthodoxy. Everyone, in a word, who's anyone.
Then why didn't you go to an island yourself?
Because, finally, I preferred this. Sometimes I regret it. Happiness is a hard master, particularly other people's happiness. Well, gentlemen, there are many islands available. Which climate do you choose, Mr. Watson?
Well, I should like a thoroughly bad climate. I think I'd write better if I had to contend with difficulties.
How about the Falkland Islands?
That would be fine.
Good. You may leave now. You too, Mr. Marks.
Goodbye, Helmholtz. Goodbye, Bernard.
Goodbye, John. Goodbye, John.
One more question.
Of course.
Where is God in this scheme of yours?
It's a subject that has always had a great interest for me. You've never read this, of course, the Holy Bible, New and Old Testaments. I've got quite a few revolting old books like that here.
But if you know about God, why don't you tell the people?
This book is old. It's about God hundreds of years ago, not God now.
But God doesn't change.
Men do, though. No, my friend, call it the fault of civilization. God isn't compatible with machinery and scientific medicine and universal happiness.
But when you're alone, it's natural to believe in God. When you're quite alone in the night, thinking about death.
But people are never alone now. We make them hate solitude, and we arrange their lives so that it's almost impossible for them ever to have it. No solitude, no God.
Is that why there's no self-denial here? No God, no reason for it?
Of course. Industry and prosperity are only possible when there is no self-denial. If there were, the wheels would stop turning.
But God's the reason for everything noble and fine and heroic.
My dear young friend, civilization has absolutely no need for nobility or heroism. You're conditioned so that you can't help doing what you ought to do. And what you ought to do is, on the whole, so pleasant. So many of the natural impulses are allowed free play that there really aren't any temptations to resist. Anybody can be virtuous now. No temptations, no inconveniences.
But I like the inconveniences.
We don't. We prefer to do things comfortably.
But I don't want comfort. I want God. I want poetry. I want real danger. I want freedom. I want goodness. I want sin.
In fact, you're claiming the right to be unhappy.
All right. I'm claiming the right to be unhappy.
Not to mention the right to grow old and ugly and impotent. The right to have cancer. The right to have too little to eat. The right to live in constant apprehension of what may happen tomorrow. The right to be tortured by unspeakable pains of every kind.
I claim them all.
You're welcome.
Bernard and Helmholtz left for their islands, but the savage was not allowed to go with them. The controller wished to continue the experiment. 3 weeks later, the savage ran away. After some days of wandering, he took refuge in an abandoned lighthouse. But his desire for solitude was not to be fulfilled. His hiding place was discovered. There were articles in the papers. Sightseers came by the thousands. One Sunday, Lenina Crown came for a picnic with 3 of her latest boyfriends. The day after her visit, 2 young reporters came to call, hoping for an exclusive interview. The door of the lighthouse was ajar. They pushed it open and walked into a shuttered twilight. Through an archway on the further side of the room, they could see the bottom of the staircase that led up to the higher floors. Just under the crown of the arch dangled a pair of feet. They called. No one answered. They saw him. At last the savage had found solitude. He was alone, quite alone.
Thus concludes Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. We wish to thank Mr. Huxley for appearing on these broadcasts as our narrator. And we would also like to thank you, our listeners, for your enthusiastic response to this new series. This is William Conrad inviting you to join us again next week when we present George Stewart's dramatic account of one of nature's most terrifying phenomena, storm. The following week, listen as Dr. Frank C. Baxter interviews William Shakespeare. Presented on the CBS Radio Workshop.
The CBS Radio Workshop is produced and directed by William Frug. Brave New World was adapted for radio by Mr. Frug. Featured in the cast were Joseph Kearns, Herb Butterfield, Bill Idelson, Gloria Henry, Charlotte Lawrence, Parley Bear, Doris Singleton, Jack Crucian, Vic Perrin, and Lorene Tuttle. Original music composed and conducted by Bernard Herrmann. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Frank C. Baxter.
Who steals my purse steals trash, but he that filches from me my good name robs me of that which not enriches him and makes me poor indeed. William Shakespeare said that.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, transcribed, the Workshop presents its first colloquy, featuring the eminent teacher of Shakespeare, Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English at the University of Southern California, who in turn will introduce his special guest, Dr. Baxter.
Thank you and good evening. For some time now, many of us have been fascinated by a controversy unique in the annals of literature. Stated simply, the question is, who wrote the works of William Shakespeare? Articles have been carried in our most popular magazines. Eminent scholars have debated and debunked. Almost everybody has a theory. So, in the interest of true scientific research, in an effort to settle this knotty problem once and for all, we have invited as our special guest tonight the distinguished author, Mr. William Shakespeare.
How do you do?
I trust you had a pleasant journey, Mr. Shakespeare?
Aye, and with more comfort and in less time than once it took to fork a palfrey from Stratford up to London. Half a day from old England to the brave new world. The time, to be sure, is out of joint, sir.
Yes, time travels in divers paces with divers persons. That's an As You Like It, Act 3, Scene 2.
Yes, I know.
Well, Will, if I may call you Will?
Will it as you will.
Thank you. Will, there have from time to time been questions raised as to whether you actually wrote the plays and poems which bear your name.
No, it is a tale told by an idiot, full of sound and fury signifying nothing.
Well, be that as it may, that's why we've asked you to be with us tonight, to shed some light on this clouded controversy.
I shall be glad to help, though in truth the matter galls me.
As indeed it well might.
Believe me, it is no flattering unction to my soul. Have you the slightest notion how many candidates have been nominated to fill my buskins?
Well, there's Sir Francis Bacon, of course, and Edward Dyer, and the Earl of Oxford.
And 3 more earls, Southampton, Rutland, and Derby. Then there's Sir Walter Raleigh.
There was even a woman, I believe.
Oh, spare the mark, the delicate Countess of Pembroke. And don't forget my contemporary scriveners, Dekker, Haywood, Webster, Peel, Nash.
How do you account for such confusion of claims, Will?
There were no such things as copyrights in my day. A writer was commissioned by a company of players to write a play. He did so, he was paid for it, and that was the end of it.
Well, how much was he paid?
Well, that would depend. 6, 7, 8 pounds. 10 pounds was most generous, about $500 in your money.
Oh, $500 seems very little for all the rights to a play.
It was, and therefore a writer had to do other things to eke out a living. I myself was an actor, as well as a shareholder in the company.
Your company was called the King's Men, wasn't it?
Yes. You see, it was absolutely necessary in those days for an acting company to be patronized by a nobleman or a member of royalty.
Why was that?
Well, if he were not so sponsored, the law demanded that the lobe of his right ear be pierced by a red-hot iron of the circumference of an inch.
Well, apparently it wasn't exactly respectable to be an actor in your time.
Is it in yours?
Well, even today we find it better to have a sponsor.
Exactly. As members of the King's Company, we enjoyed many privileges not granted to less eminent groups. But with these privileges went the obligation to maintain our eminence, to please not only the court, but the crowd. In other words, we had to produce hits, and almost every day a different play.
I see. You didn't then know the luxury of long runs.
Oh, indeed not. Our public was as fickle as it was avid. Therefore, our theater was voracious, a gluttonous maw into which we crammed play after play.
Somewhat like our movies today, or our radio, television.
Well, somewhat. Certainly the audiences gave not a fig for high passion. They clamored for clowns and loved the lewd and bawdy line. Do you think Richard or Henry V or the Merchant of Venice were enough to fill the bellies and pay the lodgings of my company? Indeed not, sir. We knew the sheriff as well as many a theatrical company that came after us. Else why do you think that I wrote those banal vulgarities?
Banal vulgarities? The plays? Which do you mean, for instance?
Why, Much Ado About Nothing, which indeed is all it was. And As You Like It, which is to say, not as I liked it.
But, Will, these are still among the most often performed of all your works.
Need I argue further proof?
No, but they still play your other works, too. Will, this week, for instance, Romeo and Juliet, Kiss Me, Kate, are being revived in New York.
Kiss Me, Kate? 'Tis no play of mine.
Oh, yes, it is. You called it The Taming of the Shrew.
Then why was its title changed?
Oh, they fixed it up and set it to music.
Oh, perfidy.
It makes money, Will.
Oh.
Was theater attendance good in your day?
Not bad, when you consider that 2 out of 15 Londoners attended the theater every week. And there were no less than 100 poets and playwrights writing words that you still read today.
That's remarkable. But, Will, were you really one of those 100 playwrights and poets?
Why, of course I was. My 2 long poems, Venus and Adonis, and The Rape of Lucrece, attest to it. To say nothing of the 154 sonnets. I was indeed, sir, a poet.
A poet. But the plays. Your name is known today chiefly for the plays.
The plays. Oh, poor foundlings, conceived in need and born in the desperate rush to feed the insatiable appetite of the sweating mob. Manuscript dashed up by candlelight, its parts extracted by a scribe, and the only copies serving the prompters as long as the play pleased the crowd.
What happened to the manuscript after that?
Who knows? Perhaps it remained in the theater, or found its way to an actor's trunk, marked and smudged with the arrogant changes of a dozen performances. Perhaps it was sold for waste to a butcher or a fishmonger to wrap up a slice of veal or an evening kipper. The playwright neither knew nor cared. He was, if that strumpet fortune smiled upon him again, working on his next play.
But this seems incredible, these great plays.
Oh, good Dr. Baxter, have you a copy of all the scripts that you have ever broadcast? Or even yet a copy of every lecture you have made?
Well, I see what you mean.
Who knows how many plays were reduced to blackened ash the afternoon the Globe Theatre went up in flames. Not I, for one.
As I remember, it was during a performance of your Henry VIII that the Globe caught fire.
Aye. Some varlet boy, tending the cannon that heralded the entrance of the king, let flame and powder o'erreach themselves. And ere night fell, the Globe, my theatre, was a stinking mass of smoking ashes. A dozen years of my life were in the Globe. Across its boards first trod Hamlet, Othello, Lear, Macbeth. It was the birthplace of Julius Caesar and Cleopatra's cradle. The day 'twas consumed in fire, the theatre having quit me, I quit the theatre. I never wrote another play, sir.
Another? Did you ever write one? Will of Stratford.
I beg your pardon, sir. Who are you?
'Tis Kit Marlowe, most recent of the thieves who seek to steal my name.
Christopher Marlowe? The Marlowe who wrote Tamburlaine and Dr. Faustus and the Jew of Malta?
Aye, sir. Marlowe of the mighty line. I've been listening to this drivel on the wireless in yon tavern till my gut could stand no more. This impostor, this clown must be answered, and I'm here to demand equal time to that which you've granted the poet ape of Stratford. Equal time, mark you. I believe that is the custom with your modern theater of electronic witchcraft.
Indeed, sir, it is. Come in. Welcome. Our time is your time, or at least part of it.
You understand, good sir, I can no longer stand silent whilst this unlettered bumpkin, this supporting player, palms himself off as the brightest jewel to grace the crown of England's Renaissance.
Then it was you, Christopher Marlowe, who wrote the plays of William Shakespeare.
Who else?
I thought you were murdered in a tavern brawl in the very year that Will Shakespeare published his Venus and Adonis, the year of Richard III and the Comedy of Errors.
Good professor, not you, too. Murdered, I? You've let your reading slip while overmuch you've taught your classes. There were reasons enough why I should disappear, reasons which yet I dare not fully tell, but murdered? Not I, it was another.
A likely tale.
Likelier than the monstrous myth that a countryman, unschooled and uneducated, could have written the works which bear the name of Shakespeare.
'Tis true you will not find my plays as scholarly as yours, Kit Marlowe. 'Tis true I knew little Latin and less Greek. I was better acquainted with people than I was with books.
Oh.
Master Marlowe, since you insist that history lies in telling us that you were murdered at the age of 29, perhaps you'd be good enough to tell us what did happen to you.
That I will, sir, and gladly. My friend, Sir Thomas Walsingham...
Oh, that one.
Arranged the deception. Having had some unknown and worthless varlet murdered, he gave forth the word 'twas I who died. Then all secured, I made my way to France, and thence south to Italy, where I learned the manners and the customs of those distant lands, where, incidentally, I gathered background material for Romeo and Juliet.
Oh, what a lying rogue and peasant slave is he.
I wrote that, yes, and other comedies and tragedies which I produced under the name of an obscure actor called William Shakespeare.
But why use my name?
Well, mine I could not use, being still suspect and with a price upon my head. Wanted, I believe, is the current phrase. So why not your name, since you were nothing, nobody, zero?
Then why did you not attribute your own Tamburlaine the Great to me?
Well, really?
Now that it has flopped so dismally on Broadway.
The Saturday Review called it a piece of classic theater. I have the notices, yeah.
Yes, they look excellent. Master Marlowe, yours is the latest name to enter the list of claimants for the works that we know as Shakespeare's. Perhaps you'd like to take this opportunity to substantiate that claim.
Indeed, I would, sir. That is, in fact, why I'm here. Therefore, hark ye. In Edward II, under my own name, I wrote, "Weep not for Mortimer that scorns the world, and as a traveler goes to discover countries yet unknown." And then I wrote Hamlet, using the name of Shakespeare, in which you'll find these words, "The undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns." You notice the similarity?
Not exactly.
Discover, undiscover. Very like.
Nevertheless, Master Marlowe's claim is seriously presented, the result of years of somebody's thought.
That indeed it is, sir, but to pursue the point. Note again in Edward II the line, "How now, why droops the Earl?" And as Shakespeare in Henry IV, Part 2, "Why droops me lord like overripened corn?"
At least you had learned to make a simile when next you stole from yourself.
Once more, in Edward II, I say, "I arrest you of high treason." And using Shakespeare's name in Henry VIII, I wrote, "I arrest thee of high treason."
If you must arrest a man of high treason, is there a simpler way of saying it? Though it is clear that my way is more graceful.
No, I could go on.
And onward he will go, unless somewhat stopped by lack of breath or the roving eye of a passing wench. Is there no way, good Dr. Baxter, to bring an end to it?
Not an end, but the middle. For here, as is the custom in our CBS Radio Workshop Colloquy, we pause for a short announcement.
You are listening to Colloquy 1, the first in a series of discussion programs to be presented from time to time as part of the CBS Radio Workshop. This evening, our special guest is Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English at the University of Southern California, who is interviewing the noted author, William Shakespeare. Once again, here is Dr. Baxter.
And we have an unexpected but very provocative guest, Christopher Marlowe, the great Elizabethan playwright and the most recent of a score of Shakespeare's contemporaries who claim to have written his works.
Well, can there be any rational argument against such overwhelming proof?
I would not deign to dignify such syllogistic sophistry.
Beg your pardon, sirs.
Yes? Were you looking for someone?
I'm told by the warders of your gate that somewhere within a colloquy is being held. Is this the place?
Well, it is, but I'm...
Then permit me. I am Edward de Vere, 17th Earl of Oxford. And you, sir?
I am the first Francis Baxter of South Pasadena, at your service, my lord.
Oh, we are well met, sir. Will Shakespeare.
Your lordship's looking well. Indeed, somewhat better than when we last met.
If I recall, it was at the Globe in the spring of 1604, and you were playing, as was your wont, the ghost of Hamlet's father.
Indeed I was. Though I must confess your lordship picked a bad day to see the play. I was way off that afternoon.
Oh, tut-tut, goodbye, man. You played it well as I intended it should be played when I wrote it.
You wrote it?
I don't believe that I've had the honor.
Oh, pardon me, your lordship. May I present Christopher Marlowe?
Ah, yes, Marlowe. Informer, spy, pederast, and sometimes scrivener.
Have it, the ruling aristo, sycophant, spineless ornament of a decadent.
It's easy to see why Marlowe's mighty line was ended so early and so violent.
I demand this ignorant valley be removed.
Ignorant! I grace the halls of Cambridge more brilliantly than ever you, the university which bears your name.
My name,
sir, school ties, the current phrase, is it
Yes,
not?
approximately. Let's call it school spirit.
Dancer.
Sir, Master Marlowe has as much right here as you. These days, we make much of a man's right to speak his mind without fear or reprisal.
Of what use, then, the stock, the rack, and the pillory?
None any longer. Ours is an enlightened age.
And so is ours, but we had ways to curb the vagrant tongues of churls.
Well, we found out that if we let them wag their vagrant tongues long enough, they end by hanging themselves.
It is passing strange, what?
So, my lord, you've come here to present your case.
In all truth, it would be beneath me to plead a case for writings tossed off in a moment of whim and consumed with eagerness beyond credulity by a tasteless public. Were it not for an American gentleman who discovered my secret, I would not be here. But since he has gone to such lengths to prove the truth I know so well, I feel it only fair to him to present here the arguments he has advanced in my favor, and thus set injustice right, and prevent either a brawling tippler or an Avonian peasant from claiming what is my due.
Your due.
An American gentleman, you say?
Oh, yes, yes. It was he who more than 30 years ago revealed in a book called Shakespeare Identified that 'twas I, Edward de Vere, 17th Earl of Oxford, who was indeed the author of the works which for nearly 400 years have been attributed to this strolling player, yclept Shakespeare.
And how was this American gentleman yclept?
Looney was his name, J. Thomas Looney.
Did you say Looney?
I did, sirrah. Looney, Looney.
That's what I thought you said.
And how did Mr. Looney arrive at his conclusions?
Oh, by deduction. He decided that Shakespeare's works could only have been written by a mature man of recognized genius, an unconventional man not adequately appreciated, a lyric poet of recognized talent, a man of superior classical education, and finally, an aristocrat, a gentleman. Whose image fits within this frame? Whose? But mine.
But surely, sir, surely there were others in London at the time who could meet these specifications?
Perhaps. But remember Mr. Looney's insistence that his man be a lyric poet of recognized talent.
And you were such a one?
Oh, good master. And you call yourself professor of English literature? Wist ye not this, Jewel? If women be fair and yet be fond, or that their love were firm and fickle, still I would not marvel that they make men bond. By service long to purchase their goodwill, but when I see how frail those creatures are, I muse that men forget themselves so far. What say ye to that, sir?
Very pretty indeed.
For my own part, it was Greek to me.
The subject's women? Aye, there's a topic to task a poet's muse, a worthy topic, a palette for passion, a right and proper challenge for Marlowe's mighty line. Hark! Here's a woman for you, lads. Was this the face that launched 1,000 ships and burnt the topless towers of Ilium? Sweet Helen, make me immortal with a kiss. Her lips suck forth my soul. See where it flies. Come, Helen, come give me my soul again. Here will I dwell, for heaven be in these lips, and all is dross that is not Helena, and none but thou shall be my paramour.
Dross, indeed.
You quote yourself very well, Master Marlowe.
No, it offends me to the soul to hear a robustious, periweight-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to very rags. With presumption, you may lay claim to my work, but in all assurance, I would never put my name on yours.
Well said, Master Will.
You speak of love. Oxford with cynical doubt, Marlowe with froward lechery. Bear with me, gentles. Let me not to the marriage of true minds admit impediments. Love is not love which alters when it alteration finds, or bends with the remover to remove. Oh, no. It is an ever-fixed mark that looks on tempests and is never shaken. It is a star to every wandering bark whose worth's unknown, although his height be taken. Love's not time's fool, though rosy lips and cheeks within his bending sickle's compass come. Love alters not with his brief hours and weeks, but bears it out even to the edge of doom. If this be error and upon me proved, I never writ, nor no man ever loved.
Ah, it is one of my favorites, and has been since the day I wrote it.
Good Dr. Baxter, let us be done and finished. I care not what others such as these may say. I know who wrote the works of Shakespeare.
And who might that be? Sir Francis Bacon?
A lawyer. The most unkindest cut of all.
No matter what he might have been, the Viscount St. Albans was not a poet.
Nor ever claimed to be.
Oh, Bacon, the Lord Verulam, not above eavesdropping.
I had been content to stay without this colloquy, had not my name been mentioned.
Ah, you started the tongues to wagging. You let loose the dogs of rumour, my Lord High Chancellor.
Not I, gentle Will. I lay no pretensions to any man's works of my own.
No, Will, you really do Sir Francis an injustice. Just as an American presented the Earl of Oxford, and more recently another American put forth Kit Marlowe, so it was an American lady 100 years ago who proposed that Sir Francis was the moving spirit behind your works, and her name was Miss Delia Bacon.
No relative of mine, let the record show.
The record so shows. Don't you remember, Will, how she used to spend nightly vigils on your tomb?
100 years ago. Ah, yes. Slow memory knits the ravelled sleeve of time. A most disturbing woman. More ghost than I.
Yes, after she published her book, The Philosophy of Shakespeare's Plays Unfolded, she requested permission of the mayor of Stratford to open your tomb.
Is there no peace? Everybody wants to open a tomb.
But the mayor refused, and perhaps because of it, shortly afterward, she became quite mad, died in a lunatic asylum.
Where all who doubt me belong in truth, sir.
Oh, now wait, just a minute, Will. A man named George Townsend, a staunch supporter of yours, who wrote an answer to Miss Bacon's book, also became mad and committed suicide.
And you asked me, who's loony?
The Baconians have flourished ever since. They claim to have found cryptograms in the Shakespeare text which prove your authorship, Sir Francis.
Indeed, well.
They form societies and publish papers. They're quite sincere, almost fanatical about you. Some claim that you live to be 107. And there are extremists who insist that you still live today in some pleasant English country house, writing immortal works which someday will be revealed to us.
I must aver that I am indeed dead, quite dead, and have been these past 330 years. In fact, I caught my death of cold collecting snow with which I intended to stuff and foul.
Why, pray?
I was a scientist, to test the effectiveness of cold in the preservation of organic substances.
Yes, by this you anticipated the principle of modern refrigeration.
Exactly. I am well content to have left behind me my essays and my philosophic writings, to know that my major work, the Novum Organum, released the world from the tyranny of Aristotelian philosophy and paved the way for modern science. My life was full and richly rewarding. I had no cause to wish myself renowned in a métier in which you were supreme, Master Will.
I believe you with all my heart, my lord.
All say, an end to petty quarrels and fruitless bickering. Who writes the play, 'tis small import. Who plays it brings to life the art. Aye, the play's the thing, but a poor thing indeed without the actor.
You, Burbage.
Burbage? You're Richard Burbage, the first great Shakespearean actor?
Marry that I am, sir. Richard Burbage, star of the Globe Theatre, but more, much more than Burbage. I was Othello, the dusky Moor, destroyed by the jealous perfidy of Iago. I was Macbeth, the murderer. I was the tortured and tottering Lear, the misunderstood and victimized Shylock. I was the paragon of the pit and the god of the galleries. It was for me that Will Shakespeare wrote his plays. And 'twere not for me, none of you would be met tonight in this futile discourse. For it was I who gave the name of Shakespeare its first bright luster. Say now, Will, are not the Prince of Denmark's moods but scrawls on paper without the voice of Richard Burbage, for whom they were created?
Far rather would I agree with thee, friend Burbage, than list the vain and maundering arguments of these literary opportunists. Therefore, once more, good friend, speak the speech, I pray you, as I did write it for you.
To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether 'tis nobler in the mind to suffer the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, or to take arms against a sea of troubles, and by opposing end them. To die, to sleep, no more, and by a sleep to say we end the heartache and the thousand natural shocks that flesh is heir to. 'Tis a consummation devoutly to be wished. To die, to sleep, perchance to dream. Aye, there's the rub. For in that sleep of death what dreams may come, when we have shuffled off this mortal coil, must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long life. For who would bear the whips and scorns of time, the oppressor's wrong, the proud man's contumely, the pangs of despised love, the law's delay, the insolence of office, and the spurns that patient merit of the unworthy takes, when he himself might his quietus make with a bare bodkin? Who would fardels bear to grunt and sweat under a weary life, but that the dream of something after death, the undiscovered country from whose bourne no traveler returns, puzzles the will, and makes us rather bear those ills we have than fly to others we know not of. Thus, conscience does make cowards of us all, and thus the native hue of resolution is sicklied o'er with the pale cast of thought, and enterprises of great pith and moment, with this regard their currents turn awry, and lose the name of action.
Oh, let there be an end on it, good Dr. Baxter. 'Tis an argument I fear will run a course eternal, tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, to the last syllable of recorded time, and never find its proper settlement. I say a plague on all their houses.
Come on then, Will. Though we boast no Mermaid Tavern in Hollywood, there's a quiet little place across the street from the studio where the landlord might well find a stoop of ale or a cup of Rhenish.
Come then, good my friend, let us tarry here no longer.
They've gone, all of them, back into an ancient past. Our revels now are ended. These our actors, as I foretold you, were all spirits, and are melted into air, into thin air. And like the baseless fabric of this vision, the cloud-capped towers, the gorgeous palaces, the solemn temples, the great globe itself, yea, all which it inherit, shall dissolve, and like this insubstantial pageant faded, leave not a rack behind. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep.
You have been listening to an interview with William Shakespeare, featuring Dr. Frank C. Baxter, and produced and directed by William Frug. Our transcribed colloquy was written by William N. Robeson, with additional dialogue by William Shakespeare, Christopher Marlowe, Sir Francis Bacon, and the 17th Earl of Oxford. Additional research by Professor Frank W. Wadsworth of the Department of English, University of California, Los Angeles. Ben Wright was William Shakespeare. Hans Conried was Christopher Marlowe. Ramsay Hill was the Earl of Oxford. Jay Novello was Sir Francis Bacon. And William Conrad was Richard Burbage. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to listen next week to The Voice of New York, narrated by Clifton Fadiman. A unique venture in giving dramatic form and poetic mood to the actual sounds of New York City, presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. Vera Zorina will narrate 3 poems of Baudelaire. Isaac Stern will be violin soloist, and Dmitri Metropolis will conduct the orchestra in works of Glinka, Prokofiev, Lieberman, and Liszt, when the New York Philharmonic Symphony offers another brilliant concert this Sunday. Be sure you're listening for the Philharmonic Symphony on Sunday over most of these same stations. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
This is Maxwell Anderson, and I, together with Brooks Atkinson and Thornton Wilder, have just served as one of the judges on a verse playwriting contest conducted by the Academy of American Poets in association with CBS, which has resulted in money awards for the winners and a radio performance for the winner of the first prize. Poets need material rewards. In an age when poetry is encouraged by monetary success, there has always been more poetry written than in an age when the cash returns for verse were few and meager. And the more verse written, the better the top grade is likely to be. Our own years have not been too kind to poets. They win few prizes, gain little recognition among us. Let us then be grateful to the Academy of American Poets and to CBS for honoring this noblest and most ancient of the arts.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, Carlotta's Serape, by a newly discovered young poet, Miss Rose Orenti, with a special score composed and conducted by Lawrence Rosenthal. And, to set the scene, Mr. Maxwell Anderson.
The time is this summer. The scene is a Mexican marketplace. Carlotta is looking at a pottery display, but out of the corner of her eye, she is watching the old weaver at the next stall. She wanders over to his stand, pretending to be unconcerned. Actually, she is excited about a Serape in his collection. She touches it casually, but her fingers tremble.
Sir, it happens that this wretched rag has caught my eye. Just now entering the square, I thought, is this really a Serape or passing for one? But with all its faults, I can see it on my bedroom floor. In fact, it's somewhat striking. I imagine time will give it a grayish cast that's more to my liking. But until then, and you understand it may not do at all, what do you sell it for?
Like a child or tourist, do you know a jewel from glass? 100 pesos.
You're the typical merchant. Mercenary, crass. You call this a selection? What have you got, 4, 5 Serapes? Well, if all you can do is shrug, I see I've turned off in the wrong direction.
It only happens, does it, that this caught your eye? It happens that I've seen you pass this stall at least a dozen times today. What are you prepared to pay?
Old man, you've got your gall. 25 and not a peso more. That's final and that's all.
Perhaps you'd like it free. Since it's only to step on, you say, to crush beneath your heel. But is beauty mauled without remorse? No. Ravishment takes its own revenge. Of course, this may be what you want. All sorts of bargains go on, including the ones you make with yourself.
Let's not wrangle. I've heard your craftsmanship is great, and I will concede the point, make it 28.
Quite a concession. I've had my fill of customers who bargain for a dream and then don't pay. Say what you like and leave it here. If you don't take it, some tourist will. By and by, one will enter this square and feast his eyes on this Serape. Then, when you turn around, it will be gone. Oh, you'll cry, you'll cry.
Yes, the keen-eyed visitors descend like flies on Mexican ground. And they're very quick with their cameras. But I wonder if they see what they snap. Orizaba, with its crown of snow, will make a touching photograph. Already I cry, old man. I wear myself out with grief. Each time our mountain dies, pressed airlessly in an album leaf.
You do not cry for the mountain, no. Yes, I will say it. I saw your visitor, and you, beside yourself with delight, when he caught your image and reduced you to black and white. He called you Carlotta. Is that right?
That's my name. But how do you know? How is it that you never sleep? On all this square, siesta strikes the timid. And while they nod, you sit among your wares and watch like God.
You are unfair. I must watch to weave. I weave what I see.
Old man? No, of course it couldn't be.
Anything can be.
Old man, have you woven me?
You were accidental, purely fictitious. How was I to know it would agitate you and enchant you so that a noise in me would echo in Carlotta? Let me make it 90 pesos and depart.
The weight of my purse is not through my heart.
Because you have no heart? Oh, then it's yours at 86. It's part of the process to compromise, to settle for less than purity and perfect happiness. 86? No, 84, to bring us greater wisdom than we had before.
Not a peso more than 33 if all I buy is prophecy.
The future is a mystery. Still, my loom says, what you have been has made you what you are and all you must be. And the pattern of your trinity weaves like a thread through time, shuttling busily. Your face is hard and your voice is shrill, but within you melt like lava as a volcano crumbles in flame. Spill 80 pesos in my lap and let me forget your name.
80 pesos worth of philosophy? Were your shawl a full-length portrait, I could see the high demand you make of me. But it's only an episode. There's more. Have you seen? Do you know? Is it here?
In the blue and the green, all here.
Oh, they're lovely. I don't dare touch. Look at this.
We should close this bargain, child.
I haven't seen one in Mexico I liked so much. The guide never mentioned these.
Could be a good reason. This old fellow looks rough. He doesn't aim to please.
Well, he hasn't the face I'd like to kiss, but he sure can weave.
Don't expect to get this for a song.
I hope you're wrong, but I won't bet. You'd better do the talking. My Spanish is a mess.
Sir, how much? This one, how much?
Oh, no.
400 pesos.
400? How can you ask such a price? Sir, 400's too much. 200.
Will you go away? You disgrace the acme of Mexico's art.
He doesn't change his face. Now what do we say?
I wish I knew.
Keep bargaining, that's all we can do.
I haven't the heart.
Then let's go. Isn't that what he said? And come back. That might work.
You think we should?
Sure. It might do him good.
Why did you do it? You could live for weeks on 200, and even an artist has to eat.
As I thought, you're too quick with the tear.
It's my function to weep. But you know this, and at least you do not mock as he did sometimes. Tell me, old friend, is that also here? In the yellow, in this infinitesimal dot?
It is here. It is also here.
Tasco also?
Also Tasco.
How did you know? Or shouldn't I ask?
Nothing escapes my sight. When you returned, you came to pray. You lit the taper, but it did not burn as brightly as your sorrow.
And that's the gray, is it not? Near the fringe, this little sliver?
Yes, the gray. I wondered, black or white, so I made it gray. I was glad you came back. Is Tasco still what it was, as they say?
By law, it cannot change. But Tasco's of the eye and changes with the heart.
Ah, Mexico's Olympus. I remember how treacherous pathways wind down from what is Pacos now to the silver mines. Are they still there?
Oh, they are. My friend called it atmosphere. He named it the Candid Muse and saw it everywhere.
I'm afraid I shall never see Tasco again. 200 would buy all that. As for 3, too fine a price, a legacy. Daughter, acquire your dream and I will relinquish mine. 63.
40.
You gamble perversely to lose. It tempts me to make the sale. Perhaps if I thwart you, if you got what you thought you wanted, you would recoil. The shock might change you. But of course, if you didn't see it yourself, I'd only fail. You have to choose, not I. You know that 100 is not too much, not even enough for this fabric of my soul and yours. Call my bluff.
Sir? Sir, we have circled the square, and I must confess, not here nor elsewhere in Mexico can anything compare with the beauty and finesse of your handicraft. We seem commercial to you, but what, after all, is a tourist to do but buy a memory or two? For 300 pesos, we expect an eternal passport, re-entry to a perfect square, this stall, when in fact we buy nothing at all and can never come back.
You move me. I was not prepared for such a speech. How is it you speak so well?
I studied long ago, and I'm crude about it. I wish I could say what I feel. Sir, it isn't a spiel, but from my heart. I don't care for this procedure, which they say is the custom here. And the fact is, I haven't the talent or time.
What are you saying, dear? It sounds sublime.
I'm trying the truth. Sir, 300. And my wife, if she may, would like a photo of your daughter here.
She's not my daughter, thank God. Though I think you're my son. It doesn't matter to me, but she has an aversion to photographs, I understand. I will say this because you're so sincere, that she also wants this Serape. However, she overplays her hand. You may not believe it, but she bids too high.
And as we were saying...
Then it's not for sale.
The Serape must be sold. Frankly, I don't know how, nor even why. But it pains me not to get my price. After all, there are love and labor in it, and the skeins of wool alone run high. So the price hasn't changed. It's still what I quoted, or I lose my integrity. I would advise that you circle the square again and think it over. I will, too. Yes, that's my advice. We're both too big for compromise.
400. That's a wicked slice. Well, I'll take a walk and talk it over with my wife.
They're all the same. He reminds me...
It's not the same. For shame that you always add 1 and 1 and get nothing. For once resolve your balance and buy for a meager sum, and there is something you must pay, a little happiness. We cannot argue all day, and the bus leaves soon. It's bitter enough for me to vend on this mart. I can't take on your cares or weave your pattern forever. Restore me to my own identity.
For an artist, you have a practical mind. In fact, you're American at heart.
If this is a jest, and it certainly is unkind, then you will surely fail the final test.
You test me.
I teach you, for which forgive me. Had I myself the flair, some other fool would be the weaver, and I an American millionaire. One loser detects another soon enough. End your pursuit of sadness, and your hate can be revealed to you before it is too late.
Yes. I hate even myself. But you know, since I started to talk to you, it seems to go, to dissipate, and leaves a bottomless pit, a vacuum, because nothing replaces it. And it should, I think, be replaced by love. But I do not love anymore, and I'm sure somehow I have never loved. And I never will.
There's something still.
I wonder, I am young, as you say, but it's been one blunder after another. Not he, the American, nor anyone. No, Weaver, I have never loved. Not he, the dark-eyed one who vended orchids and bouquets on Xochimilco's boats and banks. I languished for him, but I never loved. Nor my Valencian swain who plucked his husky, sad guitar and sang old tunes of far-off Spain. I longed for him, but never loved. And the matador, brave and afraid, dazzled me with epaulets and crimson cloak. When first he smote a bull, Popocatépetl smoked. Yet thinking how the stain of the beast's blood soiled the sand, my heart was wrenched with pain, and I withdrew my hand. He was my life. I did not love. Not more nor less than they. The American passed within the shadow of a myth in whose darkness love dissolved away. I can no longer shield my eyes from light. The daylight comes, and in this merciless sun I see how I have never loved, not he, the last, nor anyone. I'm a hopeless case.
To know it is to claim redemption. From now on, when your heart cries, follow, do not pursue the anguish that calls out to you. Unlearn and learn until the patterns flow together and you weave your own Serape.
But it is not easy, I think.
No, not as the wink of an eye. It depends. You must want to try as I still do. I was not always a master weaver. Even yet threads get tangled in the loom, and I lament the poverty of my inspiration and sulk like a prophet of doom.
It's hard to believe.
Because for the most part, I learned that I cannot grieve. I must always wrestle with temptation, but my grief fares badly in the light of day. Weeping reproachfully outside my house, he mourns the bat-filled attic where he can no longer stay. Upbraids me for ingratitude, reminds me constantly how he partook of my largesse in solitude. Pity your exiled friend, grief sobs. And almost I decide as I soften to his tear-stained cheeks to call him back inside. Oh, pity, not because grief cries, how well I know this fawning look precedes his spate of lies, but that my house is lonely. Now he speaks, aware of this, more softly and persuasively, of all that we have shared. He argues life is static without the goad of misery. My heart is wrenched, and even as I gasp in prelude to fresh pain, his eloquence and tenderness become the sibilant hiss of a poisonous and fatal asp. He rushes to the door, and I throw my last weak strength against the panel at the knob. The weak walls tremble while I sob until with all the power that is left to me I shout, "Pity, yes! But not because you are my friend, but because you know no better than to be my enemy." True, the house is still. I peep through the keyhole, watching now how he falters down the road. I groan to think how he can find some other place to live, while I am alone. Alone. Now what do we say we start again?
45. Will you take it?
I don't think I can. It's not a bad offer and good enough for a lesser man. But you can do better. 50 might make it. Ah, here's my boy. Have you decided to grant yourself your wish? Things are moving fast. This chance will be the last for all of us.
Haggling is for the timid, sir, the language of the weak. It is not a tongue I care to learn or speak. Fair is fair, and the craftsman's hand is written all over there.
The bus is waiting. Hurry.
Don't worry, dear. Sir, you're a master. I take the time to say this and repeat it, though we have to leave. No one can weave the way you weave. I want you to know I know it. It's a pity I can't say it better and at greater length, but if I did, I'd never get back to Mexico City. I'm distressed, and I'm sure I show it. But if I could bring this back with me, I'd be your eternal debtor.
Then what are we waiting for?
I'll pay what you ask for. 400 pesos, if necessary, more.
It's already agreed. I'll pay 50.
Do I hear what I think I hear? Or do my ears deceive me? Did she say 50, 100?
She said 50.
That's 5,000 pesos, honey. I'm afraid it's perfectly clear.
But she's only a girl, a baby. Does she have that kind of money?
I don't get it. Maybe they're poking fun.
We have to forget it. Let's run.
It isn't true.
Joy comes sorrowfully to you. I might have guessed.
I don't deserve it. Oh, you fooled them all right, but 50 pesos won't take you to Tasco again.
Carlotta, you've brought Tasco to me.
Oh, not really. Here, I'll pay you before you change your mind.
It's true, I'm rarely kind, but what I do, I do. Thank you.
It's not for the floor, I promise. That was a ruse.
Of course.
I'll put it to tasteful use. It's a treasure.
Then I have no remorse. Just don't misuse your pleasure and take the quirks of fate with a grain of salt. You leave the blinding sunlight of this square, but it will follow you forever. And when you dig through ancient shadows, you'll find that light was always there. Smile. You'll never meet a man if you wear that awful face.
I couldn't disgrace you that way.
Then you'll love again.
Amen.
Adios, Carlotta.
Adios, amigo. Keep watching.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and Carlotta's Serape by Rose Orenti. The American Academy of Poets prize-winning verse drama chosen by Maxwell Anderson, Brooks Atkinson, and Thornton Wilder, and produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. Elspeth Eric was heard as Carlotta and Louis Van Ruten as the Weaver. The tourists were Stotts Cotsworth and Vera Allen. Special score composed and conducted by Lawrence Rosenthal. This is Dick Noel inviting you to listen again next week when from Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop presents The Son of Man, a passion play arranged from the four Gospels of the New Testament by Archibald MacLeish. The words of St. Mark will be read by Herbert Marshall.
St. Matthew by Robert Young, St. John by Vincent Price, and St. Luke by Victor Jory. The music is taken from the Mass in B minor, the Passion of St. Matthew, and the chorales of Johann Sebastian Bach.
This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
A funny thing happened to me on the way to the studio. I met a woman who sleeps with cats.
A woman who sleeps with cats?
Yeah, Mrs. Cat.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. This afternoon, the workshop examines another little understood aspect of man's behavior, humor, in Colloquy 4, the Joe Miller joke book, produced in Hollywood by William N. Robeson and conducted by Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English literature at the University of Southern California. Dr. Baxter.
If you fear that your radio is receiving two programs simultaneously here, one of very old jokes and the other a talk on literature, then don't touch the dial. Believe me, this is all one program. Now, my own interest in the ancient wheeze is a scholarly one, stemming from the fact that jokes have always had a very real part in literature, at least as long as we have the spoken word. Moreover, there's always been a heartening feeling of immediacy about jokes, not only because so many are topical, but because in one way or another, we all use jokes with gratifying regularity. Some of us tell a joke to fortify a point we wish to make, to entertain, to enhance ourselves, thus, in the opinion of others. Or perhaps we tell them for the laudatory purpose of relieving the tedium of some dull occasion. Now, I can best show you what I mean by bringing you a few examples, perhaps, of a classic joke, a classic teller, and a typical occasion. Let's start with a man who's almost a semi-pro in the field, the after-dinner speaker.
Friends, put away your watches. I'm not going to talk for an hour. In fact, the brevity of my remarks reminds me of what Abe Lincoln once said when his tailor suggested maybe Lincoln's legs were too long. "No, Sam," the president said, "I reckon they're just long enough. They reach the ground, don't they?"
And all of us have met this next fellow, the self-appointed life of the party.
Hey, you heard the latest story about the farmer's daughter? Well, the farmer did, and now she can never darken his door again.
Even learned men with professional degrees use jokes tellingly. As, for example, now, the glib and successful trial lawyer.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I assure you I'm implying no criticism of my worthy opponent who found it necessary to address you for 2 hours and a half. But he did put me in mind of an old farmer they say Andrew Jackson came across one day. It seems the farmer was feeding his mule one piece of straw at a time. "Neighbor," old Hickory finally said, "feeding your mule that way, isn't that going to take a long time?" "Well, General," the rustic said slowly, "reckon it will. But what's time to a stupid old jackass?"
Yes. And let's not overlook the determinedly cheerful wife who feels she has to greet her husband gaily when he returns from a grueling day at the office.
Now, Henry, just lie back there and relax while I tell you. I heard the funniest story today.
Okay.
Do you know what one merry-go-round horse said to the other merry-go-round horse, Henry?
Yeah. Let's get off this merry-go-round and get married. I'm sick and tired of going around with you.
Oh.
And finally, the man whose living depends on telling jokes, the comedian.
Hey, buddy, do you know why cream costs more than milk?
No, tell me, my boy. Why does cream cost more than milk?
Because, stupid, it's harder for the cows to sit on those tiny little bottles.
And there, happily, there ends our illustration. Now, admittedly, these were old jokes. But if you make the common error of classifying them as Joe Miller's, you're wrong. They're much older. Every one of those jokes, in one form or another, was already old before Joe Miller was born.
Oh, Professor, are you trying to tell us that there actually was a Joe Miller?
Yes. Though the records are unclear as to the year of his birth, we do know that he died in London in 1738.
Oh, I get it. Joe Miller lived. It's his jokes that died.
Oh, on the contrary, Joe Miller died. His jokes live on forever.
But I'd always heard Joe Miller was, sort of a myth, an excuse for a bum joke.
No, Miller was an actual person. But oddly enough, not only did Joe Miller never utter a joke himself, the book bearing his name was published more than a year after he died.
Oh, come on. You know, I think Joe Miller's still alive, and he's on my payroll as a writer under an assumed name. He's my brother-in-law.
Dr. Baxter, you made some pretty fantastic allegations. Are you able to prove any part of them?
Well, yes, Counselor. It happens that I have with me several monographs written by Joe Miller's own contemporaries.
In a court of law, Doctor, that would be inadmissible as evidence. It's hearsay. Out and out hearsay. However, since you claim he's dead, acceptable proof would be the corpus itself.
Now, that's pretty ridiculous, isn't it? Even for a lawyer?
It isn't quite as impossible as it might at first seem.
Oh, now what sort of mumbo-jumbo is that? Either you can produce Joe Miller or you cannot.
You know, I don't see why I shouldn't try to produce him in this Bridie Murphy age of supersonic animation, automation, mechanical brains, technology more baffling than Merlin. Even though I do not pretend myself to be a pure scientist, merely a sometime student, this cause is a worthy one, and the end, if I succeed in materializing Joe Miller, merits the means. And the means are never very far away these days. Now, here beside me, I just happen to have a mammoth mechanical brain. I insert this punch card in it. I depress button A, so. I throw the switch marked go, go, go. And behold, we get...
Joe Miller here. Can you read me?
Yes, Joe, we read you 5 by 5. This is Dr. Frank Baxter of the University of Southern California.
Ah, yes, Doctor. Is there some service I'm able to perform for you? Some forgotten speech of Will Shakespeare's or Ben Jonson, perchance?
No, Joe, not today. But right now, I'd like you to drop down here. It is down, isn't it, Joe?
There is.
Good. Well, then, would you drop down for a few moments? Provide the answers to the questions I have for you?
Well, so be it, good doctor. Can you direct me to your meeting place?
Well, now, let's see. Let me focus. Yes. Now, go past that first thunderhead on the left, turn sharp at that fluffy gathering of cumulus, and then slide down the slightly tarnished rainbow, straight ahead.
Ah, yes, friend Baxter. I see it now. Roger, Wilco, and out.
Joe Miller.
Greetings, good friends. And which of you chances to be the usher in literature, Dr. Baxter?
I'm the Dominie, Joe. I want you to know how much I appreciate this cooperation of yours.
The least I can do for a fellow student and player. Now, how may I serve you?
Would you just tell my friends here who you are, what you were, what connections, if any, you had with that famous book entitled Joe Miller's Jests?
Oh, Joe Miller's Jests. Ah, a pox on it and the fulsome knaves who foisted it upon a half-witted world. I bite my thumb at them, sir.
We'll stipulate the pox, Miller, but let's get to the testimony. The professor here alleges you never wrote a joke.
Aye, sir, nor never spake one. You see, good friends, I was a leading tragedian in London theatres, and a splendid one, if I say so myself, which I gladly do. I was a leading tragedian and not a comic clown. At the time in London, we had a self-styled critic of the drama, a suet head, one John Motley. Motley was an habitué of a tavern I frequented, which was the gathering place for all the mountebanks and roisterers from the Theatres Royal of Covent Garden and Drury Lane. John Gay, he who wrote The Beggar's Opera, among other things. Mr. Professor Lacey, all of them, the actors, the writers of midday.
This was that famous public house on Portsmouth Street?
Aye, friend Dominic. Well, to get on, this knave, this Motley, had a good thing going for him which profited him much, although it was equally abrim with chicanery.
You mean he had a racket?
He invented the rackets, this varlet. Would an actor buy Motley all the ale and sack he could hold, Motley in turn would publish glowing notices on the players' performances. A trap into which I would not fall.
Good for you, Mr. Miller.
Thanks, madam. And here, perhaps, it is best I explain that my chiefest misfortune was the maid I had wed, my wife. Comely, but a complete shrew. So perhaps you can understand that after an evening's performance I would repair to the tavern, spurning Motley and his noisome companions, and sit alone at the table the Boniface reserved for me exclusively, dreading the hour when I must return to my home and Dame Miller.
So all right already. Then what happened?
Well, after my constant rebuffs by his good opinion, Motley became so enraged he determined he would shame me and ruin my repute as a leading tragedian. So, one day when he came upon an ancient jest, so creaky of the joint it was repulsive, he determined his chance to destroy me had come. He waited until every turn...
Friends, imbibers, and countrymen, lend me your ears. I have a jest to tell you. A rib tickler just told me about that ever-popular tragedian, none other than Joe Miller. Here is the jape as Miller told it to me. A man asked his neighbor, but late married to a widow, how he agreed with his wife. Marvelous well, the neighbor replied, when I am merry, she is merry. When I am sad, she is sad. For when I go out, I am merry to go from her. And when I return, she is sad to see me.
Thus, instead of being greeted with groans and catcalls, Motley was filled with amaze to find he had evoked gales of leg-slapping laughter. Bitter and baffled, he managed to get aside John Gay and beseeched him to explain this unexpected outburst of mirth. Holding his sides, Gay managed his explanation.
Oh, friend Motley, don't you see? It isn't a horrid jest. What makes it comical is that a vinegar visage like that henpecked Miller should tell it. Aye, Motley, that's what makes it funny. Joe Miller telling any joke.
And there I was, hoist by Motley's own petard.
They didn't blame you for the bad joke, Mr. Miller?
Nay, madam, to the contrary. They found that to ascribe a jest to me was better insurance than had it been written by Lloyd's Coffee House. So from that night on, all ancient japes told in the city were laid at my door. But Motley, at first deflated, finally wreaked his revenge on me.
How did he do that, Joe?
So identified did I become with jests and jibes that my very presence in a play would set an audience to convulsions. And since I was a tragedian, soon no theatrical manager in London would give me employ. I died not too long after, a broken man.
Well, granting all that, you still haven't explained that book bearing your name.
Aye, I come now to that, sirrah. Upon my demise, one Thaddeus Reed, a shrewd publisher of folios, sought out Motley and proposed he collect the deadliest of the jokes being told and publish them as Joe Miller's. Motley refused to have anything to do with the publication which might perpetuate my name until Reed tempted him with visions of heady profits.
Motley, lend ear to me. There is a fortune in the book of jests.
I will not be associated with Joe Miller, that penurious, unfriendly, untalented...
Not for, say, £100.
Not for £1,000. How much, friend Reed, from a book of jokes?
I know not, except the rewards are limitless. Recall you Miles Coverdale's Bible, published in 1535.
Oh, yes?
Coverdale obtained the funds to publish the Bible by issuing a collection of jokes 9 years earlier. The one he clept 100 Merry Tales. And a century ago, in 1630, the court jester Archie Armstrong published his book, and both volumes still are in good demand at the stalls. Well, John, will you join me in this enterprise?
Aye, but on one condition. All London knows of my distaste for Joe Miller, and I do not wish to be made a laughingstock. I shall set down these jokes, but not under my own name. We shall create a pseudonym for the acknowledged editor.
Excellent, John.
And there you have the entire sordid story of Joe Miller's Jests, or the Wits Vadimecum, edited by Elijah Jenkins, Esquire, and published by T. Reed, Anno Domini 1739.
Now, Joe, that was a story well told indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Baxter, one and all. And now my duty has been discharged. I must be going, forsooth.
How forsooth are you going, Joe?
A plague on you, sir. A pox and a plague on all hollow heads who practice what never did I preach. Milady, esteemed gentlemen, it is past the time when I must return. Parting is such sweet sorrow.
Joe, wait. I
feel I should repay you somehow for all the trouble to which we put you.
Hey, he's gone. Just vanished. Can you blame even him after that gosh-awful pun of yours? How far south are you going?
True. The pun is the lowest form of wit.
Well, perhaps. But certainly Shakespeare used many puns. The great John Milton even had Satan make them.
Puns are the basis of a lot of good humor. Like the joke I opened up with. You all laughed at it. The one about Mrs. Katz.
Well, that wasn't a bad joke. Yet there's another, perhaps more acceptable version if you'd care to hear it.
Yeah, I'd like that.
Very well, then. May I ask our joke demonstrators for version 13B of the Mrs. Katz joke?
I never thought I'd get here. I was just attacked by a man-eating rabbit.
A man-eating rabbit?
Yeah, I was in a restaurant and a man-eating rabbit threw a punch at me.
That was pretty good, Doctor. But, was it original?
Heaven forbid. This, like most jokes, is what is technically known as a switcheroo. Now, let me show you how this is done historically. Joe Miller's joke number 99, please.
A lady questioned about her age affirmed she was 40 and called upon a gentleman for his opinion. I do not doubt it, madam, replied he, because have I not heard you say so the last 10 years?
Now, let's see where Mr. Motley got it to include in the Joe Miller jests. Let's have the parallel joke from Armstrong's book, published 1630, please.
A court lady had dinner, and speaking of her age, said she was 40. One gallant, on hearing this, whispered to his companion, I have not the face to disbelieve her, for I've heard her say so any time these 10 years.
That's no switch, Doctor. That's out-and-out stealing. Even the numbers, 40 and 10.
Yes, but the theft was Armstrong's, because that joke, the joke he took his joke from, was current back in Latin times and Roman times and Cicero's day, and it went like this.
Oh, noble Cicero, Fabia Dolabella saith she is but 30 summers. Would this be true?
It must be true, for I have heard it these last 20 years.
Are there other examples, Doctor?
Yes, come on, Professor. I've got my pencil and notebook all ready, but they've got to be better than that.
Oh, there are dozens of examples, hundreds. Some I can't even quote because of the robustness of Elizabethan humor, and others which today are interesting, not for their shimmering wit, but only to scholars who seek sources. There's several jokes appearing in The 100 Merry Tales, printed in 1500. That's a book that Shakespeare knew and referred to, by the way. The 100 Merry Tales of 1500, there are jokes there, as well as in Archie Armstrong and Joe Miller, all similar, if not the same, and few of them are funny today.
Well, if they were funny once, Doctor, why aren't they today?
Let me give you one final example. Now, here's another joke, just as it appears in Armstrong's 17th century book.
Two Dutchmen, one very tall, the other of exceeding low stature, were walking together. A pleasant gentleman, seeing them, said to his friend, Yonder go High Germany and the Low Countries.
You call that a joke, Doctor?
Yes, at one time it was a joke and a good joke, and it enjoyed great vogue. But now, using it as a springboard, let's take a much more recent version, which dates back only a few years, when the American theater man Marcus Lowe and the producer Lee Shubert were familiar figures on Broadway. Now, Marcus Lowe and Lee Shubert happened to pass one day, and this was their greeting.
Hi, Lee. Hi, Lowe.
So you see that Will Shakespeare was right when he wrote in Love's Labour's Lost, a jest's prosperity lies in the ear of him who hears it, never in the tongue of him who makes it.
Yes, Doctor, but you're quoting Shakespeare, of course. Haven't you a theory of your own about what's funny and why?
Well, as a matter of fact, I have a lot of theories.
Tell us.
This is a dangerous business. Now, if one of you will be good enough to move that chopping block a little closer, I'll loosen my collar and lay my neck on the block.
Okay, Professor. Let's not keep a frantic world in suspenders waiting for it. Let's have it.
Have you given your theory a name, Doctor?
Well, I suppose so. It seems to me, by the way, that when we laugh, most of the time we laugh at someone who is doing something we'd like to do. We're all so inhibited and ruled and regulated by laws that whenever we see any person getting off second base safely, doing something that we'd like to do and can't, we acknowledge with a warm satisfaction of laughter the existence of one of our fellows who for a moment gets free. We say often to ourselves, I wish I'd said that. I wish I had done that. Or I wish I'd seen that. You might call this the I wish I theory.
I wish I.
Well, but Doctor, that's pretty much a generality, isn't it?
Yes, of course. No one theory explains all jokes. But, to be specific, why doesn't one of you tell his favorite joke to the others and see if they think it's funny?
Well, we're not professionals. Why not let the comedian tell one of his?
Good idea.
Okay,
Fine.
let's take this one. The scene is an asylum. An inmate is looking over the wall, watching the gardener work. Finally, he says, "Psst, hey, buddy, what are you doing?" The gardener says, "Why, I'm putting fertilizer on the strawberries." The other guy screams, "How do you like that? I put cream on mine, and they call me crazy."
I don't think that's funny. I think it was true.
Well, applying Dr. Baxter's I wish I theory, I wish I hadn't heard it.
You don't know what's funny and what isn't.
Well, let's see if we do or not. I'll tell one I know knocks him in the aisles. It seems a farmer and his daughter were in the farmer's car driving back home with the money they'd just gotten in town selling their eggs. Well, suddenly the farmer spied two armed bandits approaching, so he whispered to his daughter, "Mary, quick, stick that money in your mouth and hide it." Well, the girl did as she was told, and the hold-up men couldn't find the money, which made them so sore they kicked them out and took the car. Well, once he was sure they were safe, the farmer said, "I guess we was lucky, all right. But if your ma had been along, we could have saved the car, too."
Gentlemen, can't we have some order here?
That traveling fair.
Gentlemen, please, some decorum, if you will. Gentlemen, please.
Dr. Baxter, could I speak with you a moment, good professor?
Why, Joe Miller, back again. What brings you back, Joe?
I heard this idiotic argument, and I came back to assure you it was none of my doing, sir.
Of course it isn't, but my, I'm glad you're back. You left before I could ask you to dine with me.
Well, I really shouldn't, hate traveling after dark, but, well, I shall make an exception, good doctor. Been so deuced long since I've had any solid food, and, what shall the menu be?
Well, now, how would a steak this thick, strike you?
Perfection itself, but pray.
Then, let's see. Then perhaps a salad of tossed California greens?
Oh, the very words fairly titillate the gastric juices. And what shall we have with the coffee, then?
Why, anything you choose, Joe.
Would you have strawberries, Doctor?
You have all the strawberries your heart desires.
Oh, not for me, good friend. Oh, strawberries for you.
Why, Joe? Why strawberries for me?
Because I want to see what you put on your strawberries.
Well, that's it, good friends. Joe Miller's jests, or the wits what he make 'em. Oh, may Joe and his jests both leave us and rest in peace.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop's production of Colloquy 4, the Joe Miller Joke Book, with Dr. Frank C. Baxter, Professor of English Literature at the University of Southern California. Colloquy 4 was written, directed in Hollywood by Paul Franklin. Included in the cast were Virginia Gregg, Joe Kearns, Peter Leeds, Ben Wright, Dawes Butler, Howard McNear, Jay Novello, and Joe Forte. Sound effects by Gus Bays.
Transcribe. CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations, presents the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, a graphic and dramatic account of one of nature's most terrifying phenomena, storm, from the famous book by George Stewart, adapted and directed by William N. Robeson, with William Conrad as narrator.
Steadily, the great sphere of the Earth spun upon its axis and moved in its unvarying course around the sun. From far-off Venus, a watcher of the skies, if such a one can be imagined to exist, viewed it as a more brilliant planet than any to be seen by us Earthmen. It gave no sign that storms or men disturbed its tranquil round. Bright against the black of midnight, or yellow in the dawn, the earth hung in the sky, unflickering and serene.
San Francisco Weather Bureau. Fair tonight and Wednesday, no change in temperature, moderate northwest winds. You're welcome.
The same forecast, day after day, week after week. The junior meteorologists wanted to yell blizzards, thunder, lightning, and hurricanes. But as long as that high-pressure area hung off the coast, it would be the same. Fair tonight and tomorrow, no change in temperature. This wasn't weather, it was a bore, and nothing on this morning's weather map could change it. Oh, there were storms, plenty of them, but always somewhere else. Sylvia, an old friend, was now over Boston, dumping a heavy fall of snow before she swept on across the Atlantic. Felicia, poor thing, wasn't doing too well. By all indications, she would die in the fastnesses of the Northwest Territory. But Cornelia, the junior meteorologist, was proud of Cornelia. A big, full-bodied dowager of a storm, 400 miles at sea, southeast of Dutch Harbor. He'd known all of them since birth, days ago in the far western reaches of the Pacific. And it was his private pleasure to give them names. His eyes swept across the map down the arc of the Aleutians and the islands of Japan. And then he saw something he hadn't noticed before. A ship halfway between the weather stations of Haridoyashima and Titijima had reported a barometric pressure of 1011. Yet by its position, it should have been 1012. The temperatures of the ship and the weather station showed too wide a divergence. The wind forces and the directions were at variance. Cold air from the tundras of Siberia had met warm air from the coral atolls of the Southern Ocean. So he rerouted a section of the 1012 isobar, drew a little ellipse like a football around the figure 1011.
Mariah. This one shall be Mariah.
A proud city, San Francisco, set upon hills, pearl gray in the winter sun, swept clean of smoke and dust by the steady wind from the sea. A city of towers and banners standing out stiff in the northwest wind. In the streets of the city, women clutched at their skirts and men at their hats in the invigorating sun-filled breeze. And they greeted each other with sparkling smiles.
Great weather we're having. Puts life in a fella.
But out in the country, there was a drought in the vast Central Valley. The grain and the grasses curled by drought ceased growing. And the well-to-do cattlemen ordered cottonseed meal at the Fresno mills. And in Tehama County, a not-so-well-to-do cattleman received a polite but firm letter from his bank. And an hour later, in the barn, they found his body hanging.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Is the map ready?
Almost, sir. The last reports are just coming in over the teletype.
Nice little storm developing there west of Japan.
You mean Mariah?
You named them, too.
Well, just to myself, sir.
It must be nice to be new to the game. I used to do it when I first came to work here.
Oh, you did?
Yes, I called them mostly after heroes I'd read about in history books, Hannibal and so forth. I remember General Lee developed into a terror, but Genghis Khan was a fizzle.
Well, I've been using girls' names ending in IA, but I'm nearly running out. There's Felicia over Hudson's Bay, and Cornelia's still doing fine in the Gulf of Alaska.
Where'd this Mariah come from?
Incipient. Day before yesterday, north of Titijima.
She'll bear watching. You know the old saying.
What's that, sir?
The Chinaman sneezing in Shensi may set men to shoveling snow in New York City.
Mariah did bear watching. Half as large as the United States, She rolled across the Pacific at 1,000 miles a day. Yet nowhere did she touch land, so vast and empty is the great ocean between the Aleutians and Midway Island. All over the top of the world rested unbroken darkness like a cap. Through that polar night, the flow of heat into outer space was like the steady drain of blood from an open wound. As the air thus grew colder and colder, it shrank toward the surface of the earth. Upon every square mile of snow-covered land and frozen sea, the air weighed more heavily with the passing of each sunless hour.
Hey, Chief, look at the report from Copper Mine this morning.
What about it?
1032, up 9 millibars from yesterday. And Fort Norman, 1035. That polar air mass is going to break out in Canada.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
Well, there's no place else for it to go. And when it does, Mariah won't follow Cornelia and Felicia and the others into the Gulf of Alaska. She'll keep coming straight for the coast. Chief, it's rain in 48 hours and plenty of it.
Well, maybe yes, maybe no.
I'm sorry, Chief. I guess I got carried away.
That's understandable. You haven't seen as many storms come across this map as I have.
No, sir.
But don't go throwing around any 48-hour guesses. Storms are hussies, at least in this part of the world. I've known lots of them. Storms, that is. You can't trust them 12 hours out of your sight. San Francisco Weather Bureau.
Hello. Let me speak to somebody in authority, please.
This is the chief forecaster speaking.
This is Brownington Steamship Company. We got a ship in trouble. She just sent out an SOS. The Eureka relayed it to us. What's the weather like out there?
Can you give me her position?
Not exactly. The Eureka said she was 6 hours away.
What ship is it?
The Byzantium.
In that case, we have it. She made a weather report 2 hours ago. She must have been all right then. Just a minute, let me check.
Well, for heaven's sakes, hurry. It's mostly a local crew. They've got wives and families in the Bay Area. We've got to notify them.
I understand. Here we are. From the Byzantium reported she had a 9-point wind. That'll be about 50 miles an hour. But it's going to get worse. In an hour, it'll be blowing a whole gale, 60 miles an hour anyway. For another hour, it'll be even worse than that, with gusts up to 70.
It's a hurricane and a typhoon.
Look here, there's no sense in panicking. It's not a hurricane. It's not a typhoon. It's a storm, a very big storm. Make that clear to your people and to the newspapers. The Byzantium will be through the worst of it in the next 2 hours. After that, it'll fall off. But there'll be lots of wind for 12 hours and a heavy sea after that.
I see. Well, isn't there anything you can do about it?
I'm afraid not. We report the weather. We don't make it.
Yes, of course. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Well, son.
Sir?
Your Mariah's a big girl now. A killer.
From the Arctic islands and the ice floes of the Beaufort Sea, the polar air swept southward across the plains at 50 miles an hour, across Alberta and Saskatchewan. By noon, it engulfed Edmonton. Just before the winter sunset, Saskatoon and Calgary. At midnight, it crossed the border and invaded the United States. By daybreak, it had occupied much of Montana and North Dakota and was advancing on Minnesota, South Dakota, and Wyoming. But in San Francisco, the proud banners on the tall towers still streamed southeast in the winter sun. Continued fair today. No change in temperature.
Got the map filled in, son?
Yes, sir. Just finishing.
How does it look to you this morning?
Well, I said yesterday it'd rain inside 48 hours. I say now it'll rain inside of 24 hours.
Pretty sure of that, huh?
Positive.
Let me have a look. Your Mariah's come a long way in 5 days.
Yes, sir. Look at that cold front east of the Rockies, right out of Canada. Just as I forecast.
Did you forecast this, too?
What's that, sir?
Part of your cold front slipped west across Alaska, as far south as Seattle.
No, sir, I didn't expect that.
Care to forecast the possibility of it continuing south?
Well, sir, my guess is that Mariah will get here before it does.
Son, in this game, you can't afford to guess. There are a lot of factors on this map that argue against rain. There's this cold front, There's the Pacific High, still where it's been for weeks.
Oh, there's Mariah, and nothing's going to stop her.
Chief. Yes, Whitey.
Chronicles on the wire. They want the forecast.
Tell them I'll have it for them in 10 minutes. You see, son, it's up to me. If I say that one word, rain, the weather forecast won't be in a box at the bottom of the front page. It'll be in boxcar letters in the headlines. That single word will be the biggest news story in California. Thousands of people will change their plans because of it. Hundreds of businesses and industries will adjust to it. And if it doesn't rain...
But it's going to. It has to.
Would you like to take the responsibility of guaranteeing it?
But, sir...
On the other hand, if I forecast fair and it rains, that mistake might mean millions of dollars lost and the illness and the death of more people than a man likes to think about.
Yes, sir.
Of course, it's possible that the Pacific High will hold, and it's possible that the polar air will get here before Mariah does.
But
it's not probable. And we must forecast probable, not possible weather. Whitey.
Yes, Chief.
Get on the phone and order up storm warnings on the coast from Point Arena to North Head. Yes, sir. You, son, call the Chronicle and tell them we'll have the complete forecast in 5 minutes, but tell them to set the headlines and get ready. It's rain.
Rain. The load dispatcher of Power and Light was ready for the electric heaters that would be turned on against the chill, and the lights that would burn later in the morning and earlier in the evening. Somewhere in his maze of high and low voltage wires, his powerhouses and his dams, there would be trouble. But he was ready. Rain. The plant superintendent of the telephone company sent some extra men up along US 40 in case things went bad on the pass. Rain. The general manager of the railroad dispatched the assistant divisional engineer and the chief trainmaster to Immigrant Gap and Norton to take charge of track clearance in the pass. For rain on the coast, rain in the valley, rain in the motherlode meant snow on the pass. The pass, one of the 5 great gateways to California. The first covered wagons crossed the pass in 1844 from the high plateau of Nevada to the rapid valley of the Sacramento, where yet unsuspected, gold lay in the sands of foothill streams. 500 wagons crossed in 46, crossed safely. All but the last, the Donner Party. The snow caught them. And the horror of their story has imprinted their name upon the pass and broods still over peak and canyon like a legend of Greek tragedy. But today, gleaming streamliners glide between the snowy crags with 20th century ease. The transcontinental telephone carries chit-chat and the closing of deals, the word of birth and death, and the jokes and tunes of radio through the high canyons and over the summits. The great steel towers of the Power and Light High Line cut their wide path through the lodgepole pines and the tamaracks as they march with metal feet across the mountain. And feeling its way more subtly, following the contours of the convoluted land, is U.S. Highway 40, the all-weather road across the Sierras, one of the 5 great mountain gateways to California. Far out at sea, the crippled freighter Byzantium, her rudder jury-rigged, made for Honolulu in repairs under a sunny sky. She had ridden out the storm, but she had lost her first officer overboard. Mariah was indeed a killer, and she announced her coming with a wave of pain. As she moved steadily shoreward, old lumberjack joints grown stiff in the dripping of redwood forests twinged and throbbed. From Cape Disappointment to Point Arguello, overworked mothers winced with headaches. Nerve ends of leg stumps tingled. Old wounds of the Argonne and Guadalcanal ached again. In a moving belt 150 miles before the rain, renewed tortures prevailed in the hurt and maimed limbs of men. First, so fine was the rain, it was as if the low-lying mist had merely swooped a little lower. And then for a moment, it was gone. But it came again. Minute by minute, unhurrying. The rain grew thicker and more steady. East beyond the Sierras and the Rockies, the river of polar air swept on. Behind it, the snow-plastered houses of Cincinnati and Louisville, the quick frozen ponds of the Ozarks. In Abilene and Fort Worth and Dallas, they felt it now. And men battling their way along gale-swept streets reminded themselves.
Between Texas and the North Pole, the only windbreak is a barbed wire fence.
Rain will not harm a high-tension line. Snow will build up on it and then fall away of its own weight and bulk. But ice... At the 3,000-foot level in the Sierra the morning after the storm broke, neither rain nor snow fell from the turgid clouds, but sleet, sheathing the trees in bizarre robes of ice, coating the wires of the power and light's 60-kilovolt line until they were a half-inch thick, an inch, 2 inches, until the weight became more than copper cable could bear.
San Francisco load dispatcher.
This is Ringo, substation operator. The French bar's 60 kilovolt line just went out.
Don't say just. When did it go?
9:02. Look, I'm replacing it from Two Rivers and Buckskin Dam.
Thank you.
The load dispatcher looked at his desk clock and noted with satisfaction that it was a little past 9:03.
I know I'm seeing it, but I just can't believe it.
What's that, son?
For this morning's map. It just isn't supposed to look like this. Storms should move from west to east between the high-pressure areas of the pole and the Tropic of Cancer.
They do, in the textbooks. But it looks like El Maria's trapped.
Well, that's what I mean, sir. Trapped between that polar breakthrough over the plains and the one that came in over Alaska. Why, it could go on raining for days.
And very well might.
This is a miracle of electronics. This is the multiplex telephone cable, carrying 2 or 3 radio programs, half a dozen personal conversations, and several teletype messages. 6 of these cables cross the Donner Pass, strung from pole to telephone pole. The central transcontinental lead between San Francisco and the east. In 1579, the same year Sir Francis Drake landed on the coast of California, a cedar sapling sprouted on the lip of a ravine far up in the Sierra Nevada. It was, however, somewhat insecurely rooted, and in 1789, a half-century before the first immigrant let his wagons down the canyon walls with ropes, a windstorm toppled it. Its trunk has lain athwart the ravine ever since, decaying but little in the high, dry mountain air. But last fall, a chipmunk burrowing beneath it dislodged a pound or so of gravel, and thus disturbed its delicate and ancient balance. And the weight of Mariah's snow finished the job. Now the log begins to roll, slides sidewise, upends and drops over the canyon's edge. 100 feet below, it strikes squarely among the crossarms of pole 1-243-76 of the Central Transcontinental League.
Operator,
Hello, operator.
This is the operator.
I've just been cut off from New York.
I'm sorry, sir.
Sorry's not enough. What's the matter with you people?
Hold the line, sir.
Company as big as yours, you'd think they'd give better service. Absolutely ridiculous. This is an important
Here
call.
is your party, sir. I'm sorry for the delay.
Yeah, you should be. Hello, Harry.
Yeah, what happened?
Who knows? Well, anyway, let's pick it up where we were before.
You can't pick it up exactly where you were before, sir. Before, you were talking from San Francisco via Salt Lake, Denver, and Chicago. Now you were talking to New York through Los Angeles, Oklahoma, and St. Louis, over one of the alternate circuits which had been previously set up by a telephone company traffic superintendent who knew what a storm could do on the Donner Pass.
You were right, Chief.
Huh?
Look at this morning's map. That polar air that broke through over the plains finally made it across Mexico. It's out in the Pacific now.
Uh-huh. Joining up with Mariah. That'll be the death of her. But she'll give us trouble tonight.
How's that?
That old polar air mass is only a few hundred miles wide, but she's cold and dry below and warm and moist on top. When she hits Mariah, she'll blow her into bits. Cloudbursts, hail and snow, thunder, lightning, and damnation. Tonight'll be the night.
U.S. Highway 40 was still open, but only because the road superintendent and his crew had pushed the flangers and the rotaries around the clock for nearly 72 hours. And now the snow was thicker than ever, and the superintendent standing at the doorway of the maintenance station garage was tired, bone tired. A heavily pounding truck came up grade from the west. A sedan, its headlights clawing the swirling snow, followed. And a few moments later, another. And then something began to bother the super. Something vague. And then he realized what it was.
Wally.
You.
Let's get out on the road.
What's up?
She's blocked somewhere down the pass. Nothing's coming through from the east.
She was blocked, all right. At Windy Point, a big truck and trailer was jackknifed across the road, and the drifts were already piling up. 4 cars were lined up grade, their motors running.
Idiots. Motors idling and windows closed to keep warm. Wally, tell them to open up before they suffocate. You. I'll take the downgrade side. Anybody hurt here?
Nobody hurt but this truck.
Never mind the truck. You ran past the chain warnings yourself. If you'd had chains on, you wouldn't be stuck in that drift.
Yeah, but look, hey, what am I going to do?
Hey, anybody in there? Oh, no. Hey, you!
Oh, me?
Yeah, you. Where are the people from this car?
Oh, them?
Yeah, what happened to them?
Oh, yeah, old dame and a guy. She was sort of hysterical. She yelled something about we'd all get snowed in and froze like somebody named Donna. Then they started off down the road walking. Hey, you think maybe we ought to start walking like she said, huh?
No, you stay where you are. We'll get you out of this. When did they leave?
About 5 minutes ago.
And that's long enough. Hey, what's the matter up ahead? Road's blocked. You see a couple of people walking down grade?
Yes, we wonder.
You got chains?
Sure, I always got chains. I'm from Colorado.
Good, then you must know mountains. Now listen to me, Jack. I'm the road superintendent here. We aren't going to be able to clear the road for a while. Why don't you swing around while you still can and go on back down grade after those 2 people?
Well, now, I don't know.
You might save a couple of lives.
Why, of course we will.
There's a joint down at the bottom of the pass where you can get them some coffee. We'll let you know when the road's clear.
Well, sure thing. Glad to help.
Thanks a lot. You better get going. One of my rotaries is coming up behind you.
I had no idea you got so much snow out this way.
Yeah, well, we get enough.
Shut the window, Emily, and let's get out of here. Hey, Steve. Hey, Peterson. Give me a lift. Hi, boss.
What you doing down here? I'll tell you later. Raise the plow, Steve, and get me up the road as fast as you can. Radio hot?
As a pistol.
Let's go. KRDM4, KRDO1. KRDM4, calling KRDO1.
KRDO1, standing by for KRDM4.
Hank, get this. Halt all eastbound cars at the summit. Phone the boys at the lake to stop all westbound cars at the gates. Contact the highway patrol and tell them there's a block at Windy Point. Get a couple of men off the day shift and send them down with a push plow and flanger. We're going to lose the road if we don't work fast.
To lose the road was to lose his honor. But that night, as Maria thrashed across the Sierra in her death throes, the superintendent once more held the road. Once more, the storm gave out before his machines did, or his men. Once more, there would come a time and a storm, he reminded himself, when they might not.
San Francisco Weather Bureau. Fair today and tomorrow, moderate northwest winds, slightly cooler. You're welcome.
The junior meteorologist turned back to his map, filling in reports from land stations across half the world and ships spun out upon the great ocean. But soon he let his eyes wander down the Kuril Islands and across the Sea of Japan, where surely a new wave should be forming, a wave which might develop into another great storm, like Maria. But now, no ship happened to be at the proper location to tell him about it.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Storm by George Stewart, adapted and directed by William N. Robeson, with William Conrad as narrator. Featured in the cast were Helene Burke, Chet Stratton, Herb Butterfield, Byron Kane, Harry Bartell, Tony Barrett, Barney Phillips, Frank Gerstle, and Jack Crucian. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Bill James. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. The workshop is produced by William Frug. Transcribed.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. The CBS Radio Workshop presents The Son of Man, a passion play.
The words of the Passion and Resurrection are taken from the four Gospels in the King James Version of the Bible. The music is the music of Bach. There are four speaking voices. The words of St. Mark are read by Herbert Marshall, those of St. Matthew by Robert Young, St. Luke by Victor Jory, and St. John by Vincent Price. These, with the music, make up the play. That is to say, the music has an actor's part, for Johann Sebastian Bach was himself a witness, not to the event, but to the meaning of the event. Of the four speakers, Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John, we know little beyond the words they wrote in their Gospels. These words, however, have much to say of their characters as men and of the differences between them. Mark speaks with the simplicity of an old man remembering what he himself had seen, the voice of one who had taken part in great actions. The Gospel according to Mark.
the beginning of the gospel of Jesus Christ, the Son of God. As it is written in the prophets, behold, I send my messenger before thy face, the voice of one crying in the wilderness, prepare ye the way of the Lord, make his paths straight. And John did baptize in the wilderness, and preached, saying, There cometh one mightier than I after me, the latchet of whose shoes I am not worthy to stoop down and unloose.
Matthew speaks with the force and authority of one who respects the past, one who has labored and lived among the people, listening long to their stories and putting the great narrative together with love and humility and passion. The Gospel according to Matthew.
The book of the generation of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. And from David until the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations. And from the carrying away into Babylon unto Christ are 14 generations.
Luke's voice is the worldly but profoundly believing voice of a man who had journeyed much in the great cities of the Roman world. He was a cosmopolitan, an urbane and sensitive observer to whom the narrative was true not only for the province of Judea, but for the Roman Empire and for the world. The Gospel according to Luke.
Forasmuch as many have taken in hand to set forth a declaration of those things which are most surely believed among us, it seemed good to me also, having had perfect understanding of all things from the very first, to write unto thee, in order that thou mightest know the certainty of those things wherein thou hast been instructed.
John testifies not by the witness of his eyes, but of his soul. John is the mystic, the penetrator, to whom the past exists in the present, and the present exists in eternity, and whatever was, still is, and always will be. The Gospel according to John.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. And the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, full of grace and truth. No man hath seen God at any time. The only begotten Son, which is in the bosom of the Father, he hath declared him.
The Son of Man, the passion and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ.
When the morning was come, all the chief priests and elders of the people took counsel against Jesus to put him to death. And when they had bound him, they led him away and delivered him to Pontius Pilate, the governor. Then Judas, which had betrayed him, when he saw that he was condemned, repented himself, and brought again the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and elders, saying, I have sinned in that I have betrayed innocent blood. And they said, What is that to us? See thou to that. And he cast down the pieces of silver in the temple and departed, and went and hanged himself.
Then lead they Jesus from Caiaphas unto the hall of judgment, and it was early, and they themselves went not into the hall of judgment. Pilate therefore went out unto them, and saith, What accusation bring ye against this man?
And they began to accuse him, saying, We found this fellow perverting the nation, and forbidding to give tribute to Caesar, saying that he himself is Christ, a king.
Then said Pilate unto them, Take ye him, and judge him according to your law. They said unto him, It is not lawful for us to put any man to death. Pilate therefore said unto him, Art thou a king then? Jesus answered, Thou sayest that I am a king. To this end was I born, and for this cause came I into the world, that I should bear witness unto the truth. Pilate saith unto him, What is truth?
Then said Pilate to the chief priests and to the people, I find no fault in this man.
And the chief priests accused him of many things, but Jesus yet answered nothing, so that Pilate marveled.
Now at that feast the governor was wont to release unto the people a prisoner whom they would. And they had then a notable prisoner called Barabbas. Therefore when they were gathered together, Pilate said unto them, Whom will ye that I release unto you, Barabbas or Jesus, which is called Christ?
So they cried out all at once, saying, Away with this man, and release unto us Barabbas.
Pilate saith unto them, What shall I do then with Jesus, which is called Christ?
And they cried out again, Crucify him. Then Pilate said unto them, Why, what evil hath he done? And they cried out the more exceedingly, Crucify him.
When Pilate saw that he could prevail nothing, but that rather a tumult was made, he took water and washed his hands before the multitude, saying, I am innocent of the blood of this just person. See ye to it.
And he released Barabbas, that for sedition and murder was cast into prison, whom they had desired, but delivered Jesus to their will.
And the soldiers led him away into the hall called Praetorium, and they called together the whole band, and they clothed him with purple, and plaited a crown of thorns, and put it about his head, and began to salute him, Hail, King of the Jews! And they smote him on the head with a reed, and did spit upon him, and bowing their knees, worshipped him.
And after they had mocked him, they took the robe off from him, and put his own raiment on him, and led him away to crucify him. And as they came out, they found a man of Cyrene, Simon by name. Him they compelled to bear his cross.
And there followed him a great company of people and of women, which alas bewailed and lamented him. But Jesus, turning unto them, said, Daughters of Jerusalem, weep not for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children.
And when they were come unto a place called Golgotha, that is to say, a place of a skull,
into a place called the place of a skull, which is called in the Hebrew Golgotha.
They gave him to drink wine mingled with myrrh.
They gave him vinegar to drink, mingled with gall. And when he had tasted thereof, he would not drink.
And when they were come to the place which is called the skull, there they crucified him.
And it was the third hour, and they crucified him.
And they crucified him, and parted his garments, casting lots. And sitting down, they watched him there.
Then said Jesus, Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do.
And with him they crucified 2 thieves, the one on his right hand, and the other on his left.
And they that passed by reviled him, wagging their heads and saying, Thou that destroyest the temple and buildest it in 3 days, save thyself. If thou be the Son of God, come down from the cross.
Likewise also the chief priests, mocking, said among themselves with the scribes, He saved others, Himself he cannot save.
The thieves also which were crucified with him cast the same in his teeth.
And it was about the 6th hour, and there was a darkness over all the earth until the 9th hour, and the sun was darkened.
And about the 9th hour Jesus cried with a loud voice, saying, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. That is, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?
And some of them that stood by, when they heard it, said, Behold, he called Elias.
And straightway one of them ran and took a sponge, and filled it with vinegar, and put it on a reed, and gave him to drink. The rest said, Let be. Let us see whether Elias will come to save him.
And Jesus cried with a loud voice, and gave up the ghost.
And behold, the veil of the temple was rent in twain from the top to the bottom. And the earth did quake, and the rocks rent, and the graves were opened.
And when the centurion saw that he so cried out and gave up the ghost, he said, Truly this man was the Son of God.
And all the people that came together to that sight, beholding the things which were done, smote their breasts. And all his acquaintance and the women that followed him from Galilee stood afar off, beholding these things.
When the even was come, there came a rich man of Arimathea named Joseph,
which also waited for the kingdom of God.
This man went to Pilate and begged the body of Jesus. Then Pilate commanded the body to be delivered.
And Joseph bought fine linen, and took him down, and wrapped him in the linen, and laid him in a sepulchre which was hewn out of a rock.
And he rolled a great stone to the door of the sepulchre, and departed.
And the women also which came with him from Galilee followed after, and beheld the sepulchre, and how his body was laid.
And there was Mary Magdalene, and the other Mary, sitting over against the sepulchre.
And they returned and prepared spices and ointments, and rested the Sabbath day according to the commandment.
Now the next day, the chief priests and Pharisees came together unto Pilate, saying, Sir, we remember that deceiver said, while he was yet alive, After 3 days I will rise again. Command, therefore, that the sepulchre be made sure until the 3rd day, lest his disciples come by night and steal him away, and say unto the people, He is risen from the dead. So the last error shall be worse than the first. Pilate said unto them, Ye have a watch. Go your way, make it as sure as ye can. So they went and made the sepulchre sure, sealing the stone and setting a watch.
And when the Sabbath was past, Mary Magdalene and Mary the mother of James and Salome had bought sweet spices that they might come and anoint him. And very early in the morning, the 1st day of the week, they came unto the sepulchre.
Very early in the morning.
When it was yet dark.
And they found the stone rolled away from the sepulchre.
And entering into the sepulchre, they saw a young man sitting on the right side, clothed in a long white garment, and they were affrighted. And he saith unto them, Be not affrighted. Ye seek Jesus of Nazareth, which was crucified. He is risen. He is not here. Behold the place where they laid him.
He is not here, for he is risen, even as he said.
He is not here, but is risen. Remember how he spake unto you when he was yet in Galilee, saying, The Son of Man must be delivered into the hands of sinful men, and be crucified, and the 3rd day rise again. And they remembered his words. And they returned from the sepulchre and told all these things unto the 11 and to all the rest. And these words seemed to the disciples as idle tales, and they believed them not. Then arose Peter, and ran unto the sepulchre, and stooping down, he beheld the linen cloths laid by themselves.
Then cometh Simon Peter following him, and went into the sepulchre, and seeth the linen cloths lie, and the napkin that was upon his head, not lying with the linen cloths, but wrapped together in a place by itself. Then went in also that other disciple, which came first to the sepulchre, and he saw and believed.
Now when Jesus was risen, he appeared first to Mary Magdalene.
Mary stood without at the sepulchre, weeping. And as she wept, she stooped down and looked into the sepulchre, and seeth 2 angels in white, sitting, the one at the head and the other at the feet, where the body of Jesus had lain. And they say unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? She saith unto them, Because they have taken away my Lord, and I know not where they have laid him. And when she had thus said, she turned herself back, and saw Jesus standing, and knew not that it was Jesus. Jesus saith unto her, Woman, why weepest thou? Whom seekest thou? She, supposing him to be the gardener, saith unto him, Sir, if thou hast borne him hence, tell me where thou hast laid him, and I will take him away. Jesus saith unto her, Mary. She turned herself, and saith unto him, Rabboni, which is to say, Master. Jesus saith unto her, Touch me not, for I am not yet ascended to my Father, but go to my brethren and say unto them, I ascend unto my Father and your Father, and to my God and your God.
have just heard the CBS Radio Workshop's production of The Son of Man, the story of the passion and resurrection of our Lord Jesus Christ. All of the words were taken from the 4 Gospels of the New Testament and were arranged for this broadcast by Archibald MacLeish. The words of St. Mark were spoken by Herbert Marshall, those of St. Matthew by Robert Young, St. Luke by Victor Jory, and St. John by Vincent Price. Introductory words were spoken by Raymond Burr. The music was extracted from the B minor Mass and the Passion, according to St. Matthew, by Johann Sebastian Bach. The Son of Man was produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson.
This is Helen Hayes, and this is a simple story about actors. I guess I know pretty much about actors because I've been one for 50 years.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, the Helen Hayes Drama Group and Helen Hayes present Lovers, Villains, and Fools. Helen Hayes has been known for years as one of the leading actresses of the American stage, and lately as a New York theater. And now on tape, Miss Hayes.
Thank you. I still haven't become accustomed to being a theater. But after all these years inside of theaters, I'm quite at home when talking about actors and acting. As I said a moment ago, this is a story about actors. Throughout history, strange opinions have been held about actors by people outside the profession, people sometimes known to theater folk as civilians. Actors have been accused of being childlike, vain, feather-brained, irresponsible, and, well, sometimes not even quite respectable. But whatever else they are, actors are artists. They work hard to learn their trade. It isn't easy to be called on to be a lover for one instant and a villain the next, and then turn from being a villain into a fool. And so an actor reaches for Shakespeare, whose plays provide him with all the examples of character he will ever need, no matter whatever or wherever he plays. Tonight, Jack Manning, my young actor friend, has brought our group to the studio with a Shakespearean repertoire of lovers, villains, and fools. And it might be wise to begin foolishly with a fool. The actor will be Dick Vere, reading a speech of Launce, a foolish fellow and 2 gentlemen of Verona. Launce is the clownish servant of Proteus, one of the 2 gentlemen. He is especially appreciated for his soliloquies to his dog Crab, the sourest-natured dog that lives. The stage direction, enter Launce leading a dog.
Oh, when a manservant shall play the cur with him, look you, it goes hard. One that I brought up of a puppy. One that I saved from drowning when 3 or 4 of his blind brothers and sisters went to it. I have taught him, as you might say, precisely. Thus I would teach a dog. I was sent to deliver him as a present to Mistress Sylvia from my master. And I came no sooner into the dining chamber, but he steps me to her trencher and steals her capon's leg. Oh, 'tis a foul thing when a cur cannot keep himself in all companies. If I had not had more wit to take a fault upon me that he did, I think verily he'd have been hanged for it. Sure as I live, he'd have suffered for it. You shall judge. He thrust me himself into the company of 3 or 4 gentlemanlike dogs under the Duke's table. He'd not been there, bless the mark, but all the chamber smelt him. Out with the dog, says one. Whew. What cur is that, says another. Whip him out, says a third. Hang him up, says the Duke. Well, I, having been acquainted with the smell before, knew it was crab, and goes me to the fellow that whips the dogs. Friend, quoth I, do you mean to whip the dog? Aye, marry I do, quoth he. You do him the more wrong, quoth I. 'Twas I did the thing you wot of. He makes me no more ado, but whips me out of the chamber. How many masters would do this for their servant? Oh, thou thinkest not on this now. Nay, I remember the trick thou served me when I took my leave of Madam Sylvia. Did I not bid thee still mark me and do as I do? When didst thou ever see me heave up my leg against a gentlewoman's farthingale? Didst thou ever see me do such a trick?
Certain people may think it's easy for an actor to play a fool because they fondly believe that an actor is a fool to begin with. Well, is he really? Certainly an actor does his work earnestly and honestly. Mr. J.B. Priestley, the author, has this to say. I prefer acting that I see in the theater, says Mr. Priestley, to acting that I see in the Harley Street consulting room, in the law courts, or the Houses of Parliament. The man who openly plays a character part for 2 hours a night is more likely to remain in a healthy state of mind than the man who plays a character part day and night, using every room he enters as his stage. So much for who is the fool. Now, in Twelfth Night, Shakespeare tells the story of lovers and demonstrates his fondness for disguising his heroine as a boy, thus fooling a lovesick swain. Joseph Warren plays the Duke, and Terry Clark plays Viola.
Give me some music. Come, the song we had last night. Mark it, Cesario. It is old and plain. The spinsters and the knitters in the sun and the free maids that weave their thread with bones do used to chant it. It is silly sooth, and dallies with the innocence of love, like the old age. Come hither, boy. How dost thou like this tune?
It gives a very echo to the seat where love is throned.
Thou dost speak masterly. My life upon it, young though thou art, thine eye hath stayed upon some favor that it loves. Hath it not, boy?
A little by your favor.
What kind of woman is't?
Of your complexion.
She is not worth thee, then. What years, i' faith?
About your years, my lord.
Too old, by heaven. Let thy love be younger than thyself, or thy affection cannot hold the bent. For women are as roses whose fair flower, being once displayed, doth fall that very hour.
And so they are. Alas, that they are so to die, even when they to perfection grow.
Once more, Cesario, get thee to yon same sovereign cruelty.
But if she cannot love you, sir.
I cannot be so answered.
Oh, sooth, but you must. Say that some lady, as perhaps there is, hath for your love as great a pang of heart as you have for Olivia. You cannot love her, you tell us, so must she not then be answered?
There is no woman's sides can bide the beating of so strong a passion as love doth give my heart.
Aye, but I know.
What dost thou know?
Too well what love women to men may owe. In faith, they are as true of heart as we. My father had a daughter, loved a man. As might be, perhaps, were I a woman, I should, your lordship.
And what's her history?
A blank, my lord. For she never told her love, but let concealment like a worm in the bud feed on her damask cheek. She pined in thought, and with a green and yellow melancholy she sat like Patience on a monument, smiling at grief. Was not this love indeed? Oh, we men may say more, swear more, but indeed our shows are more than will, for still we prove much in our vows, but little in our love.
But died thy sister of her love, my boy?
I am all the daughters of my father's house, and all the brothers too, and yet I know not. Sir, shall I to this lady?
Aye, that's the theme. To her in haste. Give her this jewel. Say, my love can give no place, bide no denay.
The players who are illustrating this story about actors are all young. They're all artists, and they all make their living by acting on stage, screen, radio, or television. They formed their group because they felt a desperate need to learn their craft well by working. And they chose to study and perform Shakespeare because Shakespeare is the one dramatist who challenges every mood, every skill, and every emotion. Being human beings as well as actors, there are lovers among these young people, I'm certain of that. And there may be a fool or two. But I'm sure that there are no out-and-out villains. Actors leave pure villainy to the drama critics. But they can quickly assume the villain's sneer when the part calls for it. Villainous roles such as Gloucester in King Henry VI, Part 2. Here's Jack Manning as Gloucester, the man who can smile and murder while he smiles.
Aye, Edward will use women honorably. Would he were wasted, marrow, bones, and all, that from his loins no hopeful branch may spring to cross me from the golden time I look for. And yet, between my soul's desire and me, the lustful Edward's title buried, is Clarence Henry, and his son young Edward, and all the unlooked-for issue of their bodies to take their rooms ere I can place myself. A cold premeditation for my purpose. Why then, I do but dream on sovereignty. Say there is no kingdom, then, for Richard. What other pleasures can the world afford? I'll make my heaven in a lady's lap, and deck my body in gay ornaments, and wit sweet ladies with my words and looks. Miserable thought. And more unlikely than to accomplish 20 golden crowns. My love forswore me in my mother's womb. She did corrupt frail nature with some bribe to shrink mine arm up like a withered shrub, to make an envious mountain on my back where sits deformity to mock my body, to shape my legs of an unequal size, to disproportion me in every part like to a chaos, or an unlicked bear whelp that carries no impression like the dam. And am I, then, a man to be beloved? Oh, monstrous fault to harbor such a thought. Then, since this earth affords no joy to me, but to command, to check, to o'erbear such as are of better person than myself, I'll make my heaven to dream upon the crown. And whiles I live, to account this world but hell, until my misshaped trunk that bears this head be round empaled with a glorious crown. And yet, I know not how to get the crown. For many lives stand between me and home, and I, like one, lost in a thorny wood that rends the thorns and is rent with the thorns, seeking a way and straying from the way, not knowing how to find the open air, but toiling desperately to find it out, torment myself to catch the English crown. And from that torment I will free myself, or hew my way out with a bloody axe. Why, I can smile, and murder whiles I smile, and cry content to that which grieves my heart, and wet my cheek with artificial tears, and frame my face to all occasions. I can add color to the chameleon, change shapes with Proteus for advantages, and set the murderous Machiavel to school. Can I do this, and cannot get a crown? Tut, were it further off, I'll pluck it down. This is Jack Banning. In Shakespeare, as in life, we find lovers who are villains, and by being villains are fools indeed. Here are Macbeth and his lady passionately plotting the death of Duncan. Barbara Joyce as Lady Macbeth, and Douglas Gordon as Macbeth.
Oh, now, what news?
He has almost supped. Why have you left the chamber?
Have they asked for me?
Know you not he has?
We will proceed no further in this business. He hath honored me of late, and I have bought golden opinions from all sorts of people, which would be worn now in their newest gloss, not cast aside so soon.
Was the hope drunk wherein you dressed yourself? Hath it slept since? And wakes it now to look so green and pale that what it did so freely? From this time such I account thy love. Art thou afeared to be the same in thine own act and valor as thou art in desire? Wouldst thou have that which thou esteemest the ornament of life, and live a coward in thine honest aim?
Prithee, peace! I dare do all that may become a man. Who dares do more is none.
What beast was it then that made you break this enterprise to me? When you durst do it, then you were a man. And to be more than what you were, you would be so much more the man.
If we should fail.
We fail! But screw your courage to the sticking place, and we'll not fail. When Duncan is asleep, whereto the rather shall his day's hard journey soundly invite him, his two chamberlains will I with wine and wassail so convince that memory, the warder of the brain, shall be a fume, and the receipt of reason a limbeck only, when in swinish sleep their drenched natures lie as in a death. What cannot you and I perform on the unguarded Duncan?
Bring forth men, children only. For thine undaunted mettle should compose nothing but males. Will it not be received when we have marked with blood those sleepy two of his own chamber, and used their very daggers that they have done?
Who dares receive it other, as we shall make our griefs and clamor roar upon his death?
I'm settled, and bend up each corporal agent to this terrible feat. Away, mark the time with fairest show. False face must hide what the false heart doth know.
The greatest ambition of all actors is to play Hamlet, and our acting group is no less ambitious than others. So the climax of our story about actors will be a scene from this greatest play of all, a drama that's a treasure house of lovers, villains, and fools. Appropriately for this working group, the scene opens with Shakespeare's instructions to actors young and old in all lands, in all ages. We know it as Hamlet's advice to the players.
Speak the speech, I pray you, as I pronounced it to you, trippingly on the tongue. But if you mouth it, as many of your players do, I had as lief the town crier spoke my lines. Oh, it offends me to the soul to hear a robustious, periwig-pated fellow tear a passion to tatters, to very rags, to split the ears of the groundlings, who, for the most part, are capable of nothing but inexplicable dumb shows and noise. Pray you, avoid it.
I warrant, Your Honor.
Be not too tame, neither, but let your own discretion be your tutor. Suit the action to the word to the action. With this special observance. The purpose of playing, both at the first and now, was and is to hold, as 'twere, the mirror up to nature, to show virtue her own feature, scorn his own image, and the very age and body of the time his form and pressure. Oh, there be players that I have seen play, and heard others praise, and that highly, have so strutted and bellowed that I have thought some of nature's journeymen had made men and not made them well. They imitated humanity so abominably.
I hope we have reformed that indifferently with us, sir.
Oh, reform it altogether. And let those that play your clowns speak no more than is set down for them. For there be of them that will themselves laugh, to set on some quantity of barren spectators to laugh too, though in the meantime some necessary question of the play be then to be considered. That's villainous, and shows a most pitiful ambition in the fool that uses it. Go, make you ready. What ho, Horatio?
Here, sweet lord, and your service.
Horatio, there is a play tonight before the king. One scene of it comes near the circumstance which I have told thee of my father's death. I prithee, when thou seest that act afoot, even with the very comment of thy soul, observe my uncle, give him heedful note. For mine eyes will rivet to his face, and after, we will both our judgments join in censure of his seeming.
Well, my lord, if he steal aught the whilst this play is playing and escape detecting, I will pay the theft.
They are coming to the play. I must be idle. Get you a place.
How fares our cousin Hamlet?
Excellent to faith. I eat the air, promise crammed. You cannot feed capons so.
I have nothing with this answer, Hamlet. These words are not mine.
No, nor mine now. Be the players ready?
Aye, my lord. They stay upon your patience.
Come hither, my dear Hamlet. Sit by me.
No, good mother. Here's metal more attractive.
You are merry, my lord.
Why?
Aye, my lord.
Oh, God, you're only jig maker. What should a man do but be merry? For look you, how cheerfully my mother looks, and my father died within his 2 hours.
Nay, 'tis twice 2 months, my lord.
So long? Oh, heavens, died 2 months ago and not forgotten yet. Well, then there's hope. A great man's memory may outlive his life half a year. Come, the play.
Enter the king and queen very lovingly, the queen embracing him and he her. She kneels and makes show of protestation unto him. He takes her up and declines his head upon her neck, lays him down upon a bank of flowers. She, seeing him asleep, leaves him.
Madam, how like you this play?
The lady doth protest too much, methinks.
Ah, but she'll keep her word.
Have you heard the argument? Is there no offense in it?
No, they do but jest. Poison in jest. No offense of the world.
What do you call the play?
The Mousetrap. This play is the image of a murder done in Vienna. You shall see anon. 'Tis a knavish piece of work. But what of that? Your Majesty and we that have free souls, it touches us not. Come, the play.
Anon comes in a fellow, takes off the king's crown, kisses it, and pours poison in the king's ears and exits. The queen returns, finds the king dead, and makes passionate action. The poisoner woos the queen with gifts. She seems loath and unwilling a while, but in the end accepts his love.
The king rises.
What? Brighted with false fire?
Affairs, my lord.
Give all the play.
Give me some light!
Away!
Light!
Light!
Good Good, Horatio.
Aye, my lord.
I'll take the ghost's word for £1,000. Didst perceive?
Very well, my lord.
Upon the talk of the poisoning.
I did very well note him.
Leave me, Horatio. 'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world. Now could I drink hot blood and do such bitter business as the day would quake to look on. Soft. Now to my mother. O heart, lose not thy nature. Let not ever the soul of Nero enter this firm bosom. Let me be cruel, not unnatural. I will speak daggers to her, but use none.
Hamlet, thou hast thy father much offended.
Mother, you have my father much offended.
Come, you answer with an idle tongue.
Go, you question with a wicked tongue.
Why, how now, Hamlet?
What's the matter now?
Have you forgot me?
No, by the rood, not so. You are the queen, your husband's brother's wife. And would 'twere not so, you are my mother.
Nay, then, I'll set those to you who can speak.
Come, sit you down. You shall not budge, you go not, till I set you up a glass where you may see the inmost part of you.
What wilt thou do? Thou wilt not murder me.
Leave wringing your hands. Peace, sit you down. And let me wring your heart. For so I shall, if it be made of penetrable stuff, if damned custom have not brazed it so that it is proof and bulwark against sense.
What have I done that thou darest wag thy tongue and noise so rude against me?
Look here, upon this picture and on this, the counterfeit presentment of two brothers. See what a grace was seated on this brow. A combination and a form indeed, where every god did seem to set his seal to give the world assurance of a man. This was your husband. Look you now what follows. Here is your husband, like a mildewed ear blasting his wholesome brother. Have you eyes? Oh, shame. Where is thy blush?
No, Hamlet, speak no more. These words like daggers in mine ears. No more, sweet Hamlet.
A murderer and a villain, a slave that is not 20th part the tithe of your precedent lord.
No more.
A king of shreds and patches.
I am thy father's ghost.
Save me, and hover over me with your wings, you heavenly gods. What would your gracious figure?
Alas, he's mad.
Do you not come, your tardy son, to chide that, lapsed in time and passion, lets go by the important acting of your dread command? Oh, say.
Do not forget, this visitation is but to whet thine almost blunted purpose. But look, amazement on thy mother sits. Oh, step between her and her fighting soul. Conceit in weakest bodies, strongest works. Speak to her, Hamlet.
How is't with you, lady?
Alas, how is't with you? That you do bend your eye on vacancy, and with the incorporeal air do hold discourse. Whereon do you look?
On him. Look you, how pale he glares.
To whom do you speak this?
Do you see nothing there?
Nothing at all. Yet all there is I see.
Nor did you nothing hear?
No. Nothing but ourselves.
Why, look you there. Look how it steals away. My father in his habit as he lived. Look where he goes even now, out at the portal.
This is the very coinage of your brain. This bodiless creation, ecstasy is very cunning in.
Ecstasy. Mother, for love of grace, lay not that flattering unction to your soul that not your trespass but my madness speaks. Confess yourself to heaven. Repent what's past, avoid what is to come, and do not spread the compost on the weeds to make them rancor.
Oh, Hamlet, thou hast cleft my heart in twain.
Throw away the worser part, and live the purer with the other half. Good night. But go not to my uncle's bed. Refrain tonight, and that shall lend a kind of easiness to the next abstinence, the next more easy. Once more, good night. And when you are desirous to be blessed, I'll blessing beg of you. Good night.
Good night, Hamlet.
Good night, Mother.
This has been a story about actors and actors at work. Our revels now are ended. We are such stuff as dreams are made on, and our little life is rounded with a sleep. Good night, everyone.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented the Helen Hayes Drama Group with Helen Hayes on tape in Lovers, Villains, and Fools, produced and directed by Paul Roberts. Narration was written by Albert Miller, music composed and conducted by Alexander Steinert. Heard with Miss Hayes were Jack Manning, Dick Via, Barbara Joyce, Joe Warren, Terry Clark, Douglas Gordon, Betty Ellen, and Arthur Anderson. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week when, from Hollywood, we present a delightful and thrilling fairy tale by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry called The Little Princess. This is the CBS Radio Network.
A merchant displays his samples.
We can stand right here on this roof and walk around here, and we can see almost $200 million of our investments from this roof. Here's the Chrysler building and the Graybar building. I'd say those two are worth $90 million. This one here is worth 15 million, 18 million. Then 270 Park Avenue around the corner here, that's the whole block to the north of us here. That's worth another, I should think, 20 million. That's 1407 Broadway. Now, that building has got 1 million feet in it. We built that.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind.
My name is Martin Weldon. I'm a radio reporter. The man you heard earlier pointing out some of his properties is without question the most spectacular real estate operator of his time. He has been praised as a financial wizard, a man of responsibility and vision who creates cities out of deserts. He has also been called a mere money juggler who buys from Peter to sell to Paul, pocketing a difference in price. A man whose elaborate schemes to build and create and develop are nothing but pipe dreams. A man who buys and sells but does not build. But whatever he is a tycoon, a businessman of undeniable wealth and power. Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop examines the personality, the living and working habits of a tycoon. Our tools are a notebook and a tape recorder, combining to create a living portrait of a man in action, the portrait of William Zeckendorf. Among those who have seen him in action is Billy Rose.
He has all the instincts of a Mississippi riverboat gambler. He'll take any kind of a wild chance if his knowledge tells him there's a good possibility of an enormous payoff. He seems completely disinterested in playing penny-ante poker.
And Roger L. Stevens rated Zeckendorf's only real rival at the top of the real estate world.
He is all the superlatives with which he's been described in the press. The burden that he carries on his shoulders is unbelievable. Most of the time, he's carrying in his head the deals that possibly the next 30 busiest real estate men might be busy at.
Edward J. Crawford, Senior Vice President of Charles F. Noyes, and 55 years in the business.
He's the greatest financial genius that we've ever had in the real estate business during my term.
Palmer Hoyt, publisher of the Denver Post.
Everybody in Denver is pro Zeckendorf or against him. Now I think there are more pros than against. Zeckendorf was always unpalatable to the local fat cats, but very popular with the newcomers and the have-nots. A lot of people said that he would never build Mile High Center, this 22-story building we have. I always thought he would. He did.
Robert Moses, on Zeckendorf's proposed $500 million rehabilitation of Manhattan's West Side.
There's no element of public condemnation for what we conceive to be essentially a private purpose, a good purpose, but a private purpose. And we've told Bill repeatedly that we don't think that in himself he constitutes a public purpose. Bill has a tendency to believe that.
The portrait begins to fill in. It takes on detail
as you observe the man in action. One recent morning, Zeckendorf gave one of his 8 o'clock business breakfasts in his private penthouse dining room in the offices of Webb & Knapp, the firm he heads, on the 14th floor at 385 Madison Avenue. His guests were 2 financiers from San Francisco, Harry McClelland and Edward Ryan.
We'll expect you to put up the money.
Well, we learned a long while ago. We fell for that line for years. We put in the know-how and you put up the money. We don't do that anymore. We'll furnish the know-how, the other fellow puts up the money.
Well, we don't care as long as you find the other fella. I'm not kidding about this, because if you're not going to put up most of the money, we don't need you.
No, that's fine. Well, we'll talk about that.
We don't want any free ride, because we've got a little money of our own to put up.
No, I understand that.
But we haven't got enough money to do all the business we're doing.
Okay.
That I'll tell you. We haven't got it.
Hello?
And we're all through straining ourselves for money, because opportunities are too great for us to get money from people who want to be with us. And we've been wonderful money makers for everybody we ever touched.
How's the weather?
Now, we'll cover that a little later. Here are the properties I want you to have to show these fellas.
You're going to be over on Wednesday?
I want to show them 270 Park Avenue. I'll give you this list. The reason I wanted to see what a conversion job looks like from a hotel and an apartment house to an office building. Well, I think they ought to see the United Nations area. Show them what we did over there. Flushing, Roosevelt Field, 42nd Street Post Office, the Airlines Terminal Building. You know the Channon Building over here? 42nd? We bought that land just now.
Yeah, that isn't all, is it?
No, there's more.
No.
We got more in New York.
That's enough.
That's enough?
That's enough.
Before Zeckendorf could start showing his guests around, an important phone call came in, asking an aide to use the time to show McClelland and Ryan around the Webb & Knapp offices. He picked up the phone. It was Harry Helmsley, a broker, representing a syndicate headed by Lawrence Sween, negotiating for the purchase from Zeckendorf of 120 Broadway.
The mortgage is extended. We simply the mortgage runs with the lease. Except at the end of the 50th year, we have the right to buy you out.
Right. $10 million over the then balance of the mortgage.
That's right.
I'll clear this with Larry right away, not for you.
Hold the wire a minute. Wait a minute. Jim Alive wants to say something.
And for such period as we do not buy you out, it continues just at 6%, and the rent that we pay you is $179 a month.
Is that $1.3 million a year?
That's the $1.3 million and the $850 on the ground.
Right.
Well, it continues at 6%. Because that's what it is.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Well, there's no question about that, Harry, is there?
Well, I guess not. Let's see.
We're only paying ourselves our own interest, so what are you talking about?
Well, the interest would be $510,000, and the $850, and the $1.3 million, or are you not including the $510?
Certainly we're including the $510.
I said, okay.
Just as it had been. The same rent that had been paid right along.
Yeah, the 6%.
Right.
The 6% interest without amortization, which has been going on during the previous 30 years.
That's right. Okay. I'll call you right back.
Okay.
Very good.
He hung up as one of the doors to his round, windowless, teakwood-paneled office opened. Nicholas Salgo, Webb & Knapp Executive Vice President, walked in. He looked worried.
Listen, this is a tremendously important thing.
Yes, Bill.
I know you're aware of that. I am in favor of knowing where we're going at once. Now, this letter that you've got from them, that's fine. I want to know what lawyers are doing what on the deal.
Bill, do you want to handle it?
No.
Then let me handle it, heaven's sake.
I'm asking you a question. What lawyers are doing? What are they doing?
Besides, I told you what lawyers are handling and what difference it makes. I ask you if it is if the fellows what the fellows' names are. I'm not going to tell you every detail on it. That's wasting your time on it.
I don't want to have my time wasted. I want to know, Nick. Are we drawing papers? Nick.
Yeah.
This thing is perhaps the most important deal in this office right now.
I guess so.
All right, and I want to know what's going on. Did you cover the question?
No assets we are selling, Bill.
A long-distance call demanded Zeckendorf's attention, leaving this problem in the air. This time, it was Angus Wynne, Jr. His associate, in a proposed $200 million development between Dallas and Fort Worth.
I hate that. In a bad market, you might say that, but this is a good market, and it's good enough to get the securities off now. I don't want to make a profit. I want to make it in the deal, not off the public. So even if the market was better, I wouldn't want to mark the property up and have it known that we took a big kill out of it before the public got in. So I can't see that argument. I think what we've got to do, I think I ought to pay you a visit down there or let them come up. I think maybe it'd be better to bring Dallas Roop up here and let them see what we can do, what we've done. You see, what I want to do is draw a picture of a stock like Roosevelt Field, which was in exactly the condition this thing is in. They cost us $2 and is now split 3 for 1 4 years later and selling for 13. They'll understand that, won't they?
By this time, Messrs. McClellan and Ryan were back from their tour around the offices. It was time to get down to cases.
Now, what do you got in mind on San Francisco?
I really don't know. All I say is, let's get together. Let's do it together. San Francisco may not be anything for us to do together.
Now, you're not limiting this to San Francisco.
No.
There may be other projects that we need an organization like yours to put over.
So we have the team. We have the manpower. Our overhead is almost like the Bank of America. Yeah. We've got a payroll here of $3 million a year.
Is that so?
That's the best investment we got.
Yeah.
That's better than buildings.
That's so.
If you have the right kind of manpower, you get the buildings. That's how you get these things.
Now, I don't...
Sure.
I want to make my position very clear as far as San Francisco is concerned, because we want to know more about it, and...
well, you've got no commitment to us.
We're
not asking you for any commitment.
No, I understand it, but I wanted to find out what you had in mind so we could...
Have nothing in mind. Nothing in mind. We'd like to have a powerful friend out there.
Yes.
This can take a lot of dough.
Yeah.
It may be that we're walking too much the same side of the street, that we have no interest in each other.
No, we haven't got the organization to handle a lot of deals that we simply can't touch because we haven't got the organization.
They all put on their hats and coats and started for lunch. At the restaurant, the conversation veered away from the business at hand.
I just came back from testifying in defense of a lawsuit against us for $300 million. Did you hear about that?
No, but that's the greatest compliment was ever paid to you.
Guy sued us for $300 million. The judge asked me if I had any comment to make, and I said, yes, Your Honor. I said, I'd like to match the gentleman double or nothing.
That's how the morning went. A typical business morning in the life of a tycoon, a man of undeniable wealth and increasing power. What is the power that he's reaching for?
I think the most important city to study is Florence, where you had a marriage of the de Medicis, the Borgias, the other great merchant families and banking families, with the Da Vincis and the Michelangelos, the Beninis, and the other great men of art, engineering, and architecture. I feel that our country is rapidly approaching that point. I wish to work out some means by which the parallel interest of businessmen, builders like ourselves, could somehow be merged with the interest of the artist and create something that is both beautiful and functional and economically sound.
That's the life plan, the design behind the furious physical drive of this 50-year-old, 6-foot, 230-pound, round, solid, fast-moving man who looks made to order for a Santa Claus costume. Without question, a big man physically. One of his friends, former district attorney, now judge, Miles McDonald, found him too big on one occasion.
He's a lousy duck shooter. He's too big to get in the blind in the first place and too big for anybody else to handle their gun when he's in there. Then he leads the birds. He's always ahead of everybody else. He leads them too far.
His associate in the West Side Project, Billy Rose.
He has the same quest, the same hunger for self-identification that made Churchill tick, or that made Truman tick, or that makes Baruch tick. Bill is a kind of a city version of the old Western pioneer who would move into a small town, and 25 or 30 years later, the town was dotted with monuments to the man's achievement.
And again, real estate dean Edward J. Crawford.
He always likes to sell something where there's a profit in for the other fellow. He doesn't hold out for the last dollar.
While his wife, like other wives, sees a man who comes home tired.
He had come home and was so very, very tired. He said, "Oh, I'm so glad to come home. I'm so glad to get to bed." And he was just about to turn out the light. And the phone rang, and a man wanted to see him about the deal. This was about 10:15. Some people would have said, "Oh, I'll see you tomorrow." But he got up and wearily put on his clothes and went out. And that took a lot of willpower to get up when he was tired and exhausted and go out and meet a man and talk to him about a deal. I've admired him greatly for that.
A man, whether clerk or tycoon, is revealed by what others say about him. He's also revealed by his own words. There was the time Zeckendorf became a father-in-law.
Would you like to hear a little story about my son?
Yeah.
He ran off and got married, as you know. He called us from They called us from Washington, where they come from, wherever the town was in Virginia, having been married. And he said, "Now, Dad, we'd like to have no publicity on this." He said, on the other hand, if we could get a little ad, maybe an inch ad, announcing it. I said, "Well, I'll tell you, Bill, you handle this one yourself." And I said, "I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I don't want you to blame it on me." So he got hold of John Bell, who was vice president here in charge of public relations, and he asked him to give it the hush-hush treatment, which he did very successfully, because all Bill did was just a leak. It only hit page 1 of the News, the Mirror, the Herald Tribune, and three columns in the social section of the Times. You see that? Yeah. I'd have to shoot 3 men to get that.
The time he did business with Branch Rickey, then part owner of the Brooklyn Dodgers, and willing to sell his interest in the club 1/4 for $1 million.
We started drawing the papers, and the papers were all ready for signature. He said, "Now, by the way, I forgot to tell you that you'll have to wait 90 days before you know that you've got the deal." I said, "Why?" He said, "Well, because I've got an agreement with 2 of my other 3 partners that they or I always will have a right to match any outside bid." Well, I said, "Branch, what you are saying to me is that I haven't got a contract. What you have asked me to do is to give you a put, that if they don't want it, I have to take it." Well, he said, "I guess that's right." Well, I said, "I'm not in the business of giving puts. But I said, if you want to buy one, I'll sell you a put." He said, "What do you mean by that?" Well, I said, "This is $1 million deal. I've got to stand here ready to pay you $1 million for 90 days or whatever the time is. And I may not get it, in which case it's too bad. Or I may be a big panic in the meantime, in which case I'll surely get it. I can't turn around." I said, "I'll tell you what we'll do. If I get it, it'll cost you nothing. But if your partners match the bid, I want $50,000 for my trouble." He said, "That'll be all right." So 90 days later, he sent me $50,000.
$50,000 in a couple of weeks. A side deal with a friend. Well, maybe it isn't the amount involved that gives a man his real satisfaction. Maybe it's getting the best of a bargain. Is it that? Or is it something else?
My vocation and avocation are very much alike. I like being constructive. I enjoy the excitement of going off into the atmosphere of the unknown. I never like to do a deal where you can see the end of the road. The speculative possibilities inherent in the unforeseeable are the things that attract me most. It's like a game. Furthermore, I have a fundamental desire to be constructive and to create things.
Is it also the fun of manipulating? Money, bricks, people. How does a modern tycoon maneuver his way through a deal?
For example, if a man's coming in to sell you something, you should turn on lights with a blue tint. If you want to sell something to somebody else, you put on a rosy tint. And if things are looking dull, put on a bright light. If a man's a real sourpuss and doesn't seem to warm up, I try to get him to take a drink.
The technique of a salesman. And Zeckendorf is, among other things, a salesman. What he sells is himself and his visions, and in trying to arouse in others the same enthusiasm that he feels, he cites his record. In 1946, he bought up 17 acres of slaughterhouses and slums on Manhattan's Middle East Side. He announced an ambitious plan to spruce up the neighborhood. Then various communities began to kick around a hopeful, vagrant idea known as the United Nations. It looked as though the UN would wind up in Philadelphia.
I telephoned Mayor O'Dwyer, and I asked him if he'd like to keep them in New York, and he said he'd give anything in the world to do it. I said, put your secretary on the phone for a memorandum. And I said, here it is. I hereby offer you 17 acres of land for the United Nations at any price they wish to pay. And 8 days later, it was all over.
One day, Byron Foy, owner of the Chrysler Building, called to ask Zeckendorf if he might rent him a particular apartment with a ceiling high enough to display Mrs. Foy's rare tapestries.
I said, Byron, while you're here, let's talk about another real estate deal. He said, what's that? I said, why don't you sell me the Chrysler Building? You see, Mrs. Foy was a Miss Chrysler. And he said, get hold of Walter and talk to him about it. About 2 months later, we drew up a contract and signed it to buy the Chrysler Building and the Chrysler East. While we were doing that, there was a property across the street called the Gray Bar Building. And we threw that in and got the whole thing under one piece of blanket financing. It ran about $52 million, and the Equitable Life Assurance Society made their biggest mortgage, the biggest one they ever made on a piece of real estate in the United States. And I think that probably is the largest real estate deal in this city ever.
And one day, Zeckendorf was stopped by a traffic light.
I remember riding through 66th Street one day after being offered the famous Drill and Riding Academy, which is on that block, and I turned it down because it was presumed primarily valuable for land to be used to build a new apartment house. There were 2 red lights in a row. I couldn't even get through, but I did see a parking space on the side, and I said, well, here I am standing in front of it. I'll look it over. I walked in and saw these horses riding around a ring, and I saw this wonderful high ceiling and clear span and all the different rooms they had for rehearsals, for shows, and so on. And I said, this isn't a riding academy. This would make a wonderful television studio. So we bought it, and I offered the television studio to all the companies. And I received return mail letters very politely turning it down. Well, that put us into the horse business. We bought 150 horses, started buying hay and selling manure. And we had a regular loss of about $4,000 or $5,000 a month. Until one day I got a telephone call from a gentleman who said his name was E.J. Noble, radio man, he said. I thought he was trying to repair my radio, until he told me that he happened to be chairman of the board of the American Broadcasting Company. Well, to make a long story short, I was ready to drop that property and lose the money we put into it, but Mr. Noble was so kind, he gave me $600,000 profit. It's now ABC's main central station.
Yes, certain deals are squarely on the record. Some attracted much attention, like the erection of Denver's Mile High building, the purchase of the Lincoln Hotel, the shopping center at Roosevelt Field, now well on its way. Other activities, though less spectacular, have been equally adventurous.
It was a jail in Boise, Idaho that they offered to us, and I looked at it for its real estate potentials, and I saw that it really had retail value. And the city said, well, do you mind if we keep it for a while? We've still got a few people, we've got some time to run. So for quite a while, we held that with customers and tenants, as I say. We later turned it into a parking lot.
The man who bought a jail for a quick turnover was recently awarded an honorary degree of Doctor of Laws by Long Island University, of which he is chairman of the Board of Trustees. All this is on the record. Does it show a financial genius, a long-range planner? Or does it show a bold, lucky operator who's enjoyed a long, free ride on a rising economy? Obviously, only time will tell. But Zeckendorf isn't waiting for any final verdicts. Time is too short. He goes whizzing around the country, unwrapping one colossal plan after another. In his favorite role of a modern de Medici, he reveals his dazzling visions of handsome factories, spacious homes, comfortable office buildings, and shining cities springing out of wasteland. Between Dallas and Fort Worth, a project for industry and housing worth $200 million on land now used to graze cattle.
We hope to have a great industrial development. And a source of revenue and employment which will draw upon and add to both communities, industrial plants and the attendant housing that would go with it. We're just getting started on this thing. We'll get underway by the fall of this year and should be completed within the next 5 years, maybe 10. Depends on economic conditions nationally.
A plan for the even more distant future.
We are the largest property owners in Los Angeles. There we bought property way ahead of its time. We own an area in Los Angeles of almost 12,000 acres, which is more land there is in Manhattan Island. But it's wild land. It's in the northwest area where it runs from the sea back to the San Fernando Valley, mostly through mountain country. But while its future is considerably off at some unknown date, it is rapidly coming because that's the only direction in which the city can grow.
In New York City, another dream with a price tag of $500 million, to rebuild the shabby West Side between 30th and 38th Streets with a permanent World's Fair and a television city. These are the dreams. Can dreams on so vast a scale come true? In Wall Street, where dreams sometimes run into dollars and cents reality, they ask the question another way. It goes, could Zeckendorf survive a falling market, a sudden sharp drop in the economy? It's a highly pertinent question. Zeckendorf did make his name and his money in, and to some extent because of, a continuously rising market. Real estate is worth more today than it was yesterday. Will it be worth even more tomorrow? Zeckendorf guesses that it will. And to back up that guess are plans calling for investments of more than $1 billion. Among those who've been watching is Wall Street expert Gerald M. Loeb, partner in E.F. Hutton and Company, author of the best-selling The Battle for Investment Survival.
Certainly, if the country ran into trouble, I think Webb and Knapp would have its problems. But remember this, we would not have much of a country if men like Zeckendorf and those that go with him did not possess optimism and vision and a willingness to bet on the growth of the nation. It is men like that who pioneered in all of our now great industry.
Anyway, there's no question about one thing. Zeckendorf loves the spotlight, the drama of the press conference, the power to make news. Just the other day, he revealed that his plan to develop the southwest section of Washington, D.C., the most ambitious slum clearance project of all time, had been given official approval. And tonight,
it is our plan to implement the new Wall Street Renaissance with a balance of housing, pursuant to a plan conceived by Mr. Robert Moses and Mr. David Rockefeller. This housing will be available to walk-to-work residents of the financial district. They'll be extraordinary in character, type, and style, in that they'll all be round buildings, 30 stories high, 4, 5, or 6 of them, sitting in the midst of a garden with 360-degree marine view, visible from the ships at sea, either going to or from the harbor. We have actually started our planning for it, and we have volunteered to act as sponsors of this Title I urban redevelopment project.
That's the story of a tycoon in action. Just yesterday, he was making another deal. Moses Richter, a textile man who's thinking of buying up an Atlanta cotton company, which makes bags, asked Zeckendorf to come in with him. Billy Rose brought them together.
Well, if you're interested in having us join you, I think it's something we should certainly give serious consideration to. May I tell you some of the ground rules we like to employ in joining people in ventures? We like to supply the personality, the know-how, the organization, and we love to have the other fellow put up all the money. Does that appeal to you?
Well, I thought that we possessed the personality, but...
You mean we have a clash of personalities? Well, I can see we're both walking the same side of the street. It's a question...
Well, I wish to assure you that you do not possess the money, the other one.
You don't possess the money?
No.
Well, then we both lack the same thing. Both have this.
Yes.
I think we need a third partner.
I don't think you'll have any trouble.
You don't. Well, maybe Billy Rose, he's back there. He'll put up the money. He always likes to put money up for other people. Bill, come on over here. You've been getting angels to back you for so many years. Why don't you back two guys in the rag business?
I have it right here in my shoe.
If we're looking for the secret of one man's ability to do things, maybe this is it. He enjoys what he does.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented A Living Portrait, the story of a tycoon in action. Living Portrait was conceived, taped, and narrated by Martin Weldon. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us next week when we present The Record Collectors, an unusual symposium of early American popular music. Among our special guests will be the noted singer Margaret Whiting and composer-conductor Lynn Murray. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, The Eternal Joan, the story of Jeanne d'Arc as provided by historians, novelists, and playwrights of different nationalities and points of view. Narrated on tape by Louis Cronenberger, author, playwright, and critic, and dramatized by Henry E. Fritsch, with Elspeth Eric as Joan.
Have pity. Saint Margaret, have pity. Pray for her, all ye saints. Oh, Lord God, deliver her. Have mercy on her.
Burn the witch!
Death to the witch! Have pity, Saint
Warm her up, the soldiers! Tight on the witch! Burn her! Let's get it over with. Burn her to the end! For the heretic!
Make way for the guest of honor!
The Master General!
A witch, the maid of France!
The strumpet!
Hey, do you see what it says?
No.
Where? On her cap. Heretic, relapsed, apostate, idolater!
Mercy! We beseech thee, good Lord!
Make way! We are burning a saint.
This was the old market square in the French city of Rouen on the morning of the 30th of May, 1431. The occasion was the burning of a young peasant girl, not much past her 19th birthday. Her name was Jeanette. Her family name was d'Arc, first without an apostrophe, then with one, after Joan had got her family ennobled. We now know her as Jeanne d'Arc, or in the English equivalent, Joan of Arc. Joan died a fearful death on that pleasant May morning more than 5 centuries ago. She was tied to a wooden stake, standing on a pile of kindling and firewood, and slowly charred. She had first been excommunicated by her church.
We, having seen and weighed all there is to see and weigh, have said and decreed that in the simulation of your revelations and apparitions you have been pernicious, seductive, presumptuous, of light belief, rash, superstitious, a witch, a blasphemer of God, a despiser of him and his sacraments, a prevaricator of the
These are
divine
actual
teaching,
quotations from the official record of the trial of Joan of Arc before an ecclesiastical court at Rouen.
erring gravely in our faith, and by this means having rashly trespassed against God and the Holy Church. Therefore we denounce you as a rotten member which must be cast out and given over to the secular power.
The secular power to which Joan was given over by her own countrymen, that is, the English Army of Occupation, did not even take the trouble to hold a trial or to make formal charges. Her sentence took less than a minute.
What now, priest? Are you going to keep us here to dinner? Take her! Take her!
Jesus! Jesus! A cross!
A kind English soldier broke a stick in half and tied it together in the form of a cross. Joan kissed the makeshift emblem and clutched it tightly to her body. A short time later, she was dead. Yet only 25 years later, Joan was cleared of all the accusations that had been brought against her, and she was officially declared a saint in 1920. More than 40,000 statues have been erected to her in France alone, plus many others in other lands, including our own United States. Why? Thousands of books and plays have been written about her in various languages. Why? Here is our own Samuel Clemens.
Caesar carried conquest far, but he did it with the trained and confident veterans of Rome, and he was a trained soldier himself. Napoleon swept away the disciplined armies of Europe, but he also was a trained soldier, and he began his work with patriot battalions, inspired by the miracle-working new breath of liberty. Joan, a mere child in years, ignorant, unlettered, a poor village girl, unknown and without influence, found a great nation lying in chains, helpless and hopeless under an alien domination. Its king was cowed, resigned, and preparing to flee the country. And Joan laid hands upon this nation, this corpse, and it rose and followed her.
But this point alone is not enough to explain the universal appeal which Joan the Maid has had for all the world. Yes, even for the Marquesas Islanders in the Pacific, who to this day are convinced that the English ate Joan, or else why would they have wanted to roast her? There's little doubt about the bare facts, since fortunately complete records of Joan's long trials have come down to us. But for the touchstones of human understanding, we have to turn to those who have tried to interpret Joan on the basis of individual insight. Her historians, novelists, and playwrights of different nationalities and points of view.
I'll start at the beginning. It's always nicer at the beginning. I'll begin with my father's house when I was still very small. I'm in the meadow now, watching my sheep. It's the first time I hear the voices after the evening Angelus.
That was the voice of Joan herself, describing her first experience with the mystic powers that controlled the rest of her short life. The scene is taken from the play The Lark, written by Jean Arnoux of France and adapted by Lillian Hellman.
I still wear my hair in a thick braid. I'm not thinking of anything. I know only that God is good and that he keeps me pure and safe in this little corner of the earth near Domremy. This one little piece which has not yet been destroyed by the English invaders. I live here happy with my father, my mother, and my brothers. Then suddenly, someone behind me touched my shoulder. I know very well there is no one behind me. I turn. And there is a great blinding light. The voice is grave and sweet. I never heard that kind of voice before. That day the voice only said, "Be a good girl, Joan, and go often to church." Well, I was good, and I did go often to church, so I didn't understand why the voice spoke that way, and I was frightened. But I didn't tell anybody. I don't know why. Then came the second time. It was the noon Angelus. A light came over the sun and was stronger than the sun. There he was. I saw him. An angel in a beautiful white robe that must have been ironed by someone very careful. He didn't tell me his name that day, but later I found out he was Monseigneur the Blessed St. Michael. Joan, go to the aid of the King of France and give him back his kingdom. But, Monseigneur, I'm only a girl. I don't even know how to ride a horse. You will go first to Monsieur de Baudricourt. He will give you men's clothes and have you taken to the Dauphin. St. Catherine and St. Margaret will go along to help you.
The Dauphin, of course, was Charles, son and presumably legal heir of the last French king, Charles VI. Charles, the father, was generally regarded as mad and had signed a treaty with England disavowing his son and recognizing Henry V of England as his heir. He had also ceded all of France north of the River Loire, which gave the English justification for their French campaigns. The Dauphin was weak, yet this was the man for whose coronation at Reims, as Charles VII of France, Joan was to give her life. Her voices had told her that. So Joan received her mission. She didn't leave her native Domremy right away. She was 17 before she felt ready to set out into the unknown world to help rescue France. For a poetic view of Joan's farewell to her beloved countryside, there is nobody better to turn to than that German romanticist to end all romanticists, Friedrich Schiller, and his play, The Maid of Orleans.
Farewell, ye mountains, ye beloved glades, ye lone and peaceful valleys. Fare ye well. Through you, Johanna nevermore may stray. Johanna goes and ne'er returns again. Such is to me the Spirit's high behest. To Gaul's heroic sons deliverance bring. Relieve beleaguered Reims and crown thy king.
And so, instructed by a power higher than any earthly authority, Jeanette reluctantly left her childhood home in Domremy to become the maid. A few months later, in Reims, Joan saw her great dream come true. The Dauphin, her Dauphin, was anointed with the heaven-sent oil and formally crowned King Charles VII of France. When Joan left home, Papa Jacques and Mama Isabel knew only that their daughter was going to visit her favorite uncle in the village of Bury. But Bury was near Vaucouleurs, the residence of Messire Robert de Baudricourt, whom the Archangel had directed Joan to see as the first step in her mission. The actual meeting, when it took place, may well have been one of the most hilarious interviews of all time. Here is the version of Bernard Shaw, whose play St. Joan is generally regarded as the classic interpretation of Joan's character and behavior. The loud voice is that of the captain, Sire Robert de Baudricourt. But the first voice is that of his unhappy steward, fresh out of eggs.
Sir, I tell you there are no eggs. There will be none, not if you kill me for it as long as the maid is at the door.
The maid? What maid? What are you talking about?
The girl from Lorraine, sir. From Domremy.
30,000 thunders, I told you to throw her out. You have 50 men-at-arms and a dozen lumps of able-bodied servants to carry out my orders. Are they afraid of her?
She is so positive, sir.
Positive? Now, see here, I'm going to throw you downstairs.
No, sir, please.
Well, stop me by being positive. It's quite easy. Any slut of a girl can do it.
Sir, you cannot get rid of her by throwing me out. You see, sir, you are much more positive than I am. But so is she.
You parcel of curs. You are afraid of her.
No, sir, we are afraid of you, but she puts courage into us. She really doesn't seem afraid of anything. Perhaps you could frighten her, sir.
Perhaps. Where is she now?
Down in the courtyard, sir, talking to the soldiers as usual.
She shall talk to me a bit. Hello, you there. Come up here. You, soldiers, show her the way. And shove her along quick.
She wants to go and be a soldier herself. She wants you to give her soldiers' clothes, armor, sir, and a sword.
Good morning, Captain Squire. Captain, you are to give me a horse and armor and some soldiers and send me to the Dauphin. Those are your orders from my lord.
Orders from your lord? And who may your lord be? Go back to him and tell him that I am neither duke nor peer at his orders. I am Squire of Baudricourt, and I take no orders except from the king.
Yes, Squire, that's all right. My lord is the King of Heaven.
Why, the girl's mad.
They all say I'm mad till I talk to them, Squire. But you will see that it is the will of God that you are to do what he has put in my mind.
It is the will of God that I shall send you back to your father with orders to put you under lock and key and thrash the madness out of you.
You think you will, Squire, but you'll find it all coming quite different. You said you would not see me, but here I am.
Now listen to me. I am going to assert myself.
Please do, Squire. The horse will cost 16 francs. It's a good deal of money, but I can save it on the armor. I shall not want many soldiers. The Dauphin will give me all I need to raise the siege of Orleans.
To raise the siege of Orleans?
Yes, Squire. That is what God is sending me to do.
Well, I am damned.
No, Squire. God is very merciful. You will go to paradise, and your name will be remembered as my first helper.
Joan got her horse, her equipment, and her escort. But when her small party arrived at Chinon after a hard ride through 350 miles of winter landscape, she still faced her main problem. How was she, a poor, illiterate country girl, going to get an audience with the Dauphin himself? News of her arrival at Chinon finally reached even the ears of the Dauphin, and Joan was in the end admitted to the court. But to make sure that she was really divinely inspired, Charles and his courtiers decided to play a trick on her. Someone else would sit on the throne and pretend to be the Dauphin, while Charles himself would hide in the crowd of attendants, making himself inconspicuous. Here are two versions of what happened when Joan entered the royal hall of the chateau at Chinon. The first is that of Schiller. As Joan enters, she surveys the resplendent hall, then looks up at the army commander, Dunois, who in this version is impersonating the Dauphin on his throne. Dunois welcomes her.
Art thou the wondrous maiden?
Dunois of Orleans, thou wilt tempt thy God. This place abandoned which becomes thee not. To this more mighty one the maid is sent.
Joan walks firmly toward the Dauphin, who is peering from behind the back of a knight. She kneels before him. Charles is understandably surprised.
Maiden, thou ne'er hast seen my face before. Whence hast thou this knowledge?
Thee I saw when none beside save God in heaven saw thee. Bethink thee, Dauphin, in the bygone night when all around lay buried in deep sleep, thou from thy couch didst rise and offer up an earnest prayer to God.
Disclose to me my prayer, and I shall doubt no more that God inspired thee.
Thou didst pray that if there were appended in this crown unjust possession, or if heavy guilt occasioned this most lamentable war, God would accept thee as a sacrifice, have mercy on thy people, and pour forth upon thy head the chalice of his wrath.
Who art thou, mighty one? Whence comest thou? Shall I indeed withstand mine enemies?
France I will lay submissive at thy feet.
And Orleans, sayest thou, will not be surrendered?
The Loire shall sooner run its waters back.
Shall I in triumph enter Reims?
I through 10,000 foes will lead thee.
In the modern Anouilh Hellman play, the Dauphin is no storybook king. As the scene opens, Charles is lolling indolently on his throne, playing with one of those cup and ball toys that still delight children today. Enter the Archbishop of Reims.
Oh, Archbishop, you have arrived just in time. I am on the point of governing.
There is not time for jest, Your Majesty. We are faced with the dangerous problem of this peasant girl. The people are in love with her. They are convinced that God has sent her to you and that she alone can save France. They think she works miracles.
I have sympathy for them. They are as desperate as I am. As for this girl, I have no curiosity about her. I know too many people as it is. And a messenger from God doesn't sound very amusing. But I want to be a good king and please my people. Therefore, I shall see this girl. I think I might like to play a trick on her. Let's put a page upon the throne. Let's clothe him in the royal doublet with the fewest patches. He'll look better than I do. And let us enjoy the sight of God's envoy pleading her cause to a page boy.
And so, when Joan timidly enters the throne room, it's a young court attendant who is impersonating the Dauphin. She sees through the deception, however, just as quickly as she did in the case of Dunois in Schiller's play. She surveys the crowd and walks straight to Charles, who tries to run from her.
What do you want?
Noble Dauphin, I am Joan the maid. The King of Heaven has sent me to tell you that you must be anointed and crowned in the city of Reims.
Well, that is splendid, mademoiselle, but Reims is in the hands of the English, as far as I know. How shall we get there?
We will fight our way there, Noble Dauphin. First we will take Orleans, and then we will walk to Reims. God told me, Noble Dauphin.
You haven't come here to kill me? No. No, of course not. You have an honest face. I've lived so long with these pirates that I've almost forgotten what an honest face looks like. Are there many people who have honest faces?
Many, sire.
Well, I never see them. Well, all right. Start boring me. Tell me that I ought to be a great king.
Yes, Charles.
In the end, Joan gets what she wants. Her army, her appointment, and a dazzling white suit of armor especially made for her. Joan's effect upon the English troops, who had been just about invincible until she appeared, is described by Schiller. The voices are those of English soldiers, except for the rather heart-rending lament of their commander, Sir John Talbot.
The maiden in the camp!
Impossible, it cannot be. How comes she in the camp?
Why, through the air. The devil aided her.
Why? We're dead men!
They heed me not. They stay not at my call. The sacred bonds of discipline are loosed. I cannot rally even the smallest troop. Who is she then? The irresistible, the dread-inspiring goddess who doth turn at once the tide of battle and transform to lion's bold a herd of timid deer. A woman snatched from me all martial fame.
The maiden comes. Fly, General, fly!
Well, as we know, the army with which Joan took the field did liberate Orleans, and within a few months had cleared the road to Reims so that the Dauphin could be properly consecrated King of France. Joan's army then turned to liberate Paris, but the siege of Paris was called off. Joan, wounded for the third time in a year, was captured some months later by Burgundian soldiers who were then allied with the English. The Burgundians sold her to the English command for 10,000 French pounds, a sum normally paid only for the highest nobles. The English, in turn, handed Joan over to a French ecclesiastical court convened in English-occupied Rouen for trial on charges of sorcery, witchcraft, or anything else that would lead to excommunication. The idea was that once Joan had been convicted on any such charge by her own countrymen, the English would be free to condemn and execute her for the damage she had caused them. And that's the way it worked out.
Joan, commonly called the Maid, having been captured within our diocese of Beauvais, and having been surrendered, dispatched, given, and delivered to us as a person vehemently suspected of heresy.
After weeks of badgering, Joan, exhausted and terrified of death by fire, finally put her mark to a paper which she was unable to read, admitting all the sins charged against her and forswearing them for the future. She even resumed female clothing for a short time. But when she found out that her promised acquittal would mean only life imprisonment on a diet of bread and water, the bread of sorrow and the water of affliction, as the judges put it, she decided that she preferred a swifter death, however horrible. Bernard Shaw describes her so-called relapse like this.
They told me you were fools. You promised me my life, but you lied. You think that life is nothing but not being stone dead? It is not the bread and water I fear. Bread has no sorrow for me, and water no affliction. But to shut me from the light of the sky and the sight of the fields and flowers, to chain my feet, to make me breathe foul, damp darkness, and keep me from everything that brings me back to the love of God. I could do without my war horse. I could drag about in a skirt. I could let the banners and the trumpets and the knights and soldiers pass me and leave me behind as they leave the other women. If only I could still hear the wind and the trees, the larks and the sunshine, the young lambs crying through the healthy frost, and the blessed church bells. But without these things I cannot live. What I am, I will not denounce. What I have done, I will not deny.
And we still have from Joan what is perhaps the most touching answer ever given to a life and death question in the history of Inquisition.
Joan, do you now believe yourself to be in a state of grace?
If I am not, may God put me there. If I am, may God so keep me.
That was Joan of Arc. Did anyone ever understand her? Do we understand her today? Perhaps Jean Anouilh said it best.
You cannot explain Joan any more than you can explain the tiniest flower growing by the wayside. There's just a little living flower that has always known, ever since it was a microscopic seed, how many petals it would have and how big they would grow, exactly how blue its blue would be, and how its delicate scent would be compounded. There is just the phenomenon of Joan, as there is the phenomenon of a daisy, or the sky, or a bird.
What pretentious creatures men are, if that is not enough for them.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and The Eternal Joan, a treatment of the Joan of Arc story. Written by Henry E. Fritsch, with Elspeth Eric as Joan and Louis Cronenberger, drama critic for Time magazine, as tape narrator. The Eternal Joan was produced and directed by Paul Roberts. Music composed and conducted by Alexander Steinert. Included in tonight's cast were Alan Hewitt as Baudricourt and Jack Manning as the Dauphin. Also heard were John Gibson, Daniel Ocko, Bob Dryden, Louis Van Rooten, Roger DeKoven, Ed Prentice, Guy Rep, Ellen Muir, Gladys Holland, and Ruth Tobin. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us next week when, from Hollywood, we'll present A Portrait of Paris, a word picture of the French capital, recorded by David Schoenbrunn, chief of the Paris bureau of CBS News. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
The purser said we'd meet her about 11.
I have to see her.
Those lights.
Impressive, isn't it? Like a phosphorescent water bug.
Oh, much prettier.
I suppose they are having a ball, too.
Oh, isn't it thrilling? Christmas Eve, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, and... Oh, Jeannie.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, all is bright, a simple story of a simple song, which from long-lost beginnings, through the help of a persistent king and a melodious bird, trained by a truant schoolboy, developed into the world's most beloved expression of the spirit of Christmas, the feast of men and women of goodwill, and especially of children.
Takes me back, that.
Huh? I beg your pardon?
I said it takes me back, that waltz. Quite a way, I'm afraid.
Oh, yes. Yes, still, you're not playing it right.
Oh? In what way?
Not enough spirit, not as the Viennese thought of it.
Oh.
They are playing it as an English waltz, I suppose.
Ladies and gentlemen, this, as you know, is Christmas Eve. So, on the eve of this, our greatest of holidays, we will play a melody which I am sure you all know. Play, boys.
No!
What? Who?
I'm sorry, Mr. Conductor. I did not mean to be heard.
Well, sir, I don't see why... Oh, my maestro. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry I didn't recognize the voice immediately. Allow me to introduce, ladies and gentlemen, the famous conductor of some of the greatest orchestras in the world. Maestro Reinhard Kramer.
No,
Ladies and gentlemen, the maestro is Austrian, I know, by birth that is, and since this worldwide favorite of all Christmas carols was written in Austria, I can't think of anything more fitting that the maestro himself should take over the baton. What do you say, ladies and gentlemen?
Go on, old boy.
It will be an honor, sir, something all of us will remember.
Well, if you insist, so... Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. There's a guitar in your band, Mr...
Woodson, sir.
Here, maestro. Thank you. Yes, I will have to ask your indulgence, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Woodson. But this song, you see, has meant a great deal to me ever since I was a child, so long ago. That was in a place called Hallein in Austria, near Salzburg. The composer of this melody, Franz Gruber, was his name, still lived there when I was a boy. And I went to school with his grandson, Felix. He later became a conductor in Vienna. Well, he also is now dead. It is really a very simple song. It was first written for just one guitar and two voices, clear, young voices. And the melody was somewhat different from the one we play today. It is only a peasant song, after all. A song without pretension. What feeling it has came from the hearts of two simple men, two friends, imbued with devotion to their fellow beings, a love of life, humility in the face of its mysteries, and a deep sense of reverence.
I say, old boy, why not tell us the whole story?
My reliable British friend, of course. Well, this was in... Now, let me see. Yes, in 1818, just a short while after the Napoleonic Wars. There were two men who met several times a week in a small village near Salzburg called Oberndorf. The local priest, Father Joseph Mohr, and the schoolteacher. The two used to sing and play the guitar together, and the schoolteacher always helped the priest out on Sundays by playing the organ in the village church. Christmas, of course, was the most festive season of the year. And no one for miles around ever missed the Christmas Eve midnight mass in Oberndorf. But on the day before Christmas, 1818, there was an unexpected disaster.
Father! Oh, gelobt sei Jesus Christus.
Ewigkeit, Amen. What is the matter, Franz?
The organ, Father. I had called the children in for practice, but the organ won't play. I can't get a sound out of it.
You're sure?
Of course I am sure.
But there's a midnight mass.
It couldn't have happened at a worse time.
The organ man is not due until February or March.
But what will we do for music at the mass? We can't disappoint all those people.
I will have to think, Franz. Please, go back to the church now. I will be with you soon.
It's no use.
Franz?
Yes, Father. I can't make it work.
It is all right, Franz. I have had an idea. Here is a little poem I have written. You think you could put this to music?
Stille Nacht, heilige Nacht. But we have no organ, Father.
Well, we still have our guitar.
Ah, you mean we'll use the guitar?
The guitar and two voices, perhaps. That may be all we can count on. You and me.
Yes. Let me see. Alles schläft, einsam wacht. We don't have to do the singing, Father. There are two girls in the choir with the sweetest voices we have ever had.
And within a day, Franz Gruber had indeed set Father Mohr's little poem to a simple yet beautiful melody. This is what the people of Oberndorf and the nearby mountain farms heard that Christmas. A melody so touching and so easily grasped that all the other children in the church quickly joined in. Well, that is how Silent Night was born. But there's more to it. First of all, there are the mice.
The mice?
Yes, the mice. And then there's a bird in the story, too. Well, the mouse part is simple. When the snows began to melt in the valley of the Salzach, where Oberndorf lies, the organ man, as Father Mohr called him, arrived in the village. Organ building and repairing were highly specialized trades in those days. And many of the men skilled in them came from villages along the Ziller River in the Austrian Tyrol.
Well, Mr. Mauracher, nothing serious, I hope.
Nothing serious, Father. It's just that you don't seem to feed your mice very well. They ate out a whole section of the bellows the size of a silver thaler and then built a nest inside. I've cleaned out the mice and put a patch on the hole. You want to try it out?
Oh, Mr. Gruber here plays the organ for me. Franz?
Of course, Father. I'll try our new Christmas carol.
Round yon dearest high holy pair, and their infant with curly hair.
Say, that's a nice song. I never heard it before. That's great. Mind if I take it with me?
I'll write it out for you.
Nah, I couldn't read it. Me, I carry them up here in my head.
Well, Mauracher, the organ man, did carry the new song in his head. And when he returned to his native Ziller Valley, he taught it to all the children there. Later, the young Strassers, 2 brothers and their 2 sisters, became especially fond of the Song from Heaven, as they called it. And they worked out a 4-part singing arrangement for the 2-voice melody.
Stille Nacht, heilige Nacht, alles schläft.
Old Mr. Strasser was a glove maker. And when his children were old enough, he sent them each year to the many big trade fairs of Europe to sell his output. But the children often felt lonely, of course, and homesick. And they used to relieve their feelings by singing all the songs that reminded them of home. And so, one day in Leipzig, the capital of the Kingdom of Saxony, a dignified elderly gentleman approached them.
Don't be alarmed, children. My name is Pollitz. I am, in fact, I am the Director General of Music of this Kingdom of Saxony.
Yes, sir?
I like your singing, especially that last one you sang.
The Song from Heaven.
What was that?
The Song from Heaven. We call it that, the people in our valley.
Oh, and where might that be?
In Tyrol. We are Austrians.
Oh, a Tyrolean folk song. Well, children, I want to ask whether you would be interested in singing for me at a concert.
This was only 15 years after Franz Gruber and Father Mohr had written their little hymn of devotion. But Mauracher, the organ builder, had never troubled to ask who had written the song. And so when the Oberndorf Carol had a great success in Leipzig and then swept through Europe, it was as an orphan. Another 20 years later, King Frederick Wilhelm IV of Prussia heard the melody during Christmas Eve services in the Berlin Cathedral. He called for the royal concertmaster.
Your Majesty?
Herr Eck, you are the concertmaster of the Kingdom of Prussia. What is the origin of that hymn, that lovely melody that was played tonight during our services?
I'm sorry to say that I do not know, Your Majesty. The melody, if I might say so, suggests an Austrian origin. Haydn, perhaps.
Well, then it's off to Austria you go. I want to know who wrote that song, and I don't want to see you again until you found out.
Yes, Your Majesty.
Well, the Prussians are a determined people. And the royal Prussian concertmaster soon was on his way to Austria. To Vienna first, of course. It was then the musical capital of the world.
Most honored, sir. I have been music librarian here at the Imperial Archives for many years, and I can assure you I've never heard nor read that melody. And I can further add that Joseph Haydn did not compose it, nor did the great Mozart. Of course, it is just possible that Joseph Haydn's brother Michael wrote it. Now that I come to think of it, there are certain similarities of phrasing.
Yes, but where can I find out for certain?
Well, most of Michael's works have been lost, unfortunately. However, he was organ master at St. Peter's Abbey in Salzburg for a good many years. You might inquire there.
On went the Prussian concertmaster Ludwig Eck. But in the length and breadth of Austria, he could find no trace of the song, or of anyone who might have composed it. The Berlin concert season was coming up, and so one day, Concertmaster Ludwig Eck, miserable over his failure, reluctantly took a coach back to Berlin. He stopped at the inn in Bavaria on his first night after leaving Austria and composed a letter to the publishers of the official Prussian hymn book.
And would therefore suggest that in the next edition of your hymnal, you list Silent Night, Holy Night as probably by Michael Haydn, brother of the celebrated Joseph. There, that ought to do it.
By next morning, though, Ludwig Eck had recovered sufficiently from his disappointments to stop by in the dining room of the inn for a hearty breakfast.
Now then, after the soup, a few eggs, perhaps, and some of that wonderful bacon of yours. And then, yes, a half chicken, and a stein of beer, of course. That bird!
Sir?
That bird, my song. He has my song.
Oh, I am sorry, sir, but I am not responsible. He was singing when I got him.
Yes, man, yes. But where did you get him?
A traveler left him here, sir.
Now, never mind that. Where did he get him?
A man came from Salzburg, sir. He did say that he had bought the bird from someone at St. Peter's.
St. Peter's in Salzburg. So it was Michael Haydn after all. Tell my coachman we are not going on to Berlin. We're going back to Salzburg, St. Peter's Abbey.
Gelobt sei Jesus Christus. Yes?
The abbot. I am emissary of His Majesty, the King of Prussia. Now, please tell your abbot that I must see him.
Ludwig Eck was cordially received by the abbot and invited to stay and examine Michael Haydn's remaining manuscripts. He pored over yellowing scores for a week and found nothing. And so Ludwig Eck went home to Berlin. There was one person, though, who had overheard the concertmaster's story of the singing finch. Ambrosius Prenzsteiner, who had himself studied at the Abbey School and was now choir inspector of the Salzburg district. He had developed an idea.
Let's see now, the first two windows, that would be the 5th class. No, probably not that old. The next two, the 4th. I don't think so, but let's try it anyway. I hope I can still whistle. No, that's no good. Well, let's try the 3rd class.
Hey, Felix, your bird is back. That singing bullfinch you taught that Christmas song to when you saw that Bavarian.
No.
Yeah, well, listen for yourself. There couldn't be any other bird who knew that melody.
But how could he have come back?
Well, don't ask me. Let's look at it.
Sir?
What's your name, boy?
Felix Gruber, sir.
And you have been capturing birds and teaching them to sing and then selling them?
Well, only a few times, sir.
Oh, never mind now. I myself tried to earn a few groschen that way when I studied in that same room. Not that that is any excuse.
No, sir.
I have something more important now. Did you ever teach one of your birds a song that goes like this?
Yes, sir.
Well, where did you learn that melody?
From my father, sir. He's a musician. He made it up.
He made it up?
Yes, sir. At home, we always sing it at Christmas.
And where is home, may I ask?
In Hallein, sir. My father is choir master.
Come on, boy, jump down from the window. I'll catch you. We're going to Hallein. You boys, you may tell the master that Felix Gruber has been excused for the rest of the day.
right down the street, sir. That White House.
I hope your father is at home.
Oh, he's always home, except Fridays and Sundays.
So you did write that song?
Only the melody, Inspector. My friend, my very great friend, Father Moore, wrote the words. He died about 6 years ago in Wagram.
Do you still have your original manuscript?
Original? I don't know. It was so long ago, and the song was such a little thing. I would have to ask my wife. Marie?
Never mind now. You will find it later. But that little song of yours has gone a long way in the world. There was a man down here all the way from Berlin to find out about it.
About that song?
Yes, about that song. Here is a copy of a book he left with me. It was published in Leipzig, and it has your melody. But here is what you had better do now that fame is catching up with you.
Well, that's almost the end of my story, ladies and gentlemen. Except that the letter went off shortly from Harlein to the Royal Concertmaster of Prussia, Ludwig Eck.
Authentic history of the composition of the Christmas song, Stille Nacht. And since this song subsequently appeared in a collection in Leipzig in a somewhat changed form, the author begs to submit a copy of the original music. Hoping that my essay will suffice, I am, with veneration and high esteem, your most obedient servant.
Franz Gruber died 10 years later, as poor as he had been born. And now, ladies and gentlemen, there seems to be only one thing left for me to do, and the only thing I was asked to do in the first place, and that is to play the Song from Heaven, as those Tyrolean children called it, as I feel it should be played. I hope that the orchestra, perhaps some of you, will join me.
You have been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and All is Bright, the story of Silent Night, written by Henry E. Fritsch, with the original music of Franz Gruber and additional music composed and conducted by Alexander Steinert. Rudolph Weiss was heard as Kramer, Joe Julian as Father Moore, and Herm Dinkin as Gruber. This is Bob Pfeiffer inviting you to listen to the CBS Radio Workshop each Sunday at this same time. Stay tuned for Suspense, which follows immediately over most of these same stations. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
This is Christopher Isherwood. The story you're about to hear was written by Aldous Huxley and myself. It's based on a true incident, and it has never before been told. It concerns a man who had a gift greater than he could understand, a gift so unique that when it was shared by others, it destroyed them.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Jacob's Hands, an original new story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood. We are proud to have Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Original music composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith.
On a small ranch in the Mojave Desert, not far from the foothills of the San Gabriel Mountains, is the home of Professor Arnold Carter, his sister, and his daughter, retired now to this medically approved climate. Nourished by the warmth of the sun, the professor lives quietly with his family and his bitterness.
Shut the door!
Look, Father.
Where have you been?
Aren't they lovely? Almond blossoms, the first of the year.
Get them out of here. You want to bring on another attack of my asthma?
I'm sorry, Father. Do you mind if I practice my singing?
I can stand it if you can. Where were you at lunchtime, Sharon?
Outside, looking for flowers.
With Jacob, I'll wager.
Good afternoon, Aunt Annie.
Were you with Jacob, Sharon?
What's wrong with that? Jacob wouldn't hurt a flea.
Jacob is a hired hand. And you're the daughter of a fine scholar. Don't you ever forget it.
That's silly. He's just a friend.
What your aunt means, Sharon, is you're a grown lady now. You've got to learn to be cautious. Things can happen.
To a cripple? To a girl who walks around on crutches?
Annie, see if there's some lunch left over for Sharon.
Self-pity. Look at her. Dirt on her shoes. Wash up, young lady, if you expect to eat in this house.
Well, who is it? All right, I'm coming.
It's me, Professor Tom Pierce.
Oh, I'll come out. You here to look at my calf, Tom?
Whatever looking I can do. The way you talk, Professor, it's a waste of time.
Well, come along. We'll see.
All right. What kind of shape is she in?
Her hind legs are paralyzed. She's got a high fever.
Yeah, could be the black quarter.
She's over here, Tom. Tried to keep her away from the other animals. We never can be sure. Jacob! What are you doing with that calf?
Just looking after her, Professor.
Didn't I tell you to leave her alone? The disease might be contagious.
Here, let me have a look, Jacob. She been collapsed like this long?
Since yesterday.
Well, I guess that's it, Professor. Black quarter, all right.
All right. Jacob, get the rifle.
Jacob!
Sharon, stay back at the house.
You can't shoot a thing just because it's lame.
Did you hear me? I said go back to the house.
You better go back, Sharon. It isn't pleasant.
Before you do it, Professor, can I keep her for a minute?
What?
Can I hold the calf?
Are you crazy? Get my gun. Let's not hear any more of this claptrap.
You're not going to die. I won't let you die.
Why? Why are you touching her, Jacob?
I won't let you die. I won't.
Take your hands off my calf. Do you hear?
You won't die. You won't die.
Jacob, the calf's on her feet.
What did you do to that calf? I demand to know.
I don't know.
Well, you must have done something, Jacob. She's on her feet now. Her hind legs move.
It's not anything I did. It just came to me, a feeling, something I could feel moving into my hands.
That's ridiculous. That calf wasn't sick to begin with.
Oh, I examined him. I say he was sick. Jacob here, he's a healer.
He's no such thing. You think as a scientist I could
Just
accept...
the same, I'm going to try him out. Listen here, Jacob, I got me a lame dog down at my place. You try it on him?
I guess so, if you want.
Yeah, and there's others around here might like to see this thing work.
Nonsense. You're making too much of it. Jacob, give that calf some water. And you, Sharon, come in the house.
And Jacob healed the dog and a cat from another nearby ranch. And the following week, a colt said to be suffering from an incurable disease. And the editor of the local newspaper.
Jacob, open the door. There's a man here to see you. Ed Burton from the paper.
I'd like to speak to you, Mr. Erickson.
All right.
There's a lot of talk around. Some of our folks seem to think that you have the power to heal. Is that right?
Well, Jacob, answer Mr. Burton.
I guess so. Sometimes it happens. I touch an animal, a dog or a calf, and he seems to get well.
I see. And do you charge money for this healing?
No, sir, I couldn't do that.
Why not?
Because, well, it isn't mine. Whatever this thing is, it just comes over me. A strange feeling, I don't know. First I feel it in my hands, then it passes on to the animal.
It's quite a story, Mr. Erickson. I'd like to write it up. I think everybody should know about this power. All right with you?
Sure, if that's what you want to do, I don't mind.
Thanks, Mr. Erickson. Good day.
I'm going to write some friends of mine in L.A. to drive up. Prominent doctors, both of them. I think they could settle this whole business once and for all.
A good idea. I'd like to do a follow-up piece when they get here.
Ed, do you really believe in this nonsense?
Now, Professor, do I believe in Santa Claus?
Jacob, this is Dr. Marlowe and Dr. Carruthers.
How do you do,
Mr.
Mr. Erickson?
Erickson?
Pleased to meet you.
Now, Jacob, these gentlemen merely want to talk to you. As doctors, they're naturally curious about your power to heal.
We certainly are, Mr. Erickson. Dr. Carruthers is an outstanding psychiatrist. My field is neuropathology. Professor Carter and I were at Chicago University together.
Before the loss of my health, I was professor of biology at Chicago. You didn't know that, did you, Jacob?
No, sir.
Mr. Erickson, I'm frankly skeptical about so-called miracle cures. Have to be in my profession. I'm sure you understand that.
Well, I just don't know. All this talk and everything. If you don't mind, I'd just as soon not...
Jacob, no one is going to hurt you.
Of course not.
Well...
All right, Doctor. You may proceed.
Mr. Erickson, here we have a rabbit. Oh, not just any rabbit. This poor little fellow happens to be quite ill. Cancer of the lung.
But, sir,
Please, let me finish. In most cases of so-called faith healing, we find the illness to be hysterical in nature. That is to say, though there is an actual and very real physical illness, its basic origin is in the mind of the sufferer.
Release the tension, and you often release the illness. Hence a so-called miracle cure.
Now, Mr. Erickson, we obtained this rabbit from a laboratory. We know the animal's disease. It is entirely organic in nature. We ask you to cure it.
But I don't cure things. It's this feeling that comes into my hands.
Yes, we understand all that, Jacob, but whatever it is, you seem to impress some people of our neighborhood. Why not let these two gentlemen in on it? They're men of science, Jacob.
Yes, sir. Only I don't know if anything will happen. Sometimes it doesn't. There was a hen last week up at Tillman's, and
We understand, Mr. Erickson. You just do it any way you like. We have plenty of time.
Here you are, Mr. Erickson.
Go ahead, Jacob. Talk to it.
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you.
Well, Jacob?
You're going to get well. You're going to get well. I won't let you die. I won't let you die. I won't.
Gentlemen?
May I examine the rabbit, Mr. Erickson?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
It's very interesting how you stroke the back of the animal. You have a great gentleness in your hands.
Everyone around here says Jacob is a very talented young man. They believe in him.
And if there is any difference, I can't detect it. Of course, we'll have to dissect the animal when we get back to L.A. to be sure, but it appears...
Well, you're not going to cut him open.
Naturally. You want to be absolutely sure before we pass judgment.
But to kill the rabbit just to find out...
Mr. Erickson, the rabbit will die anyway. Well, Arnold, we appreciate your letting us in on this.
Yes, it was a wonderful opportunity. You don't often get to test these things firsthand. Well, we'd better be getting back. Long drive, you know.
I certainly do appreciate your coming out. It's been a real pleasure for me. And I feel a lot better.
Yes, I'm sure you do.
You boys go on out to the car. I'll join you in just a moment. Jacob?
Yes, sir?
I think you'd better pack your things. You're fired.
Who is it?
It's me, Jacob. Sharon. Can I talk to you?
Oh, I guess so, only it's kind of messy in here.
Oh, I don't mind.
Your father wouldn't like it if he knew that...
What he doesn't know won't hurt him. I heard what happened today. I'm sorry, Jacob.
They don't understand. They wouldn't listen.
I understand.
You do?
It wasn't your fault. It just didn't happen, that's all. Where will you go now, Jacob?
I don't know.
You know where I'd go if I could.
Where?
To Los Angeles.
Oh, not me. I was in cities before. I didn't like it.
Where? What cities?
Well, when I was in the Army, they shipped me overseas from New York. It was noisy and crowded. So was Paris.
Paris? Oh, they have the opera there, Jacob. Imagine if I could sing in Paris at the opera. A great stage and people in fancy clothes. And a girl on crutches singing opera.
Well, what's wrong with that?
Everybody in the audience would laugh.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't think of your leg at all. I'd be listening to your voice and looking at your face. And...
Jacob.
Yes?
What if you could cure my leg?
Sharon.
I mean, it isn't as though it was deformed or anything. It isn't. It's just lame, like the dog you cured. Oh, please, will you try for me?
But I couldn't.
Why?
Well, don't you see? People and animals, they're not the same. I loved animals all my life. I understand them.
Do I mean less to you than a dog?
But that was different.
Why? Because animals can't talk back to you? Do you like me, Jacob?
Yes.
I mean a real whole lot?
Yes.
Then cure me.
I don't know how.
Kneel down. Take my foot. Take it in your hands.
But, Sharon,
Now do it. Do what you did to the calf and to the dog and to the colt. Jacob, don't you see you have the power to make me well? I'm begging you. I want to walk. Do it for me, Jacob, please.
Don't let her limp anymore. She's going to get well. She's going to get strong and well.
I'm going to get well. I know it. I'm going to get well.
She's gonna get well. She won't be lame anymore. She'll walk like everyone else. She'll walk again. She's getting well now. The lameness is leaving her, and she's getting well.
Jacob! I can walk! Look at me! Look at me! I'm walking! Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon.
Oh, it's the happiest night of my life. Look at the night. At the beautiful, beautiful night. 1,000,000 stars all shining for me. I own this night. I own the world. Jacob, it's mine now.
I can heal. I can heal people.
I'm going to walk and run and dance the rest of my life. Jacob.
What?
When you leave here tomorrow, I'm going with you.
No, but you can't run
I'm
away.
going with you.
Sharon, no, you can't.
But I am. You're going to take me to Los Angeles, Jacob. And I'm going to sing and dance the rest of my life.
And Sharon and Jacob left together for Los Angeles. But once there, they went their separate ways. For Sharon had only one goal, the opera. The weeks passed, and audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Well, it's a pleasant enough voice, but a bit light for our needs. Why don't you try the popular field?
And at the broadcasting and recording companies, audition followed audition, and the response was always the same.
Yeah, okay, Miss Carter, thank you very much. Yeah, we'll call you if something turns up.
For Jacob, too, there was only one goal now, to heal the sick. But he chose another direction, a small mission near downtown Los Angeles, in an area called Skid Row. And a year passed.
I want you to get well. I want you to get well. I won't let you stay sick. You feel my hands on your foot. Now you're well again. You're feeling better. You see? Now you can walk.
Well, what do you think of that, huh? Hello?
Doc, that boy's got an act.
He's for us, ain't he, Lo? Would that pull him into the art theater, or would that pull him in? I tell you, we should hire that guy. You put him on top of the bill. After Flossie does a strip number, we got it made.
Lou,
you crazy or something? We'd pack the house.
This boy's too big for a barbecue house. No, I got other plans for him.
Such as?
Doc, we're gonna go into the healing business in a big way. You and me and this here boy Jacob. Now listen, you go up there after this bit is over with and you bring that guy back to the theater with you, see? I don't care if you have to rope and tie him, but you bring him.
Lou, listen, I need money. Honest, I'm broke, I tell you.
Baby, you're always broke. Will you stop trying to make like a diva or whatever? I got dames who can sing better and live on the salary, you know?
Lou, please. I gotta have the money.
Okay, Miss Dolores.
Lay off the Miss Dolores, will you?
What's the matter? You don't like class?
Okay, Lou, here he is.
Wow, Mr. Jacob. Are we ever glad to see you? Step right in.
Jacob! Oh, Jacob!
Sharon, what are you doing here?
Do you know this broad?
Old homeboy.
Jacob, it's really you.
I didn't recognize you. The costume.
Wow, this here's Miss Dolores, the star of our show.
Oh, then you're singing. Oh, that's wonderful, Sharon.
Well, give us a knockdown, baby.
Oh, Jacob, this is Lou Zecconi, the owner of the theater, and this is his assistant, Doc Waldo.
Well, I'm pleased to know you, Mr. Zecconi. Doctor?
Yeah, I'm
Pleased
sure.
to know you.
This is the man who... This is my oldest friend.
Wow, is that right? Why, you're just the girl to tell him what a deal he's got coming, huh? Why don't you stick around, baby?
Oh, no, not Jacob.
Mr. Jacob, the doctor here and me, we got a little proposition we was wanting to talk over with you. It's a very high-class, ethical kind of operation.
Yeah, it's very ethical.
Jacob, don't listen.
Baby, are you forgetting where the 10 spots are coming from? Mr. Jacob, what we got in mind is a sort of a clinic, see? Now, with the doctor's medical education and my business management, this here clinic could help everybody. Not just a few bums.
Well, I don't know.
Ain't that right, Sharon? Why don't you tell Jacob?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess that's right.
There, you see? Well, now you sit down, Mr. Jacob, so we can talk.
Psychomagnetic Medical Center. Mr. Erickson? I'm sorry, he can be seen by appointment only. Yes. Thank you for calling.
Where's Mr. Erickson?
Oh, isn't he in his office, Doctor?
No, he ain't, isn't it? There's half a dozen patients waiting to see him.
Well, shall I try to locate him, Dr. Waldo?
Call the art theater on Main Street. Ask for Mr. Laura. She might know. Jacob, for heaven's sake, where you been? Don't you know there's people waiting to see you?
Good afternoon, Doctor. Miss Reed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Erickson.
And now listen, we're putting our blood, sweat, and tears into this operation, Lou and me. You treat it like you couldn't be bothered. Come on into the office. Now sit down and listen.
I want to talk to you, Doc.
Yeah, well, I said listen. Lou and me sunk a bundle into this place. We hocked the art theater up to our ears. Now it's beginning to pay off, and big. You're in on the take.
Am I, Doc?
You got 10% of the joint, haven't you? And you didn't put up a stinking dime.
Doc, today I sat in the park and a man came up to me. A man who'd seen me at the mission. He was sick, Doc. And I asked him to come to me and I'd help him. And do you know what he said to me, Doc?
What'd he say?
He said, I came to you, Jacob, but they wouldn't let me in. I didn't have enough money.
Yeah? That right?
Doc, didn't we have an agreement anybody could come to the clinic? Anybody?
Now, don't get on your high horse.
Didn't we agree to charge only people who had the money to pay?
Sure, Jacob. It must have been a slip-up.
And this man who'd seen me at the mission said others have been coming here, too. Others who couldn't pay and that they were turned away. Now, is that right, Doc? You answer me, Doc.
Well, after all, Lou...
Answer me.
Sometimes it depends.
It doesn't depend. I've lived with this until my heart can't stand it any longer. I've seen goodness turn to sin. I've seen
Doc, break out the bottle. This is a celebration. This is
Ixnay.
one grand celebration. Hi, Jacob.
Hello, Jacob.
We're here to celebrate, kids. This is...
Yeah, well, Jacob's not feeling very well, Lou. Some other time.
Some
maybe.
other time. You're out of your mind. Today, right now. You want to tell him, baby, or you want me to?
Lou, you and the doc, go on out.
What?
I want to talk to Jacob alone for a minute.
What?
You heard me.
Well, now, listen, kid, this ain't no secret.
Get out. Both of you.
Okay, but watch it, baby. I bruise easy. Come on, Doc.
Jacob.
Yes, Sharon?
I've always believed in you, Jacob. I want you to know that.
What is it, Sharon? Is something wrong? Did they hurt you
Listen
in some
to me,
way?
Jacob. This is a tough thing for me. I didn't make it the way I thought I would. Once I said I wanted to stand on an opera stage in Paris, but I couldn't because everybody would look at my crippled leg. And you said you wouldn't. You'd look at my face and hear my voice. Isn't that right, Jacob?
I guess so.
Where am I now? They are looking at my legs, Jacob, both of them. And they want more. A lot more. I just can't take that anymore. I just can't.
If I had money, Sharon, you could have it. You could always have it.
Your money? You give it back to the patients, don't you, Jacob?
They shouldn't
I've known
have
that
to
for a
pay.
long time, Jacob. I'm going to marry Lou.
What?
I'm going to marry Lou.
Lou? Lou Zacconi?
I've got to, don't you see? There's nowhere else I can go. There's nothing else I can do.
Sharon, if you'd have me...
I'll spend the rest of my life without a dime, living in flop houses, watching you get taken by every sucker.
Now, don't say that.
Well, isn't it the truth? Isn't that what you are, Jacob? A sucker for every con man who ever came along. I was the first one. I got you here, then Doc, and then Lou. You always took care of the other guy, Jacob, but what did you ever do for yourself?
But I thought you understood.
I do. That's why I've got to marry Lou. He's made a lot of money out of this place. And I need money, Jacob. I'm through with flop houses and cheap clothes. Jacob, wait!
Hey, what's up, Jacob? You sore or something?
Jacob,
Hey, now listen, this is going too far.
Jacob, take it easy.
All of it. All of it. Destroy it. Destroy it. It's sinful, don't you see? What I've been doing is sinful. I was wrong. I did do these things. I'm to blame. It's not your fault, any of you. I did it. These hands are mine.
Doc, get the police.
Lou, no. Let him alone. He built it. He can tear it down if he wants to.
With these hands. These hands. Please, let me alone. Let me alone.
Jacob returned to a ranch in the Mojave Desert to work that he knew. And he cared for the animals, and sometimes he healed them. But never again would he minister to a human being. For now he understood how dangerous it is to heal the body if you cannot also heal the spirit. He knew the meaning of Christ's question, whether it is easier to say to the sick, "Thy sins be forgiven thee," or to say, "Arise and take up thy bed and walk."
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented Jacob's Hands, an original news story by Aldous Huxley and Christopher Isherwood, with Mr. Isherwood as our narrator. Jacob's Hands was adapted for radio and directed by William Frug. Vic Perrin was featured as Jacob, with Virginia Gregg as Sharon. Others in our cast were Herb Butterfield, Helen Klebe, Larry Dobkin, Harry Bartell, Parley Bear, John Daner, Hans Conried, Bill Conrad, and Janet Stewart. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in Hollywood by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when, from New York, we present Living Portrait, an unusual study of one of the nation's most imaginative businessmen, Mr. William Zeckendorf. Whatever your own views on religion may be, CBS Radio believes that you'll be pleased to know that much time, thought, and effort is being devoted to giving children a strong spiritual foundation in Sunday schools throughout America. If your children are not attending Sunday school now, this week, Sunday School Week, is a good time to enroll them. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by My Son Jeep. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
I don't care what you say. I say he keeps a canary in that cage.
That's my wife, Jacqueline. Jackie for short.
A woman of firm opinions.
And I say, leave that cage alone, do you hear?
That's Mr. Henchard, our boarder, a man of similar firm convictions. Me, my name's Eddie. And I say, I don't care what kind of a bird he keeps in the cage, so long as he pays the rent.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents Housing Problem, an unlikely story, but the kind of story you're not likely to hear anywhere else except on the Workshop. Housing Problem, an experiment with your imagination, adapted by Sam Pierce from the short story by Henry Kuttner, produced and directed by William N. Robeson.
My wife, Jackie, and I both work. We have to keep up the house payments. And we couldn't make ends meet even then if it weren't for the rent Mr. Henchard pays us for the back room. So, naturally, we were pretty worried when he announced one night.
I gotta leave town for a while.
Oh.
You're giving up the room?
I'm doing nothing of the sort.
Oh, that's nice.
I'm quite willing to keep paying the rent while I'm gone, providing...
Providing what, Mr. Henchard?
Providing I can count on you two to cooperate.
Why, of course, Mr. Henchard.
Oh, whatever you say.
I'll be gone about a week. Some property of mine up north needs tending to. I don't like to leave my birdcage behind, but I can't take it with me on a bus.
Oh, we'll be more than glad to take care of it.
That's just what I don't want you to do. Don't go near it. Don't touch it. Don't remove the cover.
But the canary, it'll starve.
Canary. Canary, you listen to me. I'll leave plenty of food and water. You just keep hands off. That's how you cooperate. Stay away from that birdcage, understand?
Yes, Mr. Henchard.
But I don't understand.
You heard me. Keep your hands off that cage.
Yes, Mr. Henchard.
The next night, when Jackie and I got back from work, Mr. Henchard was gone, but the cage was still there in the middle of his room, sitting on a pedestal, shrouded by a flowered cretonne cover.
Eddie, we promise.
Well, we're staying away from it, aren't we? We didn't promise not to look at it.
Hey, Eddie, there's a note pinned on the cover.
Yeah.
Well, what's it say?
How do you like this? It says, "Mind now, don't touch this cage."
Honestly, you'd think we were a couple of kids or something.
Just for that, I'd like to yank the cover off the silly thing and... What was that?
It came from the cage.
Doesn't sound like any bird I ever heard.
It sounds like someone moving furniture. And opening a bottle.
Champagne for the canaries, no doubt.
Oh, Eddie.
You don't think we ought to just peek under the cover?
No, I don't. I think we ought to tippy-toe out of here and go to bed.
Okay. But I'd still like to see what kind of a bird it is that can open a champagne bottle. Next day, that silly bird cage was so much on my mind, I nearly fed my hand into the planing mill down at the plant. Jackie admitted the same kind of trouble. Her shorthand went way off, and her typing fell below 50 words a minute while she worried about Mr. Henchard's bird. I guess it was really plain curiosity, but we rationalized it into concern.
Eddie, it's got to be thirsty by now.
With all that champagne?
Well, hungry, maybe.
Maybe. Of course, I'm not exactly a bird lover, but I'd hate to think of a poor little feathered creature dying of hunger when I could do anything to save it.
Oh, darling, you have a great heart.
Oh? It's nothing, really.
Mm-hmm.
It's just the way I feel about things.
Well, then we'd better make sure.
Yes, I think we should.
We'll share the responsibility.
Yes, together.
You lift the cover, and I'll take a quick look.
We'll both lift the cover, and we'll both take a quick look.
All right. You take that end, and I'll take this.
Ready?
1,
2,
3. Eddie!
It's a house. A perfect little doll's house. What was that noise?
Well, it sounded like shades being pulled down. Eddie, it was a shade. I saw it snap shut on that tiny little window there.
There are lights in the house.
Oh, Eddie, the little green shutters, the white woodwork.
But what's inside there?
I never heard of a canary that could pull down shades.
Oh, this is crazy.
Eddie, look, at the chimney.
Smoke. There's smoke coming out of it.
The canaries are cooking.
Oh, something is cooking, but who says it's a canary? Who says it's any kind of a bird?
But what else could it be? It's a bird cage.
It's a house in a bird cage. A perfect little house down to the very last detail. Look, there's a doormat and a tiny little doorbell.
Ring it.
Ring it?
The doorbell. Ring it.
How am I going to ring a doorbell on a house that's inside a bird cage? I can't get my finger through those bars. Cage is soldered to the stand.
Well, maybe you could use a pencil.
Pencil, sure, good idea. Here. Now, let's see if I can get the tip through the bars and against the doorbell button. That's about it. Now, push it.
Eddie!
I don't think they're going to answer it.
Well, they must be such little things.
Things?
Birds or whatever lives in that house.
Well, if they won't come to the door, let's see if we can poke the pencil in a window and have a look inside.
Be careful, Eddie.
There. I think now if I can get my eye up against the cage here, I can see through the... Ouch!
Eddie!
Something bright flashed at me like a flashlight right in my eye, like a tiny beam of light from a flashlight.
Eddie, let's go. Let's leave them alone, whatever they are.
I'd like to take that cage apart.
Oh, no, Mr. Henchard.
Well, when he gets back, I'm going to ask him a few questions. He can't keep pixies. It isn't in the lease.
He doesn't have a lease.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I suppose we better leave it alone. We need the money he pays us, that's for sure.
And whatever it is that lives in the cage hasn't bothered us up to now.
Yeah. Let's cover it up and turn in. Maybe they'll be in a friendlier mood tomorrow.
Listen.
Yeah. Boy, whatever that is, it's out of tune.
I think you've heard its feelings. They're turning out all the lights.
Jackie had nightmares all night. I know, because I didn't sleep a wink. So, the next morning, we decided on a quick look before we went to work. Now, let's be real quiet, and maybe we can sneak up on them.
You think they'll be leaving for work, too?
What kind of work? Painting buttercups? Now, be quiet, and I'll get the cover off.
Okay. Look, one of the window shades is up and the window's open.
Well, maybe I can see inside this morning. If I can just get up close enough, I think I can see...
Eddie, what is it?
An eye. A great big bloodshot eye staring back at me.
Let me see. Eddie, it's a little mirror.
Mirror?
Yes, a little mirror hanging on a wall. And that was your eye looking back at you.
Well, it didn't look like my eye. It was bloodshot.
Well?
Very funny.
Eddie, look, on the porch.
It's a milk bottle.
And it's purple.
Purple milk?
From a purple cow, maybe?
Oh, cut it out. Hey, is that a newspaper there beside it?
It looks like one.
Let me see if I can make out the printing on it. Looks like a headline. It's in red, and it says, Extra, Fotzpa moves on tour.
Fotzpa moves on tour? What kind of talk is that?
Pixie talk, no doubt. Fotzpa moves on tour. I'm going to buy me a magnifying glass today. I'd like to read the rest of that paper. I don't know how Jackie and I got through that day at work, but somehow we did. And that night, we didn't even wait to get our coats off before we went in to see the cage. I heard the sound before Jackie did.
Eddie, listen.
Music. And it's good music, too.
But it sounds so little.
Well, what else? They're little people.
It stopped.
They must have heard us. Let's get the cover off. No lights, windows shut, and the blinds drawn.
The milk and the paper's gone, too.
Yeah. Wait a minute. Is that a sign on the door?
I can't make it out. It's so tiny.
I'll use my new magnifying glass. Quarantine. Scoppy fever.
Scoppy fever?
Why, the little liars. I'll bet they don't have scoppy fever at all.
You only get scoppy fever in April, don't you?
April and Christmas. That's when the bread and butter flies carry it. Where's my pencil? I'm going to ring the bell again.
They're not going to answer. There go the shades.
Pretty snooty if you ask me. After all, it's our house. Their house is in, if you follow me.
I wish we could just see them. Just one little look at them, whatever they are.
Well, I'll try one more thing. I'll write them a note.
On what?
On the door, like this. Let us in. There.
But we don't want to get in. We just want to see them.
Well, they'll know what we mean. Now, let's leave them alone, and maybe in the morning they'll have an answer for us.
Eddie, the quarantine sign's gone.
Oh, there's another one on the door. They've answered us. They've written us a note.
Oh, read it.
Wait till I get my magnifying glass. Huh? There. It's printed on a little card. WETPAINT.
Wet paint. I knew you shouldn't have written on the door. They've gone and repainted it. They're neat little things, whatever they are.
Wet paint, indeed.
There's more milk on the porch. Green milk this time, and another newspaper.
Yeah. Let's see what the headlines are today. Extra. Fotzpa overshoots Tur. Huh. What kind of news is that?
Well, I don't know, but I think we'd better cover the cage, Eddie. I think we've bothered them enough. We don't want them to get mad at us. They might blab to Mr. Henchard and get us in trouble.
You sound as though you thought they could talk.
Well, who says they can't? They can read, they can write, so they can talk.
The next few days were like nightmares. We'd pretend to be working all day, and then at night we'd immediately go into Mr. Henchard's room and uncover the cage. And always there would be smoke coming out of the chimney and smells of cooking and the sounds of dinner preparations in the evening. And every morning, new bottles of milk, different color each day, blue, red, yellow, and the newspaper headlines. Extra, Tur slides toward Fotzpa. Extra, Fotzpa goes up. There were even tiny little letters in the mailbox. And one morning there was a telegram. Oh, but we couldn't get to them. Day after day we tried to see inside the little house, but always it was the same. When we took the cover off the bird cage, the noises would stop. The shades would snap shut, the lights would go out, and nothing was left but the lazy spiral of smoke from the tiny brick chimney. Then one night, Jackie and I had it out.
But what would Mr. Henchard say?
Oh, I don't care. I've got to find out what goes on in that house. My work's going all to pot.
I know, Eddie. I filed a letter today that I was supposed to mail.
I almost welded my thumb to a wing section. Heck with Mr. Henchard. Let's go in and find out what lives in that cage, even if we have to melt it down with a blowtorch.
Sure is quiet in here tonight.
I'll get the light.
I'll get the cover off. Oh, no. Eddie.
What is it?
Look, on the front door.
It's a sign. A big sign.
For rent. It says for rent. Oh, Eddie, they've moved out.
They sure left the house clean. Look inside there. The floors are polished, the walls are scrubbed, but the furniture's gone, and the window shades.
Oh, Eddie, what are we going to do? What are we going to say when Mr. Henchard comes home?
Well, we didn't have long to wait. The very next night, Mr. Henchard blew in like a blast of cold air, went directly to his room, and blew back out again, considerably hotter.
Busybodies, priors, I told you not to touch the cage.
Oh, Mr. Henchard.
I told you to leave it alone. Oh, no, not you two. You had to fool around with it.
Mr. Henchard, we only thought they might be thirsty.
You only thought you had to stick your noses into somebody else's business. That's what you thought. Well, you've done it. You've ruined the whole thing. They've gone, moved out, lock, stock, and barrel. They've moved, and I'm moving too.
Oh, Mr. Henchard, we're so sorry.
Sorry? It took me months to build that little house to their exact specifications, and months more to coax them to live in it. Now you spoiled it. They won't be back.
Who won't be back?
My tenants. I'll have to build a new house now. But this time I won't leave it within the reach of meddlers.
Mr. Henchard, are you a magician?
Magician? I'm a craftsman. A mighty good one. That's all it takes. You treat them right and they'll treat you right. It isn't everybody who knows how to build the right sort of house for them.
But who are they?
Who are they? You mean who are they? Little folk, of course. Call them what you like. Nixies, pixies, leprechauns, brownies. They got lots of names. But all they want is a quiet, respectable neighborhood to live in. Not a lot of peeping and prying. Gives the property a bad name. No wonder they moved out. They always pay the rent on time, too.
Rent?
Luck. Good luck. What you expected paying? Money?
But luck? There's no such thing as luck, Mr. Henchard. That's a superstition.
Superstition. Hey, you remember when I kicked that boulder loose and it fell in the wooden steps we was going down at the beach that day?
I remember.
Boulder hit the step below me, went clear through. The wood was so rotten. I'd have broke my neck if I'd stepped on it.
Oh, that's right.
Things like that happen to me all the time. That's luck. That's the little people paying their rent. And now you've ruined it. Goodbye.
Oh, wait, you're forgetting your cage.
You can keep it. Keep the house, too. No decent folk will live in it now. You've ruined
Watch
it.
those
Goodbye.
steps, Mr. Henchard.
Friars, meddlers.
Oh, Eddie, his luck has left him already.
Yeah. Boy, that was a nasty fall.
Eddie, take me down to Moriarty's for a nightcap, will you? I feel terrible. I still feel terrible.
Yeah. The nightcap didn't help much. Let's turn in. It's late.
Shall we take a last look at the cage?
Can't hurt anything. Come on.
Eddie, listen.
They're back. The house is rented again.
And they're having a party. Eddie, they're happy in there.
Honey, we're in. We've got the house and we've got the tenants in it.
Maybe we'll have the luck that goes with them. Maybe they'll pay us the rent now.
Yeah, but we won't bother them anymore.
We'll leave them alone.
We'll never peek or pry again.
And if they're happy, they'll probably stay on for always. Oh, Eddie, this is wonderful.
The next day, I felt almost like my old self, even though we had lost our roomer. We had new tenants in the little house, and it was ours now, all ours. It was just before quitting time. I was working on the big metal planer when I heard somebody yell,
Eddie! Look out for that load of stairs! Behind you, Eddie! Look out! It's pushing me into the planer, my blades!
Eddie, you all right? Yeah, I think so. What stopped the planer, Mike? It was right on me. I thought it was going to slice me up like a cold cut.
It was one of those cylinder casings that fell into the planer and jammed it just as you reached the blade. I never saw nothing like it in my life. Oh, boy, what luck.
Luck, Mike, that's it. It's luck. Good luck. They're paying their rent already.
They're what?
They're paying their rent in luck. Oh, boy, wait till I tell Jackie about this. Imagine those wonderful little guys, Jackie. Saved my life, and they've only been in the house one day.
It was a miracle, Eddie. You could have been killed.
Yeah, any other time the planer would have gone right on slicing, and I'd have gone into it. You know what I've been thinking?
No, what?
I ought to write them a note of thanks. Let them know I'm grateful.
We promised we'd leave them alone, Eddie.
Oh, but this would be different. I just lift up the cover on the cage and slip the note in and cover it up again. It couldn't hurt anything.
Well, I don't know.
Matter of fact, I've already written the note. Oh, come on. Let's take it into them.
You won't try to mess around with them?
Oh, I promise. Anyway, who messed around with them before? Just me?
I know. Come on.
What's going on in there?
Sounds like the same party they were having last night.
Only it's bigger and louder. Come on, let's get the cover off.
Eddie, look!
Bottles. Empty bottles all over the porch and garbage pails.
Scattered all over the place and, smell the smoke coming out of the chimney.
It smells like corned beef and skunk cabbage. Jackie, what have we got in there?
Well, they're certainly not the same class of tenants Mr. Henchard had.
That's it. He said the place would run down.
He said he'd have to build a new house to get the decent kind of tenants. Oh, Eddie, what have we done?
We've inherited the Jeter Lesters, the Jukes, and the Calicacs. The place looks like Tobacco Road.
Well, there's even a clothesline stretched across the front windows.
Well, that does it. I'm not going to put up with sloppy tenants. I'll pour water down the chimney and send them all packing.
Eddie, you can't.
I can and I will. There's no reason for us to put up with this kind of nonsense.
But there is a reason, Eddie. Don't you remember? They pay their rent.
You mean the planer?
You would have been killed today if you hadn't had some extra luck, some extra good luck. These pixies may be sloppy, but they pay their rent.
You're right, honey. You're absolutely right. I fall in the planer and the cylinder casing jams it in time. But I'll be out of work for a week while they fix it. But Mr. Henchard's luck worked all the way. If he'd have fallen in a planer, a fuse would have blown, and he'd have been back at work the next day on full salary.
Okay, so Mr. Henchard had a better class of tenant. Ours are sloppy, so our luck will be a little sloppy, too, but they stay. They stay here if they have the wildest parties in town.
Oh, you're right. We own a slum, but it's better than nothing. Let's go down to Moriarty's for a drink. I think we need it.
Ooh, ain't a fit night out for man or beast.
How about Pixie?
Oh, pixies.
I wonder what Moriarty would say if we told him about our tenants.
He'd probably 86 and throw us out of the place.
Stand back, honey. The bus is coming by. Might splash mud on
He's
us.
coming awfully fast for a wet night.
I say he is, the crazy idiot.
Jackie, jump! He's getting toward us!
You all right?
Oh, yeah. I think so. How did he ever miss us?
Caught his skid at the last minute.
Oh,
Pure luck.
pure luck. And us sitting here with mud all over us?
We may be muddy, but we're alive. Come on. Let's get into Moriarty's.
Oh, boy, can I use a drink.
Right. 2 doubles, Moriarty, and fast.
Okay, Eddie. Hey, what happened? You two fall in the mud?
Yeah.
Boy, that's bad luck, kids.
No. You're wrong, Moriarty. Not bad luck. Good luck. Sloppy, but good.
You're so right, honey. Well, here's luck.
The CBS Radio Workshop has presented Housing Problem, a play for radio by Sam Pierce, adapted from the short story by Henry Kuttner. Shirley Mitchell was heard as Jackie, Shepard Menken as Eddie, and Dawes Butler as Mr. Henchard, Mike, and Moriarty. The original score was composed and conducted by Leo Diamond. Sound patterns by Ray Kemper and Gus Bays. Next week, from New York, the workshop will present Norman Dello-Joyo's Pulitzer Prize-winning composition Meditations on Ecclesiastes with Edward R. Murrow, Father Lawrence McGinley, Rabbi Theodore L. Adams, Dr. Oswald Hoffman, Senator John Kennedy, and a 55-piece string orchestra conducted by Alfredo Antonini. This is the CBS Radio Network.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations present the CBS Radio Workshop, radio's distinguished series dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, from Hollywood, Season of Disbelief and Hail and Farewell, Adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. Two unusual and provocative character studies by one of America's most original authors, Ray Bradbury. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bradbury.
It has always seemed to me that life, to all of us, is an endless coil of rope playing through our hands every moment of every hour of the day. The long line of the rope goes back to the time we were born and extends on out ahead to the time of our death. In between lies the eternal now, the flickering moments when each of us must play the rope as best we can, without burning our fingers, snarling the coils, or breaking the line. This is a study of one woman and her rope.
Season of Disbelief.
Old Mrs. Bentley was a saver. She saved tickets, old theater programs, bits of lace, scarves, railroad transfers, and such things. All the tags and tokens of her experience she saved.
I have a stack of records. Here's Caruso. It was in 1921 in New York. I was 40. Joan was still alive. Here's June Moon. 1929, I think, right after Joan died.
That was the huge regret of her life, in a way. The one thing she had most enjoyed touching and listening to and looking at, she hadn't saved. John was far out in the meadow country, dated and boxed and hidden under grasses. And nothing remained of him but his high silk hat, his cane, and his good suit in the closet. But what she could keep she had kept. Pink flowered dresses crushed among mothballs and vast black trunks, and cut glass dishes from her childhood. Her past lived with her. Then, the thing with the children. It happened in the middle of the summer. Mrs. Bentley, coming out to water the ivy on her front porch, saw the two cool-colored, sprawling girls lying on her green lawn, enjoying the immense prickling of the grass. At the very moment she was smiling down on them with her yellow mask face, around a corner like an elfin band came an ice cream wagon. The two girls sat up, turning their heads like sunflowers after the sun.
Little girls, would you like some?
The wagon stopped. There was an exchange of money for pieces of the original Ice Age. These she gave to the girls, who thanked her with snow in their mouths, their eyes darting from her buttoned-up shoes to her white hair.
Don't you want a bite?
No, child. I'm old enough and cold enough. The hottest day won't thaw me. Come up on the porch and sit in the shade. But mind you don't drip.
I'm Alice. She's Jane.
How nice. I'm Mrs. Bentley. They call me Helen.
I didn't know old ladies had first names. Well, you never hear 'em used.
My dear, when you're as old as I, they won't call you Jane either. Old age is dreadfully formal.
How old are you?
I remember the dinosaur.
No, but how old?
75.
That's old.
I don't feel any different now than when I was your age.
Our age?
Yes, once I was a pretty little girl, just like you, Jane. What's the matter?
Nothing.
Oh, you don't have to go so soon, I hope.
Well...
Is something the matter? What?
My mother says it isn't nice to fib.
Of course it isn't.
And not to listen to fibs.
Who was fibbing to you, Alice?
You were.
About what?
About your age. About being a little girl.
But I was. Many years ago, little girl like you.
Come on, Joan.
But how ridiculous. It's perfectly obvious. Everyone was young once.
You're joking with us. You weren't really 10 ever, were you, Mrs. Bentley?
You run on home. You get away from here. I won't have you laughing.
And your name's not really Helen.
Of course it's Helen.
Goodbye. Thanks for the ice cream.
Once I played hopscotch. You hear me? I did. The idea. No one ever doubted I was a girl before. What a silly, horrible thing to do. I don't mind being old. Not really. But I do resent having my childhood taken away from me.
After supper, she gathered together certain items in a perfumed kerchief. Then she went to her front porch and stood there stiffly for half an hour. As suddenly as night birds, the two girls flew by, and Mrs. Bentley's voice brought them to a fluttering rest.
Girls! Girls!
Yes, Mrs. Bentley?
Come up on the porch.
Yes, Mrs. Bentley.
I've got some treasures to show you. Sit down, both of you. Now, here. I wore this when I was 9.
It's a comb. Let's see. Oh, it's pretty.
And here's a tiny ring I wore when I was 8. It doesn't fit my finger now.
Why, it just fits me. The comb fits my head.
And here, a picture.
Who's this little girl?
It's me.
Oh, it doesn't look like you. Anybody could get a picture like this somewhere.
But it's the truth.
Any more pictures, Mrs. Bentley? Of you later? You got a picture of you at 15, and one at 20, one at 40, 50?
Oh, nonsense. I don't have to show you anything.
And we don't have to believe you.
But this picture proves I was young.
That's some other little girl like us. You borrowed it.
I was married.
Where's Mr. Bentley?
He's been gone a long time. If he were here, he'd tell you how young and pretty I was when I was 22.
But he's not here, and he can't tell.
I have a marriage certificate.
You could have borrowed it. The only way I'll believe you were ever young is if you have someone say they saw you when you were 10.
Thousands of people saw me, but they're dead, you little fool. Dead or ill or gone away in other towns. I don't know a soul here. Just moved here a few years ago, so no one saw me young.
Well, there you are. Nobody saw her.
Listen, you must take these things on faith. Someday you'll be as old as I. People will say the same. Oh, no, they'll say those vultures were never hummingbirds. Those owls were never orioles. Those parrots were never bluebirds. One day you'll be like me.
No, I won't. Me.
You wait and see. You, child, your mother. Haven't you noticed over the years the change?
No, she's always the same. I guess we better go home. Thanks for the comb, it's fine. And thanks for the ring. It just fits. And the picture of the little girl.
No, come back. You can't have those. They're mine.
No, you stole them. They belong to some little girl. You stole them.
No! Oh, come back! Oh, come back!
She lay awake for many hours into that night, among her trunks and trinkets. A night wind blew in the room. The white curtain fluttered against a dark cane, which had leaned against that wall near the other bric-a-brac for many years. The cane trembled and fell. Its gold ferrule glittered in the moonlight. It was her husband's opera cane. It seemed as if he were pointing it at her, as he often had, using his soft, sad, reasonable voice.
Those children are right. They stole nothing from you, my dear. These things don't belong to you here, you, now. They belong to her, that other you, so long ago.
And then, as though an ancient phonograph record had been set hissing under a steel needle, she remembered a conversation she had once with Mr. Bentley. Mr. Bentley, so prim, a pink carnation in his whisk-broomed lapel.
My dear, you never will understand time, will you? Don't you see, no matter how hard you try to be what you once were, you can only be what you are here and now. Time plays tricks. When you're 9, you think you've always been 9 years old, and will always be. When you're 30, it seems you've always been balanced there on that bright rim of middle life. And then, when you become 70, you are always and forever 70. You are in the present. You are trapped in a young now or an old now. But there is no other now to be seen. Ticket stubs are trickery. Saving things is a magic trick with mirrors. You're saving cocoons, corsets in a way you can never fit again. Why save them? You can't really prove you were ever young.
Pictures, John.
No, they lie. You're not the picture.
Affidavits.
No, you're not the dates or the ink or the paper. You're not these trunks of junk and tricks. You're only here now, the present you.
Yes, I see. I see. In the morning, I'll do something final about this and settle down to being only me and nobody else for many other year. That's what I'll do.
The morning was bright and green, and there at her door, like moths bumping softly on the screen, were the two girls.
Got any more things to give us, Mrs. Bentley? More of the little girls' things?
She led them down the hall to the library.
Take this.
The dress in which she had played the mandarin's daughter at 15.
And this. And this.
A kaleidoscope, a magnifying glass.
Pick out anything you want. Books, skates, dolls, everything. They're yours.
Ours?
Only yours. And will you help me with a little work? I'm building a big fire in my backyard. I'm emptying the trunks, throwing out this trash for the trash man. It doesn't belong to me. Nothing ever belongs to anybody.
We'll help you, Mrs. Bentley. It'll be fun.
And now, on summer afternoons, you can see the two little girls like wrens on a wire on Mrs. Bentley's front porch. They sit in their cool dresses, not stirring, waiting for her. And when the silvery chimes of the ice cream man are heard, the front door opens, Mrs. Bentley floats out with her hand deep in the throat of her silver-mouthed purse, and for half an hour you can see them there on the porch, the two girls and the old lady, putting coldness into warmness, eating chocolate icicles, laughing. At last, they are good friends.
How old are you, Mrs. Bentley?
75.
How old were you 50 years ago?
75.
You were never young, were you? And never wore ribbons or dresses like these?
No, Jane. Never.
Have you got a first name?
My name is Mrs. Bentley.
And you've always lived in this one house?
Always.
And never were pretty?
Never.
Never in a million trillion years?
Never in a million trillion years.
Presenting now the second of our duo, and Mr. Ray Bradbury.
The rope of life hisses through our fingers. We reach, it's gone. The beauty of any particular flower, song, poem, or person lies often in the fact that roses must fade, songs die with the breath, poems burn in the fire, golden lads and girls all must, as chimney sweepers, come to dust. But what if beauty could be made to last? Would it still be beautiful or monstrous? Here's the study of a person who seized the traveling rope of life, a moment of beauty, and felt it freeze in his hands.
Hail and farewell.
was going away. There was nothing else to do. The time was up, the clock had run out, and he was going very far away indeed. His suitcase was packed, shoes shined, hair brushed. It expressly washed behind his ears, and it remained only for him to go down the stairs, out the front door, and up the street to the small town station where the train would make a stop for him alone. Then Fox Hill, Illinois would be left far off in his past, and he would go on, perhaps to Iowa, perhaps to Kansas, perhaps even to California.
Willie,
Yes.
almost time.
All right. I'll be down.
In the mirror on his dresser, he saw a face made of June dandelions and July apples and warm summer morning milk. There, as always, was his look of the angel and the innocent, which might never in the years of his life change. He picked up his valise, looked once more around his room, and went downstairs.
Here I am.
You can't really be leaving us, Willie.
People are beginning to talk. I've been here 3 years now, but when people begin to talk, I know it's time to put on my shoes and buy a railroad ticket.
It's all so strange. I just don't understand. It's so sudden. We'll miss you, Willie. We'll miss you very much.
I'll write you every Christmas.
It's been a great pleasure and satisfaction. It's a shame it had to stop. Shame that you had to tell us about yourself. An awful shame you can't stay on.
You're the nicest folks I ever had.
Oh, Willie. Willie.
It's not easy to go. You get used to things. You want to stay. But it doesn't work. I tried to stay on once after people began to suspect. How horrible, people said. All these years playing with our innocent children, they said. And us not guessing. Awful. And I finally had to leave town one night. It's not easy. You know darn well how much I love both of you. Thanks for 3 swell years. Well,
Willie, where will you go?
I don't know. I just start traveling. When I see a town that looks nice and green, I settle in.
Will you ever come back?
Oh, in about 20 years, maybe it should begin to show on my face. When it does, I'm going to make a grand tour of all the mothers and fathers I've had.
Oh, Willie.
We can't complain, Anna. Better to have had a son 36 months than none whatever.
Well, I guess it's time. Goodbye. Thanks.
Willie kissed Anna quickly, touched Steve's hand, seized his luggage, and was gone up the street in the green noon light under the trees, not looking back. A small boy, 12 years old, with a birth certificate in his valise to show that he had been born 43 years ago. The boys were playing on the Green Park Diamond when he came by. He stood a little while among the oak tree shadows, watching them hurl the white, snowy baseball into the warm summer air. The boys' voices yelled, and the ball lit on the path near Willie.
Hey, Willie! Where you going, Willie? Gonna visit a cousin of mine for a few days. Huh? You guys just throwing the ball around, huh?
Yeah. You taking the train alone, Willie?
Yeah.
Boy, that's neat.
Hey, how about a couple of throws? I got a little time.
Sure, I guess so.
Willie dropped his bag and ran back. The white baseball was already up in the sun and plunging down to him. And away again to their white figures, up in the sun again, rushing, life coming and going in a pattern. He thought of the last 3 years, now spent to the penny, and the 5 years before that, and so on down the line. The baseball flying here, there. Mr. and Mrs. Robert Handlin, Creek Bend, Wisconsin, 1932, the first couple, the first year. Henry and Alice Bolts, Limeville, Iowa, 1935. The Smiths, the Eatons, Robinsons, 1939, 1945. Husband and wife. Husband and wife. No children. No children. No children. A knock on this door, a knock on that.
Pardon me. My name is William. I wonder if I could...
A sandwich? Come in. Come in and sit down. Where are you from, son?
The sandwich, tall glass of cold milk, the smiling, the nodding, the comfortable, leisurely talking.
Son, you look like you've been traveling. You run off from somewhere.
No.
Are you an orphan?
We always wanted kids. Never worked out. Never knew why, one of those things. Well, getting late, son. Don't you think you better hit for home?
I got no home.
A boy like you? Not dry behind the ears? Your mother will get worried.
I got no home and no folks anywhere in the world. I wonder, could I sleep here tonight?
Well, now, son, I don't just know. We never considered taking in a...
We've got chicken for supper tonight. Enough for extras. Enough for company.
The voices and the faces and the people and always the same first conversations. The years turning, flying away. The voice of Emily Robinson in a rocking chair in summer night darkness. The last night he stayed with her. The night she discovered his secret. Her voice saying,
I look at all the little children's faces going by, and I sometimes think, what a shame. What a shame that all these flowers have to be cut. All these bright fires have to be put out. What a shame all these have to get tall and unsightly and wrinkle and turn gray or get bald and finally all bone and wheeze be dead and buried off away. When I hear them laugh, I can't believe they'll ever go the road I'm going. They're so eager for everything. I guess that's what I miss most in older folks. The eagerness gone 9 times out of 10. The freshness gone. So much of the drive and life down the drain. I like to watch school let out each day. It's like someone threw a bunch of flowers out of the school front doors. How does it feel, Willie? How does it feel to be young forever? Are you happy? Are you as fine as you seem?
Oh, I worked with what I had. After my folks died, after I found I couldn't get man's work anywhere, I tried carnivals, but they only laughed. Son, they said, you're not a midget. And even if you are, you look like a boy. We want midgets with midgets' faces. Sorry, son. What was I? A boy? I looked like a boy, sounded like a boy. So I might as well go on being a boy. What could I do? What job was there for me? And then one day I saw this man in a restaurant looking at another man's pictures of his kids. Sure wish I had kids, he said. Sure wish I had kids. And that instant, sitting there, I knew what my job would be for all the rest of my life. There was work for me, making lonely people happy, keeping myself busy, playing forever. I knew I had to play forever, deliver a few papers, run a few errands, mow a few lawns. All I had to do was to be a mother's son and a father's pride.
But, Willie, didn't you ever get lonely? Didn't you want things that grown-ups wanted?
I fought that out alone. I'm a boy, I told myself. I'll have to live in a boy's world, read boys' books, play boys' games, cut myself off from everything else. And I played it that way. Oh, it wasn't easy. There were times.
But it's nice being a child for over 40 years.
It's a living, as they say. And when you make other people happy, then you're almost happy, too. And anyway, in a few years now, I'll be in my second childhood. All the fevers will be out of me and all the unfulfilled things. And most of the dreams. Then I can relax.
He threw the baseball one last time and broke the reverie. Then he was picking up his suitcase. The two boys stood beside him. They were embarrassed at his shaking hands with him.
Oh, Willie. Ain't as if you're going to China or something.
Oh, that's right. It isn't.
So long, Willie. See you next week.
Yeah. So long, Sam. So long, Jamie.
And he was walking off with his suitcase again, looking at the trees, going away from the boys and the street where he had lived. And as he turned the corner, a train whistle screamed, and he began to run. In the early morning, with the iron smell of the train around him and a full night of traveling shaking his bones and his body, he awoke and looked out on a small town just arising from sleep. A porter moved by, a shadow in the shadows.
Sir, what town's this?
Valleyville.
How many people?
10,000. Why, this your stop?
He looks green. He looks nice and quiet.
Son, you know where you're going?
Here.
I hope you know what you're doing, boy.
Yes, sir. I know what I'm doing.
It was down the dark aisle, luggage lifted after him by the porter, and out into this smoking, steaming cold beginning to lighten morning. He stood looking at the porter in the black metal train against the few remaining stars.
Boy!
Wish me luck!
What?
Wish me luck!
Oh, best of luck, son. Best of luck to you, boy.
Thanks!
He watched the black train. He didn't move all the time it was going. He stood quietly, a small boy, 12 years old again, on the worn wooden platform, and only after 3 entire minutes, until the train was completely gone away and out of sight, did he turn at last to face the empty streets below. Then, as the sun was rising, he began to walk very fast so as to keep warm down into the new town.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented 2 studies by Ray Bradbury, adapted and directed by Anthony Ellis. The first, Season of Disbelief, with Virginia Gregg and John Daner, Dawn Bender, Marion Richmond, and Herb Butterfield. The second, Hail and Farewell, with Richard Beals, Stacey Harris, Vivi Janis, Lawrence Dopkin, Paula Winslow, Roy Glenn, Billy Chapin, and Peggy Weber. We wish to thank Mr. Bradbury for being our special guest. Original music for tonight's program was composed and conducted by Jerry Goldsmith. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced by William Frug. This is Hugh Douglas inviting you to join us again next week when we present the eminent Shakespearean teacher, Dr. Frank C. Baxter, professor of English at the University of Southern California, and Mr. William Shakespeare, noted author, who will be our special guests, presented on the CBS Radio Workshop. On Sunday, over most of these same stations, the New York Philharmonic Symphony will be heard in another exciting concert conducted by Dmitri Mitropoulos. This weekend, the noted Polish pianist Witold Malkoczynski will be heard as soloist. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Well, from where we sit in this air-conditioned, glassed-in control room high above the floor on the Convention Coliseum, it would appear that Eustace J. Favouriteson has the nomination all but sewed up. He's only 10 votes short of the needed 667, and New Mexico's 16 votes can put him over the top. The roll call is about to continue, so now back to Sam Pierce on the convention floor.
There's Sam Pierce once again. Believe me, ladies and gentlemen, the final moments of the 64 convention are really something. Well, Larry Thor is here on the floor with me. Larry, do you have a comment?
Yes, I do, Sam Pierce. It seems to me that the final moments of this 1964 convention are really something.
That's how I would have put it, Larry Thor. Chairman Cal Porter is pounding the gavel for silence now, and it's my guess New Mexico will throw her entire 16 votes for Eustace J. Favored Son. Right, Larry Thor?
Right, Sam Pierce.
The convention will please be in order. Whereas in previous years, many delegates complained that they did not get to wave a sign in front of the cameras and thereby missed the opportunity of obscuring the television audience's view, this year, all delegates without signs to hold have been given balloons on long strings. This way, everybody gets to hold something. But this morning, 2 states got into a fight over civil rights, and Alabama broke an Oregon balloon with a lighted cigar. Now, balloon breaking is the kind of thing that can split our party. So let's have respect for the other fellas' balloons, at least in front of the television cameras. Now, New Mexico.
New Mexico, 16 votes.
Mr. Chairman, New Mexico, home of the pinto bean and the land of 10,000 lakes, proudly casts its 16 votes. In a moment, the result of those votes. But first, Mother and Dad, thinking of sending the kids to camp this year? Don't you do it. Bring the whole family to fabulous, colorful New Mexico, home of the pinto bean and land of 10,000 lakes. Say, you can bet your bottom dollar that when you
Chairman, I rise to a point of order.
May I remind the chair that under the unit rule, I have a full minute for my state commercial.
That is true, but your slogan is home of the pinto bean and land of enchantment, not land of 10,000 lakes.
Mr. Chairman.
The chair recognizes Minnesota.
Land of 10,000 lakes is Minnesota's slogan.
I know, but I like it.
All right, New Mexico, that will do.
No, if I can't have land of 10,000 lakes, I don't want home of the pinto bean.
Oh, well, then take home of the jumping frog. That hasn't been used.
Mr. Chairman!
Chair recognizes California.
Before the chair gives away jumping frogs, I would like to call attention to the fact that the original jumping frog, which Mark Twain immortalized, was an amphibian from Calaveras County, which is in California.
Order! Order! Order!
Mr. Chairman?
Order!
Mr. Chairman?
The chair recognizes the delegate from Missouri.
May I remind the delegate from California that the birthplace of Mark Twain was the little town of Hannibal on the banks of the Mississippi in the great and glorious state of Missouri.
Order! 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 All right, Missouri, sit down. New Mexico won't use your old frog.
I will if I want to. I got to where I like it now. New Mexico, home of the pinto bean and a jumping frog.
New Mexico? New Mexico, you can just hand me your balloon.
This is Sam Pierce again. The delegate from New Mexico is visibly shaken by the chairman's rebuke. He's relinquishing his balloon now. Oh, this is a tense moment, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen now. Anything.
Mr. Chairman, are we here to squabble over slogans or nominate a candidate for the presidency of the United States of America?
First things first. Now, New Mexico. How about home of the western meadowlark? That has a nice sound.
Mr. Chairman, the western meadowlark is the state bird of Montana.
Well, you could share your bird with New Mexico. That's the American way.
I won't do it.
All right, then. Here, New Mexico, here's a dandy. New Mexico, overflowing with the milk of human kindness.
Point of order. Point of order. Mr. Chairman, Wisconsin is America's dairyland.
Oh, sit down, Wisconsin. Sit down.
I think...
Sit down. Now, this convention will come to order, or I will take away all of your Musketeer hats.
Hey, what'd you turn the set off for? That was Stan Freberg kidding the political convention.
I don't care. He makes me mad. He doesn't take anything serious.
Yes, he does. That's satire.
Satire? What's satire?
In the next half hour, we will attempt to answer that question as CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, Colloquy 3, an analysis of satire.
What is satire? How does it differ from wit, from humor, from criticism? Is it all of these or none of these? To help us answer this question, the CBS Radio Workshop is proud to present one of the most penetrating young satirists of our time, the Capitol recording star, Stan Freberg.
Thank you very much and good evening. Well, what is satire? That's a good question. Well, there are all kinds of satire. We opened the show tonight with a political satire, for example,
Yes, and it was an outrage to right-thinking Americans everywhere.
Well, just a minute. You can't come bursting in here.
Oh, yes, I can. I am the censor.
Oh, you mean the network censor?
Oh, no. Censor with a capital C. I represent society.
With a capital S?
No, lowercase. I represent public opinion. There are some things too serious to be kidded, too sacred. Big business, labor, the farmer, the American way, mom, politics.
What's the matter with kidding politics?
You can't afford to offend one party or the other.
Oh, but that little exercise in rhodomontade was not directed at any political party. I was only poking fun at the absurdity of all conventions.
Well, maybe. But you offended the states. The idea, having the delegates carry balloons.
Tell me something. Did you watch the conventions recently?
Of course, and very carefully, I can tell you.
Well, then, honestly, didn't they look a little like big, rowdy kids? Sort of a ding-dong school with delegates?
That's a slanderous statement. I might even say a dangerous thought.
Oh, come on. All I suggested was this could be a convention of 1964 if they keep on at the rate they're going.
What do you hope to gain by such impertinence?
Gee, frankly, I don't know, but I can't help myself. A lot of things and a lot of people strike me as being funny, that's all. And by holding up a satirical mirror to them, maybe in a small way I can help them to laugh at themselves. And then everybody might be a little wiser. And even maybe a little happier.
Yes, but you went too far when you put Mouseketeers hats on the delegates. Now that is defamation.
No, it's not. It's all in fun. Where's your sense of humor? Besides, our political conventions are nothing more than glorified Mickey Mouse cartoons anyway.
Watch your tongue, watch your tongue.
That's not my tongue. That's Will Rogers' tongue.
Tch, I don't believe it. Will Rogers was a great American. He wouldn't have said anything like that.
Well, gee, I'm sorry to argue with you, sir, but in September 1932, he did say it. Listen, this is what Will said.
Well, our national political conventions, if you have ever attended one or heard it over the radio, are nothing more than glorified Mickey Mouse cartoons and are solely for amusement purposes.
Unquote.
I just can't believe that 100% American like Will Rogers could have
gotten away with it.
Shocking. Simply shocking. Why, it verges on the seditious.
Well, look, if you don't mind, I'd like to get this show on the road.
All right, go right ahead. But I warn you, I'll be making notes of everything you say.
Fine, be my guest.
May I borrow your pen?
Oh, certainly. Here you are.
Oh, I hate ballpoints.
Aren't you afraid you'll offend the ballpoint people?
Don't you get smart with me, young man.
All right, sorry. Now, where was I? Oh, yes, what is satire? Well, it's a lot more than pointless fun-poking. Satire is criticism, first, last, and always. But criticism disguising itself in the bright robes of barbed wit. The jester may insult the king, so long as he does it with a laugh. So criticism, arm in arm with humor, glides confidently past the censor.
Well, you're not gliding past me, young man.
I know. Satire is as old as man's pomposity. More than 2,000 years ago, Juvenal pierced the stuffed togas of ancient Rome with the same weapon Alexander Pope used to clip the powdered periwigs of 17th century London, or Ogden Nash to puncture the tinsel bubbles of Park Avenue's pretensions. But long before these viewers would alarm, there was a playwright named Aristophanes, a Greek. He didn't think much of the works of another playwright named Aeschylus. In fact, he seems to have come to the conclusion that Aeschylus was one Greek who didn't have a word for it. At least Aristophanes wasn't bearing any gifts when in his great satire, The Frogs, he had this to say of Aeschylus.
I know him. I've seen him years ago, wooden-mouthed. No door, no bolt, no bridle to his tongue. A torrent of wild bombast. Intelligible? Not one line.
24 centuries later, a contemporary satirist felt the same way about rock and roll.
Life could be a dream. Life could be a dream. All right, hold it, you guys. This is a rhythm and blues number. You gotta be careful or somebody liable to understand what you're singing about. You want that to happen?
No.
Well, then you gotta talk unintelligible like me, right, Stella?
You said it!
Okay. Now, you guys want to sell a few records?
Yeah.
Well, then stick some old rags in your mouth and take it again from the top, okay?
Okay.
Okay. I don't understand the words now. Real mumbly. Life could be a dream. Shaboom, if I could take you up with paradise above. Shaboom, if you'll be done, I only wanted you up. Life could be a dream. Sweetheart, hello again. Shaboom, hello, we'll meet again. Boom, boom, boom.
Intelligible? Not one line. But satire's weapon is the same, exaggeration. There was another top tune a while back that came marching out of my radio so often I began to think my set had been made in Texas by Texans. Remember? Got so the only place you could escape it was diving for abalone in the Straits of Juan de Fuca. So fearful of being snare drummed to death, I rushed to the studio and recorded this.
There's a yellow rose in Texas that I am gonna say. Nobody else could miss her, not half as much as me. She cried so when I left, pardon me. That's just a shade loud on the snare drum. She's the sweetest little rosebud that Texas Avenue. Her eyes are bright as diamonds, they sparkle like the dew. See, now you covered up sparkle like the dew. One of the loveliest parts in the whole Texas.
Hey, what's the idea of turning it off? I warned you, and you've gone too far. Oh, please. That is a direct insult to the Lone Star State, to say nothing of Southern womanhood and the memory of the boys in gray. You think maybe I should have cleared it first with the state capitol at Austin, huh?
They would never have given you permission.
See what I mean? You see what we're coming to? It won't be long before you'll have to carry a license to laugh.
Exaggeration again?
You think so, huh? Listen, before I was allowed to laugh at Jack Webb, I had to get his written permission. And the only reason I ever got it is that Jack's shirt is not stuffed. He thought this was funny.
The legend you are about to hear is true. Only the needle should be changed to protect the record.
This is the countryside. My name is St. George. I'm a knight. Saturday, July 10th, 8:05 p.m. I was working out of the castle on the night watch when a call came in from the chief. A dragon had been devouring maidens. Homicide. My job. Slay him. You call me, Chief?
Yeah, it's the dragon again, devouring maidens. The king's daughter may be next.
Mm-hmm. You got a lead?
Yeah, nothing much to go on. Said you take that .45 automatic into the lab to have them check on it?
Yeah. You were right.
I was right?
Yeah. It was a gun.
Do you really think you can get away with that?
Why not?
It makes fun of the police, and the police preserve law and order, and anyone who is against law and order is against America.
Oh, come on.
However, no good American would buy such a scurrilous record.
But more than 1 million of them already have. Maybe we better call them back.
Oh. Well, it's anti-British, too.
I'll bite why.
It lampoons St. George, the patron saint of England.
You don't leave me much to satirize.
That's not my problem. There's got to be a censor to keep you fellows in line. There always has been.
Maybe so, but he hasn't always been as tough as you are. Just this year, the world lost a great satirist who knew the bitterness which is the lot of a man in mid-century America who refuses to take things too seriously. You remember his acid sarcasm?
California is a great place to live if you're an orange.
The biting wit of Fred Allen was finally suffocated in a society where slapstick is king and where it is all right for a man to take a pratfall as long as he falls on his own prat. But nothing was sacred to Fred Allen, from network vice presidents to Mom herself.
For 20 years, my mother kept a light burning in the window for me. When I came home, my mother gave me a royal welcome and a gas bill for $729.
Can you guess who got sore at this little interchange?
Well, Mr. Cassidy, what is that ladder you have there?
I'm going over to Sweeney's for dinner.
And you have to carry a ladder?
The dining room table is too high. You can't sit on chairs. Everybody eats on a ladder.
Why is the dining room table so high?
Sweeney is a mounted cop. He always rides into dinner on his horse.
Oh?
Sweeney never uses a napkin. He wipes his hands on the back of his horse. There's so much food on the back of Sweeney's horse, he has mice under his saddle. Goodbye to you.
Well, who do you suppose beefed about that innocuous scene? The mounted police? The American Society of Ladder Manufacturers? Mice? No, the Irish. Or at least a small, militant, vociferous, and humorless group of Irishmen. So finally, Ajax Cassidy was written out of the show. It seems to me that today only two mediums remain where the satirist may operate with the widest latitude: books and the theater. Elsewhere, there are restrictions of one kind or another. Even in phonograph records, which sometimes end up in locked vaults instead of music store shelves. Here's part of a satire which Dawes Butler and I wrote, but never recorded, and which you are about to hear for the first and last time.
In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine, well, Hawaii, 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 gee whiz, it's a nice day.
That's right, Arthur.
Well, you look like you had a good night's sleep, lad.
That's right, Arthur.
It's a pretty tie you're wearing.
That's right, Arthur. That's right, Arthur.
Oh, I just cleared my throat, is all. See, I was over to the Douglas factory the other day. They had a 1-cent sale. You buy one DC-3 for $100,000, you get the other one for a penny. I think you folks can still get in on it if you hurry right over.
That's right, Arthur.
Say, how about a tune from Frank? You want to sing, Frank?
Yes, I do, and my name is Frank.
Well, it's Frank as far as I'm concerned.
Frank.
Say, guess who I had warming up in the audition pen this morning?
Who?
Morton Downey.
Call me Frank.
Okay, all those in the cast who want to see my new Honolulu movies, hold up your leg irons.
There isn't time, Arthur. The program's almost over.
Oh, what a shame. Well, I think I get time for one joke. You see this ukulele? I bought it with no strings attached. What's that? What's that noise?
It was me, Arthur. I was drinking a glass of noodle soup when you told that last joke. I wasn't able to laugh in time, so I did the next best thing. I gargled.
Say, that's thinking on your feet. Only the quick thinkers stay with me. Hey, you with the freckles, you're fired. Oh, that's me. I'm looking in the mirror.
That's right, Arthur.
We'll see you Monday, folks. If you want to have some fun over the weekend, get out and build your own airstrip. It's more fun than a barrel of monkeys.
Sing it, Arthur.
In the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, on the trail of the lonesome pine.
All right, the censor's still with us, huh?
Oh, very much so. Very funny, very funny.
I thought you'd be gone by. You liked it, huh?
Oh, indeed, I did.
No comment, no cuts, no blue pencil?
Well, no, not really. Now, of course, in all honesty, I must say I think that last joke was a wee mite suspect.
Oh, what joke was that?
The one about the ukulele with no strings attached.
What's suspect about that?
Well, it does seem to infer that Hawaiians are not above indulging in sharp business practices, such as the sale of stringless ukuleles.
Oh, I see.
But then we must be lenient.
I hadn't noticed.
After all, our ancestors in Connecticut were alleged to have sold wooden nutmegs from time to time. So we can afford to be lenient.
Lenient, huh? Well, it's a step in the right direction. Tell me, Mr. C.
Censor is the name.
Pardon me. Do you consider hi-fi enthusiasts sacred cows?
Hi-fi enthusiasts, sacred... I don't even know what they are.
Well, then I can speak freely.
Radio station WHIFI-FM, serving the greater Milltown area, is once more proud to bring you at this time your weekly high-fidelity forum of the air. And here is your moderator, Feedback Frugal.
Yeah, thank you. Well, every week at this time, I have to ask all you people listening on anything less than a 15-inch speaker with an 8-inch tweeter to tune out, please. We don't mean to be undemocratic, but we're a select group, and we can't have just anybody listening. Thank you, so get out, please. Well, tonight our panel looks a little bit like Who's Who in Hi-Fi. To my right, Mr. H.H. Horn, president of the Summit Ridge Louder and Louder Club. Mr. Horn? Mr. Horn?
And to my right, Mr. Dacron Grillcloth, editor of Assemble It Yourself magazine.
Thank you, and good evening. And on my right, a very charming teenager, Miss Rhoda May Flogg of the West Branch Falls branch of the Johann Sebastian Bach fan club. I believe that's the inscription on your windbreaker, Miss Flogg.
I hope your ears are better than your eyes. It says, "Don't knock back." That's the slogan of our club.
Oh, that's the slogan.
Yeah, we have jerseys, too, that say, "Every toccata is worth a few."
Fine. Thank you, Miss Flogg, for the plug. Well, that's our panel. Now, first we'll play just a teeny bit of a brand new LP recording and see who'll be the first to identify it. Here we go.
I think you will find it works better if you remove the record jacket first.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Yes, my mistake. Here we go. Sturdy jacket. Well, there we are. Now try and identify this. Well, that's about enough of that, I guess. Whoop, sorry. Well, my arm slipped. I'm sorry. Now, do you know who that was? H.H. Horn had his hand up.
Well, that was played over a Pimlington amplifier model 220.
Right so far.
With a Feely preamp and Magnus tone arm.
What do you mean a Feely preamp? That had over 1.6% hum. You can't get that kind of distortion out of a Feely.
My dear Miss Flug, I can hear up to 20,000 cycles.
All right, it's great. Miss Flug has got you there, H.H. It was a Murdoch Jr. with over 2% hum. Now, what about the turntable, Mr. Grillcloth?
Yes, well, it has quite a bit of rumble in it. I think it was the new Murdoch just on the market.
Right you are. Do you think it'll sell 200,000?
No. They have quite a few bugs in them yet.
I got a Murdoch. It doesn't have any bugs.
What? Well, they've got a rumble like a cement mixer.
Well, sure they do if you don't use a foam rubber spindle adapter.
All right. Did anybody recognize the music?
Tell you the truth, I wasn't listening to the music.
Me either.
Well, no matter. Now we come to our contest. If you can guess the sound, you win a life-size, inflatable, latex rubber Liberace. He comes with his arms extended, ready to be blown up and set down at your own piano.
Gee,
Yeah, now what familiar sound is this? Listen. Well, I don't see any hands. That was Benny Goodman in a skin diver suit, 20 feet underwater, playing Danny Boy in a kelp bed.
Oh, yeah. I didn't
You should
think
have had
it was
that.
that.
H.H., you should have had that. Well, now one more just quickly here. Recognize that sound?
I think that was, no, I give up.
Yeah, what was it?
That was King Farouk in his skin diver suit, 20 feet underwater, applauding Benny Goodman.
Oh, well, if you'd played that on something beside a lousy Murdoch turntable without all that rumble,
What do
I
you
think
mean,
that I would have...
lousy Murdoch? I'd like to hear your turntable.
All right, Miss Flogg, you'll have an
Yeah,
opportunity right now. Mr. Grillcloth has assembled his home hi-fi kit here in the studio, and we're all going to get a little listen, right, Doctor?
Yes. As advertised in our magazine, Assemble It Yourself. Now, of course, in order to prepare for our kit, you have to rip out all the walls in the interior of your house.
I see.
Next, our acoustical walls go up in sections.
Prefabricated.
More or less. One wall is solid tennis balls. The other asbestos. The third, wet bathing suits. And the fourth, sort of a foam rubber bas-relief mural of the Pickens sisters in repose.
Some acoustics, Isaac. What about equipment?
Well, I use 5 21-inch speakers in the ceiling, as you can see here. I have it all set up there. Plus a 10-foot horn enclosure in each corner. I have a Stylemaster preamp and a Fomroy turntable.
Oh, the worst one he could have picked.
Listen, madam, people who own Murdoch turntables should not...
All right, now. How much does all that equipment cost? I know our listeners will be anxious.
Yes, well, I'll tell you.
Find out the cost.
Yes, please, I'll tell you.
Fine.
$5,499.50 takes it home. Of course, the cost of building the railroad spur right to your house, which is essential, is not included
Not included in the price. Well, could we hear a little music through your system? I I see you have it all set up.
No, I'm afraid it wasn't designed for this studio.
Oh, that's a shame.
No, the room won't stand the stress.
Oh, I think it would, but I'm sure our listeners would have enjoyed hearing it.
I would have enjoyed hearing it.
No, not me. This way I don't have to hear that more than 5% turntable rumble in that lousy farm roar.
Just a minute here,
All
Miss
right,
Smart
Yeah,
Aleck.
you just afraid to play
panel.
it, that's
Here,
all.
Mr. Blogg, put your windbreaker back on, please.
All right, you want to hear a little hi-fi, eh? Well, listen to this.
That concludes our weekly high-fidelity Forum of the Air. Now back to the frothy beat of Claude Hopper and his boys.
There's still hope for laughter in America, for there are still satirists in America. We're a hardy species as difficult to extinguish as liberty itself. Our names are familiar, and our lust for laughter cannot be discouraged. You may think of us as cartoonists, writers, comics perhaps, but we are all fundamentally satirists, from Chaucer to James Thurber, from Moliere to S.J. Perelman, from George Bernard Shaw to Dorothy Parker, Al Capp, Voltaire, Sid Caesar, Groucho Marx, Bob and Ray, Walt Kelly's Pogo, and Jonathan Swift's Lilliput. The list would outrun the time we have left, but all of us all have this in common. In seeking to blow away mankind's absurdities on a gust of ridicule, we hope to make mankind's burden a little easier to bear. Before you reach for that blue pencil, stop and think. Can you imagine life without a laugh?
You have just heard the CBS Radio Workshop production of Colloquy 3, an analysis of satire, starring the Capitol recording artist Stan Freberg, and produced and directed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson. Colloquy 3 was written by Mr. Freberg and Mr. Robeson, with music by Lynn Murray. Included in the cast were June Foray, Dawes Butler, Sam Pierce, Larry Thor, Parley Bear, Alan Reed, and Bill Thompson. Next week from New York, the workshop will present the radio premiere of The Hither and Thither of Danny Dither, a modern morality play in which a very young angel upsets a celestial efficiency expert's efforts to streamline heaven. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed over most of these same stations by My Son Jeep. And don't forget, CBS, caution before speed. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Pick 'em up, you critters. Pick 'em up. Horses pulling tanks and trucks.
Johnny, you have a cigarette for me?
One of those Canadians is all.
Yeah, all right. Thank you.
Me too, Johnny.
Sure.
What this town we come to, Sargento?
I don't know for sure, Domingo. Newark, New Jersey, if I remember my geography.
Newark, New Jersey.
I never hear of such a place.
Well, it's just south of where New York used to be. Pretty big town. Or used to be.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, The Long Way Home, a glimpse of a future we trust will never happen. A story of the fate of men to whom it is given to do what they have to do, with or without understanding, but with patience, goodwill, and a sense of comradeship.
Hi, Ruski. You know, that was a German song when I was fighting in North Africa 30 years ago.
Every army take it over. Like every army take up song in every war. Let me play you other one from First World War. I think we learned this from Avstrici, but many soldiers still sing it in Spanish War. I know. My father was airplane mechanic there.
Say, I hear that. My old man, he served in the United States Army in 1917. He was Cubano like me, of course. But he want to fight Alemans.
Germanskis, everybody want to fight them. Let me play you a song from Second Big War. This one is Russian. I think you all know.
Oh, sure. I heard that one when I was a real little kid.
Yeah, Shiv, old boy, you come and look after this stew and let me borrow that lip organ for a minute. I'll give you a really spirited old army tune.
Right, sir.
This one practically took the world, as our armies haven't been doing for some time now, I'm afraid.
We know that. Oh, everybody do. No, I also. From my papa's, he fight in First War also.
Tits, hot! There goes that stew. First stop meal I might have had in 3 days.
Ничего. His army, товарищ. Always the same.
The mayor of Newark to see the general. Sergeant of squad next to headquarters, Ted.
Guess he means you, Johnny.
Sergeant Johnson, 1st Squad, 1st Platoon, 2070 Infantry reporting, sir.
Report to General Clarkson that Mayor Collins is calling with technical experts.
Yes, sir.
All others, as you work.
Good. I play music for Mayor to go to terrible fate.
What fate?
We talk with Big General. What color eyes Mayor have?
How I know?
Never mind. Maybe dark.
Look here, Mr. Mayor. We know you have your problems, but we have worse ones. We have reliable information that an enemy force will attempt a landing somewhere around Cape May within 2 or 3 days. We've got to stop that.
Whose force, may I ask, General Clarkson?
How am I supposed to know by all the knobby knees in New Jersey? Our intelligence says it's probably General Wolfe with his Germans.
Germans, General?
Or whatever he's got now. But even if they're outer Tibetans, I can tell you we're in for a rough time. And so will you and your people be, Mr. Mayor, if we can't stop them from landing.
I'm sorry, General, but I still don't see how we are involved. We are a community of civilians.
Well, let me tell you, Mr. Civilian. You have the good fortune to be the head of one of the few cities in the world that has at least some serviceable walls left. Now, I know Wolfe. I've fought him before. And if Wolfe makes a landing here in New Jersey, you not only will have none of your walls left, but no people either. Mr. Mayor, we know that you've got gasoline stored underground somewhere around here, and we need gas.
You'll make it sound grim, General.
It will be grim, believe me.
Perhaps so, but what do you want me to do about it?
Lord knows we've got few enough tanks left, but even those we have are useless without gas. And if we can't get gas for our trucks to bring up the supplies that we have left, or those we can squeeze out of communities like yours, Mr. Mayor, why, man, we'd be just plain helpless.
Let me ask you one question, General.
Sure, fire away.
Whom are you fighting and why?
Whom? Why, anybody who's fighting us, of course. Anybody. Why? Well, I suppose I have to admit I don't really know too much about that part of it myself, but because I'm a soldier, I suppose. Because my government ordered me to.
But we have hardly any government left, General. When were you last in touch with anything one could call the government of the United States of America?
Well...
Exactly, General. But I tell you what I'll do. I'll turn one of our gas reservoirs over to you and let you do with it whatever you want. And I'll throw in a bonus on one condition.
That's too much, sir. Who are you to make conditions to the commanding officer of an army of your own government?
About the government, I wouldn't know, General. I haven't heard anything from them for a pretty long time. Concerning your army, I'm not so sure whether it should be considered an army of the United States or just General Clarkson's army.
No.
There have been I don't know how many dozens of armies like yours wandering around the world these last few years, clawing at each other and pushing each other back and forth across the earth.
Yeah. All right. What's your condition?
That you get your troops out tomorrow morning.
Well, that one I can accept. We have an appointment around Cape May anyway, if we can get your gasoline, that is.
Well, don't let the difference in our points of view mislead you, General. We naturally wish you the best of luck.
Thanks. You mentioned a bonus.
Yes, it's something your intelligence apparently missed. Just before this whole mess started, the government enlarged a few of the natural caves in the foothills west of here and stored some aeroplanes there. There are about 5 or 6 left.
Airplanes?
I don't know how modern you'd consider them.
Modern? Modern? Man, what does that matter when there hasn't been a factory on the face of the earth producing anything at all for years? I don't even know if I'd still recognize an airplane anymore.
Well, they're yours, together with the gas, if your army leaves in the morning.
Mr. Mayor, you got a deal. Now we'll at least have a chance against that wolf.
Hold it a minute, soldier. There's a couple of folks here.
Civilians.
Cool, they're wearing decent clothes, too.
What can I do for you, sir? And ma'am?
Mr. and Mrs. William Harrison Taylor, young man.
Sir?
I ain't no sir, ma'am. Just a sergeant.
Well, sergeant,
The
then.
sergeants run army, lady. Never mind, sir.
Except General, maybe.
All right, shut up, you two. Yes, ma'am?
Well, you'll have to forgive an old lady's curiosity, but it's been so long since we've heard anything about what is going on. We would have liked to have brought something for you and your men.
Oh, there wouldn't have been any call for that, ma'am. The Army still takes pretty good care of us.
He means we take good care.
Don't mind them, ma'am. They're just road happy. Men get a little silly after marching a long time.
You mean marching too long, Sergeant?
I wouldn't know, sir. We go where we have to go.
Yeah, but it's pretty far sometime, Johnny.
You talk. You come only from Cuba. Me, I come all the way from Korea.
So it's saying there's 8,000 miles of water between Melbourne and even the west coast of this blooming continent.
Madam, permit a man to speak among children. Me, I come from Omsk. From Omsk? That is in Siberia. It is half around the world.
Say, Sergeant, what kind of an army is this, anyway? I thought it was American.
Oh, it is that, sir. General Clarkson's army.
But all those foreigners...
Well, sir, in a war like this, you can't take too much account of nationalities. Now, Ivan, the Ruski here, we picked him up in Alaska after that big fight we had up there. His own outfit was just about wiped out. Well, he didn't have no place to go, so he joined up with us. And Sen here, he says he's a Korean. Seems he came over with that army that invaded California under General Yamento a couple of years ago. But he got lost in the hills. He had no way to get home. So he kept wandering around, and we picked him up when we got pushed back through Washington State by those Mohammedans of General Abdel Ali.
Me, I joined up with these chaps in Canada after my own brigade was wiped out. Where else would a man go these days? Me, I believe in freedom.
And me, I reckon I just like fighting.
I have to repeat my question, young man. Is this supposed to be an American army?
Why, sure it is, sir. Our commanding officer is General Clarkson in that tent over there.
But, Sergeant...
Never mind, William. The government undoubtedly has its reasons.
Government? There is no government that I've heard from, at least. Not even about taxes.
Don't fuss now, William. Sergeant.
Yes, ma'am?
Do you happen to be free from duty tonight?
As far as I know, ma'am. Unless we get orders to move out.
Well, our apartment is below street level, and so we still have a fairly decent place to live in. That last rocket did shake the plaster off the ceiling. But it's warm and quite comfortable, and we have a little store of tea left over.
Tea? As a matter of fact, Mother, I even think there are a few bottles of beer. Home brew, of course.
Beer?
Cerveza?
What? Beer, you dope people! Ramen, shuttle you! Great day!
Stow it, Ruski. Can't you stop playing that tinkle box even while you're breaking your legs in this rubble?
Hey, you don't like music when we go to party?
Yeah, but we're not going to Kentucky. You could be carrying a squirt gun over that shoulder.
I got 2 shoulders, Chief. One for gun, one for balalaika.
Kentucky, where it is?
Never mind, Cobber. They ain't had a war there in 100 years.
Somebody sure beat up this town, though.
You say that after we go through Chicago, Detroit, Toledo? All look the same.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Sen. Hold it, guys. I think this is the place. Oh. Why, miss, we were looking for Mr. and Mrs. Taylor. We were invited.
You're expected, too. Please come in.
Oh, thank you, miss. We didn't know.
Look at our fells. Rabel has found himself a little mink.
Oh, come on. Shut up with that thing.
And there I was, Mrs. Taylor, sitting in that bloody tree with that bloody spear pinning me bloody thigh to the bloody trunk. And all in this so-called atomic age.
Is X, Tovarish?
X what, Ruski?
Ex-atomic, Tovarish. Is no more factories, no more atomics.
Gracias a Dios.
Might even live longer this way.
I wouldn't count on too much, Cove.
Why can't? We don't get pay anyway.
Oh, stash it, Ruski.
That reminds me of a fellow I served with in the Second World War. Well, we had just landed on this island. But I guess he got himself lost or something. And the next thing you know, after we take this village, there he is sitting on this throne with 4 bodyguards with spears and a piece of wine.
More tea, Sergeant?
Oh, thanks, miss. My name is John.
It's Johnny. Johnny Johns.
Mine is Martha. Martha Waycross.
Waycross?
I'm only taken over. Mother and Dad, Mr. and Mrs. Taylor, that is, they found me at the intersection of Broad Street and the highway to Red Bank after that first awful bombing. I was only about 7 then.
Your parents gone?
I really don't know. I'd forgotten my name from the shock or something. So when Mother and Dad registered me as their takeover, they put me down as Waycross. What are you looking so strange about?
I don't know. You make me think of something. Make me smell it, even.
Smell what?
I don't know. That's what I don't know. That's what I'm trying to remember.
Where do you come from, Sergeant?
Come from? Oh, South Dakota originally. Black Hills country.
And have you been home recently?
No, ma'am. Not since I joined up 7 years ago.
You haven't been back since?
Well, no. I figured this time when we got chased off the West Coast, I'd get a chance to stop by the farm, see what's left of my family, and the railway wasn't running, so they sent us across through Canada.
I don't know whether you're aware of it, children, but there's a beautiful full moon outside.
Children? Oh, I also am a child.
Would you like to go out and look at the moon, Martha?
Yes, Johnny.
How about another bottle of beer, gentlemen?
You are a gentleman, Mr. Taylor.
People!
Johnny, what are you thinking about?
I just figured out what you reminded me of before.
Something nice, I hope.
Oh, yeah. Real nice. I don't know if I can say it right, but it had something to do with when I was a kid back home on the farm. It'd be the sun and the bright blue sky in the summer, the smell of the green grass and the wheat and the corn. My mother would be in the kitchen usually, cooking up something good. And always in the summer, there'd be that warm breeze in my face and hair.
What's that?
Huh? That noise? Gosh, I hope it's the reinforcements we've been waiting for. General Bob Smith's outfit. I reckon we sure enough are moving out now.
The planes themselves are okay, sir. Our mechanics can't find a thing wrong with them.
So what is wrong?
I don't know, sir. They just don't handle right.
Will they fly at all?
After a fashion, sir.
Well, maybe that's enough of a margin. If Smith has some ammunition, that is. We'll need everything we can lay our hands on to stop that wolf.
Johnny, are you as lonesome for home as you sound?
Lonesome for home? Home, that's the Army, Martha. And lonesome? How could I be lonesome? I've been in this outfit since I was 14. Now, you're giving me an idea, though.
Hope this one is nice, too.
Heard it from a fella I went to school with. He went back home last year. He told me there are some folks that have moved into some of those caves in the hills, right near where I was raised. And they're collecting all kinds of things.
Sounds wonderful.
Seems there was a saint once in Italy or somewhere. Saint Benedict, I think. And he collected all the stuff he could find when they had a lot of wars over there, just to save the old inventions and ideas. Well, civilization, I guess. Well, those people back home are trying to do the same thing.
Johnny, are you thinking of going back to join them?
Oh, now, Martha, if a man had himself a good woman, I don't owe the Army any time anymore.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, you delivered the planes, all right. And you turned over that gasoline to us, but the two just don't work together.
Huh?
The planes won't run on that gas the way they should, neither will our tanks and trucks.
I'm sorry, General, but that's not our fault. The stuff hasn't been touched since it was pumped into the reservoir 15 years ago.
15 years? Oh, it's no wonder.
What's the matter, General?
Do you know what evaporation and condensation in an underground tank can do to gasoline in 15 years? I only hope the stuff is good for one mission at least.
You did pass through New York on your way here.
Rather.
Say, what's it look like? We haven't heard from anyone who's been through there for years.
New York? Oh, kaput!
It's true, sir. There ain't anything left. We had to dig a road through the rubber for our tanks.
Tell me something, Mr.
Corporal Lee, ma'am. Originally of the 5th Australian Division.
Well, Corporal, you're not an American. Why are you here? Why do you fight?
Why, madam, the women have children.
Oh, but that's a woman's role in life.
Well, madam, maybe it's a man's role to fight.
Ha ha! Woman have it, baby. Men, they fight. It's man's life in army.
Well, all I can say, Bob, is I'm glad you got here. I have a hunch this wolf is going to be pretty tough to lick. He wouldn't risk a landing if he didn't think he was pretty well fixed.
Where do you think he'll hit us?
G2 says around Cape May. It makes sense, too. Well, you got here just in time, Bob. The mayor of this junk heap made me swear we'd move out in the morning.
What do you mean, Major?
Oh, heck, he had some gas stored underground from before the war. A few planes hidden in those caves, and so we made a deal. Now, it turns out, of course, that the gas is full of water and the planes practically refuse to fly on it. Still, you know the old saw, beggars can't be choosers.
I'd have shot the so-and-so.
I thought of it. But how would I have found those supplies of his? What do you got left?
Not much. 5 tanks, M84s and 86s, about 20 6x6 trucks, a few rocket launchers, enough mortars and artillery for a couple of battalions. I've got about 15,000 men.
Just about a division.
Yeah, the way we used to think of it. Now it's an army.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you caught up with us anyway, Bob. I don't know whether even the two of us together will be able to stop that wolf. Still, I suppose we better get ready to push out. Sentry! Have them sound assembly. We're moving out in 2 hours.
Hey, what's that? Hey, you guys, back to camp. Assembly sounded. Well, Martha, I guess we're moving.
What about those black hills of yours?
Are we moving, Sarge?
Johnny, we go.
You think this is invasion?
Invasion who?
I don't know, you guys, but the bugle gave it on the double. I'm sorry, honey. I guess you see I just can't go home yet.
But you said...
Yeah, I know I did, but I couldn't leave my outfit now, not when the guys are heading for another battle. Might be a real bad one, too.
Johnny.
Don't you go worrying now. Martha, I'll feel a lot better just knowing you're alive. You know that, I reckon. But it just don't seem like there's much time left anymore to do the things people really want to do.
Come on, Sarge.
Adelante! Here you!
Contact! Got it, fast down!
All right, fall in line there, both sides of the road.
Shut up, you!
Guess you'll run for a while.
Come on now, you guys, dress it up. Holiday's over.
At least we got some planes on the side again.
Yes, if enough gasoline.
Gasoline? Oh, who needed gasoline? Got feet?
You like carry things?
Rather fight without tanks, Ruski?
Shut up, you guys. Here's the general.
Looks like two of them, rather.
Men of the Clarkson Army, once again, as so often before, our opportunity has come. As you know, I never keep secrets from you. I tell you frankly, therefore, that this time we're up against the toughest and the smartest opponent many of you have ever faced. General Wolfe and his specialists. Our intelligence tells us that they're planning to land near Cape May tomorrow or the next day. But we have been reinforced by General Bob Smith and his army. So, with faith and confidence, and with the courage and skill which you have shown so often, I know that we will continue to keep this continent safe for our women.
Brother, this one's going to be rough, I'll guide you.
When he talk like that, yes.
Wattage, hut, right, haste, right step, forward, hard.
Johnny!
Hi, Sarge.
Yeah?
Johnny!
Oh, goodbye, Martha.
The Black Hills! St. Benedict!
Maybe I'll be back. Maybe, Martha.
You've been listening to the CBS Radio Workshop and The Long Way Home, a glimpse of the future we hope will never confront us. Written by Henry E. Fritsch, music arranged by Alexander Steinert, produced and directed in New York by Paul Roberts. William Redfield was heard as Johnny, Danny Acco as Ivan, and Terry Keane as Martha. Others in the cast included Bob Dryden, Joseph Julian, Roger DeKoven, Nat Polan, Leon Janney, Guy Rep, Wendell Holmes, Jack Arthur, and Ruth Tobin. This is Ted Pearson inviting you to listen again next week when from Hollywood the CBS Radio Workshop presents Heaven in the Sky, an actuality broadcast of the tragedy of the Pacoima school disaster in which a disabled DC-7 fell into a crowded schoolyard. This is the CBS Radio Network.
Passing tape over 3 heads, 1 for erasing, 1 for recording, the 3rd for playback.
And the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents I Have 3 Heads, a study of the techniques, the possibilities, and the improbabilities of tape recording. Today's workshop was conceived and created by CBS radio engineer Mort Goldberg. In today's workshop,
Mr. Goldberg has been aided and abetted by... hey, hold on.
Slow down, wait a minute. Too fast.
That was Stu Metz. Nice guy, but loves to talk, like all announcers. Aided and abetted by a writer, a director, who needs 'em? All you need for a good bang-up tape job is a good engineer like Morty and a trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly tape machine like me. That's all you need. Morty and I, we put our heads together. His 1 head and my 3, and we can do anything. Yes, sir, anything. Uh-oh. Who's this coming in? Don't they know this tape room's closed until tomorrow morning?
Okay, Bill. Tape room 18's clear. Ready to take her inside there? Right.
Maintenance men. Prod you, poke you, take your insides out. Regular little Dr. Kildares.
Man, these new machines get heavier all the time. You said it. Lift a couple of these every day, and you could bend steel bars in a circus. Right.
New machine. What gives? Am I on the way out?
Okay. Let's put it down for a minute and rest. I'm tired, boy. Get a cable. We'll have to stretch it to the new box. Over in the corner.
Got it.
Well, what are you waiting for?
What about tools? You got them?
All except the wrench that fell out of my pocket. In the elevator.
I'll go get it.
Easy. Let's take the old machine out or we won't have room to work. These tape rooms aren't any bigger than a cell.
Right. Which one of these old machines goes?
Don't you know?
I don't know. Don't you?
Joe didn't tell you himself?
I thought Joe told you.
Okay, skip it. He's out. We'll have to wait till he comes back from supper.
Well, that's maintenance men for you. They can tell you transistor 205 connects to pole 83 on the BX sub-transformer, but when it comes to replacing one of the 3 experienced machines in this tape room, they should go back to plumbing. Sure hope it won't be me. Say, maybe this new machine knows who he's replacing. Hi, new here, aren't you?
That's obvious at first glance, I should say.
Well, we were all bright and new once. I'm Howard Ampex, Model 200. And you?
Gerald Ampex, Model 350.
We must be cousins.
Distant, I'm sure.
Wait till this time tomorrow. Wait till you've worked 12, 14 hours steadily. Fast forward, rewind, stop, edit, fast forward, stop, edit, fast forward, dub, loop, rewind. I hope I'll see you after a week.
I doubt whether you will.
What do you mean by that?
I saw how you trembled when I was ushered in a few minutes ago. You're quite sure I'm here to replace you, aren't you?
Oh, am I? I heard those maintenance men talking. I remember every syllable of every word, like a good tape machine should.
I'm quite aware of what they said.
Are you? Let me play them back to you. Remember? The tape room door opened, and then Frank and Bill started talking.
Okay, Bill. Tape room 18's clear.
Right.
The new machine inside there?
Right.
Well, what are you waiting for? Let's steal her.
What about Joe?
Joe comes back from supper. Get a wrench and stretch him out in a box.
Right.
Okay, let's skip. The elevator man's in my pocket. Let's lift, take her out, and sell her.
Well, now, Gerald, which of us machines is going out tonight?
Howard Ampex, that's the most dishonest thing I ever heard.
What's dishonest? I didn't change a word.
You changed the order of the words. You changed the whole implication of their conversation.
Cousin, you sure have a lot to learn about tape editing.
You mean that's what we do here? You...
Certainly not. We don't change meanings, that is. You're right. It is dishonest. That's why tape recordings are thrown out in the courts of most states. That's why editing for broadcast takes an entirely different turn.
That there was a...
What's that?
A voice on the tape room floor. Just part of a day's work. An hour's work, more or less.
It took a whole hour to get that?
Let me explain. This morning, Morty came in with a fella named George Vikas. Produces a show called Update. Vikas and Morty had a German student on a piece of tape.
I got to know a few students. My own impression from America students was that there was a...
Now, Gerald, is that clear?
That there is more.
Well, it's rather hard to get the drift.
Of course it was. With radio, people are listening on small sets. People are listening in cars. Things have got to be very clear. You play something like that, all over the country, people think something's wrong with their radio.
So how did you save the country?
What? Oh, Morty and I go to work. Morty wants to start at the beginning of the student's words, so he punches me into rewind. Here we are, back at the beginning. Morty punches my start button, and the tape starts unreeling from the feed reel to the take-up reel. It passes by my 3 heads, one for erasing, the second for recording the sounds and words that are fed into it, and the third for playing back what's already on the tape. It's this third, the playback head, we're using now as we catch the student's first words.
I got to know a few students.
Morty punches my stop button. Back we go to find that
What's that very odd noise?
Manual operation. Morty's working the machine by hand.
Well, really, by hand?
You'll have many a hand laid on you before you go back to maintenance for your first checkup. And many a razor blade, too.
Razor blade?
We're coming to that. Morty's found the Now he opens the gate, exposing the heads. He marks the spot for the cut. You'll hear him dropping the pencil.
Where's the razor blade?
My boy, never let it be said we tape machines give any external evidence of the anxiety, the pain, the shock of having a sharp razor blade passed across us a dozen times an hour. The next sound you hear will be the snick of the splicing tape, the tape machine's Band-Aids. Then the tape is put back in the gate is closed, and we're off again.
And my own.
What happened to the words you were editing?
This is a pro job, son. Morty goes on to tighten the space between the words my and own. There you have it. Now you'll hear what Morty's edited so far. Taking out the tightening the space between the my and own.
A few students. My own impression.
Another to come out. And an im from that impression. So Morty makes a mark after my own, pulls the tapes by hand this time, and marks the tape ready to cut after the first im.
My own.
That was me, rewinding. Now, here we go forward.
My own impression from America. Students.
Another to come out. Let's see how fast Morty can make this.
America. Impression from America students was that there is more.
Stop!
What's the matter, Gerald? Are you shaking your heads?
Howard, it can go like this all day?
It's a tough grind, but let me show you how it will sound after an hour or so. That's when you're proud of yourself and your engineer.
I got to know a few students. My own impression from America students was that there is more in the people of this country than that kind of materialism which the tourists expose.
Well, that's very interesting. That's... Howard, are you crying?
Excuse me, Gerald. It's just so clear, so beautiful, the work I do.
Too bad I haven't some soft music for your emotional jag.
Music? Now, that's where you can have some fun. Have you seen My Fair Lady?
My Fair Lady? What's that?
A musical show I wrote.
Oh, you?
Well, I helped, in a way. Morty and I taped some of Julie Andrews' Cockney pronunciations, and Mr. Harrison making with phonetics. And we taped a funny babble of women's voices you hear on the My Fair Lady record, too. They promised me 2 seats, but I never got them.
Yes. Did I mention that I play classical music extremely well?
You did? As a matter of fact, you'll probably be very good at cleaning tapes.
Cleaning tapes?
Bringing foreign tapes up to American broadcast quality. Jim Fassett, he's our music commentator who has a program here on Sunday afternoons, World Music Festivals. He goes to Europe and brings back orchestras and singers in concerts American audiences might never hear. But listen. That's not good broadcast quality, is it?
Sounds like the Oskaloosa Little Symphony.
On us American machines, yes. But remember, Gerald, these tapes are made in Europe. Different machines. Jim and Morty and I work on these European tapes to restore the original quality. Take this piece of tape. You and I switch back and forth. You play the Fassett, Morty, Howard American version. I'll play the original tape. Here I go.
So good night, folks.
What in the world was that?
A piece of Jack Benny tape that Morty and I lost this afternoon. Wondered where it was.
Does this happen often?
Not often enough, to my way of thinking. Boy, could we have fun. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. However, let me give you a case of where Morty and I did mix some tapes deliberately. You like band music?
Military, college, circus, jazz, or street corner?
Military. Not 1, but 4 of them. This same fella, Vikas, that I told you about, he and Morty and I put together an audition for a show that hasn't been broadcast yet. A show called Sounds of the World. That music is the band up at West Point playing. We also got tapes of a band at Buckingham Palace, another band from France, and still another band playing in Red Square in Moscow. We also got tapes of 4 sergeants, 1 from each country, and let them give the command to march. For international cooperation, how do you like this?
Company! Fusil sur l'épaule!
Of the world. 4 military bands from West Point, England, France, and Russia. Maybe they ought to trade the UN for a good tape machine, eh, Gerald?
I like that, Howard.
Sort of liked it myself, if I do say it as shouldn't.
Say, Howard, what's that tune?
That tune? Oh, it's a little number I wrote myself.
Oh, before or after you wrote My Fair Lady?
Well, to edit this statement correctly, I, little old Howard Ampex of Tape Room 18, am probably the only tape machine that had a song especially arranged for him. For years, Morty has played tape backwards and forwards and upside down. But he has never had the chance, until just the other day, to find out what happened when an orchestra taped a song backwards, and then I played it forward again. Says Morty to himself, what happens to the instruments? So that's where Hank Silverne entered. And this is how Hank arranged T for Two straight. Now, I taped that, and here's how it would sound if played backwards. You see? Almost everybody's done that, including the 2 million people who own home tape recorders. But now came the job of orchestrating T for Two backwards, so that the musicians began with the last note and played it through to the first note. Here's how that sounded. We had 7 top musicians. Hank at the piano, then guitar, bass, drums, vibes, sax, and trumpet. 4 musicians who could play T for Two straight in their sleep. This backward arrangement almost drove them to the point of turning in their union cards. But you should have seen their faces a few minutes later. Here's what we'd been working for. A popular song, T for Two, orchestrated and played backwards. Now reversed and played forward so that the tune is recognizable. Did you ever hear music like this?
Holy smoke, Howard. That's out of this world.
Well, let's say just barely in it. First time anybody but Morty and me and Hank and a few others have heard that music.
Gosh, Howard, I feel so low.
Low? About what?
I didn't recognize you as a pioneer.
Don't be corny and call me the tape machine's tape machine. It's all in the day's work. Come on, cheer up, Gerald. Uh-oh, someone's coming.
Well, Bill, all set to get this new machine rolling?
Right.
What number machine are we taking out?
Number 20. Got your wrench?
What wrench?
The one you left in the elevator earlier.
I got it.
Well, hold it a minute. I forgot mine.
I guess it's goodbye, number 20.
Cheer up, Gerald. Old tape machines never die. They just go back and get new heads.
If they come around with those 2 tickets they promised you for My Fair Lady, shall Morty and I tell them where you are?
Don't bother. Morty made his own special version out of 3 recordings. Charlie Applewhite, Sylvia Sims, and Dinah Shores. Want to hear it? Just for kicks?
Fast forward, stop, start, and just for kicks.
I could have danced all night. I could have danced all night and still have begged for more.
I could have spread my wings and done 1,000 things I've never done before.
I could have danced, danced, danced,
dance, all night.
I did, it's all been grand, but now it's time to scream.
Today's workshop, I Have 3 Heads, was conceived and created by CBS radio engineer Mortimer Goldberg. Mr. Goldberg has been aided and abetted by the following: Charles S. Monroe, writer; Ira Ashley, director in New York; Jackson Beck as Howard; Ian Martin as Gerald; and Ralph Bell and Bill Quinn as the maintenance men. Hank Silverne, arranger and conductor. Stuart Metz, your announcer. The workshop wishes to thank James Fassett, Irving Gitlin, George Bekas, and others who contributed portions of program material used today. Next week, from Hollywood, a satiric fantasy written by and starring Stan Freberg about the entertainment competition in a desert spa roughly paralleling Las Vegas.
America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
A man is now alive who saw the dreadful Dido. But back in 1835, in history you may read, Ohio fought with Michigan. They fought as hard as 2 states can to prove which was the better man, and prove just how their border ran, and where the rights of each began, and which would have Toledo.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, The Toledo War, a new opera performed for the first time, with words by Edward Eager and music composed and conducted by David Brookman. It was in 1835, when Michigan was still a territory, that the young governor, Stevens Thompson Mason, claimed that a strip of land, including the town of Toledo, rightfully belonged to Michigan. But some people in Ohio thought differently, and so it was war, the first war between the states. Exactly what happened isn't too clear, but it might have been something like this.
Just how the storm and strife occurred, we're here to show you, and you will have to take our word that all we say is true.
Hard by Lake Erie's fearful foam, the shot began to fly. We take you to the happy home of Federal Judge Phineas Fustian and his wife Hermelia Fustian and his daughter Annabelle Fustian.
of Toledo, Ohio.
When stirring news of war assails our ear, according to the latest thing we hear, the men of Michigan have made complaints. Our town is in their state. We say it ain't. So now with savage skill and aim adroit, they're planning to invade us from Detroit. To Stinkney, are you ready to go forth and guard us from these vandals of the north, and battle to the joy of all bystanders to keep our city safe from Michiganders? Then homing, lay my daughter as your bride. Have you your forces ready?
Well, I've tried. My brothers were the only ones who came. But we will guard you safely all the same. They're waiting just outside the door. My brother 1, my brother 3, my brother 4.
Good evening, 1.
I'm 3.
Oh, I see.
My father was a military man, and he named us by a military plan. And he formed us in a group, and he trained us in a troop to be as military as we can. We're the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sing me, brothers. We've been looking all our lives for an enemy.
Any enemy.
Any enemy. Anyone with whom we don't agree.
Don't agree. Don't agree.
And should any sneak and spy come here to peep and pry, we'll hit him in the eye and sit around and watch him die, just to show Ohio that Ohio can rely.
On the 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Say are we for Ohio, if only we war.
Cousin Isabel. How sad, cousin, that you missed Two's triumphant departure. It was truly inspiring. Do you love him, cousin? I do more. I honor him as champion of our state, and surely when he is victorious, the governor will grant him a handsome commission, and I shall be an officer's bride. Oh, few men it I'll relate. I love a man from an enemy state. I try to forget him, but how can I forget the kiss he gave me the day we met, and the words he said that I dream of yet? By the shore of the muddy Marie, under the shade of a shad blue tree, on April the 10th, at 2:45, I stood in the arms of somebody, and he promised his love would be strong as the earth and deep as the sea, and fair as the bloom on the shad-blow tree, and lost as long as the muddy morning. Husband's snoring drone, I heard a melody. Who could it be? Who could it be? And where I lay in bed alone, I heard a melody. Who could it be? Not to sting me. And in a voice that I've well known, a charming lyric baritone, I heard a melody, and it is he. It's my beloved enemy. It cannot be he sings for me. My time for serenades is done, and yet how bittersweet would be if I could still reprise just one. Cannot be he sings to me. My troth is plighted to my two, and yet how pleasant it might be if I could flirt with this one too. I know it's he sings to me with quaking heart. I wonder why he has appeared so stealthily. Oh, can it be that he's a spy? What shall we do? I can't decide to run and hide or open wide. It's cold outside. Then I think we're justified to be a faithful wife. I've tried. I'll try to when I'm a bride. And up to now I've never spied. But when it is so cold outside, but when it is so cold outside, but when it is so cold outside, I think we're justified.
Good evening.
A stranger. Do we know you, sir?
Alas, no.
But...
Hush, not a word. Forgive me. I lost my way, and having my mandolin with me, improvised a serenade to warm my fingers. They're warmer now.
Oh, sir. Oh, sir.
And now that I meet with such charm and beauty, too, I can only repeat every word I sang was true.
Well, really?
Hush. Be careful.
Sir, I'm a married lady. I am an engaged young lady.
And
brothers. If you are recognized, you will be killed and will be compromised.
Where can I hide?
Under there.
Where?
There, get inside. Quick, move the chair. I see his hair. There.
We seen a man from Michigan, but then he ran. You seen a man. As quiet as a mouse, we saw him creeping. We'd better search the house.
No, my uncle's sleeping. Oh, did you know he was from Michigan? Did he wear a uniform?
No, that's so. He didn't wear a uniform.
It would be just like them dirty Michiganders not to wear a uniform.
It would, that's good. Them dirty brutes wear business suits.
Oh, dear Toad, how can you think that I would hide a spy?
No.
Go.
Oh.
It is safe now. You may emerge.
How can I thank you?
It was nothing. And now you must be weary from your exertion. Girls, some refreshment for the gentlemen. The cold roast lamb, a slice of ham, some cider cool, and gooseberry full and cream. Wait! When the state you love is at war, and a stranger comes to your door, how can you feed him your gooseberry fool and cream? Suppose he is a spy, come here to lurk and scheme.
Hush, what are you saying?
Well, suppose he is a spy, what then? War is the concern of men. And when the stranger has such manly grace, such a lofty mind, such a noble face, supposing it were so, I'd rather never know and think of him as though he were a lovely dream. Well, I can only say I consider your behavior hypocritical in the extreme.
What is that voice of thunder?
My husband, my father.
Should I surrender?
No, get back under.
What does this mean? The hour is late, and all the house is aglow.
We weren't sleepy.
Gooseberry fool on the parlor table. Suppose the neighbors should know.
We were hungry.
You must curb this tendency to madcap frolic. Often I told you so.
Yes, I know. Yes, we know.
Law and order. Status quo.
I know.
Put out the light.
I'll bring the light. Come out now. It's all right. I'd like to stay and talk if things could be as they might. But since they aren't quite, I'd better say good night.
Good night.
Bon appetite. I'll bring the light. pretend to be for a while. Then all for the sake of a handsome face, they entertain a spy. Oh!
What about you, my dear?
I'm not your dear. I look on you with loathing, you sneaking Wolverine in buck-eye clothing. I knew you were a spy, but I thought you'd spy with candor, not stoop to lie and flirt and philander.
But a spy must lie.
I don't see why.
Nathan Hale and I could tell you that a spy must learn to lie and lie if he'd be a good spy.
Well, of course, that's different. If it's true what you say, I'm learning something new every day. My uncle convinced me to fight for my state, but now my state is Michigan, the state of my mate. So now I'm a spy, and I think if I try, I can learn to lie and be a good spy. But how did you come here, and what is the occasion?
I came from Detroit with a party of invasion. We planned to make for the courthouse with our speedo, to draw up a deed or to claim Toledo. But the night it was dark and the way it was tricky. I got lost in the swamp, and the swamp it was sticky, and I couldn't find the courthouse for my knowledge it was scanty. So I finally came to this house of your auntie.
But this is the courthouse. My uncle holds court session right here in the parlor every Friday.
The 9 points of the law I've won, for I am in possession without having hardly tried it.
There's paper in the desk, and quills and ink.
Toledo will be Michigan as quick as a wink. Now to draw up the deeds and writs.
Order in the court sits.
It's done.
It's done.
It's done.
It's done.
We've won.
We've won.
We've won.
We've won.
Strange as it may seem, we've worked out a scheme, so now let's have some gooseberry fool and cream. Delicious.
Sweetheart.
Darling, you eat part.
Thank you.
My dear. I see him. He's in there. Up with your hands and stand where you are. Bring thongs of leather and feathers and tar. Ride him on a rail and in the jailhouse land him. Away, unhand me.
Away, unhand him.
On Gallows Hill we'll hang you high. Why?
Don't ask why, for you know the reason. You're a spy, and you're guilty of treason.
I'm a spy.
So am I.
But my ethics don't forbid it.
For his ideals are high.
It is for my state I did it.
Me, oh my, boy, this glamour so alarming.
He's a spy,
But he is so young and charming.
What's amiss? What's awry? What's the noise and what's the riot?
He's a spy.
Take him out and hang him high.
Will you shoot him or shall I?
He's a spy.
Quiet! You have no right to seize me, for from this date, Toledo is no longer even in your state. Read this paper.
heaven forbid. Niece, you signed this?
Yes, I did.
You are guilty of fraud, impersonating an officer, and contempt.
Not at all. I am exempt. You told me states' rights are the highest right.
Sustained.
And that's when I decided to join the fight.
Sustained.
But I am a citizen of the state of Michigan. I am secretly married to this gentleman.
Isabel, I am paid.
But you don't know him. Oh, can this be? I do too. We met last April at a Sunday school picnic in Morley. I love him, I adore him, I really adore him.
You flout holy court to wed this cockalorum. But though we deplore him, we still can't ignore him. For two may be company, but it isn't a quorum.
It isn't a quorum, it isn't a quorum.
It isn't a quorum. We're still in Ohio, it's all hunky-dorum.
I said open forum, we did have a quorum. Toledo's in Michigan. Toledo's in Ohio, Toledo's in Ohio. We'll make you wish and wish again you'd never been a spy-o. We'll hang you up high-o and leave you to dry-o. Stop there or you die-o. Come quick, let us fly-o. And we'll goodbye-o. We'll go get our army and battle with Ohio. Goodbye-o, goodbye. We'd like to see you try-o. Just try-o, just try.
Goodbye, 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 goodbye.
Who knocks? Who knocks? At such an hour unorthodox, when 10 is striking on the clocks. Who knocks? Who knocks? Unlock the locks. Let's see who knocks.
Special message from President Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson?
In the interest of national unity, the President decrees that this community, up to now in a state of ambiguity, shall be in Ohio for perpetuity.
Oh, joy!
Toledo is in Ohio.
So now you know. Sadly, I bow to the President's order. I linger no longer south of the border. Come home with me, Isabel, and find safe harbor, and live happy ever after in Ann Arbor.
No, I object.
Objection overruled.
Don't we get to shoot nobody?
The battle had a happy end the same night it began, and each man was each other's friend by President Jackson's plan. So let's be glad it turned out right, as battles seldom can. And let's be happy that tonight, though years and years have passed in flight, Toledo still is shining bright. Wheels are turning left and right, and champions Sparkplug and Willis Knight, and Mather Spring and Autolite are in Ohio. might have been in Michigan.
Tonight, the CBS Radio Workshop has presented The Toledo War, a parlor piece for music, with words by Edward Eager and music composed and conducted by David Brookman. The cast included Arthur Newman as Judge Phineas Fustian, Jean Hanslick as his wife, Lois Winter as Annabelle, Shirley Emmons as Isabel, Peyton Higginson as the hero, and Mike Pollock as Stinkney II. Others included John Wilson, Jack Brown, and Bill Marine. The CBS Radio Workshop is produced in New York by Paul Roberts. This is Bob Hite inviting you to join us again next week when we present When He Shall Appear. This is the CBS Radio Network.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
This is Samuel Clemens speaking. Word comes to our colony of late residents of the United States that the art form known as the motion picture makes a pretty good thing of bringing the great American West to the attention of current inhabitants who are fortunate enough to live somewhere else. As I understand it, the movie makers have found 3 basic ingredients necessary to their presentation of life in the West. Ingredient 1, scenery. Ingredient 2, a good man in a white Stetson and a bad one with 10 gallons of black felt on his head. Ingredient 3, a rousing chase over ingredient 1 and involving ingredient 2. Of course, they add a few refinements now and then, such as the love of mankind for horsekind.
Don't know what I'd do without you, broomtail partner.
Or maybe a battle against the elements.
Gotta keep moving. Ain't no little thing like a blizzard, a prairie fire, and a flood gonna stop me.
And sometimes even a female.
Come back when you can, Ranger, and thanks.
Now, word has reached me that in addition to symphony orchestras, trick horses, and guitar players, they also hire writers just to think up these adult westerns. This seems a little silly to me, since I wrote a book some 90 years ago which contains all the literary appurtenances necessary to make a Western as adult as it should be. These writing fellows can find it in any library. Its title is Roughing It, and its author is yours truly, Samuel Clemens.
CBS Radio presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight by tape, the Workshop offers to writers of Western films a do-it-yourself kit through the courtesy of one of America's greatest humorists, Samuel Clemens.
Mind you, I don't consider myself an authority. It's just that I was there back in 1863. It happened my brother Bob was appointed secretary of the Territory of Nevada, and I was pretty cut up about it. Pretty soon he would be hundreds of miles away on the great plains and deserts and mountains of the far west. He would see buffaloes and Indians and prairie dogs and antelopes. Maybe he would get hanged or scalped and write home and tell us all about it and be a hero. So when he offered me the sublime position of private secretary under him, it seemed the heavens and earth passed away, and the firmament was rolled together as a scroll. I accepted. We left the States at St. Joseph, Missouri, and headed west across the plains by fast stagecoach.
Comfortable in there, gents?
Yep. Maybe a bit crowded.
If that pile of mail sacks topples loose, we'll be crowded right through the back of the coach.
Yep. We got 2,700 pounds of mail aboard. Some from Salt Lake, Carson, and Frisco. But the heft of it is for the Injuns.
Mail for the Indians?
There's powerful troublesome stuff. They get plenty of truck to read.
It was a superb summer morning, and all the landscape was brilliant with sunshine. So I didn't give much thought to Indians, literate or illiterate. We felt there was only one complete and satisfying happiness in the world, and we had found it. We felt a lot different 12 hours later as we slashed through a prairie rainstorm.
Whoa there! Whoa!
Sam.
Yes, Bob?
What happened?
Well, how should I?
Hey, George, the thoroughbrace is broke!
Just what I was going to say.
Thoroughbrace? Is that part of a horse?
Well, doubtless a vital part, a leg maybe.
Well, how could a horse break a leg on a road this smooth?
He may have been reaching around to bite the driver.
Have to turn out a spell, gents. Thoroughbrace is broke.
In all this rain?
A little drizzle is all. Won't melt you. Here, I'll hold the lantern so you can see the trouble.
Yeah. Is the animal in pain?
Now, see that doggone strap connected to the other belt and spring contraption right there under the rear of the coach?
Oh, say, I never saw a thoroughbrace used up like that before that I can remember. How did it happen?
Yeah, it happened trying to make one coach carry 3 days' mail, that's how. Yeah, but it's lucky. That'll protect us from the Indians.
How so?
Why, right here in this very spot is where I was supposed to leave that whole ton of newspapers for 'em. And it's so nation dark, I might have drove right by if the thoroughbrace hadn't broke. Hey, now, if I can ask you gents to help me toss out the sacks, I'll get on with mending it.
When will the Indians pick up their mail?
In the morning, maybe. Or next time they're along this way. All I know is that with all this fascinating reading matter, they won't be bothering us.
They didn't, and we enjoyed considerably more legroom in the stage. 56 hours later, we crossed the Platte River and rattled into Fort Kearny in the territory of Nebraska, 300 miles out of St. Joe. 300 miles in 56 hours. But they went and spoiled it. They pushed the railroad out onto that beautiful prairie. And only 12 years later, they made the same 300 miles in less than 16 hours. And now I'm given to understand that this record has recently fallen to the newfangled flying machine. So it's no wonder that the fellows who make these Western movies never get a chance to find out what the West is really like. You gotta rock along a rutted trail at 12 miles an hour like we did to understand the country. Soon we acquired certain blisters, and when they became calluses, the seats became less hard. The driver of the stagecoach was perhaps the very first of a hardy breed. George Bemis was his name, only nowadays you meet him as Gabby or Chill or Fuzzy or maybe the old-timer. But if any of those Johnny-come-latelys think they can hold a candle to George Bemis, they'd better start burning it at both ends.
Yes, Squaw was late getting back from the buffalo hunt. Well, here's that stupid horse's fault. The minute he saw that buffalo wheel on him, he raised straight up in the air and stood on his heels.
He threw you?
Takes more horse than him to throw George Bemis. Well, then a buffalo made another pass, and I may wish to die if the horse didn't stand on his head for a quarter of a minute and shed tears.
But you stayed on through the flood.
I stayed on. Pretty soon, the buffalo made a snatch for us and brought away some of my horse's tail. Then you should have seen that spider-legged old skeleton of a horse go, and the buffalo cut out after him.
Which was faster?
I never did determine. But by George, it was a hot race. I in the saddle were back on the horse's rump, and I had the bridle in my teeth while holding on to the pommel with both hands. First we left the dogs behind. Then we passed a jackrabbit. Then we overtook a coyote. And we was gaining on an antelope when the saddle girth let go, and I landed about 30 yards off to the left at the foot of the only tree in 9 counties adjacent. The buffalo come over to see if I was hurt. And 1 second after that, I was astraddle of the main limb. It was a little over 40 feet to the ground from where I sat.
But you were safe.
That's what a tenderfoot like you might assume, Mr. Clemens. But presently a thought come to that buffalo, and he started in to climb that tree.
What, the buffalo?
Course. Who else?
But a buffalo can't climb a tree.
He can't he? Since you know so much about it, did you ever see one try?
No.
Well, then, the buffalo started to climb that tree. So I cautiously unwound the lariat from the pommel of my saddle.
Your saddle? Did you take your saddle up the tree with you?
Of course I didn't. It landed there when the horse kicked it, and it was falling off him when the girth let go.
Oh, I see.
Certainly. So I unwound the lariat and fastened one end of it to the limb. Higher and higher clumb that buffalo. He hitched his foot over the stump of a limb and looked at me as if to say, "You are my meat, friend."
But buffaloes don't eat meat.
Don't they, though? He was within 10 feet of me, his eyes hot, his tongue hanging out. And by this time, I had one end of the lariat tied to the limb and the coil all ready. All of a sudden, I let go, and the slip noose fell fairly around his neck. Quicker than lightning, I was out with my revolver. Hey! That scared the buffalo, too. Must have. For when the smoke cleared away, he'd let loose his hold of the tree trunk, and there he was, dangling in the air 20 feet from the ground. So I shinnied down and headed for home.
Well, that's quite a story, Mr. Bemis. It's a little hard to swallow, but still quite a story.
You wouldn't care to doubt it, would you, young man?
No, but,
Did I bring back my lariat?
No.
Did I bring back my horse?
No.
Or my saddle?
No.
Well, then.
There's something to be said for a liar on a long journey, though. A really good one makes the time pass more quickly. But 20 days is still 20 days. And that's how long it took us to reach Carson City, the capital of Nevada Territory. If you want to know what Carson City looked like back then, just try to recall the little town in high noon with those funny little white frame buildings that seemed too high to sit down on and hardly high enough for anything else. Carson was like that, and the same sort of things went on there as Gary Cooper and the Princess and all the other fine people acted out. But as I recall, the action at Carson City moved toward its climax without benefit of that old clock on the wall. And there was action. It began the moment we climbed down from the stagecoach. A tall, rangy fellow that might have been Gary's granddad rode up and shook hands with us from the lofty turret of his saddle.
Good afternoon. I take it you're Mr. Clemens, the new secretary.
I am, sir. And this is my brother Sam.
I'm deeply pleased to welcome you. I'm Mr. Harris. The governor sent me to meet you.
Well, now, that's mighty...
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to excuse me a minute. Yonder is the witness who swore I helped rob the California coach some weeks ago. A piece of impertinent meddling, gentlemen, for I'm not even acquainted with the man. Get up there! Whoa! Now, gentlemen, if there is any way I may be of service.
I never saw Mr. Harris shoot down a man after that without recalling my first day in Carson City. I was wonderfully fascinated with the curious new country, and I set about to become a real Westerner. Now, every Westerner must have a horse to ride, a noble, intelligent, friendly beast, which I understand, according to routine film procedures, must be acquired by saving it in colthood from a stock shot of a cougar, or at very least from a mob of blackguards bent on thwarting the SPCA. But that is the hard way to get a horse.
$20 I am bid for this noble beast. Friends, don't hurt the animal's pride. Now, do I hear 22?
It looks like that one's going pretty cheap, don't it, stranger?
Well, I'm not too familiar with the local market.
Saddle alone's worth the money.
Friends, who'll make it 22?
22.
$22 I'm bid, and it's still a steal in the crying shape.
Well, I was about to bid myself, but if you want him...
I don't really want him. I wouldn't know what to do with another horse. It's just that I know this one. I know him well.
Oh?
Do I hear 24?
Now, you might think he was an American horse. Well, he's nothing of the kind.
22. Going.
24.
24 is bid. Thank you, sir. Only 24 for this magnificent, super intelligent...
Excuse my speaking in a low voice, stranger. Other people being near and all that. But he is, without a shadow of a doubt, a genuine Mexican plug.
Really?
Yes, sir. A genuine Mexican plug. I only wish I could use him. See, why don't you bid on him?
Has he any other advantages?
Oh, yeah, 24 and a half. He can outbuck anything in America.
You're sure you don't want him?
Oh, no. I wish I did. You go right ahead, sir.
24 and a half, 3 times.
27.
Sold. Come and get him, friend.
Congratulations, stranger. You always get a bargain when my brother auctions off a horse.
Certain citizens held my genuine Mexican plug by the head and others by the tail while I mounted him. As soon as they let go, he placed all his feet in a bunch together, lowered his back, then suddenly arched it upward and shot me straight into the air. The third time I went up, I heard my new friend say,
"Oh, don't he buck, though?"
And when I came down again, the genuine Mexican plug was not there. He darted away like a telegram, soared over 3 fences like a bird, and disappeared down the road toward the Washoe Valley. I sat down on a stone with a sigh. One of my hands sought my forehead, the other the base of my stomach. I never appreciated till then the poverty of the human machine, for I still needed a hand or two to place elsewhere. And subsequent events, as you shall see, convinced me that the movie maker perhaps is inclined to romanticize the horse's usefulness to man. Now, this was the time of the Great Silver Fever. John Wayne himself searched for the Comanche no more avidly or in deeper snow than the inhabitants of Nevada searched for hidden wealth. I succumbed and joined a prospecting party consisting of a Mr. Ballou, a Mr. Ollendorf, me, and 3 miserable horses. We rode out of Carson on a chilly December afternoon, and some days later...
Move! Now, come along here, you swearing monster! Move!
Mine doesn't pull any easier than yours, Ballou.
This one pulls even harder yet. Maybe they don't like it, the snow.
I don't like it, the snow either, Ollendorf. Yeah, we should have stayed at the stage station another day or two, maybe, till we could see where we was going.
My head, it is like a compass. Exactly where we are going, I know by instinct.
Well, now, that's splendid news. The last 4 hours would have been happier if you'd told us 4 hours ago.
My instinct sets a beeline. If we was to waver off that beeline a single degree of the compass, my instinct, she would say, whoa! I didn't mean you, whoa. I meant myself, whoa. Come, horse.
Oh, we should have traveled with the party left before us this morning.
I rather wish we had.
Oh, but here are the tracks of that party.
Say, they are tracks at that.
So, we hurry and catch up with them. I told you my head, it is like a compass. Come, horse.
We must be catching them. Tracks look fresher.
Yeah, there seems to be more of them.
Maybe some others also have joined the party. Come, horse.
More people joining the party all the time.
I wonder how such a large group of people can be so quiet.
Well, maybe they don't like each other. Come, horse.
Enough tracks now for a platoon of soldiers?
A regiment yet. Any minute we catch up with them.
Yeah, any minute. Boys, wait. These here's our own tracks. We've been circusing around in a confounded circle for the last 2 hours.
What?
Well, certainly we have. Not a very big circle at that.
But my head, it is like a compass.
Ollendorf, your head, it is like a rock.
Here, horsey, horsey, horsey.
Oh, Clem, as if you hadn't used up all them matches.
Well, if you hadn't got the full notion that frozen sagebrush would burn...
Well, if you hadn't dropped the bridles and lost the horses when Ollendorf tried to light the fire by shooting his pistol into it...
Yeah, horsey, horsey, horsey.
Well, if horses would stay by their master's sides through thick and thin like those lying books say they do...
If you hadn't overslept this morning so we could have joined that other party...
If Ollendorf hadn't led us around and around in circles,
Boys, let us die without hard feelings toward each other. Let us forgive and forget bygones. Maybe you have felt hard toward me. Well, I have felt hard toward you, too. You are both a couple of doomcocks. But I forgive you. I forgive you with all my heart.
You know something, Ollendorf? You make me ashamed of myself. Now, you are a pompous Prussian ass.
Yeah.
But I forgive you, too.
Baloo. Ollendorf, I hadn't traveled 1 mile with you before I decided you were the biggest bores the Maker ever created.
Yeah.
But I forgive both of you.
Well, thanks.
I could not die with 2 finer gentlemen.
Well, let's shake hands and then lie down in the snow. And in the morning, well, we'll be frozen to death.
Yeah. They say that freezing to death is the most happiest way to die.
That's what they say.
So long.
Auf Wiedersehen.
Goodbye. A delicious dreaminess wove its web about my yielding senses. The snowflakes wove a winding sheet about my conquered body. Oblivion came. We woke in the gray dawn, and not 15 feet away under the shed of the stage station stood our noble horses. It's no fault of theirs that I ever got back to Carson City and continued my research on the mores and peoples of the West. It was a grueling job, and when I became so physically exhausted that I felt the need of a bit of spiritus frumenti to rub on my corns, I would repair to an establishment noted for its medicinal hospitality. Now, I have no quarrel with the Hollywood notion that ruffians are found in saloons. I have no quarrel with calling these ignoble creatures by the names of states, such as Montana, Texas, or Black Bart. But I do quarrel with their idea of the raw passions that ignite a barroom quarrel. And I give them Arkansas.
Come on now, landlord. You can get that bottle on the bar faster than that, can't you?
No offense, Mr. Arkansas. There's other guests in the place, too, you know.
I got eyes.
There you are. Your second bottle today, Mr. Arkansas.
Put this one on my bill, too.
Well, now, I was reading about the Pennsylvania election. I reckon it looks...
what do you know about Pennsylvania? Answer me that, Johnson. What do you know about Pennsylvania?
Well, I was only going to say that
What was you going to say? That's what I want to know. Yeah, repeat what you were saying about Pennsylvania, if you dare.
Why, I was only going to say that Pennsylvania was going to have election next week. That was all I was going to say. I wish I may never stir if it wasn't.
And why don't you say it? What'd you come swelling around that way for, trying to raise trouble?
Why, I didn't come swelling around, Mr. Arkansas. I was already here because I own this place. And I just...
so I'm a liar, am I?
Now, please. Now, please. I never meant such a thing as that.
I got ears. Any man calls me a liar.
Oh, now, come on now, Mr. Arkansas. Let's take a drink together. Let's shake hands and take a drink.
Well, now that you put it that way...
Well, come on up, everybody. It's my treat. Bill, Tom, Bob. Baloo, come on up.
Yeah, just leave the bottle.
I want you all to take a drink with me in Arkansas. Old Arkansas, I call him. Give me your hand again, old Arkansas. Give me that old flipper again.
As long as you say so, and as long as you're buying.
Why, sure. Hey, drink up there, Baloo. Oh, say, by the way, how's your father?
Not so good.
You know, my father was upwards of 80-year-old when he passed away, and if he hadn't...
Landlord, will you please make that remark over again, if you please?
Why, I was just saying to Baloo that my father was upwards of 80-year-old when he died.
Was that all you said?
Yeah, that was all.
You didn't say nothing about that?
No, nothing.
Look, what's the idea of raking up old personalities and blowing about your father? Ain't this crowd agreeable to you?
Well, of course this crowd...
If this crowd ain't agreeable to you, perhaps we'd better leave. Is that your idea?
Why, bless your soul, Arkansas, I wasn't thinking of such a thing. I only said that my father...
Landlord, don't crowd a man. Don't do it. Don't rake up old bygones and throw them in the teeth of a passable people who wants to be peaceful if they could get a chance. What's the matter with you today, anyway?
Well, Arkansas, I really didn't mean no harm. But with so many customers, a man's got to give each one a little...
So that's what's rankling your heart, is it? Too many customers. You want us to leave, is that it?
Now, please be reasonable, Arkansas. You know I ain't a man...
Come out from behind that bar.
Now, please, Arkansas, please don't shoot. If there's got to be bloodshed...
So it's blood you want, you raving desperado. You made up your mind to murder somebody today, and it's me you got in mind, eh?
No,
Well, you can't do that. I get one chance first. You thieving, black-hearted, white-livered son of a sea cook. Draw your weapon.
Now, wait, Arkansas.
Let me see Hollywood stop that one without rivers of blood and mothers dragging their screaming offspring from the theaters, never to return. Hollywood would never think the carnage could be halted by the tender words and frail beauty of the pioneer woman, would it?
What's going on in here? Johnson, what do you mean stumbling through our nice glass door that way? And who's doing that shooting? Who's causing all this? Oh, it's you, is it, Arkansas?
Mr. Johnson, I didn't
Don't tell me what you mean. You're the only one with shooting iron smoking. Well, when a man can't hold more than 2-3 quarts of whiskey without he has to disturb a poor woman who's slaving her life away over a boiling hot range trying to prepare a few victuals to keep the customers from starving themselves to death and causing her clumsy oaf of a husband to smash himself through a lovely glass door, which we only had shipped clear out here to make the place a little mite more like things was back in Scranton, Pennsylvania. Well, you fire off that pistol once more, and I'll run this butcher knife clean down from your guzzle to your boots. Do I make myself clear?
Yes'm.
All right. Now do your drinking peaceable.
All right, dear.
There's lots more in my book. The real information about the West. Information appears to stew out of me naturally, like precious ottar of roses out of the otter. So, as I previously remarked, any writing fellows contemplating an adult Western can find the book in the public library. Its title is Roughing It, and its author is yours truly, Samuel Clemens.
The CBS Radio Workshop, produced and transcribed in Hollywood by William N. Robeson, has tonight presented Roughing It by Samuel Clemens, adapted for radio by Francis Van Hartesveld and directed by Mr. Robeson. Louis Van Rooten was heard as Sam Clemens. Included in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Eddie Marr, Dawes Butler, Peter Leeds, Howard McNear, Jack Crucian, Hal Perry, and Junius Matthews. The original score was composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Next week, the workshop will be heard from New York in a demonstration of a writer at work by and with Hector Chevnier, author of the daytime serial The Second Mrs. Burton. looking for a shortcut to satisfaction, there's nothing quite as satisfactory as knowing you've accomplished a good deed. And when you do that good deed through your United Community Fund, you really are taking that shortcut. When you're thinking about lending your support to the United Fund in your town, CBS Radio hopes you'll remember that the United Fund is a way to help many worthwhile efforts with just one gesture on your part.
From Hollywood, the CBS Radio Workshop.
Have you ever gotten up on the wrong side of the bed? Have you ever awakened hating the world in general and yourself in particular? If you haven't, this program is not for you. If you have, we respectfully direct your attention to this modern morality tale.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind, presents William N. Robeson's production, People Are No Good, adapted by Mr. Robeson from an original story by Joyce and Ferdy Grofé, Jr.
The city awakens. In a million sleep-soured rooms, the metropolitan chanticleer shatters the smooth black chalice of unconsciousness. Sleep-stuck eyes slowly open. Unwashed faces contort in yawns and hackings and honkings, adding their fetid impurity to the poisoned air. Down the grimy eastering streets, the pallid sun cheerlessly prevails against the murky morning. The city awakens. Joe awakens, too.
Shut up.
Another day. Another lousy day. As dull as yesterday, as boring as tomorrow. Turn on the radio, Joe. That's it. Now, what's next? Oh, yes. Reach for a cigarette. Light it. And cough. You do it every morning, don't you, Joe?
The time is now 7:33. The weather is lovely this morning, fair, with just a nip of fall in the air. But it's a good day, a fine day, a day to be glad to be alive in.
What's the jerk got to be so cheerful about?
He's paid to be cheerful, Joe.
In just a moment, the early morning news. But first, one of your favorite songs and mine, I Can't Give You Anything But Love, Baby.
I can't give you anything but love. You said it, friend.
Come on, Joe. That's enough morning meditation. Let us then be up and doing, with a heart for any fate. Come on, Joey. You gotta get up.
Why?
You know why, Joe, to go to work.
Why?
You know why, Joe, to earn a living, to pay the rent.
For this flea bag?
And feed yourself.
On that garbage at the corner lunch stand.
And clothe yourself.
A suit with 2 pair of pants every couple of years.
Oh, come on, Joe. Quit the griping. Get up.
What if I don't?
You will. You always do. Now, up we go. Add up, boy. And into the bathroom to scrape your face.
What a kisser.
It'll look better after you've shaved it.
3.5 minutes. Why does it always take 3.5 minutes to shave?
Try going faster.
And cut myself?
Or slower.
It always comes out 3.5 minutes.
You're in a rut, Joe.
You're telling me?
You ever try putting on the left shoe first?
You kidding?
Or getting into your jacket right arm first?
It'd fall up the whole day.
Something's bound to.
Yeah, it always does.
Now, all ready? Out into the big, beautiful world you go. 82 steps to the lunch counter at the corner. 82 steps to the next scene. The matutinal scene, which is played the same way, with the same dialogue, morning after morning after morning.
Good morning, Joe.
What's good about it?
Hey, come on.
What do I always have? Coffee and a donut. Don't I always have coffee and a donut?
Honey, boy, my day would get off to a good start without having a few loving words from you each morning.
Hey, can't you get something else on that lousy jukebox?
Why, lover boy, they're playing our song.
What's so funny, huh? What's there to laugh about?
Hey, get out of wrong side of bed this morning, Joey, huh? Joe's bed only got one side, the wrong one.
Bunch of crumb bums. For 2 cents,
You'd what, Joe?
throw this cup of hot coffee in their faces.
I imagine somebody could scrape up the 2 cents if you really want to. Well, it might be worth it. Change the routine.
Yeah, what'd it get me? 30 days in jail, probably.
I guess you're right, Joe. That wouldn't be any change.
Huh?
Your whole life's a jail sentence.
You ain't kidding. People always pushing you around, telling you what to do, telling you what not to do. Why does it have to be this way? Why can't it be different? Why? Why? Why?
Good morning, Joe.
Marilyn, honey.
Sleep well, darling.
Yeah, just great.
I hope the silk sheets didn't scratch.
No, couldn't be more comfortable. Hey, Marilyn, baby, I thought you had an early call at the studio this morning.
Let him wait. My husband's comfort comes before my new picture.
You're a doll, a living doll.
I thought you might like breakfast in bed.
Gee, great.
I cooked it myself. Omelette fine herb with truffles and a split of champagne to wash it down.
Oh, baby, what did I ever do to deserve you?
I ask myself the same question over and over. Every morning I have to pinch myself to make sure I'm not dreaming.
Pinch me too, Marilyn, baby. Hey, Matt,
Hey, the guy fell
what do you think
asleep.
you're jabbing in the ribs?
If you're finished, I'd like to sit down there.
Yeah, Joey, what do you think? You got a lease on that stool?
Ah, you crumbs. You lousy bunch of crumbs.
A half block down the avenue to the subway station. A half block of people rushing toward a hole in the ground. Sleepy people. Belching people. People with toothpicks stuck in their greasy mouths. A half block of grimy stores. A cat stretching in a delicatessen window among the hams and salami. A monstrous woman sitting in front of a second-hand store. The morning sun warming her bulbous bulges, highlighting the single black hair growing from the mole on her chin. The silent store window of the undertaker with its dusty, potted palms. There's where they belong, isn't it, Joe? All of them.
You said it. All of them. 6 foot under.
The kids, scrawny, skinny. The little girls playing jacks on the front stoops, and the little boys planning the day's devilment. The traffic roaring up with the changing lights, the flatulent trucks, the screeching cabs mixing the dust of 100 yesterdays with today's carbon monoxide. And the blind man at the subway entrance selling the morning papers. What's new this morning, Joe?
Nothing. Nothing's new. The same old news. Same old headlines. Another test bomb fired in Nevada. Another sex murder in the Bronx. Another war threat in the Middle East. What's the world coming to? And whose fault is it? People. That's who.
Dirty water down the gutter. Dirty water spewing into the sewer. Dirty people down the street. Dirty people sweeping into the black hole in the ground. Into the subway station, where the stagnant air hangs heavy and moist, moved only by the coming and going of the roaring train.
All right, let him go. Downtown Express.
People. No good, lousy people.
Hiya, Joe. How you doing?
Oh,
no.
Oh, yes, Joe. Pete Radich, all you need to top off an already ruined morning. Some days you're luckier. Some days you get an earlier train or a later one, but this just isn't your day. Here he is, grinning, wide awake, cheerful. Pete Radich, jerk.
Hey, long time no see, pal.
Don't seem long enough.
Hey, the wife and I was bowling last night. We looked for you.
Bowling's for the birds. What's so funny?
A bird bowling. Can you picture it? Have to be a pretty big bird, pal.
Yeah.
Boy, was she hot last night.
Who?
The wife. Bowled better than a 500 series. Well?
Well, what?
Ain't you got nothing to say?
What do you want? I should give her a medal?
Always gives me the willies when the lights flash sharp that way when she goes over a switch.
I like it. Then I don't have to look at all these creeps.
Not me. I don't feel right until the lights come back on. I like to know there are people around me.
Not me.
Why?
People are no good.
Ah, come on, Joe. You don't mean that.
You tell me, what's good about them?
Well, people are people.
That's just what I mean. And there are too many of them. They take up too much room. They smell. They talk all the time. They make you work day in and day out, and they throw you a few bucks for your trouble, and then they take most of that away in taxes.
Hey, now, wait a minute. You're mixed up, aren't you, Joe? The government takes the taxes.
The government is people, ain't it?
Well, not exactly.
Government of the people, by the people, and for the people, ain't that what it says?
Yeah.
But it ain't true. It's the politicians.
What's the politicians?
They get the graft.
Oh, Joey, I don't dig you. You really are mixed up.
I ain't mixed up. If I had my way, I'd get rid of the people.
All of them?
Sure.
Joey, you worry me. You know what I think you need?
What?
You need to get married.
Ain't I got troubles enough?
You forget all your troubles when you got a nice little ever-loving wife to come home to.
Come home where? A cold water flat like you got?
Well, of course, we're just starting out housekeeping, but we got our bid in for that new housing project over by the river.
Those cracker boxes where the plumbing don't work. And the walls are made of tissue paper and cracked plaster. I know all about them.
They're not bad, Joey.
How you gonna pay the rent if your wife don't work too, huh?
Well, when you're married, Joe, you're building towards something.
How can you build anything in the city? They're always tearing it down. Tearing you down. Tearing at you with noise and dirt all your life until they finally tear you down all the way and stick you 6 foot under. For a little while. Until they dig up the graveyard so more people can have a new housing project. There's only one way to lick it.
Oh, so you figured out a way to lick it,
Sure,
huh?
like in this picture I saw. There's this fella, see? And he's shipwrecked on a desert island.
Oh, you mean Robinson Crusoe?
Yeah, that's the guy. Boy, he had it made, all alone. Nobody to bother him. Plenty to eat, plenty to drink, and no people.
Until he found his man Friday.
Yeah, that's the part of the picture I didn't like.
And me, I'd go nuts on a desert island.
Not me.
There's nobody to talk to.
What's more important, nobody to talk to you. Man, that would be paradise.
There goes them lights again.
That's more like it, huh, Joe? You can't see the people in the blackness. You can't see Pete's silly, cheerful face anymore, or any of the others. Wonderful, isn't it? Now, take a deep breath, Joe. We're coming to your station. The lights are coming on.
Empty. Where is everybody? The car's empty. There's no one. No one at all. Oh, man.
The car still stinks of people, Joe. The door's open. Get off while you can.
Hey! Hey! Wait a minute! Hey!
Take it easy, Joe. You wanted a desert island. You've got it. Just take the nearest exit. Here's your desert island, Joe. Manhattan Island. The listener will understand. It is tiring for this omniscience to remain always within the confining walls of the human mind. The listener will then forgive this omniscience the luxury of emerging now into a wider, deeper, more omniscient and omnipotent dimension. In short, to cease being a protagonist and assume the role of a true narrator. The listener is asked to imagine Joe now, a tiny figure alone, a speck in the bottom of a skyscraper canyon somewhere south of 14th Street, somewhere west of the East and east of the North Rivers. A silent speck on a silent island, a motionless speck where nothing moves. A lonely speck in the middle of an empty avenue intersected by an abandoned street. A human being without people.
It's like... No, I never seen it just like this before. Once it was nearly like this. One Labor Day morning just before sunrise. Walking up 8th Avenue, it was almost as empty. But then a checker cab belted across 34th Street and spoiled it all. Empty. Empty. Beautiful without people. No, this is nuts. This is screwy. I'm dreaming. So I'm dreaming, so I don't want to wake up. I like it. So quiet. So very, very quiet. Hey! Hey! Yeah, I gotta be dreaming. The time's come to pinch myself. Ah! So I'm not dreaming. I'm awake. So this is really happening.
Joe alone. Joe walking down the endless, empty streets past the second-hand stores in the front of which no bulbous woman sits warming her bulges, past stoops where no scrawny children play, past an undertaker's window still silently framed by 2 dusty potted palms. And the air about him, no longer poisoned by the exhausts of 1,000 trucks and cars, is pure. And the sky above, no longer polluted by the myriad activities of millions of people, is bright, and the sun beats down with a strange and unnatural heat.
It's hot. Thirsty. Gotta be somebody around. Gotta be a bar open, no matter what kind of a holiday this is. There's gotta be a bar open. Yeah, there's one in the corner. Yeah, it's gotta be open. Jukebox is going. Charlie's Bar and Grill. Hey, Charlie's is uptown on York Avenue in the 90s, and I'm downtown. Well, I guess there must be more than one. Only this looks like the one on York Avenue. The one I was in last week with Pete and his crummy friends. Same jukebox, same lousy song. So they all look alike. Hey, bartender. Hey, where is everybody? Okay, so I'll help myself. No, this is a bar whiskey. This stuff is slop. Here we are. 10-year bottle and bond. Wow, that calls for another one. Hey, wait a minute. Whoa, I'm late for work. Gotta tell him I'm late. Gotta find a phone. Where's the phone? Oh, there on the wall. Gotta tell him. They don't answer. The office don't answer. But they gotta answer. This is Wednesday morning. Somebody's gotta be there. Somebody's gotta answer.
Joe alone. On the telephone. The office doesn't answer. The operator doesn't answer. Information doesn't answer. The police don't answer. Ring. 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 No one answers.
They gotta answer. Somebody's gotta answer. Shut up, you technicolor squawk box. I'll change your tune. Let's see. Yeah. G16, love me tender. Yeah. That ain't the record I want. Shut up! Shut up! That's better. Quiet. Nice. I need another shot. Figure this out. Oh, that TV over the bar. They ought to have a news bulletin about what's going on. Let's see. Channel 2's the best bet. Hey, but where's the picture? No picture. Just that same lousy song. What you trying to pull? Huh? Where's everybody? Where's everybody? Huh? What's that? A cat. A real, live, scrawny, lovely alley cat. Hey, kitty, kitty, kitty. Hey, puss. Come on.
Joe and the cat.
Hey, pussy.
Joe, desperate for a living contact. The cat, cat-like, suspicious. Joe on his hands and knees, pleading, enticing, seducing. The cat, back arched, spitting, fainting at him with bared claws.
Come here, puss. Hey, kitty, kitty. Hey, kitty, kitty.
Joe, desperate for a touch of something living, lunging, missing, lunging, and at last connecting, holding the cat tightly in his shaking hands, holding the cat too tightly.
No. 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 I just wanted to pet you. I just wanted to hold you, touch you. I just wanted to hold you. No, no, no. Don't be dead. Don't be dead.
Joe alone again. The cat lying on the bar in a funny pile, like a dirty old undershirt that missed the clothes hamper. Joe running now, out from Charlie's Bar and Grill, out into the empty street. Joe running wildly, searching, madly seeking something alive. Running down to the corner to another bar, its doors invitingly open for business. And across the plate glass window, the same sign, Charlie's Bar and Grill. And from the jukebox, the same song. And crumpled on the bar, the same still form of the cat.
Oh, no.
Joe running down one street, up another, and at every corner another Charlie's Bar and Grill, with its jukebox blaring and its bar bearing the same still form of the cat, whom Joe couldn't give anything but love. Joe running, running, running up and down and back and forth across his desert island. Joe alone, running. Joe alone, screaming.
Where is everybody? Where is everybody?
Joe alone.
People Are No Good, written, directed, and produced by William N. Robeson, based upon a story by Joyce and Ferdy Groffet, Jr., a CBS Radio Workshop from Hollywood. Music was composed and conducted by Amerigo Marino. Joe DeSantis was heard as Joe and John Daner as the narrator. Others in the cast were Shirley Mitchell, Jack Crucian, and Peter Leeds. Next week, the Workshop will present from New York, Time Found Again. This is the CBS Radio Network.
My name is Clifton Fadiman, and the sound you hear is the sound of the atmosphere. And the sound of wind, the sound of thunder, the sound of rain. Universal sounds, sounds that are heard around the world, sounds that are the voices of eternity. But when you leave the heavens and approach the earth, you will hear the sounds of the living, the sound of the countryside, and the sound of a city. On any city block at any time of day or night, there's a world of sound, a special world for people who are willing to listen, for people who are willing to hear. New York is a city of sound, and that sound is the voice of a city, the voice of New York.
CBS Radio, a division of the Columbia Broadcasting System, and its 217 affiliated stations, presents the CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Tonight, a documentary in sound, as recorded by Tony Schwartz, a young man who walks the streets of a city as familiarly as a farmer walks his fields. He is a man who listens, and what he listens to, he records. Tony Schwartz and his portable tape recorder have recorded the voice of New York.
If you were to visit New York and stand atop a skyscraper, you could see the entire island of Manhattan, and this is what you'd hear.
So, folks, you're on the roof of the RCA building. You are 70 stories, 850 feet from the street, and you're looking toward the south. Directly in front of you is the tallest building in the world. It's the Empire State Building. It's 102 stories high, 1,250 feet. The high buildings way down back of the Empire State. At the end of the city is Wall Street, the financial district. Now look directly left to the river. And notice that square box-like structure with all the windows? That is the permanent quarters of the United Nations on the East River. There are 6 acres of glass in that building. Now come with me, folks, please, to the north side. This way.
That's what you'd hear high above the city. A description, nothing more. It might even be what you'd write home about. But would you know New York? Would you hear its voice? The sound of the streets.
Sunday papers all 8 times Tribune American newspaper. Sunday papers all 8.
Cents and 2.15. 10 cents and 2.15. Shine your shoes, brush your coat. Make you look like a New York sport. How about shine there? Get your shine around here.
The subway rises from the tunnel and stops at 135th Street. Orchard Street on the Lower East Side.
Sports gambling, shared by 250. Earning big trades, get them by 2.5, sell them. Yeah, very fine. 2.5, big amount, get them by 250.
The Port Authority bus terminal at 41st Street and 8th Avenue.
Cornwall, Newburgh, Beacon, Wappinger Falls, and Poughkeepsie. Coach unloading at gate 19, lower level. 11:15 a.m. departure. Mohawk coastline loading at gate 19, lower level.
That's the city at ear level. The sound we, all of us, hear. But there are other voices. Voices we have to listen for. Listen as Tony Schwartz and his recorder listen. New York is a port city, the largest in the world. People from all the world settle here, and with them they bring customs, and they bring songs. They bring music. An Italian street band. You don't have to go into the hills for folk music, and you don't have to go back 100 years. It's woven into the rhythm of New York. It's all there if you listen. You can hear it on the way to work, riding a bus or subway, or going out for a late dinner. Tony went out for a late dinner one night.
On my way to a little French restaurant on 9th Avenue, I met Henriette. She was sitting on the stoop, singing to her baby and tapping her leather sandals as she sang.
Labourer en Auvergne, labourer va bien. Écoutez la cabrette du vieux Limousin. À Brioude on est 12 et 40 à Saint-Cloud. Les époux, les épouses qui reviennent toujours pour bien la chanter. Vive la limousine pour bien la danser. Vive les Auvergnats. Que venez-vous chercher, garçons de la montagne? Que venez-vous chercher si vous ne dansez pas? Si vous ne dansez pas, garçons de la montagne, si vous ne dansez pas, allez-vous-en là-bas.
I wondered where she learned her songs.
Oh, I learned them when I was a little girl. At school, or from my mother or grandmother in Normandy, or during vacation with other people in some countries of France.
And this woman's mother came from Romania.
Haila baba sitski chiaska, haila baba na, sitski chiaska deno roko, haila baba na. Oh, finima, shia haila baba na. Oh, finima, shia haila baba na. Haila baba sitski chiaska, haila baba na.
A group of Nigerian students gathered together to sing on Thanksgiving Day afternoon. And in Harlem, Joy to the World, a Sunday night service a week before Christmas. I've heard songs from all over the world in New York and in many, many languages. For instance, here's a Spanish song I found on a jukebox in a restaurant that catered to Puerto Rican New Yorkers. I asked a man if he could translate the song for me, and he said yes. I put a nickel in the jukebox, and the man told me what the song was about.
I will change my heart, my dance, by the Empire State in this country of such a cold weather. The Puerto Rican mountains, the birds sing there. They sing from way down to up the peaks of the mountain. I won't change Puerto Rico by 60 New Yorks. I won't change Puerto Rican chickens by frozen chickens in the ice boxes here. When I saw the snow coming down like coconut flakes from heaven, I was going crazy seeing that kind of stuff coming down. My soul was very disconsolate. I won't change Puerto Rico by 4,000 New Yorks.
Not only do people from all the world settle in New York, but people come from all sections of the United States. These are men from the Carolinas working a fishing boat on the Hudson River, bringing their Carolina ways and their Carolina voices. A man from Mississippi now driving a car in New York, singing a spiritual and beating out time on the steering wheel while driving Tony down Park Avenue. And a blind street musician from the West, accompanied by the harbor sounds on 11th Avenue and the river. And then there are the real New Yorkers, the children. The children who make the folk music of the city in parks and playgrounds, in the middle of busy streets.
He went to heaven, without a head, and when he got there, St. Peter said, my dear old goat, where is your head? The goat replied, I cannot tell. It must have gone right down to hello, folks.
And the man thinks and the lady, who she is, I do not know. All she wants is gold, the silver. All she wants is ice cream. So jump in my car, blink, so jump out my big gate. You have to come out.
Who, me? Yes, you. Couldn't be. Then who? Bernie. Who, me? Yes, you. That's a lie. Then who? Margie. Who, me? Yes, you. Couldn't be. Then who? Normie. Who, me? Yes, you. Couldn't be. Then who? Bernie. Who, me? Yes, you. That's a lie. Then who? Margie. Who, me? Yes, you. Not me. Then who? Nikki. Who, me? Yes, you. That's a lie. Then who?
Indian lived in a tent. She had no money to pay her rent. She borrowed a one, she borrowed a two, and passed it on to Y-O-U.
On my way home one night, I heard sounds coming through a basement window. I went downstairs and saw a group of teenagers. They were beating out rhythm on boxes, benches, one small drum, and a Pepsi-Cola bottle. I spoke to one of the boys.
Tell me about your playing. Just talk about it.
For about 5, 10 minutes I'll be playing, you know. It doesn't suit me then, you know. But after a while, about 15 minutes, 20 minutes playing, well, I start, feeling good, you know. And then I'd be able to bring out a few more beats better than the others. It brings a good feeling to me. You know that. After a while, it brings a good feeling.
These are the rhythms in music, the voices of song. But there are other rhythms. There are other voices that make up the voice of the city. People talking, people asking to be heard.
Number 2 is a fine line. Now, here is a pen that hasn't got the feature of a number on it, but it gives you any sort of line without changing the point. Now, if you understand, realize, and appreciate a real good value, and if my physiognomy is not too conspicuous to be comprehended, I'm going to clarify it to such an extent that each and every individual standing here at the present time can very well afford it. I'm going to give it this Parker 51 type. Now, don't forget, you can take my pen and bring it into any pawn shop. Ask them for $10. See how quick they'll chase you out. But you ask them for $5, they may give it to you. Look, and today I'm not going to charge you no dollar bills for the pen, but the first lady or gentleman gives me 25 cents, gets the pen. And I think it's worth a quarter to anybody. Anyone who understands and realizes and appreciates something real good. You can go downtown, uptown, out of town, into time, in the summertime, in the wintertime, gets a sugar line.
That was a pitchman trying to make a sale. You can hear it at any corner in New York. But if you want to hear people telling stories about themselves, stories that tell you what the people are like, well, all you have to do is ask.
I asked a little boy to tell me a story.
Do you know what? One time I went fishing with my Uncle Herman, and, you know what I did? I caught more fish than Uncle Herman. I caught more fish than Uncle Herman.
I asked a little girl to tell me what she liked about stories.
I like to hear people tell stories because when they tell stories, that you can picture in your mind what happened as they tell the story.
I listened to a plumber who came to fix my sink.
I mean, to me, when there's music, I'll stop anything. I don't know. I think music is everything. Without music, I think there'd be life. There won't be no world, I think. Everybody'd be downhearted. Don't you think so?
I agree. I think that music is wonderful.
Music is the only thing.
A cab driver taking me to a date told me how to solve the traffic problem in New York.
Very easy. I can straighten that traffic out in 48 hours.
What would you do?
The more parking lots in Midtown, the heavier traffic there is. Do away with your parking lots in Midtown from 14th Street to 59th Street. No parking allowed in the daytime, only after 6 o'clock. There's you solve your whole traffic problem. If you or me can't know that we have nowhere to park it, we're not going to bring it in there. But if Mr. Ashmak or so knows he's got a parking lot he can afford it at $1.2, he's going to bring his car in. That car doesn't stop him from coming in. Without the car, he'll have to come in just the same. And as long as you got them parking lots right around on Broadway in Midtown, you're going to have a traffic problem. That's the only solution. Do away with your parking lots at daytime, and you got no traffic problem. There's no other way out. If you know that you are not allowed to park here, you're not going to bring that car in. But if you know you can park it, you're going to bring it in. You work here, you're going to come in just the same. And if you want to shop near Macy's, you're going to come just the same. That's 85 cents.
And I listened to a doorman talking to a barking dog locked in a car.
Why don't you be good? Come on. Stop barking. Why don't you be nice, baby? Eh? They're like you. Oh, quiet. Come on. Come over here. Come here. Ah, quiet. Be nice. Ah, whoa, yourself. Yeah? Whoa. What do you want? You want you to have? Eh? Frenchie? Whoa. That's right. Get him. That's a good one.
I asked an old woman for her memories.
Oh, my thistle cat was wonderful. His name was Thistle Blossom, and he named himself because his fur was so soft, like that of the purple part of a thistle blossom. And his little fingernails are like the prickers around the outside. And he got so that he knew everything. He could do all sorts of things, and he could almost talk. Thistle was a wonderful little cat. He knew so much. He had better table manners than the majority of children. I taught him to eat slowly. When he's a little kitten, I just let him take one piece of meat at a time, and I'd tell him to chew it well, and I'd make my jaws go as though I was chewing. He learned what I meant. He'd stop chewing. If I said, all right, he'd swallow it. If I said chew it some more, he'd chew it some more. And he could take the tin cover off a jelly glass. He'd paw it with his right paw and tip over the glass, then put his left paw on to hold it, and then he would claw it till he got the cover off. Then he'd look up at me and smile. He curled the corners of his mouth up and back when he'd smile. And he knew a waltz when he heard it on the radio. He'd put his paw on my foot and sit down in front of me. That meant pick me up. So I'd pick him up and waltz around the room, holding my arms. I'd jiggle him, and he liked that. And Thistle died March 12th, 1929.
The voices of a city. The voice of New York. If you listen, you can hear the world of sound without leaving your chair. You don't have to look for it. It will come to you as it comes to Tony Schwartz, from the hour before dawn until well after dark. All the city up 5 stories through the windows and into his home. First there's silence. Then Mrs. Klein hangs out a wash at 6 a.m. At 7 o'clock, the birds arrive. At 7:30, they collect the garbage. Saturday at 8, the streets are repaired. Thursday, construction begins on the new Coliseum at Columbus Circle, 3 blocks away. Saturday at noon, there's an air raid drill. And on Sunday, there are church bells. On holidays, there are parades. And after school, there are football games in the street.
Hey, put the ball down, boy. You're going to get belted. Come on, get on the line. Give me the ball. Come on, right there. Teeth down. You want to play? Signals on. Oh, hang on, Tommy. Go, Tom. Teeth down. Signals on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Hi.
A street gospel group inviting you to a service. And then there's rain. Any evening at election time, there are politicians and their sound trucks.
We want the old custom of the janitor collecting the garbage every day. My opponent has no program. His 10 years of inactivity, unavailability, and futility have demonstrated that he has no program, that he is disinterested.
And every night at 3 a.m., there are cats. And so to sleep, while the city continues to speak. The city is a vast complex made up of millions of people in a perpetual sound. It is in these many and endless sounds that we find a single rhythm and a single voice. We've been atop a skyscraper, and we wandered in the streets, and we've heard the city through an open window of an apartment in the West 50s. The rhythm is everywhere, and if you listen carefully, you'll find it right beside you, in the voice of a 14-month-old baby playing on the floor.
No, 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 no. Here comes the
The voice of a city. The voice of New York.
You have been listening to The Voice of New York, as recorded by Tony Schwartz and narrated by Clifton Fadiman, editor of the new American Anthology Treasury. The narration was written by Norman Catdog. This is Warren Sweeney inviting you to listen to the CBS Radio Workshop next Friday, when we will present Report on the Unknown, a study of clairvoyancy, extrasensory perception, and telepathy. A dramatic account of actual cases and current research in the mysteries of supernormal communications. The CBS Radio Workshop was produced and directed by Paul Roberts.
Over most of these same stations on Sunday, the distinguished British pianist Dame Myra Hess will be heard as soloist as the New York Philharmonic Symphony, under Bruno Walter's direction, opens a 2-week Mozart festival in observance of the bicentennial of the composer's birth. Hear Dame Myra Hess with the New York Philharmonic Symphony this Sunday. Stay tuned for 5 minutes of CBS News, to be followed on most of these stations by The Jack Carson Show. America listens most to the CBS Radio Network.
You two must have together, Jean. What a crazy life! Yeah, a crazy life. A real crazy life.
The CBS Radio Workshop, dedicated to man's imagination, the theater of the mind. Today, Henry Morgan in David Karp's story of a man who lives by laughter, told in part by the woman who married him and who shares the crazy life.
Dear Pop, I'm writing this letter in my mind because they won't let me out of bed. I suppose you know from all the prayers Mom's made that I was going to have a baby. It's a baby girl. She came just a half hour ago. We're calling her Amanda. I think she looks beautiful.
I'm so glad for you that it was a girl.
Yes, I wanted a girl.
Girls are nicer than boys. Easier to train. And you know the old saying, a son's a son until he gets a wife. A daughter's a daughter the rest of her life.
That was Mrs. Barnowitz. She has the bed next to mine. She had a boy yesterday. It was her third. I may as well tell you I'm in a ward at the hospital. It isn't so bad, really, except that one poor girl's baby died and she cries all the time. I wish I weren't here, but we can't help it. Henny hasn't done well the past few years. I know he's tried, but... what I mean, I'm not in a ward because I want to be.
Why don't you try to sleep, dear?
I can't.
Did you know it was snowing?
No, I didn't.
Beautiful.
It's snowing outside now. It must be beautiful. Henny hasn't seen the baby yet. I wonder if he really wanted a girl the way I did.
Mr. Carter, how did you get here?
I had to kill 3 nurses and tie up a doctor. Cops are after me. I can't stay long, Mrs. Barnowitz.
Oh, you...
Well, happy Mother's Day, Jean.
Hello, Henny. Did they let you see the baby?
I've seen 100 babies. None of them seem to recognize me. The girl, huh?
Mm-hmm.
What a production. 9 months and all you can come up with is a female midget.
It takes an elephant 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't let all the clean linen go to your head. I still make the jokes around here, you know.
Sorry, lost my control for a minute.
Check. Watch yourself at all times. Hey, I brought you something. Nourishment. A feast. A rare Oriental delicacy.
Henny, I can't eat peanut brittle.
Peanut brittle.
Here now, Mrs. Barnowitz, let's keep ourselves under control. Look, Jean, I smuggled this in. I got it at great personal expense from a smuggler down the block.
Smuggle it out.
Mrs. Barnowitz?
No, thank you, Mr. Carter. It's not good for my bridge.
What bridge? If it's the Brooklyn Bridge, somebody's kidding you. I bought that years ago.
Henny, I think you better go now.
Check. When do you break out of here?
End of the week.
All right, check. I'll be waiting for you with a fast car. Kiss the mob for me. Mrs. Barnowitz, not a word about my being here. You know what happens to squealers, right? Don't you?
Right.
It's like Henny to make a joke of the baby's being born. What I'm trying to say is that I'm coming back home. I'm leaving Henny for good. It wasn't right, not even from the first date. It was snowing then, too, and I ran all the way home from the theater. Do you remember how I cried when I told you he'd run up to the stage during the amateur contest and imitated horrible things? People laughed while he imitated things like a chicken running away from a farmer, flapping his hands and squawking and rolling his eyes and making perfectly awful sounds. And then he pretended he was on a desert dying of thirst and crept along that filthy stage on his hands and knees and licked it. And then he was a subway train and a whole crowd of people, and he was a wheel, and he was a piece of gum stuck to a man's shoe. I thought I would die of shame. All the people were laughing, and I couldn't stand it. I got up and I ran out. Papa, do you remember that? Maybe it wasn't so horrible after all. I was younger then, and I thought it was the worst thing that had ever happened to me. In those days, all I thought about was my dignity. But I'll never forget that night. I'll never forget it as long as I live. Funny, it snowed, too, the night I saw Henny home on furlough from the Army. It was just like Henny to be in the middle of a crowd, and the crowd was watching Henny. Henny was arguing with one of those street Santa Clauses.
I don't know who you're talking about. Well, look, I don't know why you're being stubborn, Max.
Hey, look, soldier, I told you for the 10th time, my name ain't Max.
Well, it ain't Santa Claus either.
Henny Carter.
Hi, Jean. Merry Christmas.
Henny, what's the matter?
He's a nut. That's what's the matter with him.
All right. Now, look, Miss Hayes here is a perfectly impartial judge. Jean, what's wrong with Max here?
Well, I don't know, Henny. Looks all right to me.
A skinny Santa Claus. A miserable, underfed Santa Claus. His lips are blue. His teeth are knocking together like castanets. Is that right? Ladies and gentlemen, you're all substantial citizens. Some of you are mothers and fathers. Are you going to let your kids think that Santa Claus looks like this?
Henny, what do you want the poor man to do?
Well, he can put on my overcoat. That's all I'm asking him to do. Is that unreasonable? It'll fill him out. It'll warm him.
Now, look, soldier, I told you a dozen times, I'm not going to put your overcoat on under this suit. Now, go on home, huh?
So you're going to stand there in that skinny, shivering state and maybe scare little kids? Not while I have anything to say about it. Come on, buddy, let's go. Off with the skinny Santa Claus suit.
Hey,
Take it
let's
off.
go, man.
Henny, stop it. Don't you get into trouble.
Hey, someone call a cop.
A policeman did come, and we finally had to run for it. Henny had 2 weeks' leave left then, and I think we saw one another every day of those 2 weeks. And when the 2 weeks were up and I came in and told you and Mom, do you remember what you said, Papa? Do you remember?
For Pete's sake, why did you marry the goof?
That's a terrible thing to say, Harry.
I love him, Papa.
Well, I didn't know there was any insanity in our family before
Now,
this.
that's enough of that, Harry. Jean, Henny is going to make you a wonderful husband. He's kind and generous and thoughtful, and he loves you very much. Henny is going to be a good husband. You wait and see.
A good husband. It's going to be hard to tell Henny that I'm leaving him. Very hard. He's been able to find something funny in almost everything else, everything we ever did. Even something as ordinary as riding on a bus.
Have your fare ready. Step to the rear, please. Plenty of room.
You know, Gene, I've been thinking. Look at all of these people just sitting here on the bus. They're not improving their minds. They're not getting anything at all out of the ride.
What are you supposed to get out of a bus ride?
Well, you're supposed to get something out of life all the time, honey. They're living their lives right now, right here, and they're not getting anything out of it. Ladies and gentlemen.
Henny, for heaven's sake, sit down.
What are you doing sitting on the bus? What are you getting out of it? Look. Here you are. You're traveling in a marvel of transportation in the largest city of the world on swank Fifth Avenue, and you sit there without oohing and awing. You're not marveling at the things you can see. Come on, let's have an ooh of appreciation for Fifth Avenue. Come on now. All together. Ooh. Oh, come on. Get into the spirit of it. Let's have an awe for the Fifth Avenue Bus Company. All together. Oh. And there's the good old Empire State Building. Let's have a double ooh and an ah for the Empire State Building. All together. Ooh. Ooh. Oh.
Henny, you fool, sit down.
Let's not forget the man who drives the bus. A big double ah for the driver.
Mrs. Carter.
Hmm?
Are you all right?
Yes, I'm all right, Mrs. Barnowitz.
I can't sleep for more than 10 minutes at a time. Do you know who I dreamed about?
No, who?
Your husband. I think he's so funny. He's in show business, isn't he?
No, he isn't.
Really? With that wonderful sense of humor?
I'm afraid that's the only thing he hasn't tried.
Well, he's the sort of man who'd do well in almost anything. I can imagine what it must be like living with him. Some life.
Yeah, some life. I don't think she could imagine what it was like, Papa. Do you remember the time he worked for a florist? I'll never forget it, the night he brought home a surprise. Kenny, is that you?
Yeah. Surprise, honey.
In heaven's name is that?
Flowers! Boy, I had a tough time getting it up the stairs.
Want to go through the door? Kenny, that'll never get through the door. It's too big.
Yeah, well, I guess not. We'll just leave it in the hall for the neighbors to enjoy. Hey, isn't it a beaut, Gene? Must be 2,000 flowers in it. See how it spells out the words in geraniums there. Welcome